One day, a girl named Kim Ji-young was returning home after work as she did every evening. But at that moment, she had no idea that fateful instant would cause her life to take a new turn. And so, when she remembers it, the memory appears as vividly as if it had just happened, along with her narration. My name is Kim Ji-young. As usual, was on my way home from the company with my exhausted body. At that time, she was crossing the street while engrossed in her phone, not noticing a vehicle speeding towards her. She recounted, a large truck was heading towards me. And then, with a bang, the most terrible thing happened. Her narrative voice suddenly turned gloomy. I was hit by a car. Her phone fell and shattered into pieces, as if putting an end to Kim Ji-young's life. As if remembering something, she continued her story. In fact, a moment before I was hit by the truck, I was in deep shock because of a supporting character in a novel. Right then, a handsome face with golden hair appeared as if enveloped in a halo of light. Her voice also became more joyful. Kim Ji-young, that's me, felt revived because of Grand Prince Kai Z Vin Theo in Kingmaker. Next, Kim Ji-young seemed to be imagining some dark moment as a pitch-black figure appeared amidst countless sharp thorns and fragments, along with a stream of bright red liquid flowing down, a complete contrast to the brilliant image above. Her tone also dropped. Kai, the boy who had never once experienced happiness, had to leave the game meaninglessly in Volume 3, and no one mourned his death. Remembering that day when she learned of Kai's fate in the story, she was so devastated that she cried her eyes out in sorrow. At that time, she even mumbled, he's dead. It's only Volume 3, and he's already dead? Thinking back now, her tone still held a hint of bitterness. The first emotion that came to me after that was emptiness. Her hands typed ceaselessly on the keyboard with only one purpose. She said, I thought that talking about Kai with someone would soothe my heart somewhat. That's why I went online to search for various keywords about the novel. The heavy and cold clacking sounds echoed in the silent space, along with countless keywords she typed into the search bar. Something like Kai Z Vin Theo in Kingmaker, Kai Z Vin, Grand Prince Kai, Kingmaker Kai, Grand Prince in Kingmaker. But everything was empty. The search bar only showed a few lines like a splash of cold water on her. No search results. Are you looking for this keyword? The seventh prince in Kingmaker. She even went as far as to check the author's personal page, and when she saw the post there, she was completely disappointed. She said, lately on social media, authors talk a lot about their works. She was so angry that she slammed her hand on the computer keyboard, causing a few keys to fly off. She continued, I searched my eyes out, but there wasn't a single piece of information about Kai on the author's personal SNS page. This also made her indignation skyrocket. Remembering the moment she was engulfed in the flames of despair and anger, she clutched her head, sobbing and lamenting. If he's not the second male lead, does he not even get mentioned? Autor, sobi imiskai. If so, then why did you describe his appearance? I mean, the author created such a handsome character. As sunlight shone into her simple room through the balcony, she thought, Kai, who only exists in these pages. I want him to be loved more. There's no love fever like this one. I read the novel many times to search for traces of him, as if building a perfect monument in her heart, she affirmed. To me, Kai's an existence and a religion, like a timely rain, and Kingmaker is like the Bible. Thus, it was only natural for me to die and meet him in heaven. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. Someone was asking, are you awake yet? Kim Ji-young jolted awake. She found herself lying on a bed with her hands tied behind her back. She thought to herself, oh, I guess I passed out for a little while. But when she saw the golden-haired man in front of her, clutching his head and sighing, she thought, then this really isn't a dream. She called out softly as if to confirm, Kai. A few seconds later, Kim Ji-young shot up in panic. She panted while looking around, her mouth constantly screaming. I'm not a suspicious person, so why am I tied up like this? Ugh, am I still in Kai's room? This is the bed where Kai's precious body rests. Is this for real? Kai replied helplessly, sneaking into someone's bedroom at night. If that's not a suspicious person, then what is? He continued, it would be very difficult for me if you were to take your own life before I could clarify your identity. So I had to take measures. Kim Ji-young was confused. What did you just say? Did it really happen like that? Halfway through her sentence, she noticed the wound on her neck had been carefully bandaged. At this, Kim Ji-young's cheeks flushed. Her sparkling eyes looked at him, moved on her own. What is this? The wound has been bandaged. Are you worried about me? Oh, so gallant. That's right, even though he looks cold, but she thought to herself, actually, I know that Kai is a canary with a heart softer than anyone else's. Immediately, her mind conjured an image of a bird with shimmering golden feathers, both noble and adorable, which she couldn't resist. I want to lock him in my cage of love and feed him delicious things. Ah, does this count as a crime? Meanwhile, Kai was completely unaware of her crazy thoughts. He impatiently glared at her, questioning coldly. I'll ask one last time. Who are you? Kim Ji-young was momentarily stunned. She uttered. She was anxious, not knowing how to answer him, causing her voice to falter. Well, even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Kai took in all her expressions. He frowned, speaking with annoyance. Speak, I will listen and then judge. Seeing this, she sighed softly. Ah, geez. Then said to him, I get it, relax your face. Kim Ji-young's face changed color. She was so rushed, she broke into a sweat, thinking worriedly, if he keeps frowning like that, he'll get wrinkles on that handsome face. Out loud, she frantically explained, I'm from Seoul, the capital of the Republic of Korea. She introduced herself, full of hope. My name is Kim Ji-young. After speaking, she looked at him nervously, her thumping heart slowing down as she looked at his pensive expression. She thought again, well, now call my name with your cherry lips. My father named me with the wish that I would always shine in the number one position. Seeing his mouth open, her heart filled with even more hope. With his beautiful voice like pearls on a tray, her heart pounded even harder than before. And then Kai, with that handsome face like the sun, finally uttered, Ki-ki-ja? He even exclaimed, what a special name. Facing him, Kim Ji-young was completely speechless. The train of thought in her head suddenly stopped. Wait, she said hurriedly. No, let me say it again. I am Kim Ji-young. Kai frowned, trying to twist his tongue to follow. Ki-ki-ja. He continued to repeat, Ki-ki-ki-ja. Hearing this was like a thunderbolt to Kim Ji-young's ears. She was completely petrified. She realized a shocking truth. You can't say my name? While she was still in shock, he asked again, but what did you say earlier? Kim Ji-young didn't understand, asking back, yes, say what? He said, earlier, Kalani. But before he could finish his sentence, the door burst open. A young man rushed in and shouted loudly, Your Highness, are you all right? The servants outside heard a loud scream. The man who was speaking abruptly stopped when he saw Kim Ji-young tied up in front of Kai. The words he wanted to say were swallowed back. While he was wondering to himself, what is this? She was silently observing, simultaneously confirming this person's identity. Golden hair, amber eyes, freckles tall. That's right, this person is Kai's close aide. Kim Ji-young suddenly blurted out a name, Benji. Hearing this, Benji couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, who are you? Seeing this, Kai spoke up to remind him, Benji, this girl is an intruder. Benji asked again, an assassin? Kai calmly replied, I'm sure she's a suspicious person because when I woke up, she was lying sprawled on the bed with me. Hearing this, Benji angrily rushed to stand in front of Kai. He pointed his sword at her and yelled, You, how dare you do that to the prince? The sharp sound of the sword rang out as if tearing through the air. Looking at the sharp tip of the sword in front of her, Kim Ji-young's face turned pale and she cried out in a flurry, I don't know what to say about who I am anymore. Ack! She squeezed her eyes shut and recklessly shouted, I'm telling you I'm not an assassin. I'm just someone who really likes Kai, so I came here. In contrast, Kai seemed to have heard something hilarious. Puffed. You said you like me? How unique. Benji was confused. Your Highness, did you just laugh? Even she had to look at him with curious eyes. Kai replied, Why? It sounds very interesting. He said, Because you like me, you came to kill me. At this point, Kim Ji-young was once again floored by Kai's brilliant face. She silently exclaimed, Oh, I'm going crazy. So handsome I could die. She was mesmerized, lost in the beauty that made her freeze, wanting to get closer to him and give him her passionate heart. She couldn't help but think, a crane among chickens, Kai. He's the only one with such a magnificent appearance among all the people I've ever met. His facial features are so explosive. The definition of the word handsome in Korean should be changed to Kai. At this moment, Kai suddenly moved closer to her. At the same time, he ordered Benji, First, put away your sword, Benji. His face drew close to hers, his gaze scrutinizing as he said, Kai is very curious about the nonsense she is spouting. Kim Ji-young blushed. In her heart, she squealed with delight. Ack, bring that sculpted face closer to me. I really like Kai. Seeing this, Kai helplessly exclaimed, truly no sense of shame at all. Her eyes widened as she asked back, huh? He continued, daring to call a prince by his name. Your etiquette and education must be non-existent. She retorted, oh, when was I like that? Benji, standing to the side and understanding nothing, asked, Your Highness, what have you been talking about? He immediately replied, Kim Jia just said it. She said that she really likes Kai, which left her stunned after hearing it. The room suddenly fell dead silent. Benji spoke first. Your Highness, I didn't hear anything. This time it was Kai's turn to be surprised. Huh? Benji continued. It seems you're in shock because of this assassin. He mumbled softly. He's even hearing auditory hallucinations. Most worried was Kim Jia, who was now surrounded by confusion, constantly asking herself, how did he know? Could it be that he can hear my thoughts? Meanwhile, Kai's cheeks flushed slightly as he said shyly, she even said I'm so handsome I could die. He voiced all of Kim Jia's inner thoughts that he heard. To Benji's bewildered expression, actually Kai is a canary with a heart softer than anyone else's. She also said a crane among chickens. Kai, he's the only one with such a magnificent appearance among all the people I've ever met. Every word he uttered was like a bolt from the blue. Kim Jia shrieked in horror. Ack, you really heard everything? Hearing that, Kai whipped his head to look at her, his expression just as shocked. What? The words I've been hearing all this time were auditory hallucinations? At this moment, Kim Jia was drowning in extreme confusion. She kept muttering in her head, what is this? Telepathy? My silly thoughts were heard by Kai. What is this useless superpower? She thought worriedly, what should I do? Our prince is in a complete panic. I want to comfort him so much. But Kai was now so dizzy from her thoughts that he clutched his head and lamented. What does it mean to hear someone's inner voice? What should I do? Hearing this, Benji was horrified and said, Ugh, could it be this woman? Has she cast a dangerous spell, Your Highness? Not only that, but he also mistook Kim Jia's affectionate gaze for a sinister one and shrieked. Now she's observing Your Highness with a sinister look. It's bone-chilling. But Kai, standing behind him, didn't hear what he said, too busy sullenly asking himself, what on earth is this? Meanwhile, Benji looked at her, startled, his face pale, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turning bizarre. A moment later, Kai finally came to his senses. The bright sunlight, streaming through the window, seemed to help soothe his chaotic mind. He ordered Benji, find out if anyone in this palace knows Kim Jia. Benji immediately accepted the order. Yes, Your Highness, I will investigate not only in the royal palace, but also with the intelligence guild. With that, Kai handed a lock of hair to Benji and instructed, you should take some of Kim Jia's hair with you, as it's not a common hair color. Benji reached out to take it. Yes, Your Highness, but he hesitated for a moment, but finally asked, will it be all right for you to be alone with that woman? He replied, I'm not sure either. Immediately after, his expression turned grim, as if he was pondering something. At the same time, Kim Jia was busy admiring his painting. The portrait is so handsome. Then she rolled around on his bed, then even sniffed his wash basin and exclaimed, this scent, like a pervert even while tied up. This made his face darken, his expression extremely reluctant, his voice cold. Well, it's a bit troublesome, but it should be fine. But Benji didn't let it go so easily. He strode past Kai towards Kim Jia, his stomping footsteps showing his dissatisfaction. He called out while her eyes were sparkling at everything around her. Hey you. Benji put his hands on his hips, angrily warning her. If you dare act disrespectfully towards His Highness, then you'd better watch out. You will die by my hand. This made her unable to help but look up. She looked at him with half-closed eyes, thinking to herself, what's with this? This Benji guy is so annoying. Remembering his fate in the story, Kim Jia suddenly saw a circle appear above his head. She thought, in the novel, the scene of his death wasn't very detailed. Of course, Benji didn't know her thoughts. He continued to threaten, I can throw you into the dungeon right now. By now, she had also lifted her legs and stomped the heel of her shoe hard on the top of Benji's foot. A sharp pain shot up from below. He suddenly fell silent, his gaze dropping to his foot, while Kim Jia sat on the floor, as calm as if it had nothing to do with her. Benji's face turned pale, and he screamed loudly. Benji quickly pulled his foot back, clutching it and crying out in pain. I think the bone in my foot is broken. Kai, seeing this scene, could only sigh helplessly, while Benji was still groaning worriedly. Do I have to leave Your Highness with such a dangerous person? Kai immediately reassured him. Don't worry about anything, go, Benji. I'm very careful. I won't get close to her like you did. After an unknown amount of time, the clock in the room ticked slowly. Kai and Kim Jayam-ja sat silently facing each other. Only the ticking of the clock hands inching forward could be heard. Kai stared at Kim Jayam-ja. At this moment, she had her eyes tightly shut and was trying to think, looking very tense. She suddenly asked, "Can you hear me?" Kai just replied, "Not at all." Kim Jayam-ja groaned softly, trying to analyze everything. Why can Kai hear my inner voice? What's going on? Moreover, she lamented to herself, "Have I been thinking about nonsense this whole time? I want to drink water. I'm hungry, bunny, chick, cat, evil Benji." But it seems he can't hear anything anymore. But Kai remained silent, his expression very pensive. As for Kim Jayam-ja, she was very confused, as if floating in an endless void with no idea where the exit was. An hour ago, Kai was still muttering to himself, Why can I hear other people's inner voices?" Benji, worried about Kai, yelled at Kim Jayam-ja, "What kind of spell did you cast on His Highness?" But he didn't forget to comfort Kai. "Please stay away from her, Your Highness." Kim Jayam-ja was startled, not knowing how to explain. That's not it. You could say the situation is extremely chaotic. Right after that, Kim Jayam-ja smiled sweetly and said, "Could it be because this heart is extremely pure and sincere?" As soon as she finished speaking, both Kai and Benji turned to look at her with disbelieving eyes, which made her speechless, thinking to herself, "Everyone, please get rid of that expression. I don't know the reason either." Suddenly, Kim Jayam-ja seemed to realize something. She thought again, "Wait, it seems like Kai can't hear all of my thoughts." She glanced at him and wondered to herself, "So, which words can he hear and which can't he? What is it?" Kim Jayam-ja called out, "Hey Kai." As soon as he heard that, Benji's face darkened and he drew his sword to threaten her, which made her jump and quickly correct herself. "Oh no, Your Highness Kai." She presented her judgment to Kai's thoughtful face. "It seems Your Highness can't hear all of my inner thoughts." Benji asked irritably, "On what basis?" Kim Jayam-ja couldn't help but think to herself, "That's a murderous glare." She answered hesitantly because she closed her eyes, silently made up her mind. "It's a bit embarrassing, but there's no other way." She continued, "Assuming you could hear all of my thoughts," she said, "I would be executed immediately for the crime of harassing the royal family." The words had just left her mouth when both Kai and Benji's jaws dropped in astonishment. In contrast, Kim Jayam-ja was very satisfied inside. Kai's surprised face is so cute. Benji roared angrily. "Look at that expression. What dark thoughts is she having again?" Which made her think again, "Oops, control my expression." But her next sentence caught Kai's attention. "But my hands are starting to hurt." She turned her back, held out her tightly bound hands, and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Can you loosen this a bit? As you can see, I don't have any weapons." Kai immediately agreed, "All right," which made Benji whip his head around, exclaiming in confusion, "What?" Kai didn't explain and just continued. "But first," he said, "I will test it." The end of Kim Jayam-ja's recollection, returning to the familiar scene now as the two sat opposite each other. Her narrative voice rang out. "So, he is testing to what extent he can hear my thoughts." She suddenly looked up. In Kim Jayam-ja's view, Kai was resting his chin on his hand, looking at her, his posture very attentive and serious. Seeing this, she couldn't control her thoughts again. So dazzling. Kim Jayam-ja's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kai. She couldn't contain her excitement inside. So eye-catching. Kai, as expected, a handsome guy is the best. She thought, "I really regret not having a camera right now. I must preserve this image of Kai forever. Call the royal painter immediately. I want to lie on Kai's eyelashes when he closes his eyes." Suddenly hearing these things, Kai's expression couldn't help but be horrified. He swallowed hard with a gulp. Kai's whole body trembled slightly, one hand clutching his head, the other raised a signal to Kim Jayam-ja, who was lost in her wild thoughts. "Wait, that's too much, this stuff." But Kim Jayam-ja didn't notice she was still lost in thought. "When I turned my back earlier, I got to sneak a peek at his, but Kai's, but is so fine." This made him blush with embarrassment, stammering, "Well, what?" Kim Jayam-ja's thoughts echoed in his head again. Holy Kai, crane among chickens Kai. His appearance is like a god's. He helplessly clutched his head, muttering, "Stop." But the train of thought was not interrupted at all. "From now on, when I sneeze, I have to say Kai bless you 10 times. He said softly again, "Come on." Kim Jayam-ja continued to think. If being handsome is a crime, Kai would be sentenced to beheading and dismemberment for that dazzling beauty. Hearing these things, Kai felt as if he was being hung by Kim Jayam-ja's mouth, which drove him crazy, and he shouted, "Ah." He loudly interrupted her, "King Ja," which made her jump with a "huh." Only then did Kim Jayam-ja realize the problem. She asked in a small voice, "Sir, how much did you hear?" Kai was now exhausted, his face pale as he asked, King Ja, what does beheading and dismemberment mean? Kim Jayamja lamented to herself. Why did he have to hear that? But she still explained out loud, it's one of the extreme punishments from the old days. She explained more clearly. The corpse of a dead criminal is dug up and beheaded. Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but get goosebumps. He covered his mouth and blamed himself. I made a mistake asking that. He said again, so you want to behead and dismember me? It seems you really are an assassin. Kim Jayamja jumped, quickly saying, hey, that's not it. Kai's voice suddenly dropped. You just said it a moment ago that I would suit that appearance, didn't you? Kim Jayamja hurriedly explained, that's not it, Kai, that. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded on the door. Knock, knock. The sound caught Kim Jayamja's attention. Kai, as if he had expected it, stood up and said, they're here, which made Kim Jayamja's heart pound. She thought worriedly, what should I do? He's really going to lock me in a closet. She was unwilling. I still have so much I want to say to Kai. But Kai seemed to hear it. He frowned and looked at her. Thump. Kim Jayamja seemed to hear her own heartbeat. She thought in a panic, am I already kicked out of this story? Kim Jayamja and Kai's attention had shifted to the knock, knock, knock sound coming from outside the door. Kim Jayamja suddenly panicked. Her heart filled with anxiety. Someone is coming. What should I do? There's no way Benji is back already. Or did he call the guards on his way out? From this point on is Kim Jayamja's imagination. She thought that Benji might have gone to a guard and ordered His Highness Kai is in danger. A witch has appeared in his bedroom. The guard quickly replied yes. Then she was dragged away by 2 cold guards. Then she was sentenced by the judge, death by fire, which made her face turn pale. And finally, everything was consumed by a raging fire. With her imagination, she had thought of the scene of herself being tied up and burned alive in a frantic flame, which made her scream in pain, so hot. Just thinking about it was enough to terrify her. She cried out in her heart, no. She was truly unwilling. I just died not long ago. I don't want to die again. 2 funeral portraits appeared in her mind. Kim Jayamja, cause of death, traffic accident. King Ja, cause of death, immolation. Her face darkened. Sweat covered her face. She was so worried she panted. Kai silently took in this whole scene. He watched her intently, seemingly pondering something. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knock on the door was heard along with a voice, Your Highness. Immediately after, the door swung open. A maid called out, seeming to be about to knock again, Your Highness Kai. Kai stepped out and asked, what is it? The maid tilted her head slightly, glancing into the room as she said, Princess Senna invites you to have breakfast with her, while wondering to herself, it seems I heard someone else's voice just now. Hearing the maid's words, Kai's mood immediately sank. He clenched his fists and exhaled, breakfast. He slowly replied, I know. Please tell her that I will prepare and be there shortly. Only then did the maid realize she had been somewhat impolite. She replied with a start, yes, I understand then. A moment later, the maid finally strode away. Kai watched the maid walk a distance before preparing to close the door. With a click, the door closed, revealing Kim Jayamja hiding behind it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, and silently exclaimed, I'm alive. Kai suddenly spoke, making Kim Jayamja unable to help but pay attention, now that the pests are gone. With a swish, Kai pulled out a sharp dagger, which made her scream in fear, whoa. Looking at Kai's dark face holding the dagger, she stammered, wait, if you're going to do it, why did you hide me in the first place? But Kai said nothing and just grabbed Kim Jayamja's shoulder, making her scream in panic. Oof. Knowing she couldn't resist, Kim Jayamja resolutely closed her eyes and braced herself. But luckily, Kai had no intention of harming her. There was just a snap, and the rope tying her hands had been cut. He explained, I promised to untie you. Hearing that, Kim Jayamja said, as if she understood. He said again after I finished my test. Only then did Kim Jayamja feel that her hands were numb. She complained softly, no circulation, oh my, a cramp. Seeing this, Kai suddenly took her hand. He carefully lifted her hand, bent down slightly, and said gently, let me see. Kim Jayamja glanced at his face, so close to hers. Her heart suddenly started to pound. Thump, thump. The corner of Kai's mouth opened slightly. He called, King Ja. The thumping of Kim Jayamja's heart became clearer. She couldn't help but move closer and reply to him unconsciously, yes. In fact, as her longing eyes were glued to him, she was also thinking, so gentle, truly an angel, my Kai. I will corrupt the angel Kai. And obviously, Kai had heard all those thoughts that gave him goosebumps. He helplessly told her, don't get so close and don't think such strange things. Kim Jayamja quickly pulled her hand back. She replied, oops, you heard me again? Kai calmly picked up his cloak, while Kim Jayamja was silently blaming herself. Seriously, I just can't get a handle on it. Did Kai hear because I called his name? Kai said nonchalantly, just by looking at your face, I can already guess. Hearing that, Kim Jae-ja was so embarrassed she didn't dare to look straight. She stammered, "You knew, is that so?" while thinking to herself, "That's true. How can I control my expression in front of Kai's beauty? Even so, I have to be more careful." She stared at Kai and reminded herself, "Careful, careful. Must be cautious." When Kai turned back, he met her sparkling eyes. He spoke up to remind her, "I'm going to change my clothes." Kim Jae-ja unconsciously said, "Go for it. What are you waiting for?" while her mind continued to think, I'm peeking. It's definitely going to be amazing. Kai's back. She even imagined a scene where Kai was bare-chested, shyly telling her, "Don't look, King Ja." Kai couldn't stand it, his face pale as he yelled, Aren't you going to turn away?" Kim Jae-ja smiled and turned away, saying yes repeatedly. In her heart, she silently exclaimed, "I almost peeked for real. His embarrassed look is also so cute." Just then, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Kim Jae-ja clutched her stomach and lamented, I'm so hungry." She suggested, "Can you take me to have breakfast with you?" Kai, who was changing, immediately refused. "No, that is a place only members of the royal family are allowed to attend." Thinking of the delicious food, the pastries, the meat, cheese, and wine, Kim Jae-ja thought, "I'm so jealous. I want to have a royal breakfast too. Is it like a hotel's breakfast buffet?" But her eyes suddenly widened because she herself was astonished by her own thoughts. Does not being a member of the family upset me this much? She said to herself in her head, "Wait," the servant clearly said, "Just now, Princess Sienna summons His Highness to a meal." Kim Jae-ja silently bit her lip. She was piecing everything together. So that was Kai's reaction earlier. She recalled Kai's reluctant expression when he said, "breakfast." As if remembering something, she told herself, was he referring to that breakfast? Kim Jae-ja recalled the plot she had read. That Sienna, the third princess of the empire, Sienna, she thought, the one who always insisted the throne would belong to her brother, Prince Heron. She doesn't hesitate to eliminate any obstacles. She's the villain in this novel. The one who wants to kill even the prince with black eyes who appears later, looks down on Kai at every turn, and her unforgivable act is tampering with food. Recalling the plot in the story where Kai collapsed from being poisoned, she said to herself. She mixed a mild poison into the food served to Kai, causing Kai to vomit for several days after having breakfast. At this point, Kim Jae-ja silently judged, that wicked woman, to stop her from continuing to do those things. At this, Kim Jae-ja gritted her teeth so hard a cracking sound could be heard. She made up her mind, I have to stop Kai. No sooner said than done. She immediately spun around and at the same time said, "Your Highness, Kai." But what met her eyes was the sight of a shirtless Kai. He hadn't even had time to pull his shirt up. Kim Jae-ja froze with a gasp. Her eyes widened, unable to look away. Then she unconsciously let out a sigh of admiration. My. Kai's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You." Somewhere outside the magnificent palace, Kai's angry shouting could be faintly heard. "What are you doing?" "I told you to turn away." Kim Jae-ja, flustered but amused, apologized. I'm sorry." Kai shouted, retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. Your words are completely different from your thoughts." Kim Jae-ja hurriedly apologized again. "I'm really very sorry." At this moment, inside a certain room, amidst a soft humming, a small vial appeared next to a plate of steak cut into pieces. The girl with shiny golden hair was busy nodding, praising her own work. Very good." She looked down at the steak with satisfaction, giggled, and said, "It's perfect." After Kai finished changing, he seemed to glow in his neat and luxurious outfit. The unrestrained Kim Jae-ja immediately gushed with praise in her head. "Oh my God, our Kai is so handsome." She kept marveling. How can he be so beautiful? Kai raised a hand to smooth his hair, his expression very calm. Seeing this, she thought again, just Kai breathing is already a blessing. Clearly, Kai could hear all of these thoughts of hers. He glanced sideways, and she thought again, who needs vitamins and supplements? Just having Kai is enough. But the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy and suffocating. Kim Jae-ja clutched the bedsheet, her voice faltering. However, she asked seriously, "Why did you hide me earlier?" Kai just looked at her in silence, remembering how Kai had hidden her from that maid earlier. She couldn't help but wonder, we didn't even call the guards. Aren't you going to throw a suspicious person in prison and monitor them? But Kai's answer completely surprised her. Kim Jae-ja's origin, although he didn't know where Seoul was. He said, "But in this Vyudeyong Empire, there are its own laws." The tall Kai stood in front of Kim Jae-ja, calmly explaining, "You can't arbitrarily imprison people of unknown origin and who are innocent." She let out a surprised, thinking to herself, I didn't know this because it wasn't mentioned in Kingmaker. She muttered softly, maybe I'm a bit prejudiced about this medieval period. Kai was quick to catch the word in her speech. He frowned and asked, medieval? Realizing her carelessness, Kim Ji-young-ja quickly waved her hands. She tried to change the subject. No, it's not that. Still, it can't be considered a serious crime, right? Since I entered your bedroom, Kai replied. You weren't carrying a weapon. On the contrary, I was the one who injured you. Hearing that, Kim Ji-young-ja was slightly surprised. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes half closed, calmly explaining, if you were really a sorcerer or a witch, you would have killed me and Benji already. And from what I've heard, it seems you don't have any malicious intent. Hearing this, Kim Ji-young-ja silently praised him again, her sparkling eyes fixed on Kai. He truly is the angel Kai. From his face to his personality, everything is absolutely perfect. She concluded forcefully, Kai is truly a mega sexy bomb, which made Kai turn pale, reluctantly shouting, would you please stop? She cried out in alarm. Ah, you heard that? He clutched his head, turning his back to her, seemingly trying to compose himself. He let out a short breath. Ha! Anyway, I don't think you're a dangerous person. He shook his head to clear it, frowned and said, because I see a bit of danger in you. Kim Ji-young-ja was a little embarrassed, but felt much more relieved inside. Thank goodness. He only thinks I'm a little bit dangerous. This really isn't a dream, because I usually suffer from a disease called Kai, so now I just keep thinking about Kai. Suddenly her eyes became serious, as if she remembered something. She clutched her dress tightly, her heart in turmoil with worries. If I've been transported into Kingmaker, then I know there's still time. Until Kai has to face that tragic death. Can I change that fate? The more she thought, the tighter her hands clenched. After a moment of silence, Kai turned to leave, then I'll go and come back. In the meantime, you sit here quietly. Hearing that, Kim Ji-young-ja hurriedly jumped up to stop him. Oh, wait. Just as his hand was on the doorknob about to open it, she hastily shouted, wait. She called Kai. Kai turned back to look at her irritably. She quickly gathered her skirt, adopted a graceful posture, smiled and said, Your Highness. Only then did Kai's expression soften. He asked, what now? Kim Ji-young-ja immediately asked seriously, today's breakfast is just a gathering of the royal family, right? She warned, then you must not eat any of the dishes at that meal. Kai recalled the times he returned after breakfast, always clutching his stomach in discomfort. He thought to himself, every time I come back from breakfast, my mouth is dry and I feel bloated and I even vomit for several days. This time it was Kai's turn to be so startled, he was speechless. How could you? Kim Ji-young-ja gritted her teeth and said, because of everything. She growled angrily, all of those things are because of that dog, Sienna. Hearing that, Kai suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became gloomy. He said, Kim Ji-young-ja suddenly realized her slip of the tongue, silently crying out in her heart, oops. Kai slowly took a step, and at the same time said, I don't know how you view the royal family, but pausing for a moment, he warned with a cold face, don't take the joke too far. He glared, his tone not softening at all. What you just said was so disrespectful you could lose your head immediately. Hearing that, Kim Ji-young-ja's heart started pounding. Thump thump. She thought, both scared and thrilled. Wow, he's so cool even when he's serious. No stop thinking. She took a deep breath. Then she covered her mouth, smiled and said, that Princess Sienna. Inside, she was extremely disgusted, her chest tight with anger at having to use honorifics for that wicked woman. She told herself, if it's for Kai, there's nothing I can't do. First, according to the novel's plot, the main character Isaac will enter the palace in a little while. She thought to herself, but even if it's just for one day, I don't want to see him suffer. I must make him believe me. Kim Ji-young-ja used the most sincere expression she could muster to explain to him. The princess has tampered with His Highness Kai's meal. Although it's only a small amount, it always makes His Highness feel stomach pain after eating it. She advised in a low voice, therefore, don't touch the accompanying vegetables. Kai fell silent and crossed his arms. He asked suspiciously, how do you know that? You said you weren't a spy. Kim Ji-young-ja let out a startled, suddenly realizing the problem. On second thought, he's probably going to see me as a suspicious person now. Now, she awkwardly scratched her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Wait, that is, not letting her finish. He interrupted, moreover. He said, I've already realized some of it. Kim Ji-young-ja stopped smiling, looking at him in surprise. He continued, that Sienna is up to something. She was confused. Yes, then why? Kai said again, even though I know. He pulled his cloak, his posture forbearing yet resolute. He said, I still have to let it go even if I know about it. Kai continued, and I have realized to some extent that Sienna has been up to something. Kim Jeongja felt confused, yes, but Kai calmly continued, even if I know something, I still let it pass. She looked at him in silence. Kim Jeongja slapped her forehead, helplessly screaming from the bottom of her heart. What? Why would you debase yourself like that? I told you not to be so handsome. Remembering his calm yet radiant appearance, she thought to herself, my gentlemanly, pure, and charming Kai. Kai is a national treasure, so I must protect him for the rest of this life. At this, Kim Jeongja clutched her head as her worries grew. If his health is damaged by the poison, that face will also wither. No, there must be a way to stop it. She calmly pondered carefully. It seems my appearance has ruined the other prince's chance to help Kai, but that's okay. Besides wanting to get close to the two of them, there are many other reasons. If I remember correctly, I still have time before the black-eyed Prince Isaac appears. With that thought, Kim Jeongja immediately clasped her hands in supplication. Even so, you can't do that, Your Highness. Her eyes looked at him with urgency. Kai looked at her in silence. Then he let out a breath. He said, You know that I'm not easily persuaded when you talk about things like pure, gentlemanly, or charming, right? After hearing that, Kim Jeongja suddenly froze. She clutched her head, screaming wildly in her heart, Aha, these damn lewd thoughts. Not letting her fool around any longer, Kai decisively turned away. He said, It's already late. I have to go now. I will come back and ask you how you knew the problem was with the decorative vegetables. With that, Kai's figure disappeared behind the door, leaving only the sound of a slamming door and Kim Jeongja alone in the quiet room. She let out a soft cry. Kim Jeongja thought to herself, that vague charm and nobility. She picked her nose, giggling foolishly as she asked herself, was I screaming my head off in my mind like that? Just then, Kim Jeongja suddenly realized something. She thought, act on second thought. At the same time, she turned around. Taking in the elegance and neatness of the room, she silently exclaimed, That's right, she thought. I'm in the room of my favorite character. Her sparkling eyes instantly lit up with indescribable joy. Her heart pounded thump, 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 thump continuously. She joyfully came up with an idea. I have to explore every nook and cranny. At this moment, outside in the palace corridor, the sound of Benji's heels tapped rhythmically on the floor, making a clack, clack sound. As soon as he lifted his foot, a sharp pain shot through it. He groaned softly, ouch. Benji grumbled in annoyance. What the hell is with that damn woman? Recalling Kim Jeongja's act of stepping on his foot, he still couldn't accept it. She stomped so hard that it still hurts now. Benji held the lock of Kim Jeongja's hair tightly in his hand. He muttered, I've asked so many guests there, but no one saw a girl with silver hair. Just then, a scream echoed from somewhere. Look, Benji was startled and worried. The scream is from His Highness Kai's room. Over here, on the dining table, beautifully decorated plates of steak were placed neatly on the table. Seeing Kai put his plate down, a woman's voice was heard. Kai, you don't look very well. Are you in pain somewhere? Kai replied softly, I just lost a little sleep, Mother Empress. The person who had just asked Kai was a beautiful and noble woman, the Grand Empress Priscilla Bellois. As soon as she finished speaking, another voice sounded in his ear. Honestly, the tone was filled with disgust. If you're sick, you don't have to come. Just giving a heads up would have been fine. The young man with golden hair and red eyes sitting next to him suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry, you had to go through the trouble of coming here because of me. Obviously, he was the second prince of the empire, Heron. On the surface, he was amicable, but in reality, it was just a pretense to hide his contemptuous expression. He sneered inwardly. It would have been better if you hadn't come at all. Kai coldly pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He gripped the knife in his hand tightly, as if trying his best to restrain himself. Finally, he let out a breath, lowered his eyes slightly, and said, Anyway, today is my brother's birthday, so I didn't want to miss it. The girl with a face identical to Heron's picked up a wine glass. Her demeanor friendly and welcoming, she said, Of course. If it weren't for an occasion like this, it would be hard to meet like this. I'm very happy you came. The corner of her mouth lifted in a meaningful smirk. You look so radiant today, especially those lake blue eyes. She was none other than the third princess of the empire, Sienna. Kai wearily thought to himself, doesn't she get tired of attacking me with such boring words? He recalled Sienna's mocking smile, expression, and voice from all this time. Your eyes are the color of a lake. Can someone without red eyes even be called a grand prince? He thought wearily to himself. It's like I'm watching a play. Then he suddenly remembered Kim Ji-youngja's furious face when she said, Sienna, she's like a dog, which made him smile unconsciously as he thought, completely different from anyone else. He asked himself, since when have I been getting sick for a few days after having breakfast with him? Every time my esophagus feels like it's splitting open and my mouth burns. Kai picked up his knife and fork, preparing to continue eating, but he felt extremely tired inside. Because I'm afraid of bad rumors spreading, I can't not eat with them. Suddenly, Kim Ji-youngja's reminder echoed in his head. Please stay away from the vegetables used as garnish on the plate, causing the fork that was about to touch those vegetables to stop short. Then he decisively pushed them aside. Sienna feigned surprise and exclaimed, Oh, brother, she asked with a smile, have you no appetite today? Her voice was cold and full of meaning. Could it be that your stomach is upset? Kai looked thoughtfully at his plate, then, under Sienna's astonished gaze, Kai slowly brought a piece of meat to his mouth. He said, I don't know if it's from lack of sleep, but I don't seem to have any appetite. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness. I will send a separate birthday gift to Heron. This left Sienna unable to do anything. She angrily clenched her teeth. Without a word, Sienna stabbed her fork into the pieces of meat on her plate, right in front of Kai. The atmosphere was frighteningly silent. Neither side spoke. There were only the continuous sounds of stabbing. At the end of the meal, only the pile of vegetables he hadn't touched remained on Kai's plate. In the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, he was secretly happy. My mouth doesn't burn today. He again remembered Kim Ji-youngja's warning. You must not eat the vegetables on that plate. Kai pictured her concerned face in his mind. That woman. He couldn't help but wonder, how did she know about that? With that thought, he unconsciously raised his hand to touch his throat. The bright sunlight in the deep blue sky shone down on the castle and the dense trees, as if heralding a new day full of life. On the training ground, Kai was diligently practicing his sword. With a whoosh, his sword slashed horizontally, as if tearing the air. He slashed relentlessly at the dummy mounted on a wooden post on the field, creating a continuous thwack, thwack, thwack sound. After a while, Kai finally stopped, the tip of his sword lowered to the ground with a clear clang. He leaned on his sword with one hand, and with the other, he took a towel to wipe the sweat from his face, panting tiredly. He thought, I'm already tired. Is it because I couldn't sleep? Because of that girl. Then he threw the towel to the ground, then quickly changed his clothes, not forgetting to take his bag with him. Kai hurriedly left the training ground, worrying to himself, my schedule will be disrupted. From a distance, seeing Kai's figure hastily departing, Sienna couldn't help but wonder, why is he so diligent? She folded her fan, saying coldly, what's the point of practicing diligently every day and attending classes for the heir? Sienna muttered softly, no matter how hard he tries, he's just the blue star of Yudeong. Just then, the girl standing next to Sienna spoke up in confusion. Princess. Sienna turned, feigning a smile, and said, I was just thinking that Brother Kai is really diligent, isn't he? Because his efforts are so radiant. Radiant, she explained, the Zagaro Bintian royal family is called the Sun, but my brother is called the Blue Star. The girl who was just talking to Sienna turned to the person next to her in admiration. Oh my, how beautiful the Blue Star. Sienna added, that's right. She gave a meaningful smile. It's beautiful, isn't it? Sienna smiled brightly, continuing, it would be a bit strange if I thought the sun and stars can't appear together, wouldn't it? After saying that, she laughed loudly. Ho ho, it's not that important, but that attitude and those words made the two girls' faces turn pale, too flustered to look directly at her. Obviously, what Sienna said also meant that behind that beautiful nickname was the fact that he could absolutely never step into the central position of the royal family. After speaking, Sienna immediately left, leaving only a cold sentence, then I'll be going first. As soon as she turned away, Sienna's attitude changed 180 degrees. Her face darkened. She gritted her teeth and grumbled. Honestly, he should know his place. Over here, Kai was listlessly dragging his feet down the hallway. He took heavy steps, thinking wearily to himself, I'm going crazy. I can't concentrate in the heirs class. Finally arriving in front of his bedroom, he reached for the doorknob while thinking, I haven't heard any of her nonsense all morning, so she must be staying put, right? Just then, the doors suddenly swung open, and Benji spoke. "Ak, you've arrived, Your Highness." Seeing Benji, he asked, "Benji, how is the investigation into Kim Ji-youngja going?" Benji replied, "No one in the city has seen a silver-haired girl." Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but wonder, she's so conspicuous. How can that be? What do the mercenaries say? Benji shook his head and replied, "I've already asked through my sources, but they said they haven't seen a silver-haired assassin anywhere." After listening, Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said, "So at least no one has bribed her in the capital." Then he asked, "What is Kim Ji-youngja doing?" Seeing him mention Kim Ji-youngja, Benji hurriedly slammed the door shut, leaving only a click that blocked him from the room. Benji stammered, that is. A few hours ago, Benji heard a scream that made him think with unconscious worry. The scream is from the direction of His Highness Kai's room. Then he scurried with thumping footsteps towards Kai's room. But when he hastily threw the door open, the scene before him left him stunned. Kim Ji-youngja was lying sprawled in the middle of the room, with a pillow covering her face. Benji's face was full of horror. He bit his lip, but a sob still escaped his mouth. Benji thought to himself, could it be a murder scene? He hurriedly knelt down, then took the pillow off Kim Ji-youngja's face. Then Kim Ji-youngja's wide grin and contented face were revealed. She was still busy muttering, "Smells so good, Kai." Just remembering those things, Benji's mood seemed to collapse. He recounted in detail. All day, she just stared at His Highness's portrait and drooled. Then she sat in His Highness's chair for a long time. At this point, Kai couldn't listen anymore and quickly interrupted. "That's enough, stop." At the same moment, inside the room, Kim Ji-youngja was standing in front of the mirror, slowly unwrapping the bandage around her neck. The white bandage, stained with a little blood, slipped off and fell to the ground with a thud. Kim Ji-youngja tilted her head to look at the wound in the mirror. Her hand lightly touching her neck, she said, "It seems it's not bleeding anymore. The wound doesn't seem too deep either." Her eyes suddenly became serious. She thought to herself, no matter how vivid a dream is, it can't sting and hurt like this. She wondered doubtfully, or did I die and get reincarnated? Oh no, is it transmigration? Afterwards, she thought again, whichever it is, I don't need to care. Then her eyes closed, looking very serene. She thought, because I get to be with Kai. So after that, a radiant smile appeared on Kim Ji-youngja's face. She thought that whatever happens to her is fine. At this moment, she suddenly heard Kai's familiar voice calling her. Kim Ji-youngja. Kim Ji-youngja was slightly surprised to see Kai slowly approaching. Could it be? But it was clear that whenever she saw him, her willpower vanished. She sweetly called his name from the bottom of her heart. Kai. She covered her mouth, her eyes shining as if she had seen a treasure. There was an indescribable feeling. She thought with teary emotion, so handsome. Getting to see someone this handsome, it doesn't matter anymore whether it's reincarnation or transmigration. Anyway, in my past life, there was only living expenses, rent, and night shifts. So sweet, I will love my bias. She affirmed in her heart. I really like Kai, which shocked him once again. He asked, do you really not know what shame is? Knowing it hurt her thoughts again, Kim Ji-youngja was suddenly speechless. Ak. He continued with dissatisfaction. How many times have I told you not to call me by my name so informally? She quickly forced a laugh to cover it up. Ah. She asked warmly, while changing the subject, was breakfast to your liking, Your Highness? Kai replied with a slight smile. Thanks to you, I didn't have heartburn today, but he frowned, saying seriously, I must quickly investigate how you know. I feel uneasy when you talk as if you just fell from the sky and know everything. Kim Ji-youngja replied playfully, fell from the sky, like an angel? Kai's face darkened. He spoke helplessly, like. Seeing that, Kim Ji-youngja stopped joking. She let out a breath. She thought to herself, since childhood, other princes have been suspiciously killed, if he himself has also been in life-threatening moments. That's right, he must be sick and tired of spies. She cried out indignantly in her heart, I'm not a spy. Suddenly Kai extended his hand towards Kim Ji-youngja. His tone softened. Anyway, this Kim Ja? He said frankly, I have no pretext to keep you, but I can't let you go either. That's the situation. Facing her, his expression was filled with contemplation and dilemma. He told her, so tell me what I should do with you. Kai said seriously to Kim Ji-youngja's attentive face, I can't swallow you, but I can't spit you out either. he suggested. Therefore, work in the palace until I order otherwise. Hearing that, Kim Jeongja immediately rushed forward, startling Kai. She said excitedly, "Really? That's great." Kim Jeongja was so happy she cried, so happy it felt like she was throwing flowers in her heart. She thought to herself, "Yes, I get to be with Kai every day," which made him freeze. He heard her exclaim, "This is great, really." Seeing that, he just gave a faint, helpless smile. He unconsciously raised his hand, intending to stroke her hair, but she suddenly covered her mouth and looked up, making him freeze while she was thinking, that's right, I have to watch my thoughts. Kai turned away in embarrassment. He cleared his throat and said to Benji, "Ahem, just hearing it scares me, Benji." Benji bowed, "Yes, your highness." Meanwhile, Kim Jeongja was still staring at him blankly and wondering, what was he doing just now? He ordered Benji, "Find a job for Kim Ja here in my palace." At this time, outside, the bright sun shone all over the magnificent palace. A light breeze blew past, carrying dancing leaves in the air. Kim Jeongja trudged after Benji. She asked curiously, "Sir Benji, where are we going now?" Benji replied, "To find a job for you." Remembering the scene of Kai holding his sword to her neck, she whispered probingly that, "Sir Benji, does the prince always sleep with his sword by his side? What if someone enters? Will he kill them right away?" Benji seemed to be thinking about something. He replied, "If a spy like you enters." Hearing that, Kim Jeongja turned away, her expression full of pity, muttering, "Our prince, he can't even sleep properly. It must be so tiring. What should I do? Sigh. I want to protect him for his whole life," which made Benji turn back to look at her irritably. She continued, "By the way, how old is His Highness Ku Hung this year?" Benji glared at her, asking with displeasure, "What did you just call His Highness?" Seeing Benji's hostile and defensive expression, Kim Jeongja quickly said, "Sir Benji, don't glare like that. It's scary. I don't have any bad intentions." She sighed and explained, "If I call His Highness Ku Hung by his name directly, it might disturb him when he's resting, because he can hear what I say." After listening, Benji rubbed his chin, nodding in agreement. "That's true. We can't make His Highness uncomfortable." Kim Jeongja grinned in agreement. "Exactly." But in response, she only got a suspicious look from Benji. Then he coldly turned away. Kim Jeongja thought angrily, "Why does this brat turn his head away when someone is smiling?" Benji answered, "His Highness is 21 this year." His tone was a bit gloomy. "I don't think so." Kim Jeongja was confused. "Why?" Benji replied, "Because no one thinks about the Empire as much as His Highness does." Hearing that, Kim Jeongja was momentarily stunned. She clenched her fist. "That's right, I think so too." Her eyes turned sad. She thought, because he lived and died for his empire. She silently made a resolution. "But now that I'm here, that won't be allowed to happen." Suddenly, Benji turned and asked her curiously, "But this is the first time I've heard the name Kingja." The two stood talking in the middle of the hallway. Benji asked carefully, "Is this the first time a name has been pronounced that way? You come from a strange country, but how do you know about His Highness the Prince and me?" "His Highness is busy now, so he told you to stay here for now, but..." At that point, Benji suddenly stopped. Kim Jeongja just smiled faintly, thinking to herself, "This guy is really annoying." And then she suddenly grabbed Benji's hand and called out, "Sir Benji," while calculating in her mind, "I have to shut him up." Kim Jeongja smiled brightly, her voice flattering. "Sir Benji, you are truly a kind person. Your courage to do anything for His Highness makes my heart pound." Kim Jeongja said earnestly, "Even where I lived, very far from here, Sir Benji's loyalty and spirit are well known." The more she spoke, the more flustered Benji's expression became. Seeing this, she was secretly pleased. "I knew it. Benji is always weak to compliments." Recalling the times she had to flatter her department head at the company, the corner of her mouth twitched. She thought with weary resignation, "If you live a social life, you'll turn into a pushover. It's so sad, kiddo." She thought, "I'm so sorry for complaining that the plot developed too slowly because there were too many details." Author of Kingmaker. By now, Benji's nose was in the air from her compliments. However, he still had to pretend to be modest, saying, "The work isn't that hard." He shyly turned his face away and continued, "Once we know who you are, you can return to where you used to live." Kim Jeongja stuck out her tongue and made a face, very pleased with the result. Just as planned, Benji didn't ask anything more about her. She thought, but actually, even if he had asked, I wouldn't have had anything anything to answer. Is there a way for me to go back? I might already be dead. I was hit by a large truck and sent flying. After all, recalling the image of her shattered phone, she thought, right before I hit the road, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I had been transported into this novel, Kingmaker. Kim Jeongja was startled, momentarily surprised by her own realization, and the prince is now 21 years old. If the prince with those black eyes hasn't yet entered the palace, she figured it probably takes a lot of time to expand Kai's position. Kim Jeongja silently resolved, forget it, I won't let you be lonely after being abandoned for the rest of your life and then die. A moment later, the door opened with a slow creak. Benji called out to the woman who was writing in a ledger in the room, Lady Tully. Hearing her name, the woman immediately looked up. She was Lady Tully, Kai's palace steward. Lady Tully smiled welcomingly. Ah, Mr. Assistant, what brings you here? Benji pointed to Kim Jeongja, standing beside him, and replied, actually, I have a favor to ask. Is there any work for this girl, like a court lady, for example? She walked closer to the two and replied, is that so? It's just the right time. We need a child to organize His Highness Kai's personal library. In front of her, she chattered on. The previous child, well, she went back to her hometown, said she wanted to be a farmer. Anyway, really, thinking like that, how can you find someone immediately? Then she asked her, Miss, what is your name? Benji quickly said, King, but was immediately jabbed painfully in the ribs by Kim Jeongja's elbow, preventing him from finishing the sentence. Benji turned away in pain. Kim Jeongja snorted and thought to herself, now that I'm here, I don't want to be called King Kingja. She wondered what name is easy to pronounce and sounds classy. Then she mumbled in her head, easy to say and classy. Then she suddenly remembered a neighbor who used to pat her little dog's head and say, Josephine, how magical. Like a clap of thunder, she unconsciously blurted out, Josephine. Lady Tully was confused. Kim Jeongja scratched her head and replied, it's Josephine. Since I'm a commoner, I don't have a surname. Lady Tully waved her hand and said with a laugh, all right, Josephine, your name is just like my grandmother's. It must be fate. Ho 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 ho. Benji turned his face away, his whole body shaking as he held back his laughter. Kim Jeongja, now Josephine, cried silently in her heart, Annie, why didn't you tell me to pick a sophisticated name like a dog's name instead of saying that? Soft sunlight shone into the room through the glass window. Lady Tully asked gently, Josephine, can you read? She asked back, all righty. Jeongja took the paper Lady Tully handed her, her eyes shining as she stared at it, as if studying it intently. Looking at the horizontal and vertical lines of text on the paper, she said in despair, I don't know how. Benji asked again in surprise, you can't read? Lady Tully exclaimed softly, oh dear, if you can't read, I can't give you the job. What should we do? She quickly replied, I'm fine with manual labor. After speaking, seeing Lady Tully's thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but worry. Could it be that if I can't find a job like this, I'll be kicked out of the palace? The more she thought, the more anxious she became. If I leave the palace, the chance of meeting Kai is almost zero. Then what about saving him from the upcoming crisis? After a moment of silence, Lady Tully spoke, even if Josephine were a man, I still wouldn't have a job to give you. Hearing that, Jaya Marais suddenly froze. She thought to herself, a man? In the hallway, the maids who were cleaning suddenly noticed an urgent voice, Benji. Jaya Marais ran down the hallway, holding up her dress, and said to Benji as she ran, is there an empty room here? And bring me a new set of clothes. Benji asked, confused, huh? An empty room and clothes too, why? She suddenly turned back and snapped, I have something I must do here. Seeing this, Benji immediately said, you really are a spy. She explained angrily, that's not it. I have to stay by his side to make the prince happy. Her tone was urgent. If there's no work for a woman, then surely there must be work for a man, right? Then she gave a thumbs up, enthusiastically presenting her idea, I'll pretend to be a boy. After hearing this, Benji suddenly froze. He reluctantly spoke up, hey, you a man's job. But she was lost in her own imagination. Well, I can carry large water buckets into the garden or water the plants or move luggage from carriages. I know it all. I've read it so many times, I know I've seen it. With that, she pushed Benji forward, urging him loudly, hurry up, please bring any men's clothes here. Benji still looked back in disbelief and asked, are you serious? Benji suddenly stopped. He said, wait a minute. He turned back, his voice cold. Come to think of it, you just call me Benji again. This made her jump. Jaya Marais scratched her head and gave a sheepish laugh. She thought, because calling characters by their names has become a habit of mine. Out loud, she said, don't get so worked up. Sorry. Benji reminded her in a cold voice, be careful. A little later, Benji actually brought her a set of men's clothes. Benji said, This is all that's left. Jaimaray took the clothes, saying excitedly, "Thank you very much." Benji was still hesitant. "No matter how I think about it, this is too reckless. I'll tell His Highness to find another place." But Jaimaray objected. "If it's not the prince's palace, it won't do. I have to be as close to the prince as possible to help him." An indescribable worry arose in Jaimaray's heart. Is the situation a little different? Because Kai, who is described as never smiling, has smiled in front of me several times today. She wondered, "I don't understand how I could make Kai smile so much." She said confidently to Benji, "Trust me, Benji." This surprised him slightly. Benji shyly turned his face away. He couldn't stop asking himself, "I must have been bewitched too. Why is this happening?" Seeing this, Jaimaray curiously peeked and asked, "What's wrong?" She suddenly appeared in front of Benji, startling him. She asked cheerfully, "Benji, you have a sword, right?" She said, "Please let me borrow it for a moment." Benji was confused. What? What for? He held his sword tightly, refusing immediately. "I can't give a sword to someone who has never learned the sword." Seeing this, she said again, "Is that so? Then Sir Benji, you cut it for me." Benji wondered what. She gently lifted her silver hair with her hand. Smiling, she said, "My hair." Feeling the soft strands of hair on the back of her hand, Jaimaray thought to herself, "Although it's a pity, since I put so much effort into caring for it in this world." She recalled the time she hugged a pillow with his picture on it and cried her eyes out, or the time she was extremely cautious when facing him. She made up her mind. The biggest regret of my previous life was Kai, but what can I do for him? Besides, hair grows back, it's fine. Benji hesitated. "Do you really have to cut it?" He said, "I've never cut anyone's hair before." This annoyed Jaimaray. She was so angry she couldn't form a sentence. "Benji, you..." Jaimaray immediately lunged, fumbling at Benji's body. "How long are you going to be like this? Then just give me the sword. I'll cut it in a flash." In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of their struggle. Thud, thwack. Benji stammered, refusing. A canned knight can't just lend his sword out carelessly. A moment later, Benji finally gave in. He held his long sword, preparing to cut Jaimaray's hair while she sat on a chair, casually giving instructions that don't cut it all at once. Divide it into 3 parts and cut it lengthwise. It's okay if it's a little uneven. It will look more like a commoner's. Benji held a lock of her hair, feeling its softness in his palm, and mumbled softly, "It's like the Milky Way." Jaimaray didn't hear clearly and asked, "What was that?" Benji said dreamily, "You could say it's like a clear river." Jaimaray was confused. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" But just as she was speaking, Benji swiped with the sword. Jaimaray jumped and shrieked, "Hey!" which startled Benji as well. Jaimaray grimaced and turned back to complain, "We were talking, and you suddenly stick a blade at my neck. What am I supposed to do?" Benji held the lock of hair in his hand, unsure how to explain. "Oh, that." A few remaining strands of hair rustled down after the cut. Jaimaray's face suddenly filled with horror, and she screamed, "Benji!" Seeing her collapse and cry, he panicked. "Sorry, I'm really sorry, but you moved so suddenly. Are you hurt anywhere?" She sat up, touched her neck, and lamented, "Sir, I'm not hurt." "Ah, that was too close." Immediately after, she composed herself, sat back on the chair, and instructed Benji, "Please just cut along this line." Benji asked warily, "You're not going to get revenge, are you?" Jaimaray sighed and replied, "No, it's just hair." She continued, and Kai, "Oh no, if I can be by the prince's side, this is nothing." A troubled look flickered in Benji's eyes. He replied, "Yes, that could be true." He said, "But not everyone has wicked thoughts when they see someone they like." Jaimaray immediately whipped around to reproach him. "Benji, you really know how to turn someone into a pervert in an instant." Benji suddenly became serious, turned her face forward with both hands, and said, "Besides, you've been calling me Benji this whole time. I'm sorry for cutting your hair wrong, so please let it go." Jaimaray exclaimed softly, "Oh my." The sharp blade slowly touched Jaimaray's soft hair. Benji's voice sounded slowly from above her head. "At least don't do it in front of other people." At Jaimaray's feet, strands of silver hair fell and scattered across the floor. Benji's voice continued steadily, "Because commoners shouldn't call nobles by their names so casually." Jaimaray replied obediently, "Actually, that's true. I'll be careful." Jaimaray sat still and straight for Benji to cut her hair, but she couldn't stop wondering. Benji is unusually talkative, isn't he? She wondered, is it partly to relieve stress? No way. After a long while, Benji finally stopped. He let out a breath, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He said, it's done. Hearing that, Jayamare immediately raised her hand to touch her hair. She thought, there's no mirror in the room, so I can't see it. Jayamare smiled and turned around with her hair now cut short to her nape. She asked curiously, Benji, how do I look? After changing clothes, Jayamare tossed the dress carelessly in the middle of the room. She exclaimed in admiration, oh. Looking at herself in men's clothes, she beamed. Isn't it great to wear clothes like a man? Benji turned his face away, confused, and mumbled, what? Is that something worth trying? Seeing this, Jayamare questioned him suspiciously. Are you feeling hot, Sir Benji? Why is your face so red? This made Benji feel guilty. Benji, blushing, immediately turned away and changed the subject without answering. If you're ready, let's go. Jayamare stood behind him, wondering in confusion. What's with him? Back in the library. The room was filled with soft sunlight. Benji's voice rang out. This is Jayamare's twin brother. He said, pointing at Jayamare. Lady Tully saw this and said, her brother? I see. She asked, so what is your name? Which startled Jayamare, because she hadn't even prepared a new name for herself. Right now, her mind was screaming, damn it, I have to make up another name. What should my name be? Benji suddenly said, vaguely, Joe. Jayamare whipped her head to look at Benji, but he had already turned away, saying, huh. Lady Tully didn't understand, yes? Benji silently glanced at Jayamare. Jayamare suddenly understood. Aha, so that's my name. Then she waved her hand, scratched her head, and said with a laugh, yes, it's Joe. Imyo. Huh. She awkwardly explained to Lady Tully's thoughtful face. It seems my parents found it troublesome to think of two names for siblings at the same time. That's normal for everyone, right? Ha ha ha. Seeing her staring, she couldn't help but worry. Do I look too fake? Jayamare broke out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me I've been found out. Fortunately, after thinking for a moment, Lady Tully finally smiled and said, all right, Joe. Jayamare was secretly relieved, thank goodness. She approached Jayamare and said cheerfully, then from today, you'll be working at the stables. Jayamare quickly replied, yes, I'll work hard no matter what the job is. But after she said it, she froze, stunned, and let out a huh. Lady Tully explained, her expression both firm and coaxing. It's looking after the stables. Someone used to work there, but the work was too hard, so he ran away. It would be great if you could take on this job. She stared with a murderous gaze that made Jayamare tremble in fear. She said, you're not going to run away like you did, are you? She continued, there's a small hut next to the stables, so you can sleep there. The more Jayamare listened, the more she sweated. Benji, seeing this, was also extremely flustered. Lady Tully rattled on. They're all His Highness Kai's horses, so you must take good care of them. If a horse gets sick or has any problems, tell me. Jayamare felt dizzy listening. Lady Tully had no intention of stopping and continued. Of course, Joe will take care of minor things like a horse losing its appetite or having indigestion. The more Jayamare listened, the more her head spun. Spinning, Lady Tully said with a radiant, hopeful expression, I'm quite busy myself, so I hope you'll work here for a long time, you understand? Jayamare gave a forced laugh and replied, working in the stables, ha ha ha. Yes, I also really like horses. But her legs were trembling so much she could barely stand. Benji now cried out internally. She's been found out. At that moment, the sun shone brightly on the lush green treetops surrounding the magnificent palace. Benji led Jayamare through a grove of trees, but she, walking behind, was busy thinking, I thought it was just cleaning carriages, but it turns out it's taking care of horses. What stables? Jayamare lamented inwardly in frustration. This is total exploitation of labor. As she was thinking, Benji suddenly turned back and said, the stables are up ahead. He turned around and carefully instructed, I have to go now, so if anything happens, find a night squadron, where you can go to the secretary's office in the palace. Jayamare replied politely, yes, thank you, sir. Then Benji hesitated again and said, if you don't like the name Joe, then Jayamare replied, no, Sir Benji, please call me Joe when we meet outside too. She said clearly, if you call me King Kingja or Jayamare, it will be suspicious. Hearing that, Benji pressed his lips together, not daring to look directly at her. In front of Jayamare, Benji held back his laughter so much that his whole body trembled. Suddenly, he turned away sharply and said, I know. Benji gave one last instruction before leaving. Well then, I'm going. Don't cause any trouble. Jayamare replied obediently yes. After Benji left, Jaimaray walked towards the stables alone, thinking worriedly to herself, Benji is gone now. I have to fend for myself. She resolved, I'll try not to cause trouble and just have to adapt to this world. But then she saw the messy scene of wooden barrels and rakes strewn on the ground, and piles of horse manure lying in the middle of the room. And then there were the horses that looked very aggressive and difficult. From the outside, the wooden house looked very gloomy and shabby. Jaimaray heard a thud, and her heart seemed to sink. As soon as she stepped inside, Jaimaray's face was filled with disbelief. Her eyes widened, her face dotted with sweat. Jaimaray couldn't believe it. She rubbed her eyes. Is this really the kingdom's stable? Has it never been cleaned? Amidst the long neighs of the horses, Jaimaray noticed a simple house nearby. She thought to herself, could that be the hut for me? Seeing a black horse hawk and spit, Jaimaray froze, speechless. But remembering Kai's face as cute as a bunny and as sharp as a fox, she reassured herself, endure it. If it's for the fox-like highness and the bunny-like highness coup hewing, then this is nothing. Compared to working overtime at the company, this is more breathable. Now, Jaimaray friendly approached and petted a black horse. Hello everyone. From now on, I'll be the one to take care of you and clean your stalls. The horse was also very cooperative, sticking out its tongue to lick Jaimaray's face, which tickled her and made her laugh. Ha ha ha. From here on, the daily life of a horsekeeper with a helpless smile began. Ignoring her sticky hair and face, Jaimaray crossed her arms, sighed, and said, that's enough for greetings. Now let's get to work. Instantly, Jaimaray picked up a shovel, her expression full of determination. First, let's clean up this damn horse manure. Now, as evening approached, the sky turned orange-red. With a bang, Jaimaray threw the door open to, it's getting dark, so I have to clean this up before I can go to sleep. But a moment later, seeing the piles of horse manure scattered in the middle of the room, Jaimaray immediately dropped to her knees and retched. She wiped her mouth, and at the same time looked back, thinking to herself, luckily this isn't a 4D anime. Even in the novel, the smell was described as just as terrible. She thought to herself, maybe I should stuff leaves up my nose. Unaware that a figure was slowly approaching the stables, Jaimaray was startled when she heard a rustling sound. Behind her, the figure approached from behind Jaimaray and questioned her with displeasure. Who are you? Jaimaray slowly turned her head. She greeted him friendly. Hello, I'm Joe. As of today, I've been assigned to look after the stables. Looking at her thin frame, the person asked doubtfully, you? The person zipped back and forth to observe her with a suspicious gaze, muttering. Jaimaray awkwardly scratched her head and stood up. The man stopped after observing her for a while. He put his hands on his hips and said, you don't look like someone who would work in a stable at all. Then he clicked his tongue, consoling himself. Tisuke, well, it's good anyway since we're short-staffed right now. This man was a minor character in the novel Kingmaker, the gardener Rick. He crossed his arms over his chest and introduced himself. I'm Rick, the gardener here. Just call me Rick. She thought helplessly, of course I'd call Rick, Rick. What else would I call him? Out loud, she stammered, ah yes. Then the man turned away and said, first, we have to eat, right? She scratched her head shyly. Oh, really? I'm hungry anyway. But Rick's next sentence was like a gunshot that made Jaimaray freeze. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the horses. He continued without a care. You always have to feed the horses first, understand? Even if we sold you, you wouldn't be worth as much as a horse's tail. This sentence was like an arrow piercing Jaimaray. She replied mechanically, yes. She thought back. Rick had instructed her on the stable work in the gruffest voice possible. He said, now, from now on, I'll give you a brief overview of the work. Listen carefully. Rick pointed and ordered, first, you must feed the horses. Jaimaray awkwardly carried a pile of hay to the trough. He continued to instruct, every day you have to sweep the stables and groom them. Got it? Jaimaray stammered, yes, yes, sir, while grooming a white horse that was sleeping soundly. A little later, seeing Jaimaray so exhausted she was trembling, Rick scolded her irritably. Why is this young man so slow? Is this how you're going to be on your first day? Jaimaray was so tired she felt like she could cough up blood. She thought to herself, he said it was just a brief overview of the work. You call this brief? It was all just a lie. Now I know why the previous worker ran away. But she still managed to speak with difficulty. I'm sorry. On the contrary, Rick suddenly shouted, hey, are you listening to me? Which made Jaimaray want to faint on the spot. He pointed to the horses in the stalls stalls and lectured loudly. You also have to remember the names of all these horses. Got it. He continued. Would you like it if someone called you by a strange name? Jayamare suddenly remembered when Kai called her Kingja. She suddenly became pensive. Many people have called me Kingja or Joe before, but Jayamare still diligently memorized the horses' names. She scribbled the Hanja characters on paper, mumbling, let's write them down, Ben Melinda, Rinjimon Dip. Rick stood behind her, watching in silence. Hearing her repeat, Ben, Melinda, Rinji, what was next? He couldn't help but worry. There's nothing special about this one. Why did they suddenly send someone like this to the stables? Over here, as she was writing, a black horse suddenly snatched the paper and chewed it noisily, much to Jayamare's helplessness. The white horse next to it, munching on a carrot, glanced indifferently at the scene. Rick thought again, it seems hard to find workers these days, huh? A moment later, Rick came over, slapped Jimja on the back, and said, it's already dark. Let's go get some food or something to eat. Jimja jumped, letting go. The black horse chomped, chewing her paper to shreds. Rick grumbled sternly, you have to eat a lot of rice. How can you have the strength to work when you're this skinny? Jimja felt a sharp pain from the slap on her back. She watched Rick, thinking to herself, although his way of speaking is a bit gruff, he's also worried about me. It seems he's not entirely a bad person. Her face suddenly darkened, looking very scary. She thought coldly, but if you touch me one more time, I'll turn this genre into a horror movie. Night fell. The high moon gently illuminated the layers of clouds. The peaceful wooden house nestled among the trees, its light quietly spilling out through the window frame. Jimja collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. She gloomily recalled the meager meal she just had. Dinner was thin corn porridge and one potato. She lay on the patched-up bed in the simple, shabby room. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. And my sleeping place is a shabby hut. If it weren't for true love, I wouldn't be able to continue. No matter what life I'm in, it's never easy. Her eyes suddenly widened, momentarily dazed. Even so, just then, on the ceiling, right before Jimja's eyes, the moonlight appeared like a painting created by nature, sparkling and gentle. She quietly remembered Kai and the time she lay in bed happily reading the story in her past life. Seeing the night sky so clearly like this is really nice. Seeing those sparkling stars reminds me of Kai, the blue star of Vithian. Every day when I had time, I would read his story. Jimja fell into a silent, pensive mood. Jimja suddenly sat up like a robot. She asked herself, should I write a letter about what happened to this king? She silently clasped her hands, quietly thinking as if sending a telepathic message to Kai, to the charming, beautiful, and lovely Kai. This is Kingja. Her eyes sparkled, her mind filled with the beautiful image of Kai. She started to ramble, I'm Kim Jimja, but I don't know how to pronounce it anymore, so I'll just call myself Kingja, okay? Can you hear my voice? Oh, masterpiece of the gods, Kai. In Jimja's mind, a scene appeared of horses lined up neatly, each holding a rose in its mouth. She imagined herself riding a horse with a radiant smile. She continued thinking, I'm currently at the stables. Come here whenever you miss me. I'll be waiting for you. You're probably very tired now, so I'll stop sending telepathic messages. Sleep well and have sweet dreams with Kingja's great love. After thinking, Jimja remained silent for a long time, satisfied. Jimja wondered, I'm sure it was sent to the right place. Imagining Kai's horrified face, she fretted again. Since I don't see any reaction from him, I can't confirm if it's right or not. Jimja crossed her arms, remembering Benji's dissatisfied expression, and thought to herself, it would be great if Benji were there. Then she flopped back onto the bed, comforting herself, I've probably written the letter, right? Now let's go to sleep. But she thought that perhaps when she woke up in the present, she would cry out in astonishment, an illusory dream. Jimja frowned and tossed and turned. If I wake up like this, I probably won't be able to return to reality, right? But the harsh reality was what was right in front of her eyes. Jimja, she mumbled, if this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. From the outside, the shabbily patched-up house had its lights off, sinking quietly into the silent night. As the sky began to brighten, a radiant Jimja smiled as she hugged a bundle of hay and pushed open the stable door. Good morning, everyone. Jimja quickly went to pat each horse on the head, calling each one by name as she went. Ben, Melinda, Rinji, seeing Jim Ja's enthusiastic demeanor as she cleaned up the horse manure, Rick stood behind her, nodding in satisfaction. While Jim Ja was thinking to herself, how lucky. This isn't a dream, and I haven't returned to reality. Behind Rick, a man in a cloak quietly hid behind a tree, observing. Jim Ja was filled with determination. Since this is a job assigned by the king, I can't be lazy. I have to try my best to work hard. And a mysterious man was silently taking notes not far from her and Rick. Before the mysterious man's eyes, Jim Ja, carrying 2 bundles of hay in her arms, worked enthusiastically. She was even thinking, if I do this, maybe Kai will trust me. She clenched her fists, full of enthusiasm, trying to show the spirit of a Korean. Boom! Just like that, a month had passed. Jim Ja cried out in frustration in her heart. Neither Kai nor Benji has come. Am I going to have to work in this stable until I grow old and die? Now, Jim Ja sat leaning against a tree and listened to the rustling of the swaying leaves, thinking sorrowfully, does this story end like this? That's right, a story about a prince looking for a stable keeper? It's truly absurd. Rick, standing far away, called out to her loudly, Hey Ja, you kid, stop looking so miserable and let's go eat lunch. After she came out, he slapped Jim Ja hard on the back and said excitedly, This kid, you're pretty good enduring, huh? Your shoulders are broader than before. Jim Ja replied cheerfully, Of course. Ha ha ha. With that, Jim Ja and Rick walked toward the dining hall, her voiceover playing at the same time. After a month had passed, I had completely adapted to the new name Ja and the stables. She said, although my body is tired, the problem is that I'm finding it more and more meaningful and enjoyable. At that moment, a maid sweeping the floor called out to her. Hey Ja, she said as if comforting herself. Everyone in the palace is very friendly, and I quickly became close with the staff. As Jim Ja carried her food tray past a young man, she greeted him friendly. Hello. Maxioma said she wouldn't let you off the hook when she catches you. The young man burst out laughing. What? Ha. Or when she was clearing the dishes after eating, a maid asked her, Ja, I heard you fought with Rick yesterday, but today you're eating together? Jim Ja laughed and replied, Well, I'm stuck in here all day, so I have no friends other than Rick. Rick is the same. Her hesitant voiceover appeared again. Is it okay to adapt so carefree like this? At that moment, Rick suddenly came over and pinched her ear, his tone playful. Actually, that's not it, kid. I'm condescending to play with you. Everyone was talking animatedly, all laughing haha. Jim Ja pointed at Rick and teased. Rick should be grateful that a young friend like me has appeared. She secretly felt lucky. Moreover, no one suspects that I'm a girl. After some time, Jim Ja was raking hay on the ground, sighing quietly. She paused for a moment, lamenting to herself, It's true, isn't it? Doing this every day, it's inevitable that I'll develop muscles. Then she recalled the things she had done over the past month, from carrying 2 crates with both hands, to chasing after horses, and then listening to Rick's angry scolding. She pulled up her sleeve and touched her bulging bicep, thinking, I'm also taller than before and my body is stronger. Jim Ja unconsciously looked up, suddenly remembering something important. Thinking back, I haven't ridden a Kai today, have I? Instantly, she clasped her hands together and began to think, Hello, drop-dead gorgeous Kai, please come see me today. Jim Ja knelt in the middle of the stable, looking as if she were praying to the heavens for enlightenment. I know you're extremely busy, but I miss you so much. I'm so bored, so if not, you can just send Benji. She pleaded earnestly, Kai's to come see me, right? I can't leave my post. If that's not possible, then bring me page 144 of the realistic color pictorial of Kai, so at least I can look at it. If I skip work, Kai will just get a scolding, but I'll lose my job. Thinking this, she tremblingly raised one hand, the other placed sincerely on her left chest. At the same time, Kai over on his side suddenly heard Jim Ja's thoughts. That's the difference between the working class and the powerful. My living drug Kai, I miss you so much. With a splutter, he choked on his water. Seeing Kai coughing, the maids asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? Kai slowly wiped his mouth and replied, Tisk, I'm fine. Jim Ja was still thinking, missing you to the point of tears. Her thoughts continued to be transmitted, but then thinking of Kai made her laugh. You're crying and laughing like me, putting on a comedy show. Come on. It made Kai's whole body tremble. He held his head in helplessness, thinking to himself, isn't she really crazy? He spun around, looking into the distance through the window. He grumbled, her voice is so clear from such a distance. It's truly worse than a nightmare. Imagining Jim Ja's exaggerated posture, he thought, I don't even have to look to know. She's probably hugging that rake and dancing. Kai's guess was spot on. At that moment, she was holding the handle of the rake, not hesitating to sing out, Kai's golden hair is the best. Please marry me. She changed her pose and continued to sing, golden-haired page. I have silver hair, so our child will have bronze-colored hair. Poor Kai, red-faced, held his head, desperately pleading in his heart, please stop now. Kai didn't know King Ra's intentions, so he had kept her in the royal city and secretly monitored her. He thought that if he left her alone, she would find a way to escape or come up with another scheme. On his desk, reports on the surveillance of King Ra were still being delivered. Regularly, all of her actions, no matter how small, were recorded in detail. Singing while cleaning the stables, believing the black horse was being picky and getting angry when it left behind fresh grass. Went to breakfast with Rick and argued, immediately kicked back and ran away after being hit on the head by Rick. After eating, Jimja only then groomed the stables again, went all the way to the back courtyard of the palace to get hay, filled the whole cart with great strength, joined forces with other workers to pull a horse-drawn cart that was stuck in a mud puddle. After hearing the supervisor's report, Kai hesitantly asked again, pulled up a horse-drawn cart. The supervisor nodded vigorously. Every day, the supervisor silently recorded all of Jimja's activities. Wherever she appeared, the supervisor's shadow followed. Kai thought to himself again, although I've sent someone to supervise and monitor the movements of Jimja, but he pondered gloomily. The results have yielded nothing. Is she really not a spy? He thought back to Jimja's appearance in two opposite forms, but her smile remained unchanged. He couldn't help but wonder, but to be watched all day without being found out as a girl, isn't she very careful? Then, he hesitated, maybe she's a master. At that moment, Jimja's thoughts suddenly transmitted again. Hello, I'm a stable keeper. Besides Corn Silk, no one else suits golden hair more than our Kai. Kai suddenly slammed his hand on the table, making a loud bang. Jimja continued to think. I want to be crushed to death under Kai's strong arm. Hearing this, Kai was so embarrassed he wanted to push Jimja's thoughts away. His whole body trembled with restraint. Why is it so noisy today? Is she on strike? Because I haven't come to see her. There was no other way. He called his servant. Bring me a pen and ink. The servant quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Back at the stables, the bright sunlight signaled a radiant new day here. The man with the mustache, holding a letter, looked around searching and mumbled, The stables, is it this way? He recalled Kai's instructions. Jor, bring this to Jor who is working at the stables. If you say it's from me, he'll probably read it right away. The man looked at the letter, confused. But who is Jor that Prince Kai would personally write a letter like this? Suddenly he heard a voice ring out. Melina, I just spread soft hay for you. He saw Jimja angrily pointing at the horse and scolding. What a stubborn one. He called out cautiously. Hey, are you Jor? Jimja's ears perked up. She turned around, then smiled brightly and replied. That's right, I'm Jor. Hello, uncle. Seeing her smile, the man was stunned. His heart suddenly pounded, thump, thump. Jimja ran over cheerfully and asked, Do you need my help with something, uncle? He silently praised her before Jimja's confused expression. What a beautiful young boy. He tremblingly handed the letter to her and said, This is a letter personally written by Prince Kai, so you should read it quickly. Hearing this, Jimja beamed brighter than ever. She exclaimed, His Highness Prince Kai? She rustled it open while saying, Finally. But looking at the letter, she suddenly felt let down. The girl scratched her head shyly. Thank you very much, uncle, but actually I can't read. The man exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my goodness. She said in a pleading tone, I don't have anyone I can ask for help either. So could you please read this letter for me? Jimja's smile seemed to shine so brightly that the man covered his face and turned away. He finally took the letter, but still set a condition beforehand. But in return, you must not tell anyone that I read the letter for you, because it will become the crime of willfully reading a royal's letter. Jimja replied generously. Of course, I won't put you in a difficult position. The man, reassured, began to read. Jor, I know the feelings you have for me, so, thinking of Kai's darkened face and sharp eyes, he read the letter, but did not say it out loud. Jor, I know the feelings you have for me, so please stop now. It's serious enough to affect my life. I'm begging you. Jimja showed a sparkling, expectant gaze. Jor asked, Uncle, what's wrong? What does it say? The man's hand trembled for a moment. He thought emotionally. How pitiful. A few days after Kai's letter was sent to Jor, Kai asked, Did you deliver the letter to the right place? He replied, Yes, Your Highness, of course. Since then, Jor has been constantly chanting and screaming for Kai, like, Kai, I love you, Kai. I love you, Kai. I love you. She kept saying it from morning till night, making Kai extremely uncomfortable at this rate. It would be better to have her by my side. No, no way. Having a girl like that by my side, I'd probably be drained of all my blood. Kai presented another letter, saying, "This is the letter to be sent today. Make sure you check if she reads this letter today." He sighed, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I cannot send a letter like this to that little girl." Kai heard this as if struck by lightning and wondered, why on earth? A moment later, Benji arrived. "Your Highness, perhaps let me try once." After being scorned as an emotionless person, Kai said, "It's just a letter. You don't need to go personally, but from now on no one is willing to send letters to Jor's place." "Why on earth is that?" Benji put his hand on his chin and pondered. "Because Kinkinare has the power to captivate people's hearts. Just facing him for a moment, and you'll be so mesmerized that you'll nod your head vigorously and take a side. Meet once, and you'll want to meet again." "Why is that?" "Actually, more than sending a letter, I haven't seen Jor in a long time, so I miss him." Then he spoke up, "So please let me go." Kai held his head in helplessness. "All right, then you go." Not long after, on Jim Ja's side, a voice rang out. "Jor!" Jim Ja called out in surprise. "Benji." Benji immediately questioned. "Why did you say you would call me Sir Benji?" Jim Ja scratched her head. "Hey, there's no one here. What's the big deal?" "Benji cut my hair for me, after all." Then she turned to shout at the horse. "Hey, Melissa, I told you not to grab food indiscriminately." Benji asked in surprise. "It seems you've adapted to the work in the stables, haven't you?" Jim Ja immediately replied. "Of course. Look, see the bulging muscles? I also cut my hair shorter. How is it?" Seeing this, Benji immediately blushed and stammered, unable to speak. Jim Ja asked, confused, "Why are you suddenly stammering and avoiding me?" "How does my hair look?" Cornered, Benji blurted out a random sentence. "Haha, I think you'd be better off wearing a hat. If you're ugly, you should cover that face of yours." Jim Ja froze. Benji must not be very popular with girls, huh? Who could like someone who talks like that? Anyway, what are you here for? Only then did Benji remember. "Oh, right, I brought a letter." Jim Ja held the letter in her hand. "Whoa, really?" Benji is both a knight and an assistant. Why waste his talent on delivering letters? Benji said, "Thank you for acknowledging me, but none of the servants want to come to the stables." Jim Ja was surprised. "Huh, no way." Benji wondered, "No way? What are you talking about?" She replied, "Just now, FL and Tommy brought me food and a blanket. They said they were worried I'd be cold at night, and just yesterday they were having fun with me." Benji pondered. "They come secretly one by one, but refuse to deliver a letter. The problem is clearly with the letter." Suddenly, he thought of something. Just then, Jim Ja held out the letter and said, "Read the letter for me. I can't read." Benji took the letter. All right. The message in the letter was still the same. "Jor, I'm begging you, please stop thinking about me. My head is spinning." Benji was stunned. Jim Ja, still unaware, asked, "What's wrong, Benji? What's written in the letter?" "The people who come here won't read the letter for me and just leave." Benji replied, "It's probably because the content is the same." Jim Ja wondered, "What does it say?" Benji said frankly, "His Highness is very tired. Can you think about His Highness a little less?" Hearing this, Jim Ja was utterly shocked. She turned away, trembling that I end this time. It seeped in my flesh and blood and become a habit. Benji was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" She said, "In my next life, I want to be born as His Highness's lips, because if I'm the upper lip, I can kiss the lower lip. If I'm the lower lip, I can kiss the upper lip." Benji was dumbfounded. "Really, you truly have an astonishing creativity." Jim Ja smiled brightly. "Is that so? So His Highness is trembling because of the nonsense I'm sending him through my silent letters? Could it be that he hears everything? I think His Highness probably hears all my silly, nonsensical thoughts. Heck, I'm so screwed." Benji could only sigh. "My poor Highness." Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from somewhere. She shouted, "Ack, Dip is at it again. What do I do? If I let it run off, I'll definitely get fired." Benji called after her, "Hey, wait, don't just run recklessly after a running horse." Jim Ja shouted as she ran, "Dip, Dip, come back, Dip." Seeing the horse running back, she was overjoyed. "Good boy, so gentle." But just a second later, Jim Ja froze as the horse leaped towards her. The horse suddenly jumped high. Jim Ja didn't understand what was happening. She could only utter a few sounds. But Benji in the distance was already extremely panicked. He shouted, "Jor." Jim Ja's eyes widened as she thought, "Am I going to die a pointless death like this again?" Unable to save Kai. Thinking this, she unconsciously put her hands up in front of her face. A sentence appeared in her mind, "Please save me." Inside the palace, Kai, who was handling his work, suddenly sensed something and his eyes shot open. He turned around instinctively. A palace maid saw this and asked, "Your Highness, what's suddenly wrong?" He mumbled that voice just now. Over at the stables, when Jimja opened her eyes, she found herself pushed down onto the grass by someone. The horse Dip had run to another spot and was snorting. It turned out the one who saved her was Benji. Not having processed the situation, she let out a sound. Just now It turned out that just a moment ago, it was Benji who had rushed forward to push her out of danger. Then he held her tightly, diving to one side before she was trampled to death by the horse. At this moment, he slowly pushed her away. Benji shouted worriedly, "You almost died, you fool. Why were you just standing there like that?" Ryumja, still terrified, mumbled why. She shot up and yelled back at him, "Why are you getting angry at me? I was just as scared." Benji also shouted, "If something had happened to you just now." But Ryumji yelled back, "If something had happened, then what?" Benji was speechless. He could only frown at this stubborn person. Looking at the girl before him, he thought to himself, if something had happened to you, then... But because this was not someone he could love, he could only suppress the words in his heart. He stood up, dusting off Ryumja's clothes while saying, "Prince Kai said that you must be careful until your identity is clarified. Don't act recklessly, you understand?" Ryumja was still stubborn. She said resentfully, "Dip ran towards me just now." "No, what I mean is..." Ryumja hadn't even stood up straight when she realized her leg was in sharp pain. And so, she lost her balance, staggering forward. "Don't get hurt." Just as he finished his sentence, Ryumja crashed into Benji's body. Benji froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. In just a moment, Benji's face turned bright red. He waved his hands around frantically and said shyly, "Hey, what is this?" Suddenly, at this moment, it seemed another person appeared from a distance. It turned out to be Kai. He ran over, his mouth agape in astonishment at what he saw before him. Ryumja was saying shyly, "I'm sorry." And Benji, for some reason, his face was flushed red. "You scared me." Another servant ran over from a distance. He called out in alarm, "Your Highness, Her Highness Empress Priscilla is looking for you." Kai didn't answer right away, still engrossed in watching the strange scene. A moment later, Kai turned to leave, replying coolly, "Is that so?" In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the Empress's palace. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Mother, you summoned me?" Facing her son, she just replied coldly, "Yes, come and sit here." Priscilla covered her mouth with a fan and asked her son, "Do you still remember Lord Bernard Hestian?" Kai also replied politely, "I met him a few times as a child, so I still remember." "You mean the Duke of the Hestian domain, right?" The Empress confirmed he understood, then looked straight into his eyes and said, "Lord Bernard has received the title of Duke. This time, I think you should pay a visit there." When Kai heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he quickly asked, "Could it be Lord Loren has returned?" Priscilla covered her mouth with the fan, smiling coldly. To live to that age is to have lived a long life. While Loren was struggling to endure, Hestian thought it belonged to him, but now it's in someone else's hands. Hearing this, Kai's mood sank, and he thought to himself, Lord Bernard, through his connections, replaced the Duke to become the next Lord of the Hestian domain and became a Duke. Why is she telling me to go all the way there to meet him? He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Do you mean you want me to go find the exact answer as to whether Bernard is my man?" He had also implicitly understood. His mother's implication was that he had to quickly bring Hestian's power to his side faster than anyone else. Without beating around the bush, Priscilla immediately said bluntly, "I want Hestian to belong to Bellois." She looked at Kai with eyes as cold as ice and continued, "Now that you have the correct answer, it's time to announce it." Then she said in a mocking tone, "Even the late Emperor couldn't seize Hestian. If I think of the sight of them seeing you return with the spoils of having subdued him, I'll probably burst out laughing automatically." Hearing those mocking words coming from his own mother, Kai painfully clenched his fists. "Mother, why do you always speak as if the royal family's affairs are the affairs of an outsider?" Priscilla continued, "Of course, if you become emperor, you should grant him a title like minister, shouldn't you?" Hearing this, Kai gently gritted his teeth. He lowered his eyes and replied, "I'm a person of Vithian, and Bellois is your mother's and your family." She didn't expect Kai to resist. She flicked her fan and exclaimed, Do you have any idea who you have to thank that someone with jade green eyes like you could live until now?" Hearing that, Kai was immediately stunned, not expecting his mother to say such words. His eyes showed clear horror. Remembering his childhood, he had tried his best to change her mind. He pulled her hand, pleading, "Mother, if we leave it like this, Jimwon might die. Please save her." "Mother can do it. I'm begging you." Jimwon was the poor little princess who fell gravely ill that year. But Priscilla remained silent about that matter for a long time. Looking down at her pitifully crying son, she asked Kai, "Who are you?" Now she repeated that same sentence, jolting Kai back to the present. She began to put pressure on her son, saying, "You are a son of both Vithian and Bellois, and you have those jade green eyes. If I hadn't stopped that, I might have killed you before you could answer. There are many families behind me and you, and there will be even more in the future. This is not the time to cover up schemes and leisurely think of ways. That is the way to get the throne." My son. The once fresh air was shattered by Ryumja's scream. She sat on a chair, hugging her leg, her face showing clear pain. Benji stood opposite with his hands on his hips, saying, "See, it looks like you're injured." Looking down at her swollen ankle, she said uncomfortably, "Aish, is it necessary to talk so heartlessly to an injured person?" Benji frowned, also observing her injury, for a moment. Then he immediately sat down and personally took off her shoe, which surprised her greatly. Ryumja hurriedly looked around, then said in a panic, "Benji, what if someone sees?" Benji calmly administered first aid to the wound, saying, "If you're afraid of someone seeing, then don't call me Benji anymore." Hearing that, Ryumja was even more surprised. But then, the surprise was quickly replaced by embarrassment. "What if my feet smell?" Benji was still focused on massaging her foot, saying, "Look, it's this swollen." Seeing her flippant attitude, he said uncomfortably, "How can it swell that much from just that?" Ryumja panicked, saying, "What do you mean just that? You pushed me so hard. At that time, I thought I just slipped." Hearing that, Benji couldn't say anything more. Seeing his uncomfortable expression, Ryumja immediately broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, what's wrong with his facial muscles? Do my feet smell that bad? Benji said to himself, working in the stables is truly dangerous. Ryumja quickly tried to salvage the situation. It's only today. Just for today, it's not like this on other days. Benji said again, how can you be so sure it has never happened until now and will not happen in the future? That sentence really made Ryumja shut up. At this point, she had to admit, how did he suddenly become so good with words? Meanwhile, Benji was rummaging for something in his pocket. He took out a handkerchief, tied it to her leg, and instructed, use this to tie it tightly and don't overexert yourself. It's not a broken bone, so it will heal quickly. Ryumja was extremely surprised by Benji's action, but she still replied, I know. But then she remembered, but it's time to feed the horses now. But before she could even go, Ryumja was startled by the pain in her leg. Benji then pushed her shoulder down, saying, sit down, let me do it. During training, I used to feed horses with hay, so I can handle that much. When he said this, Benji seemed like an angel, radiating a sparkling aura. You were just injured, so just sit still for today. Watching his back as he walked away, Ryumja secretly guessed, could it be that Benji is worried about me? Thinking that, Ryumja immediately covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks as red as a tomato. Then suddenly, she burst out laughing. She looked at Benji, her body shaking with laughter, thinking, look at him worrying about this big sister. So cute, acting so gentle, it's not like him at all. Of course, I'm younger here, but if we go by real age, I'm his older sister, right? But I can't say it. It feels a bit prickly. Benji immediately turned to look, but she had already turned away in time because Ryumja didn't care about anyone's feelings except for Kai's. In the afternoon, Benji said to her, hey Ryumja, I'm not allowed to be absent for too long, so I have to go. I'll come again tomorrow, so don't overdo it. You have to rest. She showed a helpless expression, replying, hey Gu, I know. Then she sighed, why do you keep nagging? I thought you weren't Benji. I thought you were Ben Dog. Hearing that, Benji immediately got angry and tapped her on the head with a thwack. Ryumja got annoyed and shouted, did you just hit my head? Benji snorted and argued back, you're just a little kid, but how is your mouth so lively? After that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to turn back and remind her, stop saying such hateful things. Remember to eat well to get better quickly. Ryumja watched, helpless, and wondered to herself, this person, is he injured too? Why is he so unusual? Benji glanced back at me a few times, then turned and left, and after that, the sky gradually darkened. Ryumja plopped down on the bed, sighing, of course, there will be times when you get injured while working, but why does he keep nagging me endlessly? But sitting down so hard, her injury was immediately touched. Ryumja was in so much pain she trembled, quickly hugging her leg and groaning, it stings so much. After that, she thought resentfully, because it hurts. I want to see Kai so much. What a pity. I wish I could take this opportunity to be reincarnated as the mirror in Kai's room. Then I could watch Kai day after day. The scene quickly became more ambiguous. Kai's shirt buttons came undone, gradually revealing the lines of his charming body. Ryumja's face flushed red, thinking excitedly, I'm going crazy if I could transform into a mirror. But then she was startled and realized, wait, am I being a bit of a pervert? But then she brushed that thought aside, telling herself, it's fine, he probably can't hear these words anyway. She turned over and pulled the blanket over herself, saying cheerfully, Benji helped me finish all my work today, so let's go to bed early. In the blink of an eye, she immediately fell into a deep sleep. From a distance, it seemed someone was heading towards the horse stables. Very quickly, the sound of a creaking door rang out, waking Ryumja from her deep sleep. She sat up, rubbing her eyes and wondering, who could it be at this hour? Rick? But then she was startled and realized, wait, Rick isn't coming back until tomorrow. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer to her, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Who could it be? By now, she could vaguely see his silhouette outside the door. Ryumja quickly armed herself with a pitchfork, thinking it's probably not Rick, a robber, or an assassin. If my leg were fine, I would have caught him and given him a piece of my mind. It hurts so much. She started to unconsciously transmit her thoughts again. Hick, is no one coming? At this moment, she missed Kai terribly. Suddenly, the shadow outside also paused, and it turned to look straight at her. Then, he decisively turned around and walked quickly towards Ryumja. Hearing that, she immediately panicked. What? He's coming towards me? How does he know I'm here? And at this moment, his hand had also appeared, right before her eyes. After Ryumja saw clearly, the expression on her face immediately changed. Kai now appeared before her, asking, how would I know? You're the one who said it. You said you missed me, wanted to see me. Kai said in a sad tone, please excuse my impoliteness, then stood outside the queen's palace door. He frowned, recalling his mother's harsh words. You are the son of a Vithian and a Belos. And those jade-green eyes. If I hadn't stopped it, I might have killed you before you were even born. He began to walk down the long, endless corridor, telling himself, that's right, without mother, I probably wouldn't exist in this world. I would be like my other brothers. Suddenly, a childhood memory flooded back. His younger half-brother Andrew was only 3 years old when his life was cut short by drowning. He was clearly with the servants. There's no way he could have died like that. I requested an investigation once, but no one would listen to me. When I went to see the Emperor, he just said in a dry, perfunctory tone, I'm very busy, we'll talk later. I went back and waited for him to summon me, but he never called for me, not even until Andrew's burial. Because of her son's passing, the royal consort also committed suicide. Immediately, the emperor found someone to replace the empty position, as if he were playing a word game. And then, the following year, when Jimenez drank poison and was slowly leaving this world, I ran to find Mother, because I believed Mother would be on her side because she was young and very pure. The young boy Kai tightly gripped Priscilla's dress and pleaded, Mother, if we just leave her like this, she might die. Please save her. It's something you can do. Mother, I'm begging you. But Priscilla didn't answer, just silently looked at her son for a long time. After a while, she finally spoke, Kai, who are you? The boy was a little confused and asked back, what do you mean, Mother? Priscilla gripped the boy's shoulders tightly, looked straight into her son's eyes, and said, think carefully before you answer me. Kai, who are you? The boy answered hesitantly, I am Kai Z. Vithian. Hearing that, Priscilla was visibly pleased. She replied, that's right, you are a Vithian, the son of the Emperor, and also the Grand Prince who will inherit the throne. What does Jimenez matter? Are you sad? That will pass in a moment. Kai was extremely shocked to hear his mother say those words. Then, Priscilla hugged him tightly, seriously reminding him, remember this clearly, honor can bring you endless joy. At that time, I didn't dare to ask her if she was the one who put poison in Jimenez's food, or not. A week after being poisoned, Jimenez passed away and a funeral was held hastily in the royal palace. Everything was exactly the same as before. The only person who mourned her passing was her own mother. Suddenly, a thought like this struck him. If I died, would Mother cry for me? Probably not. If I don't live up to being a prince and become useless, would Mother kill me? Suppose, if I had fiery red eyes, would Mother have truly loved me, even just a little, during Jimenez's funeral? Whispers and gossip began to spread. Come to think of it, weren't Princess Jimenez and Prince Kai very close? The Grand Prince, though so young, already has the mature appearance of a prince. His Highness Kai is the closest to the throne. Doesn't the second Prince Heron also have a chance? Is it because of the red eyes? But in terms of family lineage, Belos is still superior. He sadly realized. So it turns out I am the one who must become emperor. Even though I don't want to mother in those people, I am a tool for that purpose. Returning to the present, he sadly looked out the window, thinking, I can't get lost in thought anymore, because that's not befitting of a prince. That's right, if I don't become emperor, no one will love me. Just then, a stream of Ryumja's thoughts ran through his mind. Stunning him, it stings like hell. Because it hurts, I really miss Kai. After hearing that, Kai had to clutch his head. She's truly a lost cause. Ryumja was still rambling on. What a pity. I wish I could take this chance to be reborn as the mirror in Kai's room. Then I could gaze at Kai all day, every day. I'm going crazy. If I became a mirror, wait, isn't that really perverted? What? It's fine. He probably can't hear me. Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He thought to himself, who knows, maybe in this world there exists someone who would love me even if I weren't the emperor. And that person is none other than Aryumja. She was extremely surprised when he appeared at the stables at this hour and exclaimed, Kai. Immediately after, the two of them fell silent. Then just a second later, Ryumja became flustered again, screaming loudly. Kai smiled helplessly and said, every time you call my name, you panic like this. Ryumja on the other side blinked a few times, thinking, oh my god, is it really Kai? But why is he here at this hour? Hearing that, Kai glanced over, responding to her stream of thoughts. You said you were in pain, didn't you? Hearing that, her eyes immediately lit up, thinking, yes, I'm in a lot of pain. My heart aches terribly for Kai. In a night this dark, I can only see Kai's aura. Am I seeing things? Kai's cheeks immediately flushed red. He said helplessly, I'm right in front of you. Open your mouth and speak. You really haven't changed at all. After that, the two of them set up chairs to sit and watch the moon. Kai turned to look at her, asking, your hair is so short. Ryumja gave a wry smile, scratching her head and replying, is this the first time you've seen it, Kai? Benji cut it for me. Kai was surprised. Benji? Ryumja also smiled cheerfully and replied, Sir Tuli said, I'm illiterate, so there's no work for a woman like me. Kai put a hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then said, I knew you were disguised as a man, but I didn't expect you to cut your hair this short. But then he suddenly turned back, asking, wait, what? You're illiterate? Ryumja asked back blankly, didn't Benji say anything? I can't read. He immediately became a little worried, asking, then who has been reading the letters I've sent you all this time? Ryumja shyly glanced away, replying bashfully, letters? That is, I frowned. So the servants took turns reading them to you? So that's why they prepared rock hard scones, ran out of ink. And there were also servants who gave me sharp glares. Ryumja was startled and quickly asked back why. They're all good people. Then suddenly, the swelling in her ankle throbbed. Ryumja was startled by it. She bent down in pain. What fate? What is it now? Kai sighed, turned and asked, what does it hurt? Ryumja also answered honestly, my ankle, it's all swollen. Kai was silent, observing her for a long time. But Ryumja didn't notice his expression and said, I'm sorry about the letter incident. Anyway, I'm sick and injured, so can you let it slide just this once? But at this moment, Kai suddenly stood up. He suddenly knelt, sitting down in front of her. Kai looked up, straight into her eyes, and said, let me see your foot. That scene was truly like a fluorescent light, shining a strong beam straight into the face of little Ryumja. Ryumja was startled by Kai's action, blushing and saying, Kai, what are you saying? What if my foot smells? Kai remained focused on her swollen foot, replying, I don't mind. Ryumja's blissful feelings immediately reached their peak. She screamed internally, oh my god, oh my god. From this top-down view, he looks 20 times more handsome. If I were taller than Kai, I could always look at him from this angle. Damn it, I should have been more diligent about drinking milk when I was little. Kai laughed, playing along. There are very few people who can look down on me from above. Like that. Hearing that, Ryumja's little heart couldn't help but beat faster. She covered her face, exclaiming shyly, oh, this guy's voice sounds so refined. How embarrassing. Kai asked again, what about hiding your voice? It would make you look stronger after disguising yourself as a man. Ryumja asked back, do I look that much like a boy? No matter how I look at it, I still see myself as super cute. Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but sigh. It's not your foot that's injured, it's your head. But don't I look perfectly fine? Hearing that, he immediately looked up at her. Ryumja was now staring at him, saying innocently, "Of course Kai is more handsome, but I'm not someone with ordinary looks either." Kai blushed, quickly turned away, and said, "If you're injured, shouldn't you call the royal physician?" But Ryumja laughed and replied, "Hey, it's okay. A stable worker like me calling the royal physician. What are you talking about?" Kai glared. "You are still my hostage, so you must remain unharmed until I find out which side you belong to." Hearing that, Ryumja was startled. "Are you still saying that? I told you it's really not like that. By the way, how did you get injured?" Hearing him care about her injury, Ryumja happily replied, "It's because this morning Deep suddenly broke the fence and ran off. I went to catch it, and it recognized the person who feeds it, so it ran towards me as if it was going to trample me to death." Kai's mood suddenly sank. He mumbled, "So that's why you cried for help?" Even though it didn't intentionally run over to trample the person who feeds it, it's lucky that I only injured my ankle. After hearing that, Ryumja suddenly remembered something. She stammered about this. She shyly scratched her head and continued, "Benji saved me. He rushed out, hugged me, and helped me escape." Hearing that, the scene he saw in the afternoon immediately appeared in Kai's mind, and he felt an uncontrollable pang in his heart. After a moment, he finally asked, "You seem to be very close to Benji, don't you?" Kai seemed sad, glancing away instead of looking directly into Ryumja's eyes. But this expression of his made Ryumja freeze just looking at him. Her thoughts began to spiral out of control. What is this? His facial features, with that weary and sorrowful look, are driving me crazy. If someone asked me for the golden ratio between sexy and melancholic, I would definitely say it's Kai and 1. But Kai said, "I'm immune to your words now." That made Ryumja jump with a guilty start. But then, her eyes immediately started to sparkle. She looked straight at her bias and said with a pitiful look, "So, while you're immune, I'll say some more." But Kai coldly turned away, replying, "Permission denied. That's not what I meant." Then he stood up straight, saying sternly, "You should talk less, or at least only talk at a fixed time." How awkward would it be if someone was thinking during a meal that Kai has the golden ratio of sexy and melancholic? Wouldn't it? You hear your own voice, but have no self-awareness at all. Ryumja was also a bit helpless, but still answered honestly, "I feel like this is someone else's business. It hasn't felt real to me from the beginning." Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. "So you're not just talking nonsense, you're being sincere." Ryumja was bewildered. What was that? Kai suddenly stopped talking and turned his head away again. Then his face flushed bright red, extremely embarrassed. After a moment, he managed to utter a single word, "I." Ryumja leaned her ear closer and at the same time said, "Speak up, what did you say?" Kai turned back, pushed past his shyness, and said loudly, "You say you love me and that I'm handsome dozens of times a day." Ryumja froze like a statue, staring at him with her mouth agape. After that, the atmosphere between the two became awkward and embarrassing. After a moment, she placed a hand on her heart and said, "Of course, those are my true feelings." After hearing that, Kai's face also flushed red. He turned away and cleared his throat. He looked at his beloved horse and said, "Deep is my horse, so I will take responsibility." Hearing that, Ryumja was startled and quickly asked, "Yes, what? Are you going to take him away?" She waved her hands and feet while saying, "No, it's just because of Deep's hot-tempered nature. Sometimes he's very well behaved." "And is Deep the only horse that belongs to your highness?" "All the other horses belong to Kai too. Don't take him away." Her face turned pale. She thought, actually, more than having feelings for Deep, I'm more worried that if the number of horses I manage decreases, I'll be kicked out of the royal palace for being poorly evaluated. I have to hold on during the personnel evaluation. On the other side, Kai suddenly replied, "All right, I will take responsibility." Ryumja was bewildered, frozen for a moment before asking again. "Yes." Kai repeated, "I said I will take responsibility. Perhaps Deep feels cooped up. That's why he's like this. Because you don't know how to ride, he doesn't get to run and feels suffocated. I guess for now on I'll have to come and ride him at least once a day." Hearing that, Ryumja was so excited she jumped up and quickly asked, "Really? You'll come every day, come here?" Kai turned away sharply, saying, "I'm coming because I'm worried the horses will feel cooped up. It's not necessarily." Ryumja started to be shameless, leaning close to Kai and saying, "Don't say it's not necessarily for me. Aren't you doing this because you were worried about me after I got hurt? You're afraid another accident will happen." Seeing Kai's expression trembling with shyness, Ryumja became even more excited. Why is he so embarrassed? So cute, super cute. The nape of his neck is also round and cute. Isn't this a piece of candy? I really want to put it in my mouth and nom nom nom. Imagining those things, Kai couldn't help but tremble. He reminded her in a stern voice, I can hear everything. Can you not be so explicit? Suddenly, a star flashed brightly in the sky. Ryumja, who was looking up at the sky, happened to see it. She opened her eyes wide, watching the phenomenon. She reacted immediately, pulling Kai's hand and dashing off, calling out at the same time, Your Highness Kai, a shooting star, look, a shooting star. Kai was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, but still showed concern. What, wait, your foot? Ryumja turned back and smiled brightly at him, urging, It's a shooting star. Let's make a wish quickly. Seeing her radiant smile, Kai immediately froze. He suddenly remembered Siena's harsh words. No matter how hard you try, it's still just a blue star of Vithian. And at this moment, Ryumja was clasping her hands, earnestly praying, I hope Deep stops eating my potatoes. I hope tomorrow's meal at the Barretts will have meat. I hope Kai will be happy. I hope Kai will be shameless enough to accept my feelings. Kai now had his head down. He had also heard her prayer. Ryumja continued, Kai, since it's come to this, just love me. But Kai said coldly, the star has no effect at all. Ryumja turned sharply, asking blankly, yes. Kai said sadly, a star in the daytime is just a redundant thing. It can't become the sun. It cannot exist at the same time as the sun. But Ryumja said something that startled him. Any star that heard you say that would be very sad. As it turned out, Ryumja had gently taken Kai's hand. She said, think about it. No matter how brightly the sun shines, people still pray to the stars. The star is hope, Kai. Looking at her radiant face, Kai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ryumja held Kai's hand tightly, saying sincerely, the star symbolizes hope. Kai was also extremely surprised by what she had just said to him. Immediately after, Kai's face suddenly flushed red. Then he shyly turned away, making Ryumja extremely curious. She became flustered, flailing around and asking, Your Highness Kai, are you cold? Is it too bright? Is the wind blowing too hard? Kai mumbled back, me? Ryumja immediately leaned her ear close, asking, What did you say? I can't hear you. Kai, covering his face with a trembling hand, shyly asked, You really like me? Hearing that, Ryumja was angry enough to breathe fire, thinking, what is this? Is he asking me if I really like him? This guy really? Her anger burned hotter and hotter. At this point, I'm going crazy. After all, for the past month, what have you been hearing me say? Huh? She used both hands to turn Kai around, saying, Kai, look at me. She thought to herself, I want to make this pitiful boy happy. If I can't change the future, at least I have to say many loving words to him. At least I have to make him not feel lonely. Those are the things I'm thinking. And he's asking me if I really like him? Kai asked blankly, why did you call me and then say nothing? But her mouth was already watering, thinking, just looking at his face is making me drool like this. When Kai saw she was silent for too long, he spoke up again. You're silent again now. Could it be? Without saying much, Ryumja directly used her hands to cup Kai's face and turn it toward her. Ryumja said clearly, I have to say to the person concerned, you're my bias, Kai. Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but blush. Ryumja affirmed again, it's you. You're really the best. That afternoon, at Prince Kai's palace, I am FL, one of His Highness Kai's aides. His Highness Kai's recent state seems strange. He keeps pacing back and forth. He's been walking all morning and still hasn't stopped. After a while, he called out again, FL. He immediately ran over, replying, yes, Your Highness Kai, what is it? Kai crossed his arms, asking seriously, FL, what kind of person do you think I am? Thoughts immediately appeared in FL's mind. A cold person who tramples on the hearts of young maidens. A pitiful and pathetic blue-eyed prince to the emperor's royal consorts, his brothers, and even assassins. A cold-blooded person. I have many things I want to say, but His Highness Kai is the one who pays my salary. Thinking that, he was also helpless and squeezed his eyes shut. But in just a moment, his attitude immediately changed. He smiled brightly, replying, Your Highness is a perfect person. Kai knew he couldn't expect more. He patted FL on the shoulder and said, I've asked a silly question. I'm sorry, FL. I have to go to the stables so you can rest first. Go. FL watched blankly, wondering, the stables? Could it be? Why? Remembering Ryumja, he shivered slightly. Did that kid say the prince was ugly? Is that why he's suddenly concerned about his appearance? But the truth is the opposite of what he thought. The next day, as Ryumja was carrying a pile of hay, she exclaimed, Oof, my leg feels better after being cleaned, so I'm working full of energy again. She sighed, telling herself. The weather suddenly got so cold. If anything's different, it's that Kai, who used to leave in a hurry, has been coming to the stables as if to check in every night since then. Just as she thought that, the sound of a horse neighing rang out from behind her. Kai rode over on his horse, his expression extremely focused. Just like that, Kai rode a few laps around the stables. Looking at this scene, Ryumja was extremely satisfied, thinking to herself, only now do I feel the joy of labor. And Benji, he keeps coming to the stables at every opportunity to ask if my leg hurts, or if I'm injured anywhere else. He snatched the bundle of hay from Ryumja's hands, saying worriedly, I told you to rest more. Why do you keep coming here to work? As soon as she saw him, Ryumja cheered happily. Benji, she stood up straight, stomped her foot a few times, and said confidently, I'm fine now, look. Benji sighed helplessly and then asked, You don't like His Highness Kai, do you? Ryumja answered blankly, I like him a lot, in fact. Benji then said, Normally, noble ladies don't show off their strength in front of the man they like that. Hearing that, Ryumja placed a hand on her chest and said confidently, If someone in my position acted like a normal noble lady, they would starve to death. My most charming point is my strong vitality. Benji turned his face away, replying somewhat sadly, I see. Just then, Kai rode his horse over from a distance, blocking the two of them off, calling, Yo! He got off his horse, then said, I have to go to another place, so I won't be able to come to the barracks for a while. She was a little surprised, but then thought, That's right, as a prince, he must be very busy. Then she asked, Where are you going? Kai was silent for a moment, then answered her with a sad expression. The Heston territory. Hearing those two words, Ryumja immediately snapped to attention. Heston. Then she helplessly turned away. Where's that place? I've definitely seen it in the novel, but I don't remember it clearly. I feel like I just skimmed past it. Could it be? Thinking that, she immediately asked, Your Highness, what is Heston's specialty? Kai didn't expect her to ask that, but still answered, It's most famous for its silk. Why? Do you need to buy something? Ryumja scratched her head, smiling brightly and replying, So that's it? No, that's not it. Silk. She thought to herself. It seems this detail wasn't emphasized in the novel. She recalled, there was an extremely rare stone that couldn't be taken out of its production region. The male lead of the novel, the black-eyed Prince Isaac, brought it back to Vithian and successfully traded this gemstone, through which Isaac's position became known and more solid. The obsidian gemstone was as black as Isaac's eyes. It seems the name of that land is similar to the name of that stone. Oh. So from her thoughts, she began to mumble the name nonsensically. Ora, Oru, Ora, Orabro. These words made both Benji and Kai freeze. Solid. Kai misunderstood something, shyly turned his face away, and said, Don't tell me you want to call me brother. That's a bit difficult, yo. Ryumja was also startled, immediately understanding his misunderstanding. She frantically explained, How could I call your highness brother? Of course, any handsome guy is my brother. Kai shyly lowered his head, replying, No, that's not it. It's just because I saw you going Ora, Oru like that. Anyway, what I said before, I'm counting on you. Then, he turned to ask Benji, Benji, you're coming with me. He immediately replied, Yes, I will obey. Hearing that, Ryumja asked in surprise, Benji is going too? Kai replied, Of course the aide-de-camp must come along. Kai pursed his lips, thinking to himself, Those two look very close. I can't leave them alone together. But then he realized something seemed to be happening. As soon as he glanced over, he saw Ryumja glaring at him. After a moment, she began to speak with a mysterious expression. Your Highness Kai, although you said that, in reality, it turns out you want to go with the person you hate, right? That's why you were shy and told him to come along, isn't it? She kept talking while smiling, while Kai and Benji froze on the spot upon hearing her words. Ryumja silently recalled, Back in my old company, my nickname was Sharp Kim, so what's so difficult about this? At that time, a colleague full of enthusiasm had praised her, saying, Sharp Kim told me she really lives up to the name Sharp Kim. But back in the present, Kai's face was actually darkening. Looking at her with a death glare, Ryumja felt a guilty jolt. She uttered. Kai immediately turned to leave, saying, It's almost time for the continental trade. Benji, let's go. Ryumja stayed behind. She grinned, thinking, Is he embarrassed because I hit the nail on the head? So cute. Then, she immediately stood up straight, waving goodbye and saying loudly, Have a safe trip. Kai and Benji had been gone for several days. Ryumja plopped down on a pile of hay, sighing sadly. It's so empty. I have so much work to do while waiting for the prince to return, especially scrubbing the horses under the supervi. Shout of Rick. Being busy all day made time fly by, but she still couldn't escape the feeling of emptiness. She thought to herself, the stables and the fields are so vast. Just then, a youthful face appeared out of nowhere before her eyes, calling her, "Hey." Ryumja froze for a moment. After a while, she jumped up shouting, "Haha, who is it?" The boy stood straight, hands on his hips, asking, "Why are you here?" She asked back, confused. So what? But in her head, she thought, but this kid. The boy sighed, asking, "Did you come here because of my brother?" Ryumja silently assessed. Up close, his looks are no joke. "You have a bright future, little brother." Ryumja stood up, dusting herself off while asking, "Older brother? You have an older brother? Who is it?" But the boy didn't answer and looked away. "Since Kai left, I've been coming here to play and chat with the servants." She then said cheerfully, "I remember all the names of the people here. Go on. Is it Hillith or Theodore's son?" But the boy brushed it off, saying, "Forget it. What can you do even if you know?" Ryumja's face contorted with anger. She growled, "You little pipsqueak." The boy glanced back, saying in a commanding tone, "The point is, I want to ride a horse." Hearing this, Gyumra was visibly annoyed. She wondered to herself, should I punch him? But then, Gyumra tried to calm herself, chanting inwardly, "Patience, patience. Doing that will only make me look ridiculous. Calm down, Kai, handsome Kai, the blonde pretty boy Kai." Seeing that she was ignoring him, the boy repeated, "What are you thinking about? Didn't you hear what I said? I want to ride a horse." But she ended up taking the boy to the stables. When they arrived, Gyumra suddenly remembered and asked him, "But do you know how to ride a horse?" The boy replied with a confident expression, "Of course, who do you think I am?" Hearing that, Gyumra smiled and bent down to answer the boy. "All right, I was worried the horses haven't been able to run these past few days. How strange. You know how to ride too? What's your name?" The boy shyly looked away, pretending to be cold as he answered, "Theo." Gyumra laughed brightly and replied, "All right, Theo." She took the boy's hand and said as they walked, "Come in, it smells a bit like manure, but you'll get used to it, it'll be fine." "Oh no, you won't be fine. The manure smell is very strong. Be careful." At the stables, Gyumra pointed out each horse to the boy while introducing them. "His name is Ben, and the white horse is named Melina. The smallest one is named Lynch, and there's also a golden horse named Mon, but he's not here right now. This big black horse is Deep. Although his price can't be calculated, he's the most expensive horse, and also the grumpiest." The boy listened in silence, waiting for her to finish before asking, "What about you?" Gyumra looked puzzled, scratching her head as she asked back, "Are you asking if I'm grumpy?" Theo replied, "No, I'm asking what your name is." Gyumra realized, immediately pointing a thumb at herself, introducing herself in Rick's style. I'm Do. Feel free to call me Do." She observed the boy's expression, thinking to herself, well, if it were Rick, he would have gotten the joke and laughed out loud. But would this kid get it? In fact, the boy was trembling, about to burst out laughing. Theo scrunched up his face and turned away. "What's that?" "It's just Do." Seeing that, Gyumra was overjoyed. He gets it. Gyumra thought to herself, although he speaks bluntly, a kid is still a kid after all. So cute. As she thought this, she reached out and patted the boy's head. Theo frowned and asked, "It seems you haven't been working here for very long." Gyumra smiled brightly and replied, "Not even 2 months." "Why?" Theo let out a breath and said, "No one here can pat my head." Just then, a group of servants came running from a distance, calling out loudly, "Prince, where are you?" The headmaid turned back and asked, "He's not over there either?" The other lady-in-waiting replied worriedly, "Yes, not here either." The headmaid sighed, saying worriedly, "If Her Highness Priscilla finds out about this, I don't know what will." Then, they once again called out very loudly, "His Highness Prince Theodo." The 5th Prince of the Empire, Theodo Zavishan, also known by the name the Sueso Prince. The boy is Kai's younger brother, both born to Her Highness Empress Priscilla. Because he is the 5th prince, his place in the line of succession is very low, and above all, his eyes are not red. In the palace, the boy's status is very mediocre. He is even called by the humiliating nickname, the SOSO Prince. Kai was the only one who cared about him. Seeing his younger brother peeking from the door, Kai said gently, "It's okay, come here, Theodo." Theo scampered inside, asking curiously, "Are you still studying at this hour?" Kai smiled and replied, "Because I have to graduate from the academy before I can take the succession course." From a young age, Theo was very aware of his own and his brother's positions. No matter how hard he tried, no one would notice. Kai was an upright person, and although he sometimes became the butt of others' jokes, he never stopped learning. Theo was very proud of his brother. Then one day, like any other day, Theo still scampered over to his brother's place to play. He threw open the door, calling out eagerly, "Brother, you haven't played with me a long time. Let's play chess today." But unlike usual, his brother turned back and replied, "I'm sorry, Theodo, From now on, I have somewhere to go. Let's do it later, okay? Those words made Theodo's little heart stop for a moment. From that point on, Theo could no longer be by his brother's side. The next day was the same. Kai told the boy, I have to stop by that place for a bit today, too. The day after was the same. Kai said again, sorry, Theodo. The next day, and the next were all the same. The boy angrily bit his finger, thinking, lately, I feel like my brother is avoiding me. When we're together, he's always looking somewhere else. Before he left for Heston, he didn't even say a private goodbye to me. Then one day, while Theo was out playing, he heard servants talking. I'm telling you, His Highness Kai, hasn't he been a bit strange lately? The boy quickly hid in a corner to eavesdrop. The lady in waiting with her replied, you think so too, right? His strange words and actions have clearly increased. I heard something happened at the stables. Oh my, that's right, isn't it? After finishing his work, he immediately runs to the stables. Sir Benji, too. Hearing that, Theodo had a realization. The stables? The boy frowned. Could it be that he likes horses? In the boy's mind, an image of his brother's admiration for that crazy horse deep appeared. He recalled that every time he went to the stables, his brother seemed strangely excited. I'm so stupid. How could I not have realized? With that thought, he immediately turned around and started running to the horse stables. As he ran, the boy made a resolution. Brother, wait for me. By the time you come back, I'll try to become a master horseman. And so, Theo frequently visited the stables. Early in the morning, the boy would stand in front of the stables and shout, so late? Do you have any idea what time it is? Hearing that, Jiumra could only scratch her head in embarrassment. After a moment, she replied, it's 8 in the morning, right? Did you come here to see me today too, kid? The boy yelled, why would I come here to see you? I came to see my horses. Jiumra thought to herself, it's like this kid is planning to move into the stables. Then Theo softened his tone and said, forget it, bring Lin Sina here, I'll ride her. Jiumra angrily bent down, squeezing the boy's face with her hand as she warned him. You little brat, you need to fix this habit of ordering people around. You're as small as a pea. Well, why do you have to talk to me like that? You talk just like my team leader. Are you in a bad mood? Remembering her past life, that grumpy guy also used to grimace and tell her, forget it, just bring me coffee or something. Hearing that, Theo asked back in confusion, team leader? Who is that? Jiumra's movements paused. That's right, this is an ancient era. Theo kept running around, asking as he ran, does anyone else come here besides me? Who, brother? Who are you close with? Thinking back, ever since Theo started coming, the number of people visiting has dwindled. Besides meal times, it's almost impossible to greet anyone. It turns out it was because Theo had been yelling at the servants every morning lately, saying, you people, if anyone dares to tell my wet nurse that I'm here, you'll all be fired, understand? She wondered to herself, is everyone really that busy? But in reality, they were busy looking for this boy, Theo, running around and shouting his name loudly. Prince Theo. Back in the present, Theo called out again. Do. The boy stood with his hands on his hips, asking seriously. I asked who the team leader is. Jiumra scratched her head, giving a vague explanation. Ah, the team leader, he's just a superior I used to work with. His way of speaking is terrible, always telling his subordinates not to do this or that. No matter what, you should encourage people with affection. What a bad person. Who did you learn that habit from, kid? You're a commoner. Hearing this, Theo frowned, asking in confusion. A commoner? Jiumra confidently pointed to herself, smiling as she replied, yeah, I don't have a surname, and neither do you. I'm due, you're Theo. This sentence truly made the boy freeze. He stood stunned for a long time before he could open his mouth that. Then he pushed Jiumra's back, saying loudly, you can think about that yourself. Anyway, I want to ride Lin Shi. Then it turned into shouting. Bring Lin Shi out for me. Lin Shi, Lin Shi, Lin Shi. Jiumra was at her wit's end, but still had to go inside, saying helplessly, hey, seriously, it's because it's you that I'm secretly letting you ride, you know? If the prince finds out, I'll get a huge scolding. Theo urged from outside, stop making a fuss and showing off. Hurry up. She glanced at the boy one more time, thinking to herself, how can a child order others around like that? What will he become when he grows up? In the blink of an eye, she had reached the stall of the horse named Lin Shi. Stroking it, she called, Lin Shi, let's go. Theo is here to see you again. But then she was startled by a realization, letting out a soft sound. She thought to herself, I feel like I've forgotten something important. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, a mysterious carriage was entering. From inside, a slender hand reached out to lift the Curtain. A black-haired person stuck his head out from inside, exclaiming in amazement. Wow, look over there. Bello, it's really the palace. The girl sitting inside immediately reminded him, don't be so loud and rude. When we enter the city, many people will be targeting you. Now, everything will truly begin. Get a grip, Isaac. At the horse stables, a voice rang out. Prince, where are you? The servants searched the surroundings, calling out loudly. Your Highness the Prince. Giumra looked around for a moment, then said, Hey Theo, it seems that Prince has snuck off somewhere again. Faced with that statement, Theo could only give a hesitant laugh and reply, I guess so. Suddenly, Giumra exclaimed, Ah, I miss His Highness Kai so much too. Hearing that, Theo's eyes widened as he reminded her, that person is not someone you can casually say you miss, you know. But Giumra replied confidently, right? That's because you don't know. His Highness Kai and I are connected by the heart. Hearing that, an expression of nausea immediately appeared on Theo's face. He asked again, you all know His Highness Kai and you? Giumra looked smug, tilting her face to the sky as she replied, of course. Theo still didn't believe it and asked once more, is your relationship really like that? Giumra affirmed once again, of course. His Highness Kai said that just by standing in front of me, his face turns all red. But in reality, Kai was blushing with embarrassment, shouting, I told you to keep it moderate. She thought to herself, actually, it looks more like he's blushing from being flustered by my ridiculous telepathy joke. Meanwhile, Theo had been looking at her with a confused expression. Then the boy turned away and said, no wonder he refuses all marriage proposals. So his taste is for you. Giumra asked back in confusion, for me? Then she realized I forgot my mouth and eyes. I'm disguised as a boy right now. If I tell the kid now that I was just kidding, it would be, she sighed, telling herself helplessly, oh well, Kai, if you sit in a position no one else can, you have to endure rumors no one else can. Far away, Kai also heard those whispers and couldn't help but get goosebumps. I have a feeling that person has caused some trouble I can't handle again. Benji immediately appeared, asking worriedly, again? Over here, Theo confided, I thought His Highness Kai suddenly developed a liking for horses, so I thought he came to the stables for that reason. Then he asked Giumra with a confused face, but it turns out he came to see you? It's fun playing with you, but I can't for the life of me figure out what he sees in you. Those words were like arrows shot straight into poor Giumra's head. She put her hands on her hips and replied, that's all called grown-up reasons, kid. Theo's face immediately froze. He said with a look of disbelief, no matter how I look at it, you really look like an old man. I don't understand how His Highness could have taken a liking to you. Giumra glared at the boy. Call me old man one more time, and I'll kick the horses but make you fall flat on your face. Hearing that, Theo was so scared he jumped. He immediately jumped off the horse, saying, I need some time to think. I'll head home for today. Giumra also replied cheerfully, is that so? Then be careful on your way home. But suddenly, the boy's movements froze. In his mind, he immediately pictured an ambiguous scene between those two, him and... So that's their relationship? Thinking that, Theo really couldn't help but shudder. 2 days later, Theo came to the stables again today. He stood from a distance and shouted to Giumra, I will support you too. She was a bit stunned after hearing that and asked back, what? Theo said with a determined expression, if it's you, maybe you can protect my prince. You're healthy and a hard worker, even though my prince is also very strong. The boy's eyes sparkled as he continued with interest. The more I look, the more I think you two are a good match. Hearing that, Giumra immediately hugged the boy tightly, patting his head as she exclaimed, wow, what is it? What's wrong? Then she lifted him up and said, oh my, as small as a pea, so adorable. Theo panicked and yelled, do wait, my clothes are getting wrinkled. Giumra put the boy down, then continued to shower him with kisses. Just run home and ask your mom to change your clothes. It'll be fine. Seeing you ride a horse like that, your family must be quite well off, right? Theo hesitated for a moment, then asked, don't you know how scary my mother is? Giumra laughed and replied, if we're talking about mothers, how can I not mention my own? She recalled the demonic image of her mother, recounting, everyone knows the reputation of Madame Li Yisik in Gwangbokdong. Hearing that, Theo had another surprise. What? Your mother's name is really special. Realizing she had just blurted out her mother's name, Giumra immediately slapped herself, cursing inwardly, this mouth. On the other side, Theo's mood sank. He said, my mother is very busy. She doesn't have time to change my clothes. Originally, my mother wasn't like that, but Giumra immediately reassured him. Hey, it's just because your mom doesn't show it, but to parents, their children are always the most important. Theo glanced away, saying sadly, my mother hasn't spoken to me. in a long time. To my mother, Oban is much more important than me. Mother said she needs some kind of, or from Oban, that if you forge a sword with it, it will be stronger than anything. Hearing that, Giumra felt a bit of sympathy and gently patted the boy's head. She smiled, thinking to herself, this kid must have been very worried, this cute little pink chick. While smiling brightly, Giumra suddenly remembered, wait a minute, Oban. I feel like I've heard this word a lot somewhere. She was startled. That's right, Oban, black or obsidian. Weapons made from the gem's mined in the Oban mine are stronger than anything else, which is why the story spread that whoever obtains that will become the master of the imperial palace. But no one predicted that the black-eyed prince, whose existence was barely acknowledged, would be the one to possess it. He seized control of that or mine faster than anyone and turned Oban into his solid backing. Thinking that, she immediately grabbed Theo's shoulders, calling out seriously, Theo, could it be that the black-eyed prince has already arrived at the imperial palace? The boy was momentarily stunned by the question, but he quickly regained his composure, turning away, his expression a little unnatural. The rumor has already spread this far. Anyway, that prince will die soon. Giumra was extremely shocked to hear that and asked, what? No, that person, but why do you think that person will die? Theo's lips trembled a few times before he answered, this, because everyone with a different eye color will die. After that, the boy gave a bitter smile. Who knows, maybe I will too someday. Anyway, Giumra heard that and immediately grabbed the boy's shoulders, saying loudly, why would you say that, kid? What does eye color have to do with anything? Theo smiled bitterly again. You said you're dating His Highness Kai? It seems you really haven't paid any attention to the eye color of him, have you? Seeing that expression, Giumra was immediately horrified. An image of Kai appeared in her mind. Who does this kid's expression resemble? Theo continued. I heard that the black-eyed prince is of Empress Lucen's bloodline. They say he brought a certificate with the Firehawk symbol. They say he brought proof imprinted with the Firehawk seal. In the Grand Hall, the majestic emperor looked down, asking the person kneeling at his feet, you say you are my son? Isaac looked up, replying confidently, yes, your majesty. He also used his sharp eyes to observe the young man. After a careful look, he said, your appearance greatly resembles Louis-san. Isaac also replied politely, it is a great honor to meet your majesty. After he finished his bow, the emperor continued, even the proud way you hold a sword before the king resembles her. Isaac swallowed, once before replying, yes, it is the sword that person passed down to me. That sword was the one the emperor bestowed upon Louis-san. Many people gossiped that the sword was an unsuitable gift for an empress. However, the woman's homeland was the Tennyson Peninsula, famous for its rich iron ore deposits. And considering the woman was skilled in swordsmanship, it was indeed a fitting gift. Thinking of this, he broke into a smile and said, you are indeed Lucen's son. At the same time, whispers echoed through the imperial palace among the staff. Have you heard? I heard that black-eyed youth is of the empress's bloodline, and His Majesty the Emperor has already acknowledged it. Meanwhile, Diola sat in the palace, looked outside, and said, a rather smooth start, Isaac. The Anvini's territory. Diola was born the eldest daughter of that territory, and her whole life was spent studying to become the lord of the Anvini's family. About 16 years later, her parents, in a late burst of passion, conceived and gave birth to a baby boy. And so, she was removed from the position of successor to Anvini's. Her parents and things like the territory that she thought would be hers for life were snatched away by someone else. Diola grew weary of it all and decided to prepare everything to study abroad. However, one day, a carriage suddenly appeared before her, speeding down the road. After it passed, an old woman was suddenly lying sprawled on the ground, lying on the cold stone. She took an unconscious old woman on the road home and met her son. While the old woman was weakening, the sound of clicking heels echoed from the door, accompanied by a loud call, Mother! It turned out that person was Isaac, the male lead of the story Kingmaker. Diola saw him run in, but her expression did not change. That was the first time the two of them met. Just then, the old woman suddenly trembled, then began to speak weakly. Isaac, no, Your Highness Prince Isaac, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. The old woman recounted all the secrets to Isaac right in front of Diola until she drew her last breath. Isaac was actually the son of His Majesty Emperor Vithian and Empress Louis-san. And the old woman herself was just a handmaiden entrusted by the empress to raise her son. She raised her hand to caress Isaac's face, giving her final instructions. Your Highness Isaac, you must go to the imperial palace. I believe His Majesty the Emperor will recognize you. After she finished speaking, her arms suddenly went limp, gradually losing the warmth of a living person. Isaac sat devastated by her bed, wondering, what is this? I'm a prince? This is absurd. At that moment, Diola was approaching from a distance. She spoke up, if you go to the imperial palace alone now, you'll be walking to your death. The death of that handmaiden means there is no longer any evidence to prove you are of royal blood, and you could even be executed for the crime of impersonating royalty. Moreover, you'll find it difficult to survive while hiding that secret in this small territory. Let me investigate this truth. Isaac suddenly jumped up, shouting, are you threatening me? But Diola remained very calm, lifting his chin with one hand, saying, right now, you are at a crossroads where you must make a choice. 1, live as an emperor, or 2, die a miserable death. She made a proposal. Isaac, you must promise to make me your empress. Then I will help you become the emperor. After some thought, Isaac accepted the proposal. Isaac, you have lived without ever knowing you were a prince. Together with Diola, he went to the capital after months of being polished by Diola to become someone who could take on the throne. In the palace, a handmaiden's voice rang out. Please follow me this way. Your Highness the Prince. Isaac followed her, thinking to himself, this form of address sounds so unfamiliar. When I was young, many people thought they would live their whole lives as beggars, so when they saw the people of the imperial palace shining with a golden light, they believed and called those people gods. I thought that was a life completely opposite to mine, and yet, as the door opened, Diola's voice immediately rang out. You wait out here for me. Then she smiled and said to Isaac, please come in, Your Highness the Prince. I see that every corner of the imperial palace is gossiping about you. Isaac gave a bitter smile. Is being recognized as a son that easy? Diola lifted her teacup, sipping it as she said, Your Highness Isaac, if the goal was simply to be recognized, then perhaps hiding away in a poor countryside would have been happier than struggling to get here. As she spoke, she placed the teacup on the table with a clink. She rested her chin on her hand and continued. Now that you're here, you must try to survive. Becoming the emperor is a more dangerous path than the one you have just stepped on. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Diola and Isaac heard the sound of the door opening and immediately looked in that direction. The person who entered was panting heavily. This woman looked strangely similar to Isaac. Isaac asked curiously, who is that? Diola fanned her face and replied, the third empress of the empire and your birth mother. Hearing that, Isaac couldn't help but feel astonished. Empress Luzin was stunned for a long time before finally calling out, Isaac, are you really Isaac? Isaac immediately shot to his feet. Luzin quickly covered her face with her hands, tears already streaming down. She rushed to embrace her son, saying emotionally, so you were alive. Thank goodness, my son has grown up so strong and healthy. Although Empress Luzin sobbed while hugging Isaac, reunited with her son after so many years, Isaac felt no such emotion for Empress Luzin. A moment later, Diola offered a handkerchief. Empress Luzin took it, saying at the same time, thank you. You said you were from Anvines, right? If Isaac were all alone, the poor boy must have struggled greatly to get here. Diola bowed politely and replied, not at all, Your Highness the Empress. I'm the one who feels honored to have been able to escort Prince Isaac here. No matter how distant the relatives, family is still family. Hearing that, the Empress was extremely surprised. She asked again, family? Diola immediately explained, my maternal great-grandmother's esteemed name was Gerbetta, close Terry's son. That was a time when exchange activities between the Vithian Empire and the Terry-Sun Peninsula were still flourishing. A family of little value, like mine, felt very proud to be able to form a union with a princess of the House of Terry-Sun. To this day, I still remember my great-grandmother's esteemed name. Isaac was extremely surprised to hear this. He froze, wondering to himself, I've never heard her mention this before. The Empress rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment. Is that so, Anvines? Diola gave a slight smile. Then she continued, although the territory is vast, most of it is red soil that cannot be cultivated. It was called the Red Land because the newly crowned emperor visited and set foot there, but I heard it was an event that was all for show, requiring a long journey. So even the emperor didn't want to carry it out. At that time, the civil war with Alexander G broke out, and other imperial events were simplified. Now it is just a small region living among the people. The empress's servant approached at this moment, whispering whispering a few words in her ear. After listening, she said, although it is a small region, it is a place with a strong iron industry. Our Inna has visited that region before. Hearing that, Diola also looked over at the handmaiden, then gave her a very gentle smile. Both the handmaiden and the empress were captivated by that angelic smile. Diola bowed slightly, smiling as she said, no matter what happens, my family will survive. She lowered her eyes slightly, affirming, Bienveni's family will not decline. It may be a bit crude, but that is my family's declaration. At this moment, Empress Luzin spoke again. Isaac, thank you for surviving. No, thank you for returning to my side. She took her son's hand and continued, I know that whatever I say, you will see it as an excuse, but it was the best decision I could make for you to survive. In truth, Isaac had many things he wanted to ask that woman. Like, why did you abandon me? If you were going to abandon me, why not just abandon me completely? Why leave the Imperial Hawk Seal as proof for me to return? Why didn't you tell me to run away when I came looking for you? What if I really want to become the Emperor? What should I do with the mother who abandoned me? However, Isaac couldn't utter a word and could only suppress it in his heart, only able to let out a single word. Yes. After the Empress left, Diola said to Isaac, Your Highness did very well. From now on, you just need to be where you're needed. Isaac turned around, walking towards her as he called out, Diola. Diola hearing him, Diola looked up and smiled at Isaac. Isaac looked at her sadly and asked, I don't care about other things. However, can you call me Isaac like you used to? Diola was silent, raising her hand to touch his face. But then she uttered a cold sentence. If you want to be coddled, go back to living in that shabby alley in Anvini's, Your Highness. Isaac's face immediately darkened. Diola then turned to leave, leaving him with a sentence. Get some rest, Your Highness. As she walked, she thought, everything is going according to plan. The only remaining problem is whether Isaac will play his part correctly. Even without red eyes, if he has the Oban, the Emperor won't ignore him. Not long after, Prince Isaac held the Oban and stood before the people as the Black-Eyed Prince. Kai had to endure the feeling of being deprived. That his younger brother Isaac, despite having black eyes, received enthusiastic support from the people, so he could only quietly step away from the limelight. Thinking this, Jiumja immediately screamed, no, I can't cry. She collapsed instantly, thinking, damn it, I completely forgot about that dark chapter. I swore I would make Kai happy. Theodore looked on, wanting to give up, but could only remind her, calm down, Joe. Jiumja continued to think, I was so arrogant about my talent for taming horses that I forgot the plot. She sobbed, I'm such an idiot. What if Kai gets hurt again because of this? How can I watch his big, beautiful eyes fill with tears? Theo saw Jiumja's strange expression and asked worriedly, what's been wrong with you? Is something sad on your mind? She asked Theo again, you said your older brother works here? Theo hummed in agreement. Jiumja asked again, does your brother have an important job? That's why he could bring a relative into the palace. Has your brother worked here for a long time? About 20 years. Jiumja's face immediately lit up. Wow, that's a long time. So can you find out when His Highness Kai is coming back? Hearing that, Theo could only give a wry smile. I heard he's coming back soon. Jiumja fell in a deep thought. She thought to herself, if Theo's brother works here, could he run to the assistant's office and pass a message to Benji? Because Benji once said, if you need anything, just come find me at the assistant's office. With that thought, she immediately grabbed Theo's hand and said, Theo, I have a favor to ask you. Pass a message to Benji in the assistant's office that when he returns to the palace, he must come see me. Ask your brother to help me. Theo's face immediately stiffened. Benji? That I'm looking for him for something urgent. In the boy's mind, suggestive images appeared. Benji hugging Jiumja, saying, sorry, am I too late? And she hugging Benji back, tearfully whining, you idiot, I was so lonely. Theodore, with a horrified expression, thinking with Benji, for what I can tell, Joe is dating my brother. Is this guy two-timing? In Theo's imagination, Jiumja had one man on each arm, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha, come here, my two loves. Thinking this, he called out, hey, Joe. Then he screamed, making Jiumja jump. How could you do that? You traitor. She asked in alarm, hey, Theo, why are you saying that? Theodore shrieked, are you dating my brother? No, dating His Highness the Prince, while also seeing Benji. Ryumza heard this and felt completely helpless. My goodness, I've suddenly become a two-timing gold digger. How am I supposed to handle this? Looking down, Theodore was still fuming, looking like he wanted to bite someone. She wondered to herself, what kind of believable excuse can I come up with? Coming up with a the plan, Ryumza immediately beamed, saying, I misspoke. The one I long for is only His Highness. The one looking for Benji isn't Joe, but Josephine. Hearing this, Theo was very curious. Who is Josephine? Ryumza quickly explained, she's my sister, my twin sister, working in another department. Theodore asked suspiciously, Really? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Ryumza quickly looked away, answering awkwardly, Of course it's true. If you say my sister's name, Benji will understand. The two of them are extremely close. She thought to herself, Come to think of it, before I cut my hair, I was often with Benji. Theo acted like a little old man, standing straight with his arms crossed, asking, Why is Ryumza looking for Benji, no? Looking for Mr. Benji? Ryumza was caught off guard and could only stammer, panicking a little inside. What excuse can I use to distract him now? Looking at the scowling little old man before her, she thought, if I don't come up with a reasonable excuse now, Theo will just get more suspicious. I wish I had taken some classes to train my wild imagination when I was a kid. Then she started to stammer a reply. AC, actually, Josephine and Benji are dating. Far away, Benji was cleaning his sword when his hand suddenly froze. He wondered, what was that? A sudden cold chill passed through. Over here, Theodore was still suspicious. The boy asked again, So your sister Ryumza is dating Mr. Benji, and you're dating the prince? Ryumza glanced away, replying, something like that. No, that's exactly right. She glanced at the boy, thinking to herself, I have a feeling the plot is slowly heading towards a dead end. Seeing the boy say nothing, Ryumza couldn't help but feel worried. Has he figured it out? But contrary to what Ryumza feared, the boy replied in a trembling voice, How could siblings like you working in the royal palace get to know a noble like Mr. Benji and even His Highness the Prince? If Mother heard about this, Joe's life would be over. Seeing the boy trembling all over, Ryumza was extremely worried. Have I been found out? Then she called out, Theo. Theo suddenly looked up and asked worriedly, Hey Joe, does anyone else know about this? Ryumza's heart was immediately attacked by this cuteness. Ryumza instantly switched to fangirl mode, repeatedly patting the boy's head while thinking, Oh my god, he's so cute, I could die. She replied to Theo, No, only Sparrow knows. Theo's face fell immediately upon hearing that, and he asked again, Sparrow? Ryumza froze for a moment, then said, It's the bird I'm taking care of. Its name is Sparrow. Theo retorted, You confide in an animal? Ryumza didn't know what else to say, and could only laugh wryly. Haha, of course. I can't reveal such an important matter to other people. It seemed Theo wasn't satisfied with this answer and immediately put on a pouting face. Right away, he lifted his leg and kicked Ryumza straight in the thigh. She clutched her leg in pain, thinking, Does this kid have a habit of kicking people? Theodore turned away sharply, asking angrily, You're telling me right now, aren't you? Can you keep your mouth shut? Ryumza slowly stood up and replied, That's because I trust Theo. That's why I told you. She placed a finger on her lips, smiling as she instructed, My sweet Theo, don't tell anyone, okay? Seeing her like that, Theo's cheeks immediately flushed red. The boy, embarrassed, immediately turned away and replied, I know. Seeing that the boy agreed, Ryumza could breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's almost settled. But I still have a feeling that this will get serious. It'll probably be fine, whatever happens, happens. A few days later, at Prince Kai's palace, Kai was reviewing documents when he suddenly let out a sigh. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, It seems a lot has happened while I was away. I've heard rumors that some empresses gave birth to children without red eyes and hid them away. But I never expected one to return to the palace so brazenly like this. Mother must be burning with impatience. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, heading towards his palace. It was Theo. The boy threw open the door and yelled, Brother! Kai was helpless, replying to his mischievous little brother, You scared me. Theodore, what is it? Theodore ran over and slammed his hand on the table. The boy asked urgently, Brother, is it true that you're in that kind of relationship with Joe? Kai frowned, repeating the name, Joe. He wondered to himself, how does Theodore know Joe? Then he realized something, and a lightning bolt struck his mind. Wait a minute, Joe and I are in that kind of relationship? Meanwhile, Theodore was chattering excitedly. Yes, Joe who works at the stables, the one with white hair and fair skin who thinks he's handsome and acts all smug. Kai's mind started to picture what Theodore was describing, and he wondered, Joe and I are in that kind of relationship? Theodore, on the other hand, continued to talk nonstop. He's only a little taller than me, but so arrogant. He looks completely tactless, but he's quite funny, quite interesting, and fun to be around. Realizing he had praised Ryumza a bit too much, the boy immediately immediately waved his hands and feet in denial. No, that's not it. Then he asked again, brother, are you and Joe really in that kind of relationship? By now, Kai was like a man who had lost his soul. Theodore saw that he didn't answer and immediately ran to shake Kai. It's not true, right? Joe was lying, right? But Kai still didn't answer, and the boy began to believe what Ryumza had said was true. The boy immediately asked, could it be true? Faced with that question, Kai looked shy, turned his head slightly, and said, compared to that kind of relationship, it's a little different. Theo let go of his brother and said worriedly, Mother will definitely scold you. You're a prince. Besides, Joe is a commoner, and a boy too. Kai let out a dazed huh, then suddenly remembered the truth he had momentarily forgotten. He remembered the fact that, that's right, she's disguised as a man, isn't she? Kai's face darkened as he remembered. That's right, she's disguised as a man. Then he told himself, it makes sense. Who would see her pulling a heavy cart of grass while humming a tune and think she was a girl? Seeing his brother just sitting there stunned, Theo had to call out, brother, snap out of it. You're the Grand Prince. Mother is already very sensitive because of the black-eyed prince. What are we going to do if you're like this too? The boy warned seriously, if Mother finds out, you'll be done for. No, she might even send Joe far, far away. But Joe is really not subtle at all, blurting out that he misses you like crazy. Hearing that, Kai was startled back to reality. He suddenly felt happy, his hand unconsciously crumpling the paper in it, thinking, misses me? What on earth has she been spouting to child? Just as Theodore said, if these ridiculous rumors reach Mother's ears, she wouldn't just send Joe away, she'd kill him on the spot. Thinking this, he put on a thoughtful expression and said to the boy, there must be some misunderstanding. Compared to dating, oh no, there's nothing going on, so don't tell anyone else. Theo's face immediately lit up with joy, and he asked excitedly, it's just that Joe has a crush on you, right? Maybe because his sister is dating Mr. Benji. He wants to get ahead, so he said that. That sentence stunned Kai once again. Just then, the door opened and another person walked in. Before he could see the face, the person greeted, good afternoon, Prince Theodore. It was Benji. He frowned and asked, but who am I dating? Theo replied, Josephine, Joe's twin sister. That sentence made both Benji and Kai jump, startled in both their minds. An image of Ryumza with her long hair appeared, smiling enchantingly. Theo continued, Ego, the house of Duke Fisher will fall to ruin soon. How could he fall in love with a girl of common birth? This statement shocked Benji even more. Kai heard that and also asked, what do you mean Josephine and Benji are dating? Theo acted like a know-it-all, asking, you don't know? Joe said it himself, that his sister is dating Mr. Benji. But in reality, Ryumza had warned him, haha, kiddo Theo, you can't tell anyone about this, you hear? Yet now the boy had done the complete opposite. After hearing that, Kai was utterly astonished. He rushed over and asked in alarm. Joe said that. Theo held out his hand and asked again, you really don't know? Joe said it himself. Ryumza is dating Mr. Benji, and Joe is dating you. Hearing that, Benji, who was beside them, chimed in, yelling, Joe is dating His Highness? Theo looked back and forth between the two in frustration and also shouted, my eardrums are bursting. What's wrong with you two? Hearing that, Benji began to calm down. Kai did the same, trying to compose himself. Theo said one last thing. In short, I think you should give Joe a good scolding. It seems he's misunderstanding something. He suddenly blushed, he called me cute, and even hugged me. Hearing that, Kai immediately exclaimed, what? Theo scratched his head, replying shyly, I think Joe did that because he didn't know I was a prince, but he seems like a good person, so I put up with it. But honestly, I wasn't that annoyed. Kai understood. So that's it. While I was away, she became close with Theodore. I was only gone for a short time. If this continues, in Kai's mind, a scene of the three of them walking happily together appeared, leaving him standing all alone. On the other side, Theo was still beaming, recounting it was the first time someone had hugged me like that, so I'm not sure how I feel. Sometimes I get annoyed because Joe treats me like a kid. You also hate it when Joe treats you like a kid, right? After asking, he slowly looked up, waiting for an answer from his brother. Seeing Kai just sitting there stunned, he called out, brother. Suddenly, Kai let out a smirk. He grinned at his little brother and said, how could he treat me the same way he treats you, Theodore? I'm dating Joe, and you're not. Theodore was shocked by his brother's words, frozen for a long moment before reacting. Kai smiled and said, that's right, I'm dating Joe, and you're just friends with Joe. How can you say that's the same? After hearing that, Benji and Theodore immediately fell into a contemplative silence, not knowing what else to say. Theodore's hands trembled, and he stammered, What? You just said you weren't dating Joe. Kai placed his hand on the table and said in a serious tone, I only said that because I was afraid my Joe would be in danger. You know Mother's temperament, don't you? Hearing that, Theodore had no choice but to fall silent. Benji, on the side, raised a hand to his chin in thought for a moment, then said, Prince Kai, I will take the wine and silk that Lord Heston gifted to Her Majesty the Empress. Kai replied, I will bring it to Mother myself. Suddenly remembering something, Theodore looked up and exclaimed, Ah! Just as Benji was breathing a sigh of relief, Theodore called out again, That's right, Mr. Benji. Giamra is looking for you. Those words made Kai's steps falter, and Benji jumped in fright. He turned around, trembling, and asked, Looking for me? Theodore immediately nodded in confirmation. She said you must go see her at night. Those words were like a thunderclap to both Benji and Kai. Kai asked pitifully, What about me? Theo turned sharply to the side and replied coldly, You said you were going to Mother's place. Hurry up and go. Immediately after, he walked around behind Benji and asked darkly, No, meet at night? Theodore added, You have a lot to deal with after returning from Heston. Besides, why are you meeting Giamra? You're dating Joe. Kai, like a snake, stared coldly at the back of Benji's neck, making him shiver as he said, Meet at night. Then he turned to leave, letting out a cold humph. It is a lot of work. Theodore looked at the expressions on their faces, feeling utterly confused. Just when it seemed the storm had passed, Theo started to brag again. But brother, has Joe ever hugged you? Every time I go to the stables, Joe hugs me tight and nuzzles his face against me. I'm so happy I could die and come back to life. After hearing this, both of them turned their heads to look at him at the same time, completely astonished by what the boy said. But in reality, both of them were so embarrassed their faces turned red. Theodore, on his side, continued to brag. He says I'm small and cute and kisses my cheeks all over, and he pats my head all day long. At this point, Kai couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his head and mumbled, Joe confesses to me every day. He stammered, Joe. Benji noticed something was wrong and quickly called out, Your Highness, it's time to go. But suddenly Kai yelled. Joe said he wants to put me in his pocket and carry me everywhere. Benji immediately went pale, screaming internally, Someone please get me out of here. Theodore saw his brother's reaction and also froze for a long moment. Then he crossed his arms and declared loudly, Joe said the same thing to me. The other two were completely stunned. What? He said it directly to you? He replied, Of course. Remembering before, Giamra had nuzzled his cheek and said, You're so small you'd probably fit in my pocket. Then he raised his voice, Hey, what? So Joe didn't say it directly to you? Hearing that, Kai suddenly flinched. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Of course, Joe said it directly to me. Theo didn't seem very convinced. The boy put a hand to his chin, thinking about something. Then he said, I think maybe Joe doesn't like you in a special way because he says the exact same things to me. The boy gave a mischievous smirk. If not, then does that mean Joe loves me just like he loves you? Immediately, the last shred of Kai's reasoning vanished. He growled, Not at all, that's not it. Benji was also very shocked by his reaction and quickly reminded him, Your Highness. Kai snapped out of it, anxiously chanting in his head, Calm down, Kai Z. Vithian. He froze, wondering, why am I getting so angry? Is it because I thought Joe only loved me, but he said the same things to Theo? If not, did that silver-haired pervert Joe, with his wicked desires, cast a spell that reached Theo's ears? Thinking that, he swallowed his pride and said to his little brother, I'm sorry for raising my voice at you, Theodore. Joe is the kind of person who becomes more dangerous the better you know him, so you have to be careful too. But Theodore retorted, You've never even been hugged by Joe, so how would you know if he's dangerous or not? That sentence was an arrow straight through Kai. He started to get furious, growling, But I know everything. Listen carefully, Theodore. Joe is a little, extremely sinister. But Theodore yelled, The bottom line is, I'm closer to Joe than you are. Even though he kind of looks like an old man. The point is Joe is closer to me than you. Kai was furious, thinking, This brat, how dare he talk such nonsense? Behind them, Benji had already burst out laughing. Very quickly, the other two heard it. They simultaneously shot daggers at him with their eyes, making him jump. A moment later, Theodore continued to tease his brother. So, I thought you two were dating, but it turns out you're not. You and Joe probably just broke up, but I promise I won't tell anyone you used to date. And I'll also keep the secret about Mr. Benji dating a commoner. Kai's anger was now boiling over. Benji, standing next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oof, it's so hot." Just then, Jiamra's exasperated voice suddenly echoed in Kai's head. "That crazy horse, Bihosu. How dare you scare people? I miss Kai so much. Oh no, why is Kai's name Kai? It's so cute I could die." At that moment, she was grooming a horse while humming, "I want to enlighten and cleanse my eyes with Kai's handsome face, haha. What a shame. I wish it was Kai's ankle that was sprained, not mine. That way I could take off Kai's socks and admire his feet to my heart's content. Oh my, not being able to see Kai's face makes work so bland. I miss him so much, don't I?" Those words awakened Kai. He suddenly broke into a smug, self-satisfied smile and said in a low voice, "Joe even said he likes me so much that looking at my face is the joy of his life." That sentence immediately sent Benji into deep shock. Kai continued, "He even likes my feet." You can't imagine Joe's one-of-a-kind confessions. Benji knew his master's mouth was getting carried away and rushed to cover it, shouting, "Prince Kai, don't say any more." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiamra continued to sing, "Can you hear my heart? Oh Kai, tired from your long journey. I miss you so much, my slightly hot-tempered Kai. You're so sexy, oh my seductive Kai." Benji, over here, immediately turned to Theodore and said, "Pri, Prince Theo, but as you can see, your highness seems very tired, so." Jiamra continued to sing in Kai's mind, "Kai, hurry to the stables. I have something to tell you." "Oh, but after riding a horse for so long, does it but hurt? What if Kai's butt gets damaged? That's $1 million butt. Ack, I'm sorry. I hope you didn't hear that last part. In short, Kai, please come to the stables. I won't do anything weird." Hearing this, Kai snapped to his senses, seemingly having thought of a plan. He immediately bit down hard on Benji's hand. Then he started arguing with Theodore. To Benji's helplessness, "Joe is always thinking about me, you know?" "How do I know that? What is Joe thinking?" "I can't tell you specifically why, because it would be inappropriate for a minor's ears. In short, Joe is always thinking about me. Although it's a bit weird, he's always thinking about me." Meanwhile, Jiamra was cheerfully feeding the horses. A picky horse suddenly spat out a clump of hay, showing its displeasure. "Hey kid, this hay is a bit salty." And over here, Theodore was also furious. The boy shouted, "That's called being delusional, big brother." Kai, not to be outdone, yelled, "Joe even wants to be reincarnated as my lips in the next life. And he also said my," but Benji didn't dare let him finish the sentence, rushing over to cover his mouth, pleading, "Your Highness, please stop." Theodore pouted and turned away sulkily while Kai was still struggling to continue the argument. The boy said, "Forget it, I'm leaving." Benji was so happy to hear this, he could have cried, whispering, "Phew, that was close." The boy slowly walked to the door and opened it. Before leaving, he declared loudly, "Just you wait. When I grow up, I'll be more handsome than you." Then he slammed the door shut, to the helplessness of the two inside. After the boy had completely left, Kai spoke up, "Benji, you can let go of my hand now." Benji, startled, replied, I'm sorry." Kai began to calm down and asked, "What's this about you and Jiamra dating?" Benji replied, "I think Joe was afraid of being found out and just made up an excuse." And this answer, for no reason at all, happened to be spot on with reality. Benji asked in return, "What about your Highness and Jiam dating?" Kai replied, "I also think that was an excuse." And this was also spot on. Kai sighed and said, "Then tomorrow, I will go with you to see Jiam." Benji bowed and replied, "Yes, I understand." His mood suddenly dropped, and he wondered to himself, "Thinking back, I was so excited just now. Was it all because of Jiam?" That evening, Jiamra plopped down on a pile of straw inside. "Oh dear, my leg. So, I've gotten a taste of the class discrimination in this world. When I read the novel, I felt that every plot point was very important. But for a transmigrator like me, the most important thing is just the safety of these horses. As for the events happening in the city, they feel like stories from a distant country, far away from me." Just then, a rustling sound was heard, followed by the appearance of someone. Jiamra, still not paying attention, continued to think. "I desperately asked them to come see me, so why hasn't anyone come?" At that moment, a voice broke through her train of thought. "I intended to take a short walk, but ended up all the way here. May I ask where this is?" It turned out the stranger who appeared was none other than Delua, the female lead of the Story Kingmaker. Jiamra was astonished, emerald green eyes and golden hair. "It's Delua Anvinis, the female lead from my favorite novel, Kingmaker, has started a conversation with me." Delua Anvinis, the one who, with her sharp judgment and intelligence, turned Isaac from a boy living in a small alley into the emperor of the empire. Anyone who has read Kingmaker would know. The female lead who drove the fantasy novel world on the forums crazy. Countless comments praised her like, "Sister, take me to the border with you. Sister Delua, do you remember me? When you and I went to the museum together, people thought you were a work of art, so only I got taken away. Isaac must have saved the world in his past life, right? Oh wait, he already did." Giumra stared blankly. A girl like that was smiling in front of her. Delua repeated once more. "Hello, I have night blindness and got lost. I saw a light, so I came here." Giumra quickly covered her face with her hands and whispered, "Act so bright it's blinding." She then quickly jumped up, scratching her head shyly and asked, "Why are you alone without a handmaiden, my lady? What's going on?" Delua was also very surprised and immediately asked back, "You know me?" Giumra scratched her head shyly and replied, "You're Lady Delua Anvinis, right? I've heard a lot about you." Delua's expression turned serious as she asked, "Are you from Anvinis?" Giumra jumped, quickly denying, "No, that's not it." She silently cursed herself. "This mouth of mine." But suddenly, Delua reached out and touched her face. She said gently, "It's okay. Don't be afraid to speak." Giam Ra's heart immediately started pounding. She answered shyly, "I heard that you came with the new prince, my lady. That's all I've heard." She silently pleaded in her heart, "Please, don't flirt with me." Delua suddenly placed a hand on her chin, pondering for a moment. "The new prince? Rumors in the palace sure do spread fast. But why do you keep calling me my lady over and over?" Across from her, Giam was trying to hold her little heart in place with her hand, giving a sheepish laugh. Delua spoke again. "You're quite an interesting girl." That sentence immediately turned Giam to stone. She then asked in alarm, "How did you know I was a woman?" Delua covered her mouth and let out a huh. Then she said, "It's obvious just by looking." "Did you think everyone would be foolish enough to think you're a man just because of your short hair?" Those words made Giam Ra's expression freeze. She was so embarrassed she could have steamed, whispering shyly. Everyone else did. Delua burst out laughing. "Then everyone else is a fool. No matter how I look at you, I see a cute girl. Did you cut your hair for work?" Giam secretly glanced up at Delua, thinking, as expected, she's as kind to others as the rumors say. "What do I do? I like her so much. She's the type who would still exude a noble aura, even if she spoke crudely and was dragged behind a horse-drawn carriage. A person like this is fit to be queen, right?" Delua radiated a sparkling light. She asked, "What's your name?" Giam politely replied, "It's Giam." Delua wondered, "Giam?" Giam was a bit flustered, recalling Uncle Rick's joke, and said, "Yes, you could just call me Giam, my lady." Delua smiled gently. "Giam is so cute." That smile instantly melted Giam Ra's heart. She felt like a rabbit snuggling into its owner's arms, feeling utterly content. Cute? I want to be petted like this for the rest of my life. But then she suddenly turned away. Wait, no, I have to snap out of it. This is the person who threatens Kai's position on the throne. No, is she really a threat to the throne? As long as Isaac becomes emperor, it won't have anything to do with it, right? She started to imagine, if I negotiate for Isaac to take the throne and then run away with Kai, would Delua let me go? Or would she not? Just then, Delua asked again, "Giam, can you take me back to the detached palace?" Because His Highness Isaac hasn't been assigned a palace yet. She immediately nodded happily. "Ah, yes." Lighting a lamp brightly, Giam began to lead Delua back. Walking behind to escort Delua, Giam thought, in a few weeks, she and Isaac will go to Oban, so she doesn't really need a palace. Before that, I have to tell Kai to get to Oban before them. But it seems like Kai and Benji aren't coming today, so it should be fine for me to take her back. Delua suddenly called out, "Giam, hold the lamp up, I can't see ahead." She was startled and replied, "Yes." She naively held the lamp towards Delua and asked, "Then should I give the lamp to you, my lady?" But realizing she had misspoken, Giam flinched. Delua also seemed very surprised by her words. Giam immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, "I'm sorry." She thought to herself, telling a noble lady to hold a lamp is really... But Delua called out gently, "Giam, I just wanted to say you should walk beside me." Giam gave a sheepish laugh, scratching her head as she replied, "Yes, then let's walk side by side." But when it fully registered, she was even more shocked. "Yes? That's even weirder." Delua unhesitatingly grabbed Giam Ra's arm and said, "It's fine, just walk next to me. More importantly, can you tell me your story? Why are you pretending to be a man and working in the stables?" Giam Ra's face turned completely red as she stammered, That's a bit difficult." Delua looked sad and lowered her head. "I was just curious because I'm bored." The moment the light shone on her picturesque face, It was tinged with a sadness, a feeling completely different from the Delua in the novel. She gently shook Jayam Ra's arm and said, "Please tell me, Jayam, perhaps everything I know about Delua is from the story in the novel. In the story, I only saw Delua plotting to make Isaac the emperor. It never described what she had to endure, what she had to go through. That's why her cold, goal-oriented image was so appealing to readers, but sometimes I wondered if she was lonely. In the end, I started telling Delua my story. Of course, not everything, just like I did with Fellow, only a little different. At the end of the story, Jayamare was extremely proud, looking up at the sky and saying, 'So I lost my memory and saved His Highness Kai. To repay the favor, His Highness brought me to work in the palace.' Delua was very puzzled. But why the stables, the lowliest place in the palace? Hearing that, Jayamare felt a bit awkward. She replied sadly, about that. What other job is there in the palace for an illiterate girl? That's why I disguised myself as a man to enter the palace." Hearing that, Delua was suddenly reminded of her own past circumstances, which were exactly the same. Jayamare added, "Even though they're illiterate just like women, men can still find work." Delua sighed, I see." Meanwhile, Jayamare sniffled, thinking proudly, "Come to think of it, I've become a tragic girl with amnesia. Hey, with this level of acting, I should be able to make a fortune." Delua suddenly grabbed Jayam Ra's hand and called out, "Jayam." She smiled and suggested, "Let me teach you how to read." Hearing those words, Jayam Ra's jaw dropped. Delua was like a goddess, shining in the night sky. Jayam Ra's heart pounded relentlessly. She thought, "Why are you so good to me, Lady Delua? I already have Kai." Delua bent down by a bush, searching for something while saying, "Wait a moment, let me find a dry branch." Then she sat down, and as she wrote out each stroke, she said, "Here, look, I'm writing the character Joe for your name. What do you think?" After looking, Jayam Ra's mind was instantly filled with question marks. My name looks like a worm?" Hearing that, Delua couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wiping away tears, she tried to suppress her laughter and said, "I'm sorry. This isn't something to laugh about. It's just that your reaction is too amusing." Seeing this, Jayamare was once again stunned. She blurted out, "My lady, you're so beautiful." In response to that statement, Delua could only give a shy, Realizing she had gotten a bit too comfortable, Jayamare quickly said, "I don't know any etiquette." Was that something a commoner shouldn't say? Delua replied, "Not at all. You just looked so dazed that I was a little surprised." Jayamare confessed sincerely, "I have a thing for beauty." An image of Kai immediately appeared in her mind. Delua immediately realized, so that's why you work in His Highness Kai's palace. But then she made a suggestion. "Joe, if working at the stables is too hard, how about becoming a handmaiden in His Highness Isaac's palace? What do you think? It might not be easy, but it's still more leisurely than the stables, right? I want to see you more often." Jayamare was immediately stunned. "And she's so sweet, too." If a candy artisan were to melt sugar and meticulously sculpt it into a human form, that would be Lady Delua. Her mouth could only manage to stammer. But then she replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can." Delua was very surprised. Why not? Jayamare smiled brightly and answered honestly, "Because I like how things are now." For a moment, Delua was very surprised, but then she understood and smiled in response. "I see." A little later, the two of them arrived at the detached palace. Delua said, "Thank you for taking me back. Joe, you should head back too." Jayamare immediately bowed politely. She mumbled, "Yes, my lady. Please eat well, and thank you for teaching me to read. I'm not a very good student, so I might not be able to learn it all, but thank you anyway, my lady." And so, she began her journey back to the stables. As she walked, she wondered, "I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I can't believe Lady Delua invited me to work for her." She thought to herself, "Although I like Delua, my original purpose is to make Kai happy. After all, to make Kai smile more, be happier, and turn him into someone who is loved." Remembering that, I have to prevent things from following the original story. Kai has to win over Count Oban before Isaac does. Right? Wait, what was the plot of the novel after that? At a high society party, Isaac accidentally drank poison wine after being mocked for his black eyes. Although she knew the poisoner was Sienna, Delua had no way to act, so she could only be angry. A few days later, Isaac approached Benji. Wait, that's not right. There was something else in between. What was it? That's right. It was only mentioned briefly, so I completely forgot. The fifth prince will die. The The palace covered it up, but Isaac was actually deeply shocked by it. Jayamare put a hand to her chin, thinking, but I don't know the fifth prince's name. He only appeared once in the book. But then she told herself, it's not important. If those two come to the stables, I'll tell them they have to rush to Oban. Although I took Delua back and returned to the stables, no one came that night. The next day, Jayamare stepped outside, filled with furious anger. As she went to get hay for the horses, she fumed, cursing inwardly. Fellow, did that kid pass on the message to his brother or not? Or did he forget because he's too young? I told him to pass the message to his brother. He keeps saying he's all grown up, but he's still such a brat. Right. Just then, Delua suddenly appeared behind her, saying cheerfully, "Hello, Joe." Jayamare jumped, spun around, and called out in astonishment, "My lady." Delua beamed like a flower and asked, "Ho, ho, ho, it's so early in the morning, and you're already this full of life?" Jayamra's heart immediately started to race. She thought to herself, good heavens, she looks even more beautiful under the sunlight. Seeing her staring blankly and drooling, Delua called out, "Joe here." As she spoke, she pointed to her mouth. Jayamare asked blankly, "Yes, what is it?" Delua laughed, "You're drooling." Jayamare hurriedly wiped her mouth with her hand and looked away. Oh my, the wind is so cold. Winter must be coming. Delua laughed. "Joe, you can never be proper, can you? You're so beautiful." "My lady, I was trying my best. You might not see it, but I'm a perfectionist." Delua smiled gently. "Ho, ho, ho, Joe, you're really good at joking." Hearing that, Jayamare immediately put on an expression of protest. She said loudly, "Joking? Has no one told you that you're very beautiful, my lady? Are those people's eyes just for decoration?" And so she started to let her mouth run a little wild. "You're the most beautiful person in my life, my lady, even more beautiful than a custom character in a game." Delua asked blankly, "Custom, what's that?" Jayamare flinched. "Yes?" Knowing she had slipped up, she immediately made up a story to cover her mistake. "Once upon a time, in my hometown, there was a clan called Custom." Delua looked surprised. "Oh, really?" Wiping away beads of sweat with a cloth, Jayamare continued, "The people of that clan had no money and no fame. They had nothing at all, only beautiful faces. Inside, she was screaming in my mouth, 'Stop it, please stop.' Sweat was pouring down." Jayamare finally managed to conclude, "That's why they became the standard of beauty. Whenever people in my hometown see something beautiful, they say it's more beautiful than a custom." Delua replied, "I see. The Custom clan must be very honored." "Yes, you could say that, haha." After the story, she pointed inside and said, "Don't just stand here, come inside." Delua replied, while reaching behind her to take a book from her handmaiden, "It's fine, because I have something for you." It was a book with a very beautiful cover, clearly a high-end item. Jayamare took it and asked blankly, "What is this?" Delua smiled. "It's a storybook. Because you said you can't read, I brought this. I was afraid others might look down on you." Hearing that, Jayamare was immediately very moved. She bowed her head low and said loudly, "Thank you. I will treasure it as a family heirloom." Delua turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to her. "All right, I'll come again next time." Jayamare looked up, moved to tears. "Lady Delua is so kind. Her words are gentle. She's perfect with no flaws at all." After walking a short distance, Delua called out, "Gafreen." She immediately replied politely, "Yes, my lady." Delua gave a cunning smile and ordered, "Find out if there is any Viscount named Custom." She thought to herself, "You dare lie to me? You must have forgotten about last time." Delua's face became incredibly malicious. She said quietly, "You can't be my friend anymore, Joe, because I hate liars, but I won't let a piece of straw stand in my way." That evening, Jayamare took her dinner out to the haystack, grumbling as she looked at the book. "Steamed potatoes again today. When are they going to give us meat? Where am I supposed to get the strength to work now? Besides, what am I supposed to do when Delua just gives me a book and leaves? I don't understand a single thing. Oh dear." She looked at it from all angles, then commented, "No matter how I look at it, it just looks like an earthworm. I don't get it all." But as expected, there's something different about Lady Delua. For some reason, she imagined that when Delua was just born, she had looked at her mother with a saintly expression and said, "Hello, mother. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Jayamare smiled unconsciously, as if she were the one saying it. Perhaps because they are characters in a novel, she doesn't use honorifics with Kai and Benji, no matter what they do. Only Lady Delua is different. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared behind Jayamare. Uncle Rick was suddenly standing behind her, asking, "What book is that?" Jayamare jumped and screamed, "You scare me to death, Uncle Rick. Please make some noise when you walk." And so the two of them started arguing. "If I made noise, you'd be even more startled, kid." "I'm not a kid. Don't act all high and mighty just because you're older." From a distance, Kai and Benji were also approaching. Rick snatched the book from Jayam Ra's hands, glanced at a few words, and asked, "What's this, a children's book? How old are you? Reading this kind of stuff?" Jayam Ra quickly jumped up to get it back. "Give it back. Why would you take someone else's book?" Not only did he not return it, he even held it higher, saying, "Stop yelling all the time, you disrespectful kid." Jayam Ra shouted, "Uncle Rick, you look the same from the front and back, but your back is so fleshy." Hearing that, Rick immediately got angry and retorted, "I once saved you with this back, and this is what you say about it?" Thus, the two of them argued loudly again. "What back? You nearly got me killed by hanging me on a bronze statue several times. Hey, you want to sleep in the stables?" Then suddenly, the book flew high into the air, and unfortunately, it landed right on the face of the approaching Kai. The two who were arguing immediately froze when they saw the scene. As the book fell, the atmosphere became strangely gloomy. Rick gave Jayam Ra a thumbs up and said with a laugh, "Whoops, I just remembered I have something to do. I'm out of here." With that, he shot off like a rocket. Jayam Ra could only watch him go and curse inwardly, that despicable old man. Kai's gloomy face suddenly appeared behind Jayam Ra. He spoke coldly, "You seem to be in good mood." Jayam Ra put on a docile act and replied obediently, "Jean, greetings, Your Highness. It's been a while." Kai's face hardened. He said, "You said you had something urgent to tell me. I didn't expect to come here and get hit." Hearing that, and seeing Kai's devastatingly handsome, annoyed face, Jayam Ra immediately started drooling. She started to fidget. "Oh my, Our Highness is handsome even with a little bruise on his face?" Kai suppressed his anger and replied, "Stop spouting nonsense. I heard everything. Just now, in your mind, you were thinking you wanted to lick Kai's wound, weren't you?" Jayam Ra clicked her tongue and quickly looked away. Benji was frozen stiff by that remark. He shouted angrily, "Joe, you still haven't gotten rid of those disrespectful thoughts?" But Kai said calmly, "Benji, this is fine." Benji was helpless. "What do you mean this is fine, Your Highness?" On the other side, Jayam Ra scratched her head and said, "I've lived a bit too much in the dark in this life. I pray to be purer in the next." Benji reminded her once again, "I'm begging you to behave properly. I am someone who has sworn loyalty to His Highness. If you cross the line..." Before he could finish, Jayam Ra quickly replied, Yes, I know, but even I can't control my own thoughts." Then she winked, acting cute. "I'll be careful from now on. I'll remember it every day." Seeing that, it was Kai's turn to shout, "Hey, don't you dare do nothing." Hearing that, Jayam Ra was even more confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Kai said, "The moment you have free time, your mind will start running wild again." Hearing that, Jayam Ra was startled. It was true. Whenever she was free, she would hold a rake like a microphone and sing, "I'm exhausted from missing Kai." She felt helpless. Come to think of it, whenever my brain is fuzzy after waking up in the morning, after meals, and even when I'm taking a break from work, I'm always doing silly things. Jayam Ra sighed, "Your Highness Kai, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll be busy from dawn till dusk." But Kai shouted, "That's not okay either." Jayam Ra was completely bewildered. What now? When you're busy, your emotions become even more intense, don't they? You should be grateful that I saved you. Jayam Ra was very confused by that. What did I say? Kai began to recount things she couldn't even imagine. After finishing, he blushed and concluded with a tremble. "That's what you said." After hearing it, Benji immediately drew his sword and held it to Jayam Ra's neck. She quickly shouted, "Ah, wait a minute, Mr. Aide. Our relationship has been so good lately. Think of our beautiful memories." "Mr. Benji, Mr. Aide, oh no, sir, wait." Meanwhile, Kai seemed to be pondering something. It turned out he was looking at Jayam Ra's book. He spoke up, "Benji, stop." "But Joe, what is this book?" Jayam Ra peeked out and answered cheerfully, "Ah, that? Lady Delua gave it to me." Hearing that name, Kai was very curious and asked again, "Delua?" "Yes, the lady from the house of Count Anbini's who came with Prince Isaac. You haven't met her, have you? She's very beautiful. Her beauty is like that of a goddess." Kai asked again, "Why did she give you a book?" Jayam Ra answered without thinking, "Sisterly affection," but she immediately realized she had misspoken. She mentally slapped herself. "That's right, I told myself not to reveal that I'm a girl. If I knew it was this easy to get exposed, I wouldn't have said something so stupid. Time to be slick." Then, Jayam Ra put on a cool expression and said, "I don't know either. Maybe she likes me?" Benji was completely shocked to hear that. Even a horse eating hay in the stable was so shocked it couldn't chew. And of course, so was Kai. Jayam Ra saw that the situation didn't look good and blurted out, "Hey, what's with this atmosphere? She thought to herself, are they shocked that Delua likes me? If so, this is fine. But suddenly, Kai let out a deep, wounded sigh. Jayamare jumped. Is it that serious? She quickly asked, what's wrong, Lord Kai? Why are you like this? Are you that shocked? Kai was thinking Benji and Theodore too. He asked, are you too close enough that she knows you're illiterate? Jayamare rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and replied, the prince's servants know that too. That sentence immediately made Kai snap to attention. Jayamare added, Uncle Rick also knows. Everyone in this palace knows. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Benji turned around, wondering, what was that sound? It turned out that behind him, Kai was gradually starting to fume. He growled, why is it that everyone you meet gets attached to you? How can you let that happen? Benji was scared stiff and stammered, Your Highness. Kai looked up, stared straight at Jayamare, and asked, are you glue? Kai asked angrily, are you a carnivorous plant? Jayamare froze for a moment. A carnivorous plant. Then she also yelled, did you just call me a carnivorous plant? How could you say that to me? Kai retorted, then is capturing and eating people regardless of gender or age something a human does? Jayamare beat her chest. Who am I losing to? Someone like me is totally handsome enough to be a heartthrob. If I were in my country, I would have definitely debuted. Already, Kai didn't back down either. He pointed at Jayamare and said mockingly, you have no education. How would you debut in high society? Jayamra's sore spot was hit, and she roared, what? Education? The two of them just kept shouting at each other. What does appearance matter? I told you to stay put and behave, but you still went ahead and met everyone in the palace. In a few days, you'll probably go meet His Majesty the Emperor. Yes, I was planning to. So what? I'll go meet His Majesty and tell him I'm the king of the horse keepers in this land, and you're just a vain king of Vithian. Benji stood speechless, watching the two of them argue back and forth helplessly. Both of you are equally childish. After arguing for a while, Kai gave up, covered his face, and said, with the way you talk, I have no idea what Lady Anne Beanies likes about you. Jayamare proudly showed off her personality, stroking her hair as she replied, can't you see? It's because I'm handsome. What else could it be? After hearing this answer, Kai immediately froze. He was truly at a loss. It wasn't just him. Benji, standing next to him, was also rendered speechless by that statement. Jayamare suddenly turned to ask him, am I not handsome? Benji was startled. Are you asking me? He broke out in a cold sweat. Jayamare was doing her best to sparkle dazzlingly right in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, Benji's face suddenly turned completely red. He shyly turned away and replied, you're very handsome, really. Hearing that, Jayamare immediately turned back and shouted at Kai. See? Benji suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out Kai was staring at him with a piercingly cold gaze. Kai stubbornly argued, a man-eating flower. Jayamare heard that and flew into a rage, yelling, what? You're still calling me a carnivorous plant? Even Benji knows how to compliment someone, can't you, Your Highness? Even if it's just empty words, can't you just compliment me on being handsome once? Hearing that, Kai was also startled. His whole body suddenly trembled as he shyly uttered each word. Your face, if you look closely, is also handsome. Turning embarrassment into anger, Kai quickly spun away. Really, Kai's face flushed bright red as he scolded himself. I've never said words like this before. Jayamra's eyes widened, completely astonished by Kai's expression. She immediately screamed in her heart, good heavens, you've probably never even flirted with a girl at any of those high society parties. Mortified, Kai quickly protested, that's not true. Jayamare started drooling again, thinking, so innocent and adorable. Kai was completely helpless in a situation like this. Can't you stop thinking nonsense? I really don't understand how Lady Anne Beanies could like you after just seeing your face. I don't. Don't you think she might have other intentions? Hearing that, Jayamare also put a hand on her chin, pretending to be deep in thought. After a moment, Jayamare came to a conclusion. I'm just a stable hand. What kind of intentions could she have with me? And so what if she does? She probably just wants to have a wonderfully beautiful child. What else could it be? Hearing that, Kai immediately yelled, how dare you say that? Do you think the house of Count Anne Beanies will let you off the hook? Under attack, Jayamare quickly covered her ears with her hands. Kai continued, just for the crime of slandering a noble, beheading you 100 times wouldn't be enough. Jayamare also started to fight back. What's the problem if she's interested in my face? Isn't it because I want to see your highness's face one more time that I have to shovel horse manure all day to live? I hate horse manure too, you know. I just like looking at Kai, but you don't even let me see your face often. Enough. At this point, Jayam Ra screamed, day after day, I want to gaze upon your highness's face. Both Kai and Benji froze. Jayam Ra continued to scream, I miss you to death. I miss you so much I'm lovesick, so much that my soul has left my body. After a moment, Kai was still standing there, frozen. But the difference was that his face had turned as red as if he had eaten a chili pepper. Seeing this, Jayam Ra's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Kai quickly covered his face, while Jayam Ra was about to go crazy. She quickly shook Benji and yelled, Oh my god, Benji, quickly summon the court painters here. Quickly, look at His Highness's face. The face that holds all the coldness of this world is now blushing as if it has monopolized all the shyness in the world. Jayam Ra immediately held up a 100-point sign and chattered on, Ah, a combination of warmth and coldness. What do you call this? As expected, only an angel can combine such harmony. How can such exquisite beauty be admired by me alone? We must hang a banner on top of the palace for everyone to see. Seeing himself being praised so excessively, Kai also yelled, That's enough. Jayam Ra immediately fell silent, but her thoughts were otherwise. Hey, I'm going to faint. That blushing face is truly a cute masterpiece. Kai was completely helpless. You have no shame whatsoever. She replied, Can you eat shame? Then she continued to think, My Kai must be designated a cultural heritage, and then he must be preserved forever from generation to generation. No preservation at all. Anyway, I came to this life for entertainment, so I'll just stick to him and cherish him. Seeing that time was passing meaninglessly, Benji went over to rescue his master. He said, Jew, rein in your thirst and get to the main point. Why were you looking for His Highness? Jayam Ra came to her senses. That's right. I called him here because I had something important to say. She scratched her head and said shyly, After so many days, I was so happy to finally see His Highness's face that I completely forgot. She quickly got down to business, asking, Where was the place you went to a few days ago? Kai was startled when he heard that. He asked back, I'm still not over my suspicion that you're an assassin. So why are you asking about that? Jayam Ra gave a sheepish laugh. What assassin? I'm a gift sent by God to make your highness happy, to help your highness walk on a path full of flowers. Kai suddenly fell into deep thought, as if he had run out of ways to deal with Jayam Ra. But in reality, he was just shy. Deep down, he didn't feel too bad. Kai cleared his throat and said, I don't understand a single thing you're saying. Jayam beamed and replied, It's all right, as long as your highness trusts me and tells me. Only then can I offer some perfectly wonderful advice to help your highness. Kai looked away, hesitating for a moment before answering. Fine, I'll tell you. There's nothing that can't be said. It's Heston. Jayam exclaimed, So it is Heston. In a month, there will be some kind of party, and your highness will be attending, right? In the novel, Empress Priscilla flew into a rage with the following childish line. I can't believe that while you were having fun and making connections in Heston, that black-eyed prince managed to get Oban first. At first, when I read it, I skimmed past it since it was a line meant to elevate the main character. If I had read that line without remembering Kai's face, I probably would have been just as furious as Priscilla. Recalling that time, she had read it, fuming. These people are unbelievable. Her mother had called from outside. Jayam, aren't you sleeping? But things were different now. Kim Jayam, famous for the lucky name that could possess His Highness all by herself. Although I haven't officially gained ownership rights yet, here I am, right in front of His Highness. But contrary to her thoughts, Kai's face suddenly darkened. He asked in astonishment, How did you know about that? Jayam was startled. Pardon? Kai repeated, How do you know my personal future schedule, when I only just heard the decision was made today? Jayam jumped, realizing she had let her mouth run a little too far, and quietly exclaimed to herself, Oops. Realizing she had misspoken, Jayam screamed internally, Oh, this big mouth of mine. She averted her gaze, stammering her reply, That I am. I think I heard some servants talking during lunch. Oh, no. Maybe in the evening? Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Benji and Kai both looked at her with baffled expressions. Seeing the two of them remain silent, Jayam shouted again, I'm really not a strange person. I can't explain everything to you, but I only wish for Prince Kai's safety. So please, don't go to Heston, go to Oban instead. Hearing that, Kai grew even more curious and asked again, Oban? She replied, Yes, The black mineral in Oban. Ah, no. Obsidian is what it's called. The type of mineral that makes swords or shields stronger when you add it. She thought to herself again, oh, for goodness sake, what a hard name to remember. I take back what I said about offering myself as a doormat for the author. If the author heard this, they would surely laugh and reply. How embarrassing. Jayamja added, I heard that Empress Priscilla is also investigating this matter, so you shouldn't go to Heston. Before she could finish, Kai repeated his question. I only asked how you knew about that. Just answer what I asked. That sentence immediately stunned Jayamja. She frowned, answering with annoyance. Everyone in the entire palace knows that the Empress is interested in obsidian. I heard that every spring she sends gifts to Oban. In the dormitory, I met some servants who were helping the Empress prepare the gifts. I heard it from them. At that moment, Benji and the horse were trembling in a corner, watching the two of them argue, crying silently. Why did the atmosphere suddenly turn so cold? Like this? Seeing Kai hesitate to answer, Jayamja called out again. Kai, stop doubting me and hurry to Oban. She also thought to herself, I know what I just said isn't believable, but I can't just let Kai die like in the original story. I absolutely have to convince him. Go to Oban and be the first to secure the trade. Rights. Just then, Kai spoke again with an ice-cold expression. Jew, why should I listen to you? This stunned the spirited Jayamja. Her voice began to stammer. Teeth. Then she started clutching her head in frustration. I already told you I love you, Your Highness. Kai maintained his cold demeanor, replying, I haven't even determined if you're an assassin or a sorcerer. Explain to me why I should listen to you. I need a precise answer. Jayamja was immediately agitated. She grabbed Kai's shoulders and yelled, Your Highness, can't you just think that I'm doing all of this for you? I know what I'm saying is strange and hard to believe, but please, Your Highness, just trust me this once. Contrary to Jayamja's expectations, Kai decisively pushed her hand away. This greatly surprised Jayamja. Kai immediately turned to leave. Before that, he left her with a sorrowful look. Then he walked away resolutely, calling out, Benji, let's go. Benji was startled. Yes, sir. At that moment, Rick stepped out from the house. He asked, has he left? But Jayamja didn't answer, just stood there, frozen to the spot. He walked closer, gently shaking her shoulder, and said, Jew, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll give you the potatoes. Jew. Only then did he see clearly that Jayamja was standing motionless, while tears streamed down her face like a fountain. Rick was extremely alarmed and quickly asked, What's wrong? Are you crying? Hearing someone ask, Jayamja immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing resentfully, Oh, that hateful Kai. Everything I said was because I like him. It was for his own good. Rick was in a complete panic, glancing around to see if anyone was nearby while shouting along. Good heavens, what are you doing? What if the prince comes back? Jayamja didn't answer, just sobbed, thinking. He asked if I'm always talking nonsense. It's true I talk nonsense, but I'm not an assassin and I'm not some sorcerer. It's just that I really like him. So I'm like this. That's all there is to it. At the same time, in Kai's palace, he had just returned to his room and immediately took off his coat, throwing it onto the bed. Then, he walked to the window, sadly murmuring to himself, There's no reason to trust her, yet seems I do. Why do I keep trusting her like this? Did she cast some kind of spell? It feels like I've really been bewitched. It's never been like this before, so I thought it couldn't happen. At that moment, Benji also entered, saying, Your Highness, if you're concerned about what Ju said, shall I go and investigate? Kai didn't answer, instead asking, Benji, what do you think? Do you think Ju is lying? As he asked, he recalled Jayamja's honest and simple expressions. If not, do you feel like she's a sorcerer? Benji was silent for a moment, then swallowed. He thought to himself, I haven't felt that Ju was lying even once. Moreover, if that was an act, then she is a truly gifted actress. Then, he answered honestly, I cannot confirm that what he has done recently isn't an act, but at least in my eyes, I feel that he is a straightforward person. What about him saying he likes me? Hearing that question, Benji couldn't help but be startled. After thinking for a moment, he bowed his head and replied, I think it's sincere. After hearing that, Kai showed no emotion and said, Fine, you may leave. Help me investigate whether Ju is colluding with anyone. He immediately bowed deeply, replying, Yes, Your Highness. As soon as Benji left, Kai immediately returned to his sad and pensive state. Kai knew it was sincere, but couldn't just accept it easily, because he had lived like this since birth and would have to continue living like this. He had to suspect everyone who approached him, to protect his status as a prince. Because who knows, one day, he might die a wrongful death just like his other siblings. The next day, sunlight shone into the horse stables, accompanied by the chirping of birds. But contrary to the fresh atmosphere, Jeomja appeared completely lifeless. Her face was scowling, and her eyes were both swollen and bruised. As soon as she reached the horse stall, the stinky horse dip started licking her face nonstop. Jeomja said helplessly, "Ah, saliva, stop licking my face. You don't know, but this place is the world of a romance novel." Just then, it seemed someone appeared outside. Jeomja was still focused on talking to Dip. She held its face and said, "A horse keeper has the right to be loved too, you know?" Just as she finished speaking, Theodore suddenly approached, calling out weakly, "Brother Joe." Ah, that voice. As she thought this, Jeomja whipped her head around to look. As soon as she saw who it was, Jeomja immediately ran over, calling out happily as she ran, "Theo, what have you been doing all this time? Why are you only coming back now? You made me wait forever." As she got closer to the boy, she suddenly flinched. Theodore appeared before her with dark circles under his eyes, asking with a frown, "What happened to your face?" Before Theo could say anything else, he covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. Jeomja saw this and was very worried. She bent down slightly and asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Theo nodded, rubbing his eyes as he replied, "It's not that, but I just keep feeling sleepy." Then the boy looked at Jeomja scornfully and said, "And what's with your expression? You were sad because you didn't see me, right?" Jeomja smiled brightly and replied, "Of course." Theo's face gradually turned red, and he was also smiling back at her. Then he said, "I want to ride a horse. Can you bring Rinji here for me?" Jeomja also agreed cheerfully. "I know. Wait a moment." But then his face became gloomy, and he said sadly, "But Joe, you know what? Normally, if there are no stairs, the servants will kneel or lie face down for me to step on." Jeomja was extremely surprised. "Ah, is that so?" Theodore heard this and immediately shouted, "Lifting me up like this is completely improper." Then the boy looked up and asked curiously, "Joe, what's wrong with you? You were walking normally, and then you just walk into a wall. Then you suddenly spaced out, staring into the air." Seeing this, the boy couldn't help but think to himself, "What is this? Why does this feeling seem so familiar? You're not shouting or laughing like usual today. Did something happen to you?" Hearing someone ask, Jeomja's tears started to well up again. The two of them, without planning it, fell into a silent void. Seeing that Jeomja was about to cry, Theo waved his hands frantically, chattering, all right. It's fine if there are no stairs. You can lift me up. In fact, it would be better if there were never, ever any stairs." After a while, the two of them sat down on a pile of hay to rest. Jeomja confessed sadly, "You know, Prince Kai doesn't seem to believe that I like him. Of course, I know that in His Highness's current situation, it's hard for him to trust others. And I'm not exactly a trustworthy person. Even so, I still feel a little sad." After hearing this, Theodore stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then asked, "You two are dating. Why doesn't he believe you? Doesn't Prince Kai like you too?" That question immediately made Jeomja freeze. She replied shyly, Actually, I like His Highness more. And he likes me. It's like I'm clinging to him." Then she gave a helpless, dismissive laugh. "And you've never been in love, so you wouldn't understand if I told you about these things, right?" Hearing that, Theo immediately looked up at her, frowning with displeasure. The boy asserted, "I'll be old enough to love soon. In just a few years, you'll see, the girls who like me will be lining up, and I can even debut in high society." When Jeomja heard that, she immediately burst out laughing, pointing at the boy as she asked, "Debut in high society?" Then she clutched her stomach, laughing. "Ha ha ha, wow, debuting in high society." Theo, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "What's that? What are you laughing at?" Jeomja replied, "I admit you're very handsome, but you're not a noble. You're just like the son of a well-off family. In high society, besides money, you also need power and honor." This made the boy Theodore tremble with anger. He shouted, My family is not ordinary." Jeomja replied playfully, I know. She sighed, continuing with a helpless expression. "It's true that when you're young, everyone dreams of becoming famous when they grow up. Being a kid is great. Oh my, so cute." Actually, Theodore tried to struggle, but his head was held in place by one of Jeomja's hands. "I also thought I would grow up to be a billionaire like Steve Jobs or Bill Gates." Seeing Jeomja speaking so strangely, Theo asked with a frown, "Jobs, Bill, what? What are you talking about? Sometimes I can't understand what Joe says, and your tone is like an old man's. You're not 17. You're much older, aren't you?" Hearing that, Jeomja couldn't help but be startled. She looked at the boy's sullen face and thought to herself, "He's talking as if he's my lover. This kid is probably the most perceptive character among all the characters in the novel Kingmaker. But why didn't the author mention him? Luckily, he's just guessing and isn't sure. I'm already 25, and besides, I'm disguised as a man, and he didn't realize. I take back the part about him being perceptive. She turned sharply to one side, telling herself, I have to quickly think of a way to change the subject. As she was thinking, something suddenly fell from Jeomja's clothes. It turned out to be the book that the lady with the speaker gave her. Jeomja scratched her head shyly and held the book out to the boy, asking, "Oh right, Theo. Can you explain the contents of this to me? I'm actually illiterate." Haha. As soon as Theo flipped through a few pages, he recognized it. This is the Vithian legend. Jeomja exclaimed happily. Ah, so you've read it? He replied, yeah, I read it when I was little. Tia rested for a while and then moved to another vast territory and expanded that land. After that, because only Tia had red eyes, only they could continue the next imperial dynasty. As soon as she heard that, Jeomja angrily threw the book to the ground. Theodore shouted in horror, "Bro, what are you doing?" The book, deeply hurt, sizzled on the ground. Theo asked, "You don't like the Vithian legend?" Jeomja replied forcefully, "Of course I don't." "Stupid question." She screamed furiously. "It's so absurd. Why is it that in the legend of any empire, only the person with red eyes can inherit the throne?" Theo didn't dare say anything more for fear of adding fuel to the fire, only asking softly, "Is that so?" Jeomja turned to him and continued, "You don't know, but genetics aren't that simple. There are dominant and recessive genes, so the odds are like a game of chess. Even if His Majesty the Emperor has children, it still depends on the Empress's genes. Otherwise, according to the ancestor's DNA, the eye and hair color will gradually differ." Then she yelled in frustration, "Damn those red-eyed bastards. Can red eyes fill your stomach?" Humph. But before she could finish, Theo threw the entire book at her face. Immediately after, the boy looked around nervously to see if anyone was nearby. After making sure no one was around, the boy shyly confessed, "Brother Joe, I really like you." Jeomja also looked bewildered, wondering to herself, a sudden confession. Immediately after, the boy's face became gloomy, and he said, "I want to be able to see you often until we're old, so don't mock or curse." The royal family, because there's no guarantee that there isn't a place in this world without eavesdroppers. Hearing that, Jeomja also realized it and couldn't help but shudder. Very quickly, the sky turned to evening. Jeomja was still flipping through the book, continuing to try to understand it. She remembered the worried look on Theo's face and thought to herself, "Actually, I was very worried about my quick mouth until Theo left like this. If I'm discovered mocking the royal family, I could be executed immediately. I have to be careful with my mouth." Jeomja rested her chin on her hand, sadly murmuring to herself, "So small, yet already so careful. Long live this empire." Then she wondered, what is this legend really about? This world, just because of that setting, causes so many people to suffer, to the point that an outsider like me feels a sharp pain in my gut just reading this. Jeomja closed the book, unconsciously hiccuping. She frowned slightly. Could it be that my mood is always spinning like a roller coaster? In the morning, I was laughing like a fool, saying, "Ah ha ha ha. He said he wants to debut." Then I listlessly called out Kai, and by evening I was roaring in anger, "Potatoes again?" Just then, Benji walked up beside her, calling worriedly, "Yo, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?" Benji was worried, asking with a hesitant tone, "I called you, but you didn't answer. Are you hurt somewhere?" Seeing him, Jeomja's eyes suddenly lit up, and she called out in a low voice, "Benji, where is Prince Kai?" That question was like a rock thrown straight at Benji's head. It took him a moment to calm down, and he replied unnaturally, His Highness just so happened to have a message for me to relay to you. His Highness said that he will go to Oban." Hearing that, Jeomja immediately shot up, and the plan that she had been nagging him about day after day. His Highness said he would give it a try. Hearing that, Jeomja couldn't hide the joy on her face, and she exclaimed, "Really?" Actually, last night, I had been continuously sending telepathic messages to Kai. She said that the people of Vithium are all fools. Why bother taking medicine? Just looking at Kai's face is enough to cure any illness. I'm living proof of that. A person who was almost half paralyzed and could only lie in bed. Thanks to my sexy, cute Eaton Chuck, Sexy Kai Sexy. And in fact, the latter part has been shortened. Then she added, "I forgot, Kai. You must be as humble as possible when you go to Oban. Don't attach a large royal crest to the carriage." The previous emperor was the one who took away the family of Oban's leader. So when you're in that territory, don't let others pay too much attention to you. Count Oban hates everyone in the cruel Vithium royal family, because when he ascended the throne, the previous emperor eliminated all of the relatives of the Countess of Oban. They will certainly not hand over the precious obsidian mineral to the royal family that killed their relatives. They have also cut off relations, ceasing exchanges with other territories. Over time, obsidian has gradually become a magical mineral that only appears in rumors of the people occasionally. Nobles with a passion for minerals have sought it out, hoping to trade, but have always ended up being treated coldly. The nearby townspeople also said wearily, Oban, sigh, even if you send a mountain of gifts there, they will be returned exactly as they were. It's useless. Jurek also said, although they say that obsidian is not an item for trade, which is why they return the gifts, the real reason is it would want to be exploited by the royal family, a place they see as their enemy. Another servant who heard this nodded in agreement, and she concluded, so the people here consider Oban a very complicated land. I also want to tell him how Isaac managed to make the count open up in the book, but if I did that, he would definitely be suspicious. I have to send it along with some of my own malicious thoughts. Thinking this, she continued to transmit her thoughts. If your highness wants Count Oban to open his heart, then every day your highness should knock on the door of his heart with those pearly, beautiful, and noble hands. It's best to let him see your highness's heart. In her imagination, Kai, with a bewitching face, extended his hand towards the people, asking, do you want to do it with me? You've already scored points for not having red eyes, but absolutely do not act close to your mother in front of him. He probably doesn't like Empress Priscilla very much. Of course, I don't mean to speak ill of my mother-in-law. Oh, I accidentally called her mother-in-law. But in reality, Giumra over there was being nagged by Giumra to the point where her brain was about to explode. Giumra started to feel guilty, asking, wait, Benji, did his highness hear everything I said? He replied, probably. He told me to tell you to stop talking nonsense. Hearing that, Giumra was so embarrassed she started banging her head against the wall, thinking, I'm going to die. I might as well just die. I'm going to kill myself. She hiccuped a few times. In the distance, Benji also thought to himself, since his highness personally requested it, I did try to investigate this kid, but it seems there's nothing suspicious. She does look a bit like a pervert, but a girl like this can't possibly be an assassin. Just then, Giumra turned around, calling out resentfully, all right, Benji, I want to ask something because besides Benji, I have no one else to ask. Benji asked curiously, what is it? When it's that time of the month, what do the girls here have to do? Benji immediately froze solid after hearing that question. Giumra on the other side continued, among the people who know my situation, Benji is the only one I can talk to comfortably like this. I'm very sorry, but I really can't take it anymore. After hearing this, Benji couldn't help but let out a sigh. Giumra was still chattering on, and also, please cut my hair for me. My hair is very long now, right? Benji didn't answer, but you could tell how helpless he was. A moment later, Giumra was smiling brightly, her new hair cut by Benji, holding the cloth that Benji had washed and given to Giumra to use. After finishing, Benji immediately left, his face completely devoid of energy, while Giumra behind him was smiling brightly, waving her hand and shouting, thanks a lot for today. Be careful on your way. Benji had reconsidered. Maybe Giumra really was a demon. A week later, Fellow suddenly appeared at the horse stables, asking Giumra, are you well? It's been a while since we last met, and you look much more muscular. She showed him her muscles, replying, I was afraid people would look down on my Leda-like appearance, so I tried to train really hard to build muscle. Then, while tending to the horses, she asked, why does His Highness need 4 horses? Is he going somewhere? Fellow replied, Prince Kai said he is going to Oban. This made Giumra feel very surprised. Giumra thought to herself, thank goodness, thanks to me urging His Highness day and night, then completely switching to a response by linking myself with Kai. This is the special telepathic sound between me and Kai. But there was no need to send Uncle Fellow here, which proves His Highness is still angry with me. Thinking that, Giumra couldn't help but feel sad again, but I had directly told him that he needed to go to Haston quickly. Giumra immediately deflated, hiccuping. It must have been hard for Uncle Fellow to come here. Let me lead the horses out for you. Fellow looked at her expression and was a little startled. No need. There's someone waiting outside. Really, it's okay. Uncle Fellow was now deeply misunderstanding. He hiccuped and cried silently in his heart. That sad look on her face proves that His Highness is still treating him coldly. He immediately encouraged her, Our kind Giumra, don't look so down. Actually, His Highness cared a lot about you, you know? Giumra replied, yes, I know, Uncle Fellow, don't worry. She thought to herself, luckily, the language said in this world is all translated, so I can understand. After leading the horses out, Uncle Fellow dabbed his tears with a handkerchief, thinking, I will never forget your courage. Giumra also waved goodbye cheerfully. Take care on your way. But just then, Giumra heard some rustling sounds coming from behind. Over there was a person in a full cloak, trying to pull the reins of the horse, shouting, damn this horse. Why won't you listen to me? Looking at the horse, Giumra immediately recognized it. That's Jean. Seeing this, Giumra immediately dashed over, shouting, hey, you horse thief. As she shouted, she threw a shoe at the stranger. Luckily, the person dodged it. Giumra rushed to block the front of the horse, yelling, how dare you steal a horse from the royal palace? You got some nerve. The stranger was sweating bullets, hastily explaining, no, I received permission before taking it. Giumra shouted again, permission from hell? His Highness is not currently in the palace. Who gave you permission? Hearing this, the person also took off his hood. As soon as Giumra saw clearly, she froze, black hair. It turned out to be Isaac. He placed his hand on his chest and said, it was Prince Theo, Prince Kai's younger brother, who gave me permission. Although the prince fell asleep while I was talking to him, I clearly heard the prince give his permission. As soon as she saw clearly, Giumra immediately bowed deeply. Isn't it Prince Isaac? Isaac was very surprised to hear that. You know me? Giumra was bowing her head, but still secretly peeked up. She thought, even though he has black eyes, at a glance he looks like a delinquent youth, truly the appearance of someone who once lived in the slums. Exactly as described in the novel. Isaac, while scratching his head, said, as a master who takes care of the horse stables, you could be called talented. But you know, Prince Theo already gave me permission. Hearing that, Giumra was startled once again. She asked herself, wait, what did he just say? Thinking this, she spoke up, Your Highness Isaac, it's a bit rude, but could you tell me the full name of Prince Kai's younger brother? Isaac scratched his head, asking back, you work in the royal palace, but you don't know? The prince comes to the horse stables often. Theodo Vithian. Everyone around here calls him Prince Theo. Hearing that, Giumra's face immediately darkened. I remember now, brown hair and pink eyes. In the original work, not much was written about the death of the fifth prince, Theodo. Like other princes or princesses without red eyes, Theodo also died and was buried perfunctorily. Although later, that became the reason for Isaac to hate the current members of the royal family. From then on, absolutely no one mentioned Theo's existence again. Seeing Giumra standing there stunned, Isaac called out, hey, are you okay? Why did your face turn so pale? Hearing that, Giumra came to her senses, immediately looking up and speaking loudly, which startled Isaac. Prince Isaac, I have something to ask you. Do you know where His Highness Prince Theodo's palace is? Isaac was a little dazed, but still answered the palace. If you go past the rose garden, you'll see a white castle. Behind it is a small, ivory-colored castle. That is Theo's palace. As soon as she heard, Giumra immediately dashed off. She didn't forget to shout, thank you, Your Highness. Isaac didn't have time to react and could only call after her, wait, Rio. He shouted in bewilderment, Rio, what am I supposed to do with this horse now? The scene soon shifted to the ivory-colored palace. As soon as she arrived, the guard on duty immediately asked with a stern face, who are you, and where are you going? Giumra hurriedly said, Theo, no, I came here to see His Highness Prince Theodo. When he heard that, he asked back suspiciously, you? Then he waved his hand dismissively, saying, get lost, this is not a place, a stable hand like you can just enter whenever you want. Seeing that it would be difficult, Giumra made up a reason. The thing is, I came here on the orders of Prince Isaac. If Isaac heard that, he would probably ask himself in bewilderment, The guard heard this and scoffed, saying contemptuously, who did you say? Isaac? That prince. I thought you were someone's servant, but looking at this appearance, I can guess. That statement stunned Giumra. She hurriedly explained, no, I work at the stables of His Highness Kai. Prince Isaac was just passing by chance. But the guard cut her off curtly. No need to say more, go back. So what if it's Prince Kai? You understand what I'm saying, right? If you want to build connections, you should at least see who you're dealing with. So young and naive, not sharp at all. Hearing those words, Giumra gritted her teeth in anger, cursing him in her heart, this bastard. Just then, a lady-in-waiting came out from inside and asked, what's the matter? The guard replied, this kid says he wants to see Prince Theodo. The lady-in-waiting then turned and said, His Highness Theodo is currently sleeping. Hearing that, the guard chimed in. Did you hear that? Come back next time, kid. Giumra clenched her fists, saying to herself, I know. That's why I'm going crazy like this. The original novel's description of Theodo's death only said that he slept more and then just died. As time passed, Kai suspected Princess Sienna and asked her, You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I still remember how I imagined Kai's pained face and grin from ear to ear. While Giumra was smiling foolishly, her mother's voice echoed, Giumra, are you not sleeping again? She concluded, I never once tried to think about Theodo's death. Thinking that, Giumra's fists clenched even tighter. She slipped to one side and dashed in. The guard was startled and shouted after her. Hey! Then he switched to shouting loudly, Intruder, catch him! Giumra thought to herself, Intruder, just try and catch me. But her footsteps slowed. Giumra wondered, why is it so quiet? This is a prince's palace, so why isn't there a single person here? Just then, a tired voice rang out, causing Giumra to freeze. What's with all the noise? Theodo stepped out of the room, rubbing his eyes and saying, I told you to be quiet so I can sleep. The dark circles under his eyes were now clearly visible. His face looked extremely tired. As soon as she saw him, Giumra immediately ran to hug him, calling out loudly, Theodo! As soon as he recognized her, Theodo became flustered and his face turned bright red. He asked in bewilderment, Rio, why are you here? Then he waved his hand towards the guard who was about to lose his temper. Guthrie, go work somewhere else. Back in the room, Theodo laid down on the bed again. He turned to Giumra and asked, You look as ugly as ever today. But how did you know I was a prince? Giumra was silent for a moment, then replied, I heard people talking about a tiny prince, so I thought it was you. As she spoke, she took a handkerchief to dab her tears. I in this royal palace, besides my darling. Who else could be this small? Theodo got annoyed hearing that. Why do you always talk with that kind of tone? Seeing that Theodo looked tired, she asked again, Are you going to sleep again? Theodo rubbed his eyes and replied, Yes, I've been feeling sleepy constantly these days. Giumra didn't answer, gently taking his small hands. She thought sadly, I came to find this kid with an empty head and no concrete plan, so I don't know what to say to him now. She could only say softly, Don't sleep all the time, okay. Then she thought, from what I remember, even the doctors in the palace couldn't diagnose the cause of his death. The image of Theodo lying motionless on his sickbed appeared, making her thoughts even more intense. Should I tell someone to check his food? Or tell them to find an antidote? What should I do to save Theodo? But little Theodo laughed, calling out helplessly, Hey Rio, I think this is the first time you've spoken to me with honorifics. You've always spoken so informally before, haven't you? The boy's resilient attitude moved her. To the point of tears, she told herself, such a gentle, lovely boy, and yet, she replied sadly, I didn't know you were a noble then. I can still speak informally now. I'll keep talking to you like that. Okay. Theodo got annoyed hearing that. You insolent brother, I'll have you beheaded right now. Putting that aside, Giumra asked worriedly, Your Highness Theodo, have you noticed any changes in recent months? For example, the pillows, the walls, or the food and drinks? He thought for a moment. Let's see, every day is the same as the last, so I'm not really sure. What about the people around you? Have any new servants been assigned? She continued to ask, but Theodo was becoming lethargic. He said tiredly, Hey Rio, I'm sleepy. Giumra hurriedly sat the boy up, shouting, Your Highness, wait a minute, you want to sleep again? The more she spoke, the more worried she became. Talk to me a little longer, or else let's go ride, Lynn. If you need, I'll carry you on my back. But before she could finish her sentence, Theodo slumped down, falling wearily into Giumra's arms. Seeing this, Giumra became more and more frantic. She hugged the boy tightly, but no matter how much she shook him, Theodo wouldn't wake up, and then she was thrown out of the palace. Guthrie pushed her roughly, saying, Stop sucking up and go back to the stables to work, you little devil. She gritted her teeth, furious that she couldn't do anything at this moment. The palace gates were quickly slammed shut. That I am the novel kingmaker. I'm just a nameless stable hand working at the stables, not even classified as a supporting character. Soon, the sun was about to set again. She dragged her feet on the way back, lost in thought that, if I leave him like this, the boy will die. What if he suddenly stops breathing? Even if I know the plot of the original work, what can a nameless stable hand like me do? Just then, a munching sound from somewhere pulled her back to reality. Up ahead, Isaac was feeding grass to a horse. As soon as he saw her, he smiled and said, "Oh, your master is back." She quickly walked over and asked, "His Highness Prince Isaac, were you waiting for me?" Isaac stood with his hands on his hips, saying, "It's very dangerous to leave the horses like this without anyone to look after them." Then he scratched his chin and asked with concern, "Besides, you ran for your life earlier as if you'd seen a ghost. Are you okay now?" Giamra looked at him, almost frozen, asking if I'm okay. He's really as kind as described in the novel. As she thought, she also recalled the image of Prince Isaac being afraid of his wife, Lady Diola. Back then, I wondered why there was a scene where he couldn't get rid of his slum accent and even cried during a fight with Diola. In the end, he still couldn't change his accent by the time the story ended, right? If so, maybe it could be considered a blessing that he couldn't change it. Then, as if remembering something, Giamra came to her senses. Wait a minute, this person. He's a heroic main character, isn't he? Giamra was lost in thought, while Isaac was still bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Giamra's whole body suddenly trembled. She said, "Prince, you just asked if I was okay, right?" Isaac was a little surprised and replied, yes, that's right." Suddenly, she dropped to her knees on the ground and said loudly, "Your Highness, please help me. Please help me, my friend is about to die, sob sob." Faced with that desperate plea, Isaac froze, and beads of sweat began to pour down like a stream. He looked from side to side and asked in a panic, "What do you mean? Who is about to die?" Giamra, without changing her posture, replied, "That person is not related to me, but he helped me, a stable worker, like family." Yes. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears. He used to be a healthy person, running around from morning to night, but lately he just wants to sleep and hasn't taken a single step away from his bed. For a moment, the two of them seemed to have returned to an old Korean dynasty. Giamra bowed her head low and continued, "This lowly one truly does not know what has happened to my friend. I hope your Highness Isaac will help me find out." Isaac was still bewildered, wondering, what's with this act now? Giamra continued to cry, clasping her hands and sobbing a few times before continuing, If I could die in his place to repay his kindness, I would do it immediately. Boo-hoo." Hearing this, Isaac suddenly realized something. He frowned, put his hand to his chin, and said, "Wait, you said your friend is sleeping more? Isn't that poisoning? Have you called a doctor?" Giamra continued to cry, "I don't understand anything about poisons, so I don't know what to do." Isaac, on the other side, immediately took off his hat upon hearing this. While dabbing her tears, Giamra glanced over at him, silently recalling, in the original novel, Isaac is an extremely loyal person, born in a back alley. He can't just stand by and watch such a pitiful person. Indeed, Isaac was now resting his chin on his hand, seriously contemplating something. Below, as she wrung out her tear-soaked handkerchief, she thought, that's also why he fought with Deloa so much, but he doesn't need to know. I have to take care of myself first. In just a moment, Isaac sat down next to her and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, I'll do my best to help your friend. I also know a lot of talented people. Although I'm currently only a prince in name, I won't turn a blind eye." Hearing that, Giamra immediately looked up, moved. Isaac at that moment looked no different from a saint. She exclaimed in her heart, "Wow, he's really a good person. Someone like Isaac should be my boss." Isaac reassured her, "Just trust me. You'll only have to wait a short while." By the way, what's your name?" She immediately replied, "My name is Dew, your highness. You can just call me Dew." Isaac turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "I'll go investigate right away. I'll come see you again tomorrow." Giamra was overjoyed, bowed politely, and replied, "I will only trust in you, your highness." But he didn't leave right away and turned back to add, "But you should get some rest. Your face looks terrible. Have you had a hard time lately?" Hearing that, the good person certificate in Giamra's heart immediately shattered. My face has always been like this. Watching Isaac's retreating back, she thought to herself, I try to force a smile to see Isaac off. Tomorrow, I'll probably find out if there are any herbs or antidotes. Then I'll use my salary to buy the medicine. After that, I'll find a way to give it to Theo. If Kai or Benji were here, I could ask for their help. Yes, but then she told herself, but that won't work. They won't believe me. If I say Theo is dying, they'll think it's because of some wizard. That Kai, I just want to gently hug him. So why does he have to make such a fuss? I don't know. Maybe he's charging for his face. In her mind, a scene of herself opening her arms to hug Kai appeared, calling, "Come here." And Kai would shyly nestle in, blushing and saying, "It's cold, hug me." Thinking like that made it impossible for Giumra to concentrate. Suddenly, she startled, remembering, oh, don't tell me he can hear my inner curses. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage was passing by somewhere. Kai was the one sitting inside. He was almost speechless from what he heard and whispered, I hear everything. Benji, seeing his master talking to himself like that, was at a loss. He asked in bewilderment, pardon? Your Highness Kai, what did you say? Kai paid no attention and asked a question. Benji, in your opinion, is my chest broad enough for a hug? Benji was speechless, his voice gradually becoming unnatural. Broad enough for me to hug you, Your Highness? For days had passed, and Isaac still hadn't returned to the stables. Giumra was now chopping wood with all her might, shouting, and he told me to trust him. Isaac said he would come back tomorrow, but he's nowhere to be seen. Every time I try to see Theo, I get chased away. She recalled the scene, the guard dragging her out, saying irritably, I told you he's sleeping. How many times do I have to tell you? The log on the ground had been split in two and was still warm. Rick looked at the towering pile of firewood and exclaimed, wow, you've chopped a lot of wood today. Is something wrong? Giumra, panting, replied, I'm just feeling frustrated, that's all. I can't find His Highness Isaac anywhere. Hearing that name, Rick turned back and asked, His Highness Isaac, the new black-eyed prince? She replied politely, her voice tinged with resentment. Yes, I asked him for a small favor. Rick replied, that prince seems to have left this morning. Hearing that, Giumra immediately sat up straight. Yes? Where did he go? To that place, the place Prince Kai also went, Oban. After hearing this sentence, Giumra felt as if she had turned to stone, unable to speak. It took a moment before she could ask Oban. Uncle Rick nodded in confirmation. Yes, Oban. In a flash, the image of Isaac as a good person in her eyes was torn to shreds. She aimed the axe at the tree in front of her and shouted, and he said he would help me, teach me, and would do his best. Seeing this, Uncle Rick hurriedly stopped her. Hey, don't chop a healthy, growing tree like that. While chopping, Giumra cursed, traitor, and it seemed that somewhere Isaac had heard it too. His limbs immediately trembled. Diloa, sitting opposite him, noticed, though she didn't turn back. Your Highness, please sit still. Isaac sat up straight and asked, Diloa, do we really have to depart in such a hurry? Diloa replied coolly, it's because I didn't know that His Highness Kai had already started to act there that we have to hurry. I thought His Highness Kai was only focused on Heston. Isaac spoke up, but I said I had to help someone, and I even promised him. But the other party just replied coolly, is Your Highness repeating the same words as when you left Alvin's? A scene from the past appeared. His Highness said he still had juniors to take care of, that if he wasn't there, the children might die of hunger the very next day. The children stood around Isaac, asking worriedly, brother, do you really have to leave? Where are you going? Another, calmer child spoke up to remind them, hey, stop it, it's time for him to go. A little girl looked sad. Brother, can you not go? Returning to the present, Giumra's expression was very similar to that little girl's. Please, Your Highness, can you investigate for me? Because His Highness Isaac is a prince, after all. Seeing him lost in thought, Diloa immediately called out, Isaac. She looked straight at him and said with a cold expression, I don't know exactly what Your Highness is worried about, but I know clearly that it is a trivial matter that doesn't need to be helped. Your Highness, don't worry about it anymore. Everything has its own level of importance. Don't let yourself be influenced by emotions, but make a clear-headed judgment. Faced with those words, Isaac could only bow his head in agreement. Yes, I know, Diloa. Although Diloa said such heartless words, she had actually given the children some cakes and even found them jobs so that the children could earn a living, which is why I could leave with peace of mind. So I wonder if Diloa will help him this time. Thinking that, he asked, but Diloa, did you just call me Isaac? Can you just call me by my name like that? Diloa immediately looked annoyed that I told Your Highness not to whine at me. Yes. At the royal palace, Giumra still didn't know what to do. She prayed silently. Are there no gods or deities in this village? Please keep an eye on or have mercy on a poor, miserable girl like me. Although in my heart, I didn't want to use this method. If this drags on any longer, Theo's life will be in more danger. It turned out Giumra was climbing onto the roof to pray. After that, she stood up and shouted loudly, Ah, oh Your Highness Kai, sexy from head to toe like an explosive, can you hear what I'm saying? You must rush back to the palace now. Oh Your Highness Kai, my beautiful little kitten with a golden coat. The final shout reached where Kai was. Theo is in mortal danger. Please believe me. Benji was still talking to someone when suddenly a horse's neigh rang out, startling them both. He turned around to see Kai leap onto a horse and gallop away. He could only call after him, "His Highness Kai, where are you going?" Kai's face had changed color. He gritted his teeth, trying to ride as fast as he could back to the royal palace. Soon, Kai arrived back at the royal palace. The two soldiers standing guard at the gate were startled to see him. They asked hesitantly, "You are your Highness Kai? Weren't you supposed to go to Oban?" But before they could finish their sentence, Kai had already flown past, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way." Seeing an opening, Kai immediately darted inside. The horse continued to gallop like the wind, with only the sound of clattering hooves heard along the road. Arriving at the stables and seeing Jiumra dozing off in front, he called out loudly, "King Kingza." Seeing him appear in front of her, Jiumra immediately exclaimed, "Kai!" He quickly dismounted, and she also rushed over. "I knew you would come back, my little canary." Kai ran over and grabbed Jiumra's shoulders, asking urgently, "What did you mean by that? Why is Theo about to die?" Jiumra hesitated slightly. "Kai, about that." But Kai asked urgently, "I'm asking what you meant by those words. If it's a joke, there's a limit, isn't there?" He remembered his royal brothers and sisters, his voice uncontrollable, that I've always laughed and ignored those jokes, but not this time. Only this time is it not possible. The guards had also run over by now, asking hurriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Kai calmed himself and answered them, "I'm fine. You may go." Then he turned to Jiumra. "Jiumra, you follow me." Hearing that, Jiumra immediately became wary, thinking, so it's turned out like this after all. The two of them quickly went to a secluded spot. Kai spoke first. "King Kingza, Theodo is my younger brother." Facing his words, Jiumra calmly replied, "Yes, I know." Kai remembered his brother's face and said, "No matter how low his status is, he is still the 5th prince of this country. Why would a healthy child like him be about to die? This is completely absurd." Thinking she was joking, Kai's voice became colder. "I won't let you off this time. What is your purpose? Not long ago, you insisted that I go to Oban, and now you use these baseless words to make me come back." Jiumra immediately retorted, "That's why I called you back. Why would a healthy child sleep all day like that? No one would help me. I'm sure someone has poisoned Theodo." Then her voice became sadder. "Theo is getting weaker every day, yet I can't do anything to help him. I'm begging you. Kai, you know best how the princes without red eyes have died." Hearing this, Kai pursed his lips, then uttered a sentence that made Jiumra freeze. "That wasn't it you who did it?" Jiumra was so shocked that her voice stuttered. What did you say?" But at that moment, Kai had slowly drawn his sword from its sheath. Then he placed the sword against her neck. Kai said angrily, "I've found you very suspicious from the very beginning, distracting me with nonsensical words. If your ambition is to use this opportunity to kill my family and throw the royal family into chaos, then I will." Jiumra bit her lip in pain. This is infuriating. I can't take it anymore." Kai continued, "Even if you praise my looks, I can only let it slide once or twice." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiumra grabbed the sword with her bare hand. Drops of blood trickled down one after another. She held the blade tightly to her own neck and said decisively, "If you have time to put a sword to my neck, you should be thinking of a way to save Theo instead. Theo isn't only important to you." That sentence stunned Kai. His voice was no longer as steady as before. You dare." Jiumra took another step forward and said, "There's an order to things. Next time, you can chop me or kill me however you want. But for now, shut your mouth and believe what I say. I only turned to you because I had no other choice." At that moment, Benji suddenly ran over from a distance, calling out loudly, "His Highness Kai." He ran up and asked urgently, "Did something urgent happen?" When he arrived, he saw the scene of Jiumra holding the sword with her bare hand until it bled. Kai said nothing more and turned to leave, at the same time instructing his confidant, "Benji, you bandage her wound." Benji was still dazed, but still replied, Yes." Kai added and locked Jiumra in the dungeon. That sentence shocked them both. Before leaving, Kai added another sentence, "You must stay by her side and watch if she tries any funny business for me." Hearing that, Jiumra immediately reacted, "What about Theo?" Kai turned away sharply. "I'll handle it myself." Benji held Jiumra tightly, reminding her, "Jiumra, calm down, you're injured." But she was already boiling with anger, struggling and saying, "Let go, this wound is nothing." The two of them quickly arrived at the dungeon. After that, Jiumra was thrown behind the iron bars. She could only curse in anger. "You bastard." But in reality, Jiumra was comfortably lying down and resting. Benji looked on. Speechless, she's treating the prison like her own home. At the same time, he reminded her, Jiumra, you can't do that. Jiumra replied nonchalantly, what's wrong with a few curses? Even God curses. Benji said awkwardly, His Highness can hear everything in your heart. Hearing that, she immediately sat up, but then said with an angry expression, whatever, I intentionally let him hear it. He's only got a pretty face, but his personality is so cowardly. If his eyes weren't sparkling just now, I would have poked them out. It's all because he's so handsome. Benji sighed and defended Kai. From His Highness's position, he is forced to act this way because he has lived like this from birth until now. In Jiumra's mind, scene from Kai's childhood immediately came to mind. Her voice gradually softened at I know. That's why I'm so annoyed. The problem lies with his family's upbringing. I wonder how much his parents neglected him for him to still be like this at his age. Hearing her say that, Benji immediately reminded her, you absolutely cannot let anyone else hear what you just said. I'm being sincere. But Jiumra put on a flippant attitude, thinking, come and kill me if you dare. Then she asked worriedly, but how is Theo's condition? Benji immediately reported the situation. His Highness Kai has summoned all the doctors in the palace to examine Prince Theo. He frowned slightly. They said that the prince is indeed sleeping a lot, but they haven't found any abnormal symptoms. Hearing that, Jiumra immediately scowled, but she still chanted in her head, it'll be okay, trust Kai. If it's Kai, he'll find a way to save Theo. Because Theo is his younger brother, after all. Theo will get better and come play with me at the stable soon. As she said this, she unconsciously thought of his mischievous face. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind. I just need to change the scene so Theo doesn't have to die. She frowned slightly. Come to think of it, I remember a few days ago that kid said he wanted to punch me. I only thought about not letting Kai die and making him happy. And I even thought that for Kai's happiness, it wouldn't matter if Theo, a character only mentioned a few times in the novel, died. But I was wrong. In this world, no one deserves to die. Then she pouted, getting more and more furious the more she thought about it. Why does this place treat killing people like a game of chance for survival? Then she started grinding her teeth. You damn God. Let me take back my 200% satisfaction rating. If I get my hands on you, I'll deal with you first. But then suddenly, some kind of power flowed in. Jiumra felt it and let out a huh. After a good night's sleep, Jiumra was suddenly awakened by a voice. Hey, Jiumra, wake up. She scrambled up, rubbing her eyes and saying, what is it, food? It turned out to be Kai and Benji standing in front of the iron bars. Benji spoke up. His Highness Kai is here. Kai looked at how comfortable she was and commented, it seems the dungeon suits your constitution better than I thought. Hearing that, she could only give a dry laugh. Haha, thanks to you. Kai frowned slightly. He said, come out. I have something to say about Theo. Hearing that name, Jiumra immediately became fully alert. The three of them went to a nearby table, sat down, and began to talk. They say it's the root of Zepius. After hearing that, Jiumra was immediately bewildered. What is Zepius? He immediately explained, it has a fragrant scent, so it's used in perfumes and also as a dye due to the characteristic golden light of its petals. But its root is used to make a sleeping sedative. However, if one regularly uses a pill made from the root, they will gradually sleep more and eventually die. Only one doctor in the palace recognized it and was able to provide an antidote. Hearing this, Jiumra became anxious. She sat up and hurriedly asked, then what is Theo's current condition? Hearing this, Kai immediately reminded her, I told you to call him Prince. The boy woke up this morning, safe and sound. The criminal is being interrogated to find his accomplice. Hearing that, Jiumra let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Waking up after a day and a half is very serious. Without the antidote, he wouldn't have been able to last more than a week. Kai lowered his voice and called out, Jiumra, what is your identity, really? The question stunned her as well. Jiumra swallowed hard, not rushing to answer. Right after that, she stood up and started dancing with very diverse expressions. If you sincerely want to know, I am willing to answer, she said while hopping around. Haha, this is the world inside a novel I read. I'm actually from another world. I came to save you, my Gonaria. After hearing those words, Kai was deeply moved, the expression on his face becoming incredibly rich. He ran to embrace her tightly. Why did you hide this from me all this time? I misunderstood you. Jiumra at this moment gave a thumbs up. Problem solved. Wow, this is fun. But in reality, The recent scenes were just a fantasy. Back in reality, Jiumra didn't know how to make Kai believe her. She thought to herself, it would be great if that worked, but there's no way he'd believe me. I'd be lucky if he didn't call me a lunatic and lock me up. As expected, Kai wouldn't be like that. A lifetime of achievements are listed in just a few sentences in a novel. In the end, still just an ordinary character. Jiumra turned back, looking at Kai with determined eyes. To prevent that, I can't say this is a novel. I have to save him. Kai must live and know the taste of this life. Then suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, affirming in her heart, I must see that flower-like face bloom with my own eyes. Then her gaze shifted down to his chest, which was being restrained by a few buttons. Her train of thought suddenly veered off course. If he moved a little more, maybe a button will pop off. As soon as Kai heard that, he immediately shouted, You're still in the mood to think like that in this situation? Jiumra was helpless. You heard me again? And Benji over there is still clueless about what's happening. But since this had happened so many times, he asked, Is Jiumra lusting after His Highness's buttocks again? Kai, blushing red with embarrassment, turned and snapped, Can't you be a little more tactful? Jiumra, however, acted proud. Your Highness, I want to tell you a prophecy. The scene from her dream appeared. You can't escape. You'll have to marry me one way or another. As soon as she said that, the atmosphere among the three of them suddenly became very strange. Benji was now completely speechless. He felt like he had become a stone getting in their way. Of course, Kai was just as surprised. Jiumra's face was blank as she wondered to herself, what's with this atmosphere? Seeing that something was wrong, Benji rushed to shake Kai's shoulder. Your Highness, please come to your senses. Joe, what the hell are you saying? There's a limit to joking. Jiumra pretended to blush and looked away, thinking, whatever, what will be will be. She replied, I forgot it wasn't supposed to be revealed. Then she pretended to lean in closer and added, You probably don't understand, right? And you're wondering why you have to marry a woman of unknown identity? That's what people call the power of love. After hearing that, the two of them couldn't help but shudder. Over there, Jiumra was still rambling on. His Highness might not know this, but even God has things that God needs to do. They set up something called Go Stop and play with each other on it. So of course a small creature like me can't speak recklessly. If God gets angry, I will be punished by being dismembered. Kai's head was spinning as he listened, wondering to himself, what is she talking about? After a long while, Kai was finally able to speak Gomins. He blushed. You will become my princess consort? Is that heaven's will? Seeing Kai's blushing face, Jiumra couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, Oh my God, he believes what I'm saying? How can he be so easily fooled? So cute. Thinking that, she immediately played along cheerfully, of course, because I was sent here with the great responsibility of making your Highness happy. All the versions of Jiumra appeared in her head as she continued, but the future is not that simple. It depends on the situation and whether the probability of it happening is high or low. So I'm just telling your Highness in advance. Hearing this, Benji realized the problem. He asked, Wait a minute, if so, could it be that you are? An image of a holy Jiumra appeared, the one who delivers the prophecy. But contrary to his thoughts, Jiumra scratched her head and replied shyly, No. Actually, the part about me reading God's thoughts was a lie. After hearing that, the two were truly speechless. What nonsense! Kai stood up, taking off his gloves as he said, This is the crime of deceiving the royal family. Lock her up, Benji. Benji, yes, your Highness, he replied. He went around to restrain Jiumra, while she hurriedly shouted, You have to hear me out, but I can know some things that will happen in the future. Although I know the future, it's not necessarily 100% accurate because it will change based on people's choices. Plan. Hearing herself described like that, Jiumra shouted indignantly, What do you mean a superstitious joke? I saved Theo's life, didn't I? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Kai walked closer to where she was standing. He said very clearly, Listen carefully. Even the priests in the temple cannot know the prophecy in advance. They simply analyze the will of the gods through events or natural phenomena. Yet you can know the future. Jiumra was in a difficult position, thinking, How should I answer? Dragging this out will only make them more suspicious. She hesitated slightly and replied, Act 2, actually, I'm a fangirl of God. After hearing that, the two of them fell into deep thought again. Part 2. Benji frowned and uttered, fan. The other two immediately chimed in, admire. Then they fell into deep thought again. Kai asked blankly, what is a fan, Benji? He was just as clueless. I don't know either. As for Giumra, she was so helpless, she couldn't say anything more. Here it comes, the cruel question from mere mortals. She explained, it means an ardent admirer. And do you know why the priests in the palace can't predict the prophecy? It's because God doesn't like those priests. What else? But I can know the future. Why? Why is that? Because God is my biggest fan, that's why. As she spoke, she pulled her hand out of Benji's grip. In her imagination, she now looked like a sparkling deity, God's most beloved idol, Kim Giumra. I came here with a mission to bring love and happiness to your highness. Hearing it get more and more ridiculous, Kai immediately cut her off. Stop it. Giumra also obediently replied, yes, sir. Kai asked further, but why are the future events you mentioned so completely wrong? Hearing that, Giumra could only look away to another place. About that. It turns out the internet connection was lost. Getting into the swing of it, she immediately rambled on and on. I used to update news quickly and accurately, but now I can't. A priest of God should be fair, but I love humans too much, so all my powers were taken away. Kai asked blankly, humans? Giumra winked and continued, that's you. Because I love you too much, Kai. I can no longer see the future. Kai shyly tapped her again. What about me and you getting married? Giumra looked away again. That was just my personal wish. Hearing that, Kai immediately let out a relieved sentence. You scared me to death. Then he hid in a corner and asked, does that mean from now on, you can't see the future anymore, right? She immediately replied, yes. Kai thought with a pained heart, she's toying with me. From afar, she watched him, her face flushing red. What do I do? He's too cute. Benji stepped forward to ask more. Then why can His Highness Kai hear the words in your heart? You're not a priest of God anymore. Giumra scratched her chin, replying shyly, I don't know about that either. I'm just a girl who likes Sir Kai's handsome face. Suddenly, Kai appeared behind her, accompanied by a cold, murderous aura. Just the face? Giumra hurriedly turned around to explain, of course not. Why would I do all this just for your face? Our beloved Kai also has legs as long as a model's and beautiful, delicate hands prettier than a girl's. As she was wildly gesturing with her hands and feet, Kai suddenly noticed the wound on her hand. He immediately asked, what kind of rag is that wrapped around your hand? Where did you get it? Giumra answered honestly, this is a handkerchief Benji gave me. Kai froze, his cold wall seemingly about to crumble. Behind him, Benji coughed incessantly to signal him, but it had no effect. Kai asked angrily, Benji, you still haven't called a doctor? Benji replied blankly, about that, all the doctors in the palace have been summoned to Prince Theodore's place. And Joe also said it wasn't necessary, so. Below, Giumra also nodded continuously in agreement. Those words were like arrows striking Kai directly. In his mind, an ambiguous scene of the two of them appeared. Giumra pouted, I'm fine. For the past 3 days, Benji has been checking my wound day and night. Benji gently bandaged her wound, saying worriedly, why do you keep getting hurt like this? I'll be careful. But in reality, the two of them were just awkwardly looking in different directions. Kai quickly discovered the inconsistency. Day and night. Giumra immediately replied innocently, yes. Kai left Benji here and left. You told him to observe me. What else could just the two of us do? Kai's worldview seemed to shatter. Benji, standing behind, coughed incessantly as a reminder, but it had no effect. So Kai fell into a minute of silence upon realizing this was a problem of his own making. What else could be said now? From behind, Giumra turned to remind Benji, Benji, if you keep coughing like that at a time like this, it'll make people suspicious. After a minute of silence, Kai turned back and asked, so what did you two do? Benji turned his face away, a bit unnaturally, and replied, nothing special, sir. I bandaged Joe's wound, and Joe said he wanted to learn to write, so I taught him a little. Benji pointed to the paper, saying, that part, you wrote it wrong. Giumra frowned, replying in confusion. All the letters looked the same, and this was a completely innocent scene. Giumra even chimed in, that's right, I learned to write, but I only learned a little. Goodness, the letters here are so hard to learn. After hearing that, Kai fell even deeper into thought. It's like he's teaching his nephew. Then suddenly, Giumra grabbed Kai's hand, saying from now on, I can write my name in Kai's name. As she wrote, she said, let me write it for you to see. Kai, it's written like this. Just like that, his name was written neatly in the palm of his hand. Kai focused, staring intently at the character written on his hand. As soon as she finished writing, Jiumra immediately looked satisfied, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, my handwriting is no different from another version of Han Sukbong in the Vithian Empire." Suddenly, Kai's hand trembled violently. Jiumra noticed and immediately asked, "Kai, oh no, Your Highness Kai, are you hurt somewhere? Your Highness's hand is burning up." In fact, it wasn't just his hand that was hot. Kai's face was now as red as a tomato. But to Jiumra, that sight was 10 times cuter. She immediately widened her eyes, her mouth agape. The cells in Kim Jiumra's body immediately became incredibly excited. Everyone was amazed by Kai's expression, the absolute peak. Right after that, the thoughts began to flow. Jai, my head is about to explode. I can die now with no regrets. Wait, no. I have to live a long, long life until I die just to look at Kai. That beauty is insane. No, I'm the one who's crazy. Kai, I love you. Following, there were countless tiny versions of Joe climbing all over Kai, whining. Please. He was uncomfortable but could only plead, "Stop it, Jai." Jiumra on this side raised her hand as if taking a picture. Hey, T this point, the statue of David is nothing. My Kai is the one who deserves to be called a living masterpiece. I'm capturing that image with my own eyes right now, so no one disturb me. Kai quickly pushed those improper thoughts aside, saying with annoyance, "I told you to stop. Why on earth can't you stop thinking such nonsense?" But Jiumra still stared with wide eyes, saying excitedly, "Since it's your own face, you must not feel anything. As for me, every time I see that face, I'm stunned, bewildered, and knocked off my feet." Kai, beet red, turned to Benji and said, "Benji, take this pervert back to the stables." He was startled. "Sir, is that all right?" Kai waved his hand and replied, "Theo is out of danger, and Jai played a significant part in that. So for now, let him return to the stables." Hearing that, Benji lifted her up swiftly and efficiently, without a moment's hesitation, replying, "Yes, as you command." But before they had gone far, Kai called out again, "By the way, Jai, if you can really see the future, you must know who poisoned Theo's food, right?" Jiumra silently recalled that in the original story, the cause of Theo's death was not clearly explained as poisoning or illness. The reason behind Theo's death was never resolved in the end. She replied sadly, "I'm sorry, I can't know the details like that, but I am sure of one thing. His Majesty the Emperor doesn't care about Theo's affairs at all." That sentence struck Kai's mind like a bolt of lightning. He clenched his fists, his voice strained. "Don't mention His Majesty so casually." When Kai said that, his eyes were filled with sadness, as if he was about to cry but didn't. The next morning, a voice rang out at the stables. "Jian." A maid came over, asking Jiumra worriedly, "I heard everyone saying that you were injured by a horse's hoof." She scratched her head, thinking, what is this ridiculous rumor? But she still replied shyly, She suddenly held out a set of clothes towards Jiumra. "Hey, this is the shirt you asked me for. I washed it clean. Also, it seems a button was missing, so I sewed on another one." As she spoke, her face seemed to have turned red. Towards this enthusiasm, Jiumra also replied cheerfully, "Thank you. Only Jian worries about me." Jian shyly lowered her head, while Jiumra smiled brightly, thinking, are all the young boys and girls here this cute? But right at this moment, a figure ran past, accompanied by a loud call, "Jai." It turned out that person was Theodore. The boy ran from a distance, calling out cheerfully, "Jai." Jian and Jiumra heard the call and immediately turned to look. She exclaimed in surprise. Then she shouted loudly, "Theo." Jiumra lifted the boy up, exclaiming happily, "Oh my God, my Theo. It's been so long since I've seen you." "Oh no, it should be His Highness Prince Theo, right? My little darling, why did you sleep so much? You silly boy." Jian saw this scene, and for some reason, her face turned red. On the other side, Jiumra was hugging Theo tightly. The boy, while shyly pushing her away, said with a pout, "If you're going to call me Theo, then just treat me normally. But if you see me as a prince, you must be polite. Who calls a prince a silly boy like you?" Jiumra observed Theo, saying to herself, "Oh, my little puppy, my chubby puppy, you're just too beautiful. It's only been a short while, but you've grown so much taller." The boy suddenly cupped her face with both hands, while she was now on the verge of tears. The boy asked in surprise, "Jai, are you crying?" Jiumra sat up straight, cleared her throat. "No, of course not." "Ahem, I'm not crying." The boy laughed. "Look, your nose is running." Jiumra could no longer hold back her tears, quickly wiping them away, letting out an involuntary sob. Then she collapsed onto the boy's shoulder. Jiumra whispered, "Your Highness Theo, don't get sick. Absolutely don't let anything happen to you. You have to live. If you die, I won't forgive you. The boy smiled upon hearing that. Besides Jai, there was probably no one else who would dare threaten the royal family. The leaves rustled. Jian, watching from outside, who knows what thoughts were going through her head. Jian's eyes lit up, and so, from that day on, a strange rumor spread through the palace. The fifth prince, Theodore, and the stable hand, Jai, had fallen in love. A few days later, at the servant management office, Jiamra, inside, looked bewildered, pointing at herself and asking, "What? Me? With His Highness Theo? What is this ridiculous rumor again?" Uncle Rick quickly tapped her on the head, reminding her loudly, "That's right, you little rascal, keep your voice down." Jiamra quickly explained, "We're not in that kind of relationship, we're just friends." Rick asked angrily, "What kind of friends cry their eyes out like that, huh?" But it was true. From that day on, the servants in the palace were always whispering to each other. That day, Jiamra met two maids. One said, "I thought Jai and His Highness Kai were a couple." The other replied, "But Prince Theo has also blossomed and become very handsome lately." She asked helplessly, "Don't tell me Uncle Rick thinks so too." "That's not it. It's just because you're an affectionate person." He let out a sigh, finished chewing his food, and replied, "Actually, it might be a bit disrespectful for me to say this, but I still think you like His Highness Kai, because His Highness is much more handsome than Prince Theo." Hearing that, Jiamra immediately gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling. "Uncle, you really get me. You're my family forever." Rick frowned again, saying with annoyance, "That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. Think of a way to resolve this rumor as soon as possible. If it reaches the queen's ears, you're dead for sure." Jiamra understood, her smile immediately fading as she replied helplessly, "All right. That's true, huh?" An image of a powerful woman appeared in her mind, Queen Priscilla. Even though she couldn't care less about Theo's life or death, she would not let her son have a romantic relationship with a male commoner. She would surely have Theo secretly killed for insulting the royal family and defiling the family's honor. I completely forgot about that. I might not even have a body left to be buried. In her imagination, Queen Priscilla would definitely electrocute her with her gaze. Thinking that, Jiamra couldn't help but worry, unconsciously biting down hard on the spoon in her hand. After that, she explained once more, "In short, I don't have any romantic feelings for Theo. I just see him as my son," something like that. Then she sighed wearily. How could such an absurd rumor spread? Uncle Rick didn't seem surprised, replying, "What? It's spring, the season for couples." Then he advised, "You have to pay attention and listen to what's going on around you. If you and I stick together all the time, there might be some silly rumors." That sentence was like a knife stabbing straight into her heart. Jiamra said helplessly, "Everyone has a partner. Only I am lonely. My life is so tragic." "Oh, but Uncle Rick, aren't you going to confess?" He was surprised by her words and immediately looked up to ask, "What are you talking about?" Jiamra said it plainly, "You like Aunt Tilly, don't you?" That sentence made Rick, who was eating, spit the food in his mouth right out. He shouted, "You rascal, what strange things are you saying?" She recounted, "You were secretly writing a love letter in the stables before, weren't you? I can read now, so I can understand a little." That day, a horse was about to chew the letter. Uncle Rick tried his best to snatch it back, shouting, "You damn horse, you're not chewing this." Hearing that, his face turned bright red. He quickly glanced elsewhere. "No, it's not what you think. It's Tilly's birthday soon." Seeing his expression, Jiamra burst out laughing and started pointing at him, saying, "Wow, your face is all red. You think you can fool me? But isn't Aunt Tilly a noble? Is this what they call love that overcomes social barriers? Is it what I think it is?" He hesitated for a moment, then replied shyly, "About that. If you want to be precise, I'm also a noble." Jiamra was drinking water, and after hearing that sentence, the water just flowed right out of her mouth. Rick explained, "Due to poverty, I started working in the royal palace when I was young. Although I'm just a minor baron, I'm still considered a noble." That day, Tilly came to the garden just as Rick was working. She exclaimed, "Oh my, the grounds are so much more beautiful." She smiled brightly, admiring it as she began to chatter on. To be able to trim this entire garden alone at such a young age, so different from the previous gardener uncle. "This is the first time I've seen you in the palace. What's your name?" Young Uncle Rick, upon seeing her, immediately blushed. He rested his chin on his hand, concluding wistfully, "It started from then, so it's been quite a while." Jiamra suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Uncle. I'm the one who knows everything about girls Her eyes lit up as she said confidently to Rick, "First of all, we have to deal with that crow's nest on your head." Rick protested uncomfortably. "What's so important about appearance? The heart is the most important thing." She immediately argued. "For example, if you have a grumpy personality, you have to have looks to make up for it. Plus, the preliminary round always judges appearance first. Especially, the middle part hairstyle is currently in trend." As she spoke, she raised her hand to sweep her hair to one side as an example. She added, "In the countryside where I used to live, whenever the boys wore a middle part, the girls would flock to them. Ah, if His Highness wore this hairstyle, I could die with no regrets." At this point, Jiumra immediately imagined her handsome Kai becoming a youth idol instantly, and so she couldn't help but drool. Seeing that sight, Kai immediately shouted, "Don't display your desires so blatantly." Jiumra immediately returned to normal, nonchalantly eating her soup as she replied, "Fine, if you don't like it. I was just trying to help enthusiastically. I'm mad now." That attitude made Rick want to flip the table. While eating, Jiumra suddenly remembered, "Come to think of it, this isn't the time to be giving love advice to others. If the rumor spreads widely, there will really be trouble. Does Kai know about the rumor? Oh ho, wouldn't my handsome man get jealous? There's no way that would happen." Thinking this, she unconsciously sent a thought to Kai. "It's been so long since I've seen my Kai. I miss him so much." Inside the palace, Kai suddenly slammed his desk in anger. She says she misses me, but lets that rumor spread outside. Seeing this, Benji looked worried. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Kai was startled, realizing he had let his emotions get the better of him again. He rested his chin on his hand, shyly turning to another spot as he replied, "No, it's nothing." Back to a few days ago, the voices of two gardeners echoed in the castle. They were gardening and gossiping with each other. "About His Highness Theodore, I didn't expect him to be like that. Well, he came back from the dead, so he's blinded by love. But isn't falling in love with the stable keeper a bit, well, strange? That stable boy, he's been working there for half a year, right? What was his name? It's easy to remember. It's Joe. That guy is hilarious, and he's really strong." Kai, who was drinking tea inside, heard the story, and the tea in his mouth immediately and uncontrollably spurted out. In his mind, an image of a sinister Joe taking over his little brother surfaced. He immediately exclaimed in his heart, "Joe and Theodore. Those two are in love." Seeing the tea spilling from his mouth, two maids immediately stepped forward, asking worriedly, "Your Highness Kai, is something wrong?" The rumor of Joe and Theodore's romance spread everywhere, leaving no corner untouched. Things like the two of them hugging each other tightly while sobbing in the garden. Things like Joe pushing and pinning Theodore against a wall, his face full of seduction, saying, "Come here, my excited little chick." Things like Theodore holding Joe's hand and doing a few flips in the air. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but slam the table with a bang. What the hell are those two doing flips for? He slammed the table repeatedly while shouting, "She was always praising me as handsome, and said my smile was as beautiful as a fairy's. She even said I was the truth, the hope." At this point, his face suddenly showed a few tragic lines. That traitor. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his head again. "I miss Kai so much." Jiumra fiddled with the flower wreath in her hand, thinking, "Oh, my little kitten with the golden fur, I want to wrap you up in the palm of my hand and put you in my pocket so I can take you out to admire whenever I miss you." Hearing that, Kai couldn't take it anymore. He swept the book off the table, shouting at the same time, "Pervert!" Benji rushed in frantically, asking, "Did Joe appear again?" Kai replied, "No." At this point, Benji bowed to Kai. He asked, "I was standing outside and saw your Highness shouting loudly several times. Is something wrong?" Kai frowned, thinking for a long time. Then he asked, "Benji, you've heard those rumors too, right?" Benji asked blankly, "Which rumors, sir?" Kai stammered, "The rumor that Joe is dating." Benji was startled after hearing it, asking in shock, "Sir, could it be with His Highness Kai?" He shook his head at that. Nonsense. The subject is Theodore. Benji was speechless. With His Highness Theodore. He put his hand on his chin, thinking as he said, "There's no way that's true. Even though Joe is worried about His Highness Theodore." Well, but in the prison cell, wasn't the muttering about His Highness interrupted? Hearing that, Kai's ears immediately perked up. Then he whipped around and asked, "What did she say?" Benji hummed for a moment, then replied, "It was like this, sir. She asked who His Highness's barber was and suggested I find out his next hairstyle to tell the barber. She described it in great detail. At that moment, Ryumja was gripping the iron bars with both hands. With an incredibly elated face, she said, "Benji, listen carefully. When trimming the hair, cut only one side, okay? The other side should be swept over." Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. Benji thought for a moment and continued. Then she also said that after cutting it, I should take that head of hair to the market to sell. It would definitely sell better than things like fresh lemons and sweet bananas. Hearing this, Kai, who had been sitting calmly on his chair, suddenly sprang up. He turned slightly away and ordered, "Benji, call all the barbers in the palace here immediately." Hearing this, Benji was completely bewildered and quickly asked back, "Sir?" And so, for the Joe of this moment, her cells were beginning to open their 723,645th Grand Discussion Conference. Her 24,534th muttering cell was the chairperson. It slammed its hand on the table and said, "Now, everyone listen up. Today we will discuss Kai's handsomeness. Now, let's start with 4567. Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up, and he eagerly replied, "Yes, Kai's name Joe is truly the best of the best." His towering nose bridge and his sparkling, curved eyelashes were what won the last Grand Discussion Conference. Although he has thick eyebrows, his eyes are full of gentleness, so he looks quite soft. How can someone be so beautiful? It's driving me crazy with his beauty. Rimja, on the outside, was so excited that she was drooling. 24534 cheerfully agreed. Exactly. Now, next, number 9765. He then excitedly declared, "Yes, Kai's back is also absolutely amazing. Our Kai has shoulders as broad as the Pacific Ocean. The line from his neck down to his shoulders alone could form a work of art." In her imagination, Kai had incredibly broad shoulders, affectionately calling out the three words, "King King Ja." Ryumja clasped her hands together and said with satisfaction, "Do you guys know that it's a piece selected from among the 100 works of art you must see before you die?" Hearing that, 24,534 immediately said, "Next, I invite number 486. He slammed the table with a bang and replied, "Yes, I've been waiting for my turn to speak." She stood up and spoke enthusiastically, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you see those shoulders, both muscular and alluring?" Another cell chimed in, "He's no different from an actor." "Exactly. I'm the valedictorian of Kai University, you know. Do you see that seductive bottom? Our Kai has a beautiful, God-given rear, an ideal height, as if God himself sculpted it." Just then, Theodore approached from a distance, asking worriedly, "Joe, what are you doing just sitting there spaced out?" Ryumja quickly shut down her imagination and said sadly, Honestly, it was just getting to the important part." Theo crossed his arms and said, annoyed, "Sometimes I really don't understand what the hell you're talking about, Joe." Seeing the boy had come again today, Ryumja immediately frowned and asked, "By the way, Prince Theo, don't you have anything to do? I see you running to the stables to play every day." Hearing this, Theo was about to flare up and asked irritably what. He reached out and pinched Ryumja's face, chattering, "Hey, who is it that not too long ago would cry their eyes out every time they saw me? Like this." But at that moment, another person appeared from behind. The person's call quickly rang out, "Joe." It turned out to be Kai. He was blushing, and as he ran, he asked angrily, "We were talking about my seductive, but so why did we suddenly run into Theo?" When Ryumja heard that, her face immediately showed surprise. The cell piloting the Kim Ryumja spaceship immediately turned to its comrades and said, "Captain, now beginning the countdown for the launch of Kim Ryumja's rocket. 3. Kai looked at her with a bewildered face. Theo asked blankly, "What but?" But at that moment, the captain's cell continued its countdown. 2, 1, launch. Immediately, a rocket was launched from inside her head. The scene was like a fireworks display. Ryumja's thoughts began to spiral into chaos. Holy crap, Kai's sweeping his hair to one side. I'm going crazy, he's so damn handsome. She emotionally covered her mouth, moved to tears. "Dad, Mom, thank you for giving birth to me. At this very moment, my vision is 20/20ths. Who the hell needs eye-brightening supplements?" Seeing this scene, Theo hurriedly asked, "What is it? Why are you crying?" Ryumja continued, "This golden hair is no different from real gold. I don't need 24K solid gold anymore." "Oh no, that's not right. Both the gold and Kai are all mine." And behind them, Benji had also just caught up, still panting heavily. He looked up and called softly, "Kai, your highness." But a smug smile appeared on Kai's face. Ryumja excitedly pointed towards her living quarters. "Your highness, please wait for me a moment. I have something I want to give you." Kai was startled by this, what? Without letting him say more, Ryumja had already hurried away. Theo crossed his arms, looking at his brother with a puzzled expression. What are you doing here? Kai frowned and replied coldly, I came because I have business. Why do you even ask? Theo again showed his annoyance. You don't usually come here. Kai was not to be outdone, replying, I dare you to say that again. I've been busy these past few weeks, so I couldn't come, but before that, I came every day. Poor Benji, the atmosphere made him shiver from the cold. At that moment, Ryumja returned, running and calling out cheerfully, Kai, please try this on. I was thinking of you this morning while I made it. She placed a flower crown on Kai's head and said gleefully, I was thinking I'd have to throw these flowers away after today, since they'd wilt. You came at just the right time. This must be fate. Ryumja's eyes lit up as she said, oh my, it's absolutely perfect. The bright red flowers blooming on your shimmering golden hair, accented with a few yellow-green flowers, the small, shy purple lily buds contrasting with these mysterious blue eyes. Your face is the most beautiful flower in life. This feeling is no different from seeing the colors of life for the first time upon opening my eyes to the world. How have you lived with this face? I feel like a blind person who has regained their sight. At this point, Ryumja couldn't hold back her tears and joyful expression. Seeing that things were getting a bit out of hand, Theodore quickly jumped in to intervene. What are you two doing? Kai also shyly took off the flower crown and said, shouldn't you give these things to your lover? Hearing that, Theodore froze again, asking blankly, what the hell? Isn't Joe's lover you? After hearing that question, Kai's face immediately froze. Theo turned to Ryumja and said, you're the one who told me that last time. Ryumja is Benji's lover, and Joe is dating His Highness Kai. Hearing this sentence, not only Kai but also Benji were instantly petrified by it. Theo turned back and continued, besides, when I asked you, you admitted it, didn't you? Benji was there at that time too. The two of them were a bit flustered after hearing that. Benji stammered, no, that's not, oh. Kai remembered that time. He had given his younger brother a friendly smile and said, Joe is dating me, not you. The boy asked blankly, huh? Kai proudly affirmed, it means that Joe and I are in a romantic relationship, while you're just a normal friend. He suddenly remembered and said to himself, ah, that's right. At that moment, Ryumja had put a ring on his finger. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, hubby, wear this ring too. All three of them were instantly petrified after hearing that sentence. Hubby, hubby. Kai hurriedly tried to pull the ring off with force. Joe, do you have any idea what this thing means? Yet you put it on me? Ryumja felt very satisfied, cupping her face and saying, of course I know. I'm a very conservative person. I won't date unless marriage is the premise. Kai trembled upon hearing that. Damn it, why won't it come off? Ryumja turned again, continuing with an excited expression. Your Highness also said you would take responsibility for me, didn't you? Hearing that, Theo immediately asked, brother, are you and Joe really dating to get married? Kai hurriedly denied it. Nonsense. Behind them, Benji sniffled, thinking to himself, the drama is escalating. Kai continued to shout, what the hell is this about dating to get married? But Ryumja managed to cut him off, even giving him a poke right in the stomach. My, hubby is so shy, aren't you? Seeing this, Benji was so shocked his mouth fell open, and he hurriedly asked, Your Highness, are you all right? But Ryumja continued to chatter on. You can't set a bad example for the kids by lying, you know? And our little Theo was now so scared that his whole body was trembling. Kai clutched his stomach, saying painfully to Ryumja, Joe, that's what I should be saying to you. How are you going to take responsibility for this lie? But she brazenly replied, isn't it because we both have feelings for each other that we're dating? Kai retorted, but the whole palace is buzzing with rumors about you and Theo dating. This sentence made Theo very surprised that his brother also knew. Ryumja replied nonchalantly, oh, that thing? Hearing that, Kai was boiling with anger. Oh, that thing? So you already knew, huh? Caught in this situation, Ryumja could only scratch her head and laugh sheepishly. She replied, well, what do you expect me to do? With these silly rumors, the more you try to explain, the less people believe you. But suddenly, Theo stomped his foot hard. The boy shouted, Who is spreading these malicious rumors? Who said that Joe and I are dating? Seeing this scene, Kai froze for the 100th time. He asked confused Theo, but looking at the boy's sparkling eyes and innocent face, he paused again. Wait, how do I explain this to Theodore? Should I tell him to be careful because Joe is a pervert? And on top of that, Theo thinks Joe is a man. Can I tell the kid about these things? Theo is still just a child. What if I plant a biased view on gender issues in his head? Benji, on the other side, suddenly cleared his throat, ahem. He stepped forward and spoke eloquently to clear the air for everyone. Everyone, please listen to me for a moment. I think if Prince Theo just stops visiting the stables, the rumors will gradually disappear on their own. Hearing that, Theo's displeasure was immediately visible on his face. The boy retorted forcefully, in your dreams. Benji was bewildered. Pardon me? Theo didn't answer him, but instead hugged Ryumja tightly, saying coaxingly, Joe, I want to ride a horse. Seeing that scene, Kai's mouth immediately fell open, frozen like a statue. Ryumja asked helplessly, huh? Right now? You just said you didn't want to ride. Theo didn't care, pushing her along as he said, well, I've changed my mind now. Hurry up. Ryumja could only mumble in agreement. After walking a short distance, Theo even turned back, stuck out his tongue, and taunted his brother. The stone statue of Kai immediately cracked, scaring Benji out of his wits. He rushed over and said, Sir, Your Highness, it's time for you to return. Kai suddenly spoke up. Benji, you were right just now. Benji thought he had succeeded in persuading him, and his face lit up with joy. But contrary to his imagination, Kai was now bowing his head, muttering, I have to reduce how often Theo comes to the stables. That's right, it's dangerous if the rumors spread further. Besides, no matter how close a prince and a commoner are, they are not allowed to date. I'm doing all this for Theo's sake, only for Theo's safety. Benji was frightened and stammered, Your Highness. Kai began to raise his voice, honey. Then he switched to shouting, honey. Oh, honey. Oh, my love. When Benji heard this, his eyes nearly popped out. Kai held out his hand, blushing as he uttered each word, come. Then he opened his arms wide and shouted, Come here to me, honey. Ryumja's mouth was now wide open in astonishment, but it quickly turned into excitement. She ran with all her might, replying, Yes, hubby. She cheered. Joe is flying her hubby now. Ryumja hugged Kai tightly. Moved to tears. Kai's got a short circuit, huh? Xiaolong is so good. His mouth says not to be deceitful, yet he lies so convincingly. Theo was so embarrassed by this scene that his face turned red. He shouted, Hey, brother, do you really have to be like that in front of me? Please tone it down a bit when you're in a public place. But not only did Ryumja not tone it down, she became even more dramatic. Kai was embarrassed, not knowing where to put his arms. Seeing that, poor Theo trembled with anger, tears welling up in his eyes. He immediately changed his target, pulling Benji's hand and saying, Let's go, brother Benji. Let's take Lindsay back to the stables together. He asked blankly, huh? Me? The boy snapped. If you don't go, are you planning to stay here and be a third wheel? On the other side, Kai was so embarrassed his face was beet red. After the other two were out of sight, he reminded her, Joe, those two are gone. Ryumja whined, no, I can still hear Theo's footsteps. He flared up in anger. Get off me, they're long gone. 3 days later, the prince with black eyes, Isaac, returned to the palace in a parade. He had also won the trading rights for obsidian. By opening Oban, a place buried for nearly 100 years, Prince Isaac had found a source of black minerals, which suddenly garnered the interest of the entire empire. The black-eyed prince had brought glory to the whole empire, so the capitals were all celebrating enthusiastically. Even the emperor himself mentioned Oban during the banquet. The faces of everyone present at the banquet showed a look of displeasure. Elsewhere, the true subject of the story was, yes, Ryumja was at this moment full of youthful spirit, singing while breaking a log in half with her bare hands. As she broke the wood with a loud crack, she sang, Hey, the handsome Kai call me honey. Where should we go for our honeymoon? How many kids should we have? Ever since Kai came here and left, I've suddenly felt as strong as an ox. But since that day, he hasn't come here anymore. Remembering his enchanting gaze, Ryumja's face turned red again. Oh my, don't tell me he's having late regrets. I want to see that regretful face so badly. I must preserve this scene forever. At that moment, another person was approaching from a distance. He called out, Oh, as expected, so you're here. It turned out to be Isaac. He waved his hand and said cheerfully, Hey, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Isaac scratched his head, saying shyly, I'm sorry for leaving without a word last time. How is your sick friend? As soon as she saw him, Ryumja's face immediately twisted, her disgust clearly visible. She tossed the log behind her, stood up, bowed, and said in a disdainful tone, Well, if it isn't the prince who is busy with 1,001 tasks. Isaac froze upon hearing that. What's with that tone of yours? Ryumja snorted coldly. The friend of a lowly commoner like me was lucky enough to keep his life, sir. Hearing that, Isaac's face immediately brightened up. Ah, is that so? What a relief. But seeing her disgusted face, he quickly changed his attitude. Ah, I'm sorry. He scratched his head, saying shyly, although it's in the past, I still feel guilty. I guess you would hate me, but there was really no other way. I wanted to help you too, but I had an urgent matter come up. He remembered that day, Diola had dragged him away without letting him resist at all. But Ryumja's expression was still one of clear disdain. She pouted, Hey, I've heard everything from everyone. How can you be so outstanding? My tongue is tied, and I'm speechless. Congratulations, Your Highness. Isaac once again said with a sincere attitude, Ryum, I'm truly sorry. But she continued to walk away. Why does this nobleman remember the name of this lowly person so well? He was so busy his face was nowhere to be seen. Isaac stopped talking and instead held out a bottle of fine wine in front of her. He said, well, here, this is for you. Such a hot-tempered person. When Ryumja saw the bottle of wine, her face immediately froze, thinking to herself, this guy is so weird. Does he think he's some big shot or something? Isaac continued to rummage through his bag, saying excitedly, I just stole a few things from the kitchen that are still very fresh. Ryumja was speechless upon hearing that. He even steals. And so, in a flash, a pile of high-class food appeared before her eyes. Isaac stood, scratching his head, smiling foolishly. Don't worry, I'm a skilled thief. No one will know. If anyone gets suspicious and asks, just say I gave it to you. Ryumja was truly a loss with this guy. She thought to herself, so this guy isn't just a street loafer, but a master thief. Afterward, she had to let out a sigh and replied, all right, fine. Hearing that, Isaac froze. Ryumja turned her face away and continued, if the prince is so genuinely worried, then I won't grumble anymore. Seeing her expression, Isaac burst out, laughing. He put his arm around her shoulder and said cheerfully, well, I'm starting to like you. My friend, let's eat together. Ryumja felt awkward, trying to pull away as she asked, why would a prince want to eat with someone like me? Isaac replied, you remind me of my younger siblings, so it's very comfortable. It's also partly because everyone here is cold and unapproachable. Don't call me prince anymore. Call me big brother. As he spoke, he pinched her cheek with his hand. Ryumja frowned slightly. I think I understand what he's trying to say. In the original story, Isaac suffered a lot because he couldn't adapt to life in the palace. But she thought, adapting or not, whatever. What does it have to do with me anyway? Because of him, Maikai lost his arm and his life when he went to visit distant relatives. It's all his fault, this damn bastard. And so, her face immediately showed her clear disgust for this guy. If it were the old me, I would have cursed him to his face in 7749 languages. But unfortunately, my current status makes it impossible. Isaac was still acting innocent, looking around and saying, what's this? Are you craving something? It's so hot. After thinking for a while, Ryumja also made a decision. If that's the case, maybe I should get close to him to get his protection and then settle the score later. I'm doing all this for Kai's sake. With that thought, she smiled brightly and said, Prince, let's drink this together to celebrate our new friendship. Isaac also smiled back and replied, oh, that's a great idea. Just a short while later, Ryumja had transformed from a sober person into a dead drunk one. She slurred, Lady Diola once taught me how to read. What a kind lady. Shaking her wine glass, she continued, with that lady by my side, I'd feel full even eating potatoes 3 meals a day, even though I already have Kai. Isaac was also tired from being drunk, but upon hearing that, he immediately looked up and asked, what? How do you know Diola? Wait, what about teaching you to read? You? What? She replied, who knows? She taught me herself and even gave me books. Ryumja described enthusiastically, oh my god, she's a noble lady. So from her walk to her voice, everything exudes elegance. Before she could finish her sentence, Isaac took a piece of bread and stuffed it straight into her mouth. He said irritably, you beggar, don't keep mentioning Diola's name like that. She immediately protested, what, beggar? Just a few months ago, you were a complete loafer yourself. And so, the two started arguing. Isaac shouted, what do you mean you? Who is you? Ego, friendship is truly fragile. Just 5 minutes ago, you were pulling my hand, asking to be friends. And now you want to take my life over a slip of the tongue? It's because you refuse to admit you're wrong. Ryumja pulled the loaf of bread out of her mouth and roared. How the hell could I possibly be wrong about anything? Isaac blushed, but still shouted, because Diola is my fiancée. I hope you won't talk about her like that anymore. Ryumja let out a laugh and said, I'm speechless. You see me as your younger brother, so I also see you as my older brother and want to give you some advice. Fiancé, that's just an empty shell. The most important thing is the feelings of both sides for each other. To be honest, does Lady Diola have any feelings for you at all? Why are you deluding yourself like that? Her words left him utterly astonished. If you keep acting like that, do you think you can make her heart flutter? Isaac's eyes flickered, his astonishment not yet extinguished. On the other side, Riam-Ja was still chattering on, "You're really just like my older brother. The other person won't even spare you a glance. So why are you packing lunchboxes and trailing after her?" Realizing she had misspoken, Riam-Ja immediately fell silent. The atmosphere between the two fell into a void of silence. Her face darkened, and she roared internally, "Damn it, the alcohol made me talk." Looking at Isaac's darkened face, beads of sweat immediately started to form on her forehead. "What do I do? I'm not going to be thrown in jail for slandering the royal family, am I? Oh, I don't know. If it were the Oldham, he would have probably beaten me up." After a moment, Isaac finally moved his lips. He said sadly, "You're right, Diola really doesn't like me that much. Do I have any hope at all? What should I do to make things better?" Riam-Ja's face immediately stiffened. What is this? Why is his spirit so fragile? Isaac began to pour out his heart. Where I used to live, there were no girls like Diola. On top of that, she and I clash with each other, which is why I want to get closer to her even more. Although I felt a bit closer to her recently, I'm afraid our relationship will go back to how it was when we first met. What should I do now? Riam-Ja thought to herself, I don't know when it happened, but the two of us are now drinking like we're at a pub, sharing our life stories. She imagined herself picking up the wine bottle. While pouring for Isaac, she scratched her head and said, Your Highness Isaac, please use this wine to temporarily fill the sorrow in your love life. I've touched his sore spot again. Isaac took it and replied in a sorrowful voice, she hasn't dumped me yet, you know. No matter how the love story of the main characters unfolds, they always end up together on their own. With such a fixed principle, their love will eventually blossom. So that's why I say, why is a hesitant, indecisive, and timid guy like this the male lead? Isaac now regained his smile and told her, Riam, accept a cup of wine from me. Riam-Ja forced a smile and accepted it, thinking to herself, I've racked my brain, but still can't understand. I'll probably have to negotiate this with the author. Even if I look left, right, up, down, sideways, and do a b-boy dance on the subway, I still recognize Kai as the male lead. 1. Royal charisma. 2. Striving to survive. Looking at the guy sitting next to her chugging wine, she felt bored in thought, and yet this freeloading bum is the male lead. This is so unfair to my Kai. After a while, Isaac said, well, it's time for me to go. But Riam-Ja called him back. So soon? We have to go for second round at the karaoke bar, right? Second round of what? Isaac waved goodbye and left. Behind him, Riam-Ja shouted angrily, oh my God, you country bumpkin, get lost. It seems like Isaac and I have built a close relationship, haven't we? Riam-Ja drank so much she felt dizzy. She staggered into the house, slurring, let's keep drinking, more drinking. Then a wave of dizziness hit her, and she laughed foolishly, hee, the ground is doing the disco. The great Kim Riam-Ja will absolutely not fall. If I fall, I must fall into the arms of my great love, Kai. Then suddenly, she fell into someone's arms. Riam-Ja let out a bewildered sound. Tried to lift her head. She wondered, who is it now? The blurry image of the person appeared. Riam-Ja thought to herself, I smell a faint sweet scent. With that thought, she immediately hugged him tightly, nuzzling her head in his shirt and saying, ooh it smells just like Kai. Kai's scent is so nice. Kai blushed, letting her lean against him. After a long moment, he said helplessly, all I can smell on you is alcohol. Queen Priscilla covered half her face with a fan and said sternly, I don't want to say much. I've heard that you've been acting impulsively lately. You've been doing strange things that bring shame upon us. Faced with this reprimand, Kai could only bow his head and reply, I apologize, mother. The queen looked at him for a long time. Then she instructed, her tone seemingly very impatient, handle your work properly and conduct yourself with decorum. Kai politely replied, yes, mother. As he walked back to his palace, he thought, mother is truly very perceptive. She will surely monitor my every move. I must be more careful in the time to come. Before he could finish his thought, the voices of several servants reached his ears. It seems His Majesty the Emperor is very pleased with the black-eyed prince. That's why he mentioned Oban during the meal in the presence of all the princes and consorts. Another servant replied, it's clear that His Majesty hasn't mentioned Prince Kai at all recently. Well, it's because of Empress Empress Priscilla's tyranny, isn't it? She always prioritizes her own family over the royal family. In short, from Prince Heron to the fourth prince, and even Prince Kai, they're all very pitiful. Returning to the present, Kai looked down at the drunk girl below him, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. In the end, why do you like Kai so much? Hearing that, Rimja also lifted her head to look at him. Kai separated her from his body and said, Kai is not as cool as you imagine him to be. He can't escape his mother's control and is always under suspicion. He's especially cowardly, and on top of that, he has no outstanding talents like the others. Has the Kai you know ever achieved anything through his own efforts? His existence is just like a puppet or a scarecrow in this palace. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became. But suddenly, Ryumja lifted her leg and kicked him straight in the shin. The action made Kai freeze in pain. He quickly sat down and hugged his legs, while Rimza stood straight, shouting angrily, I've been forcing myself to listen to you all this time. So you think I'm a punching bag? It's not Kai's fault that his mother has a harsh personality. And because he's a prince, he has no choice but to be suspicious, right? And what's this about being a coward, weak-willed? Are you out of your mind, you bastard? Do you want to die? Want to become a living scarecrow? As she said this, Rimza's anger flared up, and she seemed to transform into a fierce tiger. Rimza added, and if you don't know anything, don't just run your mouth. Kai is good at everything. Nothing is impossible for him. He's the type who puts in superhuman effort. These words greatly astonished Kai. Rimza continued to curse. Do you think putting in the effort to do everything well is a piece of cake or something? Just looking at that effort alone is enough to choose Kai as the most ideal husband in this world. Of course, he will become my husband, though. But before she could finish her sentence, she staggered and began to fall. In the blink of an eye, Rimza was flat on the ground. But even as she fell to the ground, her mouth was still mumbling Kai. The next morning, the sun rose, accompanied by the sound of birds chirping, heralding a new day. Rimza was still sleeping in bed when a knock suddenly sounded from outside, accompanied by a loud call, "Do, hey, do." Rimza slowly sat up, holding her head and thinking, it's been a long time since I've been this drunk. Ego, I feel so nauseous. I should probably quit drinking from now on. Then, she turned to look out the window, saw that it was already bright, and thought, hey, when did I crawl back to bed? I vaguely remember having a war of words with someone. My throat hurts so much. Suddenly, Theodo's face appeared unexpectedly at the window, startling her. Horse. I want to ride a horse. She helplessly opened the window and asked tiredly, Your Highness, it's bright and early. What's the matter? The little boy said excitedly, That's right, the horse racing competition is coming up. Hearing that, she suddenly remembered. The horse racing competition? The memory that she had completely forgotten now resurfaced in her mind. That's right, the episode about the horse racing festival. Sienna was jealous of Isaac because he had solidified his position thanks to Oban. She secretly hid a thorn in the hoof of the horse Isaac was going to ride. Compared to her other scandals, this plot sounded quite cute, but the result was not cute at all. Isaac's horse collapsed while running. After that, he was seriously injured in the ribs. The troublesome part was that the horse was lent by Kai himself. Immediately after, gossip started to spread among the people. I heard that the one who lent Prince Isaac the horse was His Highness Kai. Could it be that His Highness intentionally injured the horse, causing it to fall? Kai heard all the suspicions from everyone, but didn't step forward to explain. He tried his best to avoid confronting Isaac, who was competing with him for the throne. Unlike Kai, who would strive his whole life, Isaac appeared dramatically and could easily steal the entire spotlight. This incident was the turning point that made Isaac start to restrain Kai, and gradually, their relationship became more guarded than before. But the next development was very confusing. It was when Prince Heron accompanied the Emperor to the hunting grounds a month later. It must be said that the two of them hated each other so much that they didn't even want to touch each other. Remembering that, Rimza's anger immediately exploded. She gripped the window frame tightly and said, I can't let this go. I really won't forgive you people. I'll show you what a festival is. No, I'll kick you right out of the plot. Suddenly, another voice appeared from outside, still with that cheeky attitude, not afraid of anyone. Kai approached from a distance. As soon as she saw him, she exclaimed, Your Highness Kai. Theo looked at his brother with a reluctant expression and said, He said he's going to participate in the horse race too. Then the boy sniffed around her and said, Dude, did you drink alcohol? You reek of it. Rimza let out a sound. I had a bit too much yesterday. I don't even remember how I got to bed. Hearing that, both of their faces immediately fell. Kai's gaze immediately turned cold. He asked in a stern voice, "You don't tell me you don't remember what happened yesterday." Rimza scratched her head, feeling the coldness herself, but could only ask back blankly, Your Highness." She silently wondered, "Oh crap, does he seem angry because I drank yesterday? He told me just to look after the horses. Why did I drink so much, boo-hoo?" Thinking that, she immediately dropped to her knees, kowtowing as she said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm truly sorry. I really only intended to have one drink." He asked again, "Who did you drink with?" Rimza once again fell in a deep thought. Can I say I drank with Isaac? He probably wants to keep this a secret, huh? Besides, the relationship between the two of them is very awkward right now. Thinking so, she replied, an acquaintance of mine said he had some leftover alcohol, so I had a little at the tavern." Kai asked suspiciously, "An acquaintance you know?" The boy Theo also reacted, "A tavern?" He frowned and said, "Don't you lie. There's a pile of empty bottles lying around over there by the demon child's place." Rimza could only scratch her head and laugh awkwardly at this questioning remark. Theo continued, "Those bottles are very expensive. How could a servant buy them?" Before the boy could finish, Rimza immediately grabbed him, shutting him up. She hugged the boy tightly, patting his head while saying, "Oh my adorable Your Highness Theo, why are you even more adorable than usual today?" Theo blushed with embarrassment and mumbled into her ear, I told you not to call me adorable anymore." But seeing that scene, Kai was immediately consumed by the flames of jealousy, his eyes blazing. Rimza was terrified, timidly calling out, "Your Highness." His anger burned in the air. He frowned and said, "You praise everyone as handsome and call them cute, don't you?" The flames of anger grew larger and larger, blazing fiercely. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Not to mention that short-term memory of yours." She couldn't take it anymore and immediately retorted, "Wait a minute, why are you suddenly picking a fight with me?" He didn't back down and replied, "Do you really not know why I'm this upset? You're as blind as a bat." She shot back, "Are you trying to play a guessing game with me?" The two argued continuously, leaving the little boy in the middle utterly bewildered, turning his head back and forth. The boy ran towards him to stop him, saying in a gentle voice, "Come on, calm down. What's wrong with you? Du is just close to me. That's why we talk like that." Theo continued to try and persuade him. "Besides, Du is dating you, isn't he?" He was still so angry that he pressed his lips tightly to restrain himself. In a moment of lost control, he immediately denied it. "We broke up." After hearing this, Du became bewildered, a question mark appearing over her head as she thought, "Since when?" He angrily pointed straight at her and said, "And you still dare to go drinking with another man? If you were my lover, you'd better not do such things." She said resentfully, "I really don't understand. Is Your Highness this angry just because I happened to drink once?" At this moment, Benji had also brought the horses over, and hearing the commotion, he also stopped to listen in. His anger still not subsided, he continued to scold her. "Why don't you understand? I'm the one who can't accept you going drinking with some man you know." Benji's face showed both helplessness and confusion at this situation, an expression of not understanding what was going on. Theodore was just as helpless, his expression showing he didn't understand a thing either. She immediately retorted, "This is crazy. What's the problem with that?" He walked away for a moment, then suddenly turned back and yelled, You like anyone you meet, don't you?" He walked away in a huff. She was bewildered by his attitude. "My darling, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Did he take the wrong medicine? Or something?" Du thought dejectedly. Kai left in a sulk, and Theodore disappeared along with him. She recalled the boy's sparkling eyes as he said, "Breaking up with him must be heartbreaking, but I'll grow up fast, so wait for me, Du, it won't be long." After hearing that, she was speechless for a few seconds. Du sat in a corner, sulking with her chin in her hand, thinking, what kind of brain-dead romance comic is this? Breaking up after only being in love for 3 chapters. But that's right, His Highness and I aren't really dating. She was startled by someone's voice, ahem. She immediately looked up and realized it was Benji. "Didn't you go with His Highness?" Benji calmly replied, "I told you to call me Sir Benji. I've been standing next to you this whole time." She stood up, scratching her head shyly, and asked, "So what brings you to the stables?" Is Sir Benji also participating in the horse racing competition? He clasped his hands behind his back and said seriously, "Of course, I am also a knight of the ducal house." Benji suddenly remembered something and said in a panic, "Oh wait, I got sidetracked." He immediately got to the main point. "What's going on with you and His Highness Kai? Are you two really dating?" She averted her gaze and said, "About that." She scratched her head and shyly avoided the question, saying, "No, Benji, you know that all along it's just been me making a big fuss about it. We're not dating." Benji's eyes seemed to notice something, and he was silent for a long time. Amidst the cool scenery with the bright sunlight all around, her voice said sorrowfully, but suddenly hearing him suggest breaking up like that, I also feel a little sad. You suddenly realized something and said, but on the side, Benji secretly clenched his fist in celebration. Oh yeah, she asked wonderingly. Benji, you're a guard knight. Is it okay for you to just stay here like this? What about His Highness Kai? That question caught his attention. He thought for a moment, then said, His Highness is probably at swordsmanship practice now. Lately, his training time has increased, so I have to wait longer. Benji knew the real reason, but only dared to think it. Actually, it's because Queen Priscilla is supervising him more strictly than before. She continued to ask him a question that caught his attention. Has Kai ever gotten angry with Benji? Dude crossed her arms worriedly and asked in confusion, why was he so angry just now? I really don't understand. What on earth made His Highness act like that? She recalled his angry face and his words. It's so annoying. Although his bright, handsome face when he's angry also looks cute and adorable. Benji said cautiously, perhaps I know the reason. She was astonished by his words. She immediately asked, so what is the reason? Benji suddenly blushed, pressed his lips together, and said nothing. He crossed his arms and turned his face away. Yeah, I'll tell you. She immediately got angry at his attitude. Benji, do you know what is considered the most despicable thing in this world? She said with a serious face, first starting to say something and then stopping. Second. Then she suddenly dashed off, whoosh. Benji shouted after her in a panic. What's the second thing? The sky was still bright and clear. The time was 2 weeks before the grand horse racing tournament was to be held. The sound of horses neighing echoed. Nay, a horse was nibbling on her hair. She complained in annoyance, oh my god, what kind of horse is this? Du looked all around, a yard full of horses. One was nibbling her hair, another was nibbling her clothes, and they even neighed cheerfully. Looking at the scene before her, she could only cry out in anguish. How can I take care of 10 horses by myself? And it wasn't even mentioned in the employment contract. This is not acceptable. The sound of horses neighing mixed with her voice, nay. At this time, 2 people stood opposite her, a man and a woman. They just said, the Grand Horse Racing Tournament is coming up. Just try to endure this period. She thought about having to take care of that herd of horses and thought, I'm already sleep-deprived as it is. Now with this extra work, I'll be dead tired. Du immediately protested. Forget it. I can't do it. The work is too much for me. The man standing opposite remained calm in the face of her annoyed attitude. His Highness Kai has ordered you to look after all these horses. She immediately thought of writing a letter to him to beg. The opening. Dear Kai, my fierce little kitten. The tearful content of the letter was as follows. My life has been dedicated to you. Yet now I have nothing left but the clothes on my back. So Kai must be mine. Both soul and body are mine. Kai, are you listening to me? Why on earth did you do this to me? If you're sulking about something, you should just say it. You've given me a mountain of work. What am I supposed to do? On top of that, working in the stables has no closing time, and I still have to find time to register for insurance for Kai's hands? Every time I gaze at those pearly hands, my mind goes, no, skip that part. In short, if this continues, I will go on strike. If you don't have a reform policy, I will terrorize your spirit with this telepathy. I won't let you be. Really, I've already said this much. I won't let you be. I will terrorize you in the most terrible way possible. I want to be the only stain in your life. You, Kai, over on his side. He covered his ears and said to the servants, see no evil, hear no evil. She thought to herself, we'll see who the real winner is. Currently, at the stables, Du was diligently raking the layers of dirt. She worked in a state of anger, fuming all over. Even though I'm just a lowly stable boy who can't directly complain about labor exploitation, I can still send a barrage of messages to that side. She was thinking of ways to continue her resistance. I'll work him to the bone for the crime of not thinking about me. Suddenly, a voice calling her pulled her out of her thoughts. Hey, Du, hello. Prince Isaac appeared with his handsome looks. He gave her a gentle smile and greeted her. It's so early in the morning, yet you're so full of life. His smile seemed to have a magic that created a radiant aura around him, leaving her speechless upon seeing it. She didn't even look at him, just replied flatly, hello, Your Highness Isaac, what brings you here? Ignoring that he was still standing there. She turned away without any courtesy. He looked at her cold attitude and asked in confusion, "What's this? Why are you being so cold to me again?" We decided to become close brothers. She paid no mind and just answered dismissively, "I'm taking that back." He walked over to a horse with a distinctive brown coat and patted its head, saying excitedly, "Oh, these horses have arrived safely, huh?" She gave him an annoyed look and asked disbelievingly, "Don't tell me all of these are horses brought by your highness." "Right," he said cheerfully. "The horses sent from Oban had nowhere to stay, and the palace's common stables are too far from my palace. It was His Highness Kai who happily told me I could use this place freely." He didn't notice her increasingly sour expression and continued cheerfully, "He praised you endlessly, like how you're good at taking care of horses and a hard worker." At this point, she was so angry her blood was boiling. She said furiously, "Aya, at this rate, I'll have to file a lawsuit. The fact that I do my job well and that the workload is overwhelming have nothing to do with each other." He ignored her anger and replied nonchalantly, "Oh my, but His Highness Kai praised you so much. He couldn't stop praising you." After hearing that, Du's anger gradually cooled down, her expression returned to normal, and she became dazed. He recalled his tea sessions with Kai. Whenever the stables were mentioned, he would inevitably mention her. "It might be because you interact with not just one or two horses, but almost all of them." He came to a final conclusion. "He values you a lot." After that sentence, the surrounding atmosphere turned a romantic shade of pink. Little angels appeared above her head, flying around, blowing horns, and throwing confetti, looking very cheerful. She put a hand to her chin, her face flushed, and said with a laugh, "Oh ho, he really ho ho hi hi. His Highness was the one who told me not to show my feelings so obviously, and yet it's truly unstoppable." He also felt the surrounding scenery change strangely. Why is the stable suddenly sparkling so brightly? She suddenly became cheerful and enthusiastic to get back to work. "Just leave the horse management to me. You came to ride, right? Wait for me to clean up and saddle the horse for you." He was helpless at her swift change in attitude. "Hey, what's with your tone? Have you been drinking for 3 days straight again?" At this time, the two cheerful angels still hadn't flown away, circling and circling above her head. The sun was still bright. Under a shady spot, Heron gave a sinister smile and said, This is Brother Kai's stable, right? How can such a filthy stable exist in the royal palace?" The two of them chatted happily in the stable, a place illuminated by sparkling sunlight and surrounded by lush green trees. "Why don't you choose this horse? You have to give it a name, too." He thought for a moment and then complied with her words. "A name? Let's call her Loja." She was surprised by the horse's name and asked sarcastically, "Oh, what's this?" "The name of the girlfriend you left behind in your hometown to come to the capital." He asked her in confusion. "You must get called old man a lot, don't you?" She was startled by his question and replied blankly, Not at all. That's not true." She continued to explain. "They all call me a handsome, rustic youth." He said disbelievingly, "The people of the capital are truly fierce." He shared with her the story behind the name he had chosen. "Loja is the name of the younger sister I brought with me. Prince Isaac cherished the horse in front of him. She was sick but had no medicine to take, so she passed away. Before she died, I made her a promise. She wanted me not to forget her existence because I have many younger siblings like her. In the past, he had a younger sister who was seriously ill. At her bedside, he constantly held her hand tightly, cherishing her and praying for her speedy recovery, but things didn't turn out so well. He still wore a very optimistic smile and said, "It's not just the village I used to live in that has pitiful children who pass away like that, but all over this empire, they are everywhere. So if I can, I want to forever engrave the existence of those children." She rested her chin on her hand, looking very thoughtful. "Oh, is it that Prince of the Weak concept? A wish to be able to protect and shelter everyone from high status to the lowly and humble." She was astonished by what he said. "I only asked for a name, but in the end, I learned his aspirations." In her mind, an image of his kindness being displayed prominently, as if to praise it, appeared as expected of the male lead, to have such a different kind of wish. She turned back to adjust the horse's reins and replied flatly, "Yes, I thought it was something else." "Good luck, Prince." He seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." He asked her a shocking question. "I heard her dating someone." She was stunned for a few seconds. He rubbed his chin and said, "The whole palace is buzzing about your love life. You seem to be a master of romance, huh?" She grumbled in confusion. "What are you suddenly talking about?" He suddenly imagined a scene of her and Theodore playing together and realized, but Theodore is a boy. In his imagination, she ran after the boy, calling out, "Baby, wait for me," along with the sound of his innocent laughter echoing across the flower field. Hee. She spoke up irritably, cutting off that fantasy. "Ah, this is crazy. It's not like that," she shouted in annoyance. "I like someone else." He asked blankly. "Who is it?" She answered confidently. "It's Kai." Then in her mind, she imagined Prince Kai wearing a cute and gentle bunny headband. After hearing that, he was so surprised it took him a moment to say, Are you crazy?" His face clearly showed two words. Deeply shocked, seeing his disbelieving attitude, she shouted angrily, "What? Why do you say I'm crazy? Gender, status, or personality?" He let out a long sigh and said, "All three." He turned away and said jokingly, "If you were my younger brother, I would have definitely stopped you." She was furious and thought to herself, what is this guy saying so ambiguously again? She didn't fall behind and poked at his sore spot. "Right now, your relationship with Lady Dioloa isn't going well, so you're turning to pick on me, right? Is that it?" After hearing that, he was also speechless. She continued to tell her story to prove the love between the two of them. "But let me tell you this. His Highness Kai blushes when he's in front of me, and when I told him to wear a flower crown, he did it right away." The image of the prince wearing a flower crown and giving a gentle smile, looking so elegant. Dude rambled on nonstop. "He even hugged me. What else? He pays my salary. The fact that he gives me money is no different from receiving the love of God." The image of the two of them embracing passionately, Kai's gentle voice rang out. "You work hard this month. Come here for your reward." Then she also replied, "I love you so much." All those romantic moments of love were images in Lio's mind. After reminiscing, she crossed her arms angrily and taunted him. "According to my sharp eyes, the probability of Lady Dioloa being sincere with you is extremely low." A sentence that stabbed him right in the heart. At this point, he couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted at her, "You there! Have you forgotten I'm a prince?" Without waiting for him to say more, she immediately turned her back and scurried away, not forgetting to turn back and stick out her tongue to mock him. After running for a bit, she suddenly stopped. By this time, he had also caught up. Both of them were astonished to see the person standing in front of them. The person standing in front was none other than Heron. He appeared with his two subordinates, smiling and saying, "Hello, so full of energy this early in the morning. Isaac?" She immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Good morning to you, Your Highness Prince Heron." He had come up behind her, and she was still bowing. He seemed to ignore her greeting, directly brushing her off to speak to Isaac. "Is it true that you don't have a stable, so you're borrowing Prince Kai's stable?" Standing to the side, she thought irritably. Completely ignored. Heron continued in a contemptuous tone. "The horses were a gift from Count Oban, yet you keep them in a place like this. Isn't that very disrespectful?" "Ah, that's right. I doubt you even know how to ride a horse, do you? The Grand Horse Racing Tournament is coming up, but to only start learning to ride now. Isn't it too late?" He bowed his head slightly and replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern. Fortunately, I know how to ride passably well." She looked at the scene before her and thought to herself, it's obvious he's picking a fight because Isaac's visit to Oban annoyed him. Why does he look like some jobless person looking for trouble? She thought about her current self, how she could cheerfully befriend anyone that I'm living in this world, but technically it's the world of a novel, so I thought there wouldn't be any character I couldn't love because of their looks. Even Isaac is handsome when he keeps his mouth shut. But I can't stand the guy in front of me. That bastard looks no different from a dried flounder. Aigu, the fish head was attached to Heron's body as he relentlessly provoked him. "Do you even have the ability to participate in the Grand Horse Racing Tournament? Have you ever been properly taught how to ride? Even knights are afraid of getting injured in the tournament, so if you're scared, you don't have to participate. Knowing your place is the wise thing to do." In her eyes now, he was like a fish that just kept blabbering on and on. Then he uttered a sentence that startled her. "What do you think about going back to the slums where you used to live before you're humiliated?" She gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce, about to charge forward to argue with him. When he put out his arm to stop her, still with a bright smile on his lips, he said calmly, "Fortunately, I'm not scared at all, because I've had to struggle in the slums for so long. That level of hardship is nothing." He gave a bright smile, but his words were full of sarcastic undertones. "Humans are much scarier than animals. Isn't that right?" When he chose that horse with a special brown coat, she had tried her best to stop him. "I also told Isaac that if he felt there was anything unusual about the horse, he should withdraw from the competition and everything would be fine." She recalled, "He didn't say anything, just gave a smile. Although he just smiled and didn't answer me, it made me feel a bit uneasy. Currently, she was at the horse race. She looked around searching for his figure, but couldn't see him, thinking angrily. But why on such an important day is my canary nowhere to be seen? She looked down at the competition grounds and squinted to search. That guy with the jet black hair is Isaac. I don't know who's next to him. On the opposite side is that Benji, and that bright-haired head. There's another bright head over there. I can't see a damn thing. After a while of not seeing Kai, she clasped her hands and prayed, "Dear God, dear Buddha, even though I don't follow any religion, if I pray like this, at least someone will hear my words, right?" Inside, Kai hadn't even stepped out yet when he heard her voice. Even Gordon Ramsay would be moved to tears by this 5-star Michelin handsome guy restaurant. Oh my God, this restaurant is so handsome. Kai, the face genius, couldn't help but be startled. As soon as he stepped out, her voice boomed. "My Kai, don't get hurt. You have to be really careful, Kai. If that beautiful, perfect face of yours gets even a single scratch, you'll die by my hands." He blushed and cursed himself. She was quiet for a while, but now it's back to the same old thing. After her shout, she thought to herself, "All right, he probably heard me, right?" Suddenly, a black-haired man next to her said, "By the way, have you heard?" He whispered, "I heard that starting this year, there will be a change in the competition rules." Her eyes widened when she heard the shocking news. Startled, she immediately turned to the person next to her and asked again, "What did you say?" She turned to listen in on the gossip, and the guy waved his hand and replied confidently, "Looks like you haven't heard." He continued, "Well, that's right. Even the contestants were only informed just before the competition." At this time, Benji was already on his horse. The guy revealed the information he knew. As soon as the match ends, the person who can stick their spear on the target will be the winner. Down in the arena, Isaac had also gotten ready and was preparing for the upcoming battle. He suddenly said a sentence full of sinister meaning. "I wonder if His Highness Kai can hold out until the very end." Her eyes widened, so scared that sweat drenched her face. She became bewildered in thought. This was never in the novel. 1. Each participant will start with a spear painted with a different color on a shaft. 2. The person who can stick their spear into the center of the target in the arena will become the winner of the Grand Horse Racing Tournament. The rule I know is that as soon as a winner is found, the match will end immediately. As the warriors on horseback try to swing their weapons towards the bullseye, suddenly, bam, a spear struck the bullseye with extreme speed. It made the other warriors turn their heads in surprise to see who it was. Duke couldn't help but be astonished. It hit. Is that yellow spear Kai's spear? Kai shouted loudly. Benji, thump. Benji, on his horse, snatched the target. The people around started murmuring. What is this? Are they planning to team up until the match is over? Isn't that against the rules? Forget it. He's the crown prince, after all. The match is far from over. The other competitors probably won't let it slide. He threw the target, which still had the spear pierced through the bullseye. Your Highness, take it. Dude, sitting in the stands, suddenly thought, wait, if he's already stuck his spear in the target, doesn't that mean he has no weapon to defend himself for the rest of the match? Her eyes shifted to the yawning emperor. Has this old man lost his mind? His own son is competing, yet he came up with this damn rule. Does he really not care who dies? The emperor watched everything unfold with a cold expression. The crowd murmured and complained. Who is that guy? Why is he so out of it? Black hair? Isn't that the new prince? The young man the people were talking about was unsteadily controlling his disobedient horse. Lo, Lucia. Oops. Duke gritted her teeth, thinking, no way. Although I hate to admit it, Isaac was a decent rider at the horse farm. She was certain in her heart. Something's wrong with Lucia. Flashing back to before the competition, Duke had tried her best to persuade Isaac. Do you understand? If there's anything unusual with Lucia, you must immediately request to withdraw. Back to the present. At the arena, Duke couldn't stop her thoughts and ended up muttering in frustration. Why is he so stubborn? At this rate, something terrible will happen. Rick, sitting next to her, heard and immediately said, Are you supporting that prince? But what can you do? The person next to him also joined the conversation. My friend, it seems you don't know. You're not allowed to withdraw from this grand horse riding tournament, kid. That sentence made Duke freeze. She was stunned. She finally understood why the prince was acting that way. Now I get it. Why he just smiled and didn't answer me when I said those words. The noisy crowd watched the match. I told you so. He couldn't handle it. That was a hard fall. Below the stands, through the thick cloud of dust, was the image of Kai collapsed next to his beloved black horse. Damn it, I didn't land properly. Dip was injured in the leg by a spear. Me too. The frustration showed on Kai's face. At this rate, the others will steal the target from me. Benji ran over, worried, and shouted, Your Highness Kai, that freckled face full of panic. Give me the target. I'll try to buy some time. Seeing the scene before them, the guests in the stand shouted, and next to them, Du had a worried expression. If they do that, they'll lose. Despite the shouts of protest from the stands, letting a knight run away with the target while the prince follows behind. Is that supposed to be impressive? But Benji still held the target and ran like the wind, leaving all the opponents and their jeers behind. In Benji's hands, he still held the horse's reins tightly. Hey, compete properly. At the same time, amidst the audience's protests, Du's expression gradually turned to panic amidst the contempt and ridicule. Prince Kai wants to win like that? Winning this way is so shameful. Amidst the noisy protests, another voice rose, drawing all eyes to the center of the arena. Hey, look over there. The black-haired prince is completely surrounded. They must be the nobles who have a grudge against him from the Oban incident. Poor thing, he can't even withdraw. 2. Prince Isaac was completely surrounded by his opponents. Witnessing the series of unfortunate events unfolding before her eyes, Du clenched her fists. A feeling of anger, helplessness, and worry welled up inside her. She couldn't just sit still any longer. She suddenly shot to her feet. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her elbow. The tone was somewhat mocking. Hey, where are you going? The match is just starting to get interesting. Du angrily turned her head, her sharp eyes staring straight at the person behind her. She pushed her hand away and shouted with a furious expression. Let go of me, Sienna. No, someone definitely played a dirty trick on Isaac's horse, so I have to go stop it. She started to leave and said, if I just leave it like this, big trouble will happen. The other person remained seated in the stands, watching the match. The corners of her lips curled into a meaningful smirk. He really does know everything. Della sat sipping her tea, beside her with a nobleman using steampunk glasses for a better view. I don't know how much Prince Kai has been holding on, but from what I see, he's about to give up. As for the black-eyed prince, it looks like he's reached his limit. This time, the royal family will be utterly humiliated. If it's come to this, they should have just lived quietly in the slums. Why make a fuss just to bring shame upon themselves now? All the enemies rushed forward with triumphant, arrogant expressions, insulting him. Whether you're royalty or someone from the slums, there's not much difference, is there? Where's that look of superiority now? Ho, what a waste of the horses gifted from Oban. He charged like a rocket, his hand gripping the spear tightly. If it's come to this, you should have just lived quietly in the slums. Why make a fuss just to bring shame upon yourself? The two men were now right next to each other. Isaac couldn't react in time, and the collision made him stumble. The opponent took the opportunity and swung his spear straight at him. You stinking sewer rat. Suddenly, Isaac grabbed his neck, making him stagger and exclaim, what's happening? Thud, the sound of him falling flat on the ground. Isaac was back to his cheerful self and teased. Sorry, let me borrow your horse for a bit. That nobleman slammed his fist on the table. Bam! Stealing an opponent's horse? This is against the rules. I bet a large sum of money on that one. And yet, Della calmly put down her teacup and spoke. It seems there's no rule against stealing someone else's horse during the competition. With that bright expression, she continued. Besides, look at the atmosphere. Everyone is extremely excited. Look, the people became more enthusiastic, chattering with excitement. Look, the black-eyed prince confronted and defeated another knight. Another person continued the discussion. It seems he used force a lot when he was in the slums, The person next to him chimed in amidst the lively atmosphere. The fun is just getting started now. Looking over at the smiling emperor, his chin resting on his hand as he watched the competition. He was completely different from before. It's not just the spectators in the stands. Even the emperor is watching with interest. It's rare to see his majesty like this. Della thought to herself with admiration. This level of excitement is what a tournament held in the capital should be like. A flower petal fell into the teacup and floated on the surface. That's right, Isaac is the main character of this year's tournament. Amidst the cheers, Rick exclaimed in admiration. That prince rides someone else's horse even better than the one he brought. He turned sharply to talk to Du. Hey, isn't that the prince you're cheering for? Come and see. But she had already disappeared, and he couldn't help but wonder. Where did they both go? Du went backstage and explained what she felt and saw. There's a problem with the health of the horse Prince Isaac is riding. It has to be stopped before an accident happens. The nobleman said, I already said no. Besides, if it's Prince Isaac, he's probably riding like the wind right now. Go and see for yourself. When she turned to look, she was startled. Huh? How is that possible? Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared. Fingers lightly touched her shoulder. That voice spoke up. Everything is different from practice, isn't it? That horse isn't even his. No, it looks as if it belonged to him all along. Down in the arena was the image of Isaac fighting, dodging his opponent's fatal blows. The sound of spears whistling through the air seemed to make him even more determined to defeat his opponent. The voice continued. Sometimes Isaac feels that his current position was given to him by others, because even his life is just a play created by his mother and that handmaiden. So now, it's time for him to return to the stage of that play. Isaac's future path will be proven by the scars from his efforts to rise up. She was startled. What? This voice? Du's eyes widened in amazement at what was happening before her. She thought to herself, everything is different from practice, isn't it? That horse isn't even his. No, it looks as if it belonged to him all along. Sometimes Isaac feels that his current position was given to him by others, because even his life is just a play created by his mother and that handmaiden. Just then, suddenly, whispers echoed in Du's ear, saying, so now, it's time for him to return to the stage of that play. Isaac's future path will be proven by the scars from his efforts to rise up. A determined Isaac raised his spear as if to impale everything. Du stood silently, and beside her, a mysterious red-haired girl seemed to appear. She immediately spun around, asking loudly, who is it? Who just said those words? But behind her was only an empty corridor without a single soul. Du immediately turned back to ask the men standing there, did any of you hear that voice just now? Hearing this, they looked bewildered and asked, what voice? She explained, someone just whispered to me in an announcer's tone. Is there a commentator here, too? After hearing this, their faces immediately wrinkled. They asked each other, what nonsense has this kid been spouting? Then they looked at her with an expression that seemed to want to curse right in her face. This crazy brat. She quickly realized it, thinking to herself, this guy's eyes are totally looking at me like I'm a lunatic. And what's with that weird glint? Could it be that I misheard? Just then, the clatter of hooves echoed from afar. The sound of horses neighing rang out from outside the arena. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Over here, Du felt a strange presence, whispering softly in her ear that, suddenly, a blood-red flash shot past. A spear coming from behind pierced through Benji's body without him even knowing. He just fell from his horse. Isaac's spear had found the wrong target. Hearing that, Du's face immediately turned pale. That can't be. Right after that, she rushed to storm into the arena. The two guards hurriedly stopped her, shouting, no, what do you think you're doing? We told you can't go in. But at that moment, Heron's figure loomed behind Benji. Du's face immediately showed clear anxiety. Without thinking any further, she screamed, Benji, move. Benji heard her voice and immediately looked in that direction. Far away, Du was being held back by two big soldiers. He wondered to himself, Du. Just then, another strange sound was heard, thwack. Thump. Kai saw the scene, his astonishment impossible to hide. The audience was no exception. Only the king remained calm, sitting still and observing the situation. Drops of blood began to flow amidst Isaac's extreme horror. Heron spoke, thank you, Isaac, for tripping this kid up. It turned out, the blade of that bastard Heron spear had stabbed straight into Benji from behind. This was truly a fatal wound. Benji's armor had been pierced. So sudden, so horrifying. Du struggled even harder, shouting Benji. Benji lost his balance, fell, and lay motionless on the sandy ground. Heron took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. Not only did he not show any remorse, but he also said with an indifferent tone, they've all fallen off their horses. How boring. Anyway, I never liked anyone associated with the Bealoys. Then he turned and shouted at his teammate, startling the man. What are you standing there gaping for? Hurry up and bring the target here. He quickly replied, yes. At that moment, instead of showing fear, the entire stadium stood up and cheered excitedly. You really can't let your guard down for a second. Jeez. Look at them scrambling to escape. How pathetic. Meanwhile, Benji, lying on the ground, began to weaken. He breathed with difficulty, but still managed to smile. Seeing this, Du struggled even more fiercely. Let me go. Then she screamed with all her might, Benji, wake up, Benji. But Benji was already starting to lose consciousness, his eyes slowly closing. Heron then jumped off his horse with a thud, saying with a weary expression, sigh, why did the spear fall with him? He looked annoyed, sat down, and tried to pull the spear out, saying irritably, you're getting on my nerves. Just then, another spear appeared from nowhere, stabbing right into his knee. The spear flew true, embedding itself straight into a weak point of the armor. Heron looked over, his eyes showing clear horror. He rolled around, screaming. At that moment, Isaac approached from a distance. He grabbed the spear's hilt and, while violently pulling it out, said, "My apologies. I'm not very skilled with a spear yet, so I couldn't aim properly." As soon as the spear was pulled out, Heron immediately screamed in pain. He roared, You crazy brat. What do you think you're doing?" The other contestants who saw this scene were unconsciously startled. Heron roared again, "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" The Emperor at this point had also stood up and turned to go inside. Although Heron was lying flat on the sand, he still roared fiercely, "Stick my spear into the target. Hurry up." "Yes, Your Highness." The group of men replied as they dismounted and ran towards Heron. Just then, something flew past with a whoosh, leaving a scratch on one man's face. It turned out the one who threw it was Isaac. The man was so scared he froze, not daring to move an inch. Then, he slowly walked over to the bastard Heron and roughly grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. He looked straight into his eyes and said with an extremely angry face, "This royal palace is truly a scarier place than the slums, just as you said. To dare to openly use such despicable tricks like this, no one in the slums does that." Seeing him not answer, Isaac roared again, "Say something. You're a member of the royal family in a knight. Where's that arrogant attitude from before?" Just then, the sound of a horn echoed from afar. Both Isaac and Heron looked in that direction. This was the signal to end the match. The horn continued to sound. The match had come to an end. The people in the stand saw this and began to murmur among themselves, What? The competition is over? What a letdown. Yeah, what an unsatisfying ending. The fight over here was so intense, but the winner is... Kai was still standing silently in the distance, looking towards his best friend. Suddenly, he glanced back, his eyes turning towards his royal father's seat, which was now empty of the Emperor. Only then was Du released. She immediately ran towards Benji, calling out loudly, "Benji." As she helped Benji up, she turned and called out, "You guys come and help me. The match is over. If we leave him like this, he might die." But as soon as the soldiers heard this, they turned and went elsewhere. Du shouted louder, "Sir, help me. You there. Hey, you." But he paid no attention to her words, just focused on riding his horse away. Du tried to support Benji, thinking angrily to herself. Even if most of the knights are Heban's men, how can they turn a blind eye to someone who's injured like this? Suddenly, with a thud, Isaac arrived and helped Du lift Benji. He said, "There's an empty cart over there. Let's get him to it." So the three of them trudged heavily in that direction under Heron's watch. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Isaac, you dare to humiliate me like this. You will definitely die by my hand." The scene quickly shifted to the royal infirmary. Everyone inside was in a hurry. Screams were everywhere. "Bring the injured here, quickly. We're short on bandages here." Seeing Benji lying still on a sickbed with no one attending to him, Du asked urgently, "Your Highness Isaac, when will the doctor come?" Isaac replied helplessly, "I don't know either. He's bandaging patients from way over there. It'll probably be a long time before it's Benji's turn. For now, just use a handkerchief to press down on the wound, as the doctor instructed. At least it can stop his bleeding." Elsewhere, a doctor was bandaging another person's arm, saying, "It's just a slight sprain." Du lowered her head and said sadly, "Your Highness Isaac, I know I shouldn't say this, but isn't Benji the one who needs treatment the most right now?" Even during the match just now, Benji is from a ducal family, and he's Prince Kai's closest confidant. Why is he being treated like this? Hearing this, Isaac asked in surprise, "You don't know?" Du was also startled and asked back, "What? No what?" Isaac didn't say, but just told her, "Forget it. Wait until Guard Fisher wakes up, then you can ask him yourself." Then he turned to leave, saying, "I can't wait any longer. I'll go get a doctor." Du was startled and quickly called out, "Prince." Then she turned back to look at Benji, crying as she called, "Please wake up. Without Benji, who will trim his hair for me? Last time you were so proud that you cut my hair better with scissors. I even told you to quit being a knight and get a barber's license, and you argued with me so much." Also, before she could say more, Benji spoke up, "Du, you really are?" Hearing Benji's voice, Du was instantly jolted awake and exclaimed, "Benji, you're awake?" Benji gave a pained smile. "I told you to call me Sir Benji. There are a lot of people here." Jium screamed, simultaneously pressing down hard on the wound, causing Benji to cough up blood. "Oh geez. Seriously, I'm glad you haven't logged out of this world yet. Even though I don't really like it, from now on, I'll call you Sir Benji every day." At that moment, Isaac had also returned. Benji weakly reminded her, "Du, easy on the hand, ugh." Both Isaac and the doctor were extremely surprised by this scene. They both had the same thought without saying it. With those two acting like that, who would dare to interrupt? After the examination, Isaac left immediately. Jium, of course, saw him off. Isaac said, "Luckily, his injury isn't too serious. I have to go now." Jium replied firmly, "It's not like both of us need to be here anyway. It's fine." But suddenly, Isaac reached out and patted her head. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry I can't stay here with you. See you later." As he spoke, he turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered Jium behind. Watching his retreating back, Jium wondered to herself. In this horse riding tournament, Isaac was the one who struggled the most. Why is he running around so cheerfully? Oh, I wonder how Kai is doing. Is he okay? Kai absolutely hates winning like this. Thinking this, Jium's face immediately fell. The plot of the novel has been strangely twisted. Although I can't remember all the minor details if I follow the original plot. The winner of the horse riding tournament should have been Heron, and the one who was seriously injured wasn't Benji, but Isaac. On top of that, there was a voice that sounded like a radio announcer echoing in my ear during the tournament. But I'm sure that I've heard a similar voice before. No, to be more precise, I've read it before. Although the part one knew well was strangely changed, there was a passage in the story that said, "Everything is different from practice, isn't it? That horse isn't even his. No, it looks as if it belonged to him all along." Sometimes Isaac feels that his current position was given to him by others, because even his life is just a play created by his mother and that handmaiden. So now, it's time for him to return to the stage of that play. She realized it felt like a part she had read in the novel Kingmaker. As for Isaac, as soon as he returned to the palace, he saw Della waiting for him. She asked, "Your Highness, where are you going? You can't go back looking like that. You must fix your attire properly." Isaac avoided Della's gaze, scratching his head as he replied, "I was on my way to get a doctor to treat Benji." He thought to himself, she's definitely going to scold me for doing something useless. But Della said nothing and even looked pleased, which greatly surprised the young man. He blurted out, "You're praising me for doing a good job?" Della covered her mouth and laughed, replying, "That's right. Not abandoning the injured and always caring for others. That is a special strength of your Highness Isaac. Even if it's just one person, that is truly very useful." Because the entire stadium witnessed Isaac pulling the cart carrying the injured Benji and the image of him getting angry at Prince Heron. Those things can become a catalyst to win the hearts of the people for the Black-Eyed Prince, thanks to the story of a brave hero. Although trying to tenaciously hold on until winning is also good, the shameful victory that Kai achieved is not a bad thing at all. Although the public is discussing that the suitable candidates for the Crown Prince position are Prince Heron and Prince Kai, perhaps after this incident, the frequency of discussion about those two princes will decrease somewhat. Then public opinion will shift towards Isaac, a young man who does not yield, who does not back down in any circumstance. Building Isaac's image like that is a good direction. In the end, Isaac is truly the main character of this year's horse riding tournament. With that thought, Della turned to leave, saying, "It's getting late. Let's return to the palace. The servants in the palace are waiting for you." Isaac suddenly remembered something and asked, "All right, how's Lucia? Have you found out why she suddenly acted like that?" She asked, "Are you talking about that brown horse?" I checked and found a thorn stuck in its hoof. Perhaps someone played a trick before the tournament started. That left Isaac extremely surprised. He unconsciously remembered Du's strange warning before the match. If you see Lucia showing any strange symptoms, you should withdraw. Isaac's face immediately darkened. Della asked again, "Did you see anyone suspicious?" A frightening thought was spoken. Della thought Du had done it. Could this be a plot by that stable keeper? She voiced her thoughts. "Your Highness's horse has always been cared for by that boy, right?" He immediately objected. No, it wasn't him. Her eyes were somewhat probing. Away from the bright moonlight, he resolutely defended her. "Della, I'm sure it wasn't Du." He offered what he knew about her to justify his claim. D. likes his job at the stables and taking care of the horses there. He always does a great job, too. Anyway, he wouldn't do things like that. She paid no mind to his words and immediately retorted, "You think that's a reason to believe he's innocent?" Her eyes became cold and sharp. "Your Highness Isaac, I know that you and Du have become closer recently, but this is the royal palace. In an age where even a snot-nosed kid outside the capital is playing the game of guessing who the next crown prince will be, you easily believe that Du is just a simple, stable boy." Della continued without any reservation, "Are you sure that boy has no suspicious points?" Her words seemed to have affected him. He clenched his fists. He frowned worriedly and looked away. Actually, he has told me 2 or 3 times. If I saw Lucia acting strangely, I should request to withdraw from the competition, she said, feigning deduction. So that means he knew beforehand that something might happen to Lucia. She continued to put forth suspicions against Du. Wanting you to withdraw wasn't to prevent you from getting hurt. I think it's more like he didn't want you to win. If Your Highness Isaac withdrew from the match, she hinted at who might be behind it. Then who would benefit the most from this? Based on her words, it seemed he had an idea of who that person was. But then he immediately dismissed it in a way. Even with Benji's help, it would be difficult for Prince Kai to win. Most of the nights, there are Prince Heron's men. She still wouldn't let go of Du. Well, it's also possible that Du was sent by Prince Heron. She imagined the scene of Du being patted on the head by Heron. Whoosh! He immediately shouted in protest. Absolutely not. He thought to himself, if Du heard what she's saying, he'd probably faint on the spot. She immediately asked him for the reason. Why are you so certain? He stammered an explanation. Actually, Du is... He struggled, unable to explain, only managing to say the names of 2 people. Do is... Prince Kai. He suddenly remembered the words Du had said to him. Then I'll call you Hyung. Okay, Your Highness Isaac? Who rides a horse like that? Anyone who sees you would think you're stealing a horse. He remembered every little moment they had met. What? You said you'd help me get the canary Kai, so you want me to help you get together with Della in return? I'm getting the short end of the stick in this deal. Remembering her carefree, smiling face. Hey, so you've never been in a relationship before. If I were a girl, I would have kicked you by now, using my foot to kick you, not breaking up with you. Honestly, this guy, he pursed his lips as those memories returned and wondered whether to speak or not. He remembered what he had said to her. Joe, don't you worry, I'm your brother. He made up his mind. I will definitely keep that secret for you. He used another reason to speak. Joe really likes to follow Prince Kai. Her face was indifferent. She continued to aim the tip of her whip at Joe. Then it could be something that guy caused himself. He was gradually losing his patience, he called. Diloa. In front of her, he resolutely defended Joe. I can guarantee it wasn't Joe, so I hope you won't suspect Joe like that anymore. He turned away. Wait, I'm going back to the racetrack for a moment. He left her behind, turning away abruptly. She asked after him, confused. What are you going to the racetrack for? He answered as he walked. During the waiting time, Losha was still very healthy. Something must have happened on a racetrack. She still insisted on advising him. I think investigating the person behind this is more important now than finding out when Losha was injured. Huh. He turned back, annoyed. I know. That's why I don't want to miss any clues. Then he hurried away. She let out a sigh of disappointment. Ha! Diloa held her head and lamented. He's so stubborn. After a while, she let it go. Whatever. I've already checked the arena. Anyway, she recalled when he was on his horse and preparing to start. Isaac's starting point was just a small hole in the ground. Below was a small puddle of water. If you didn't look closely, you might not have noticed it. And in that situation, the person under suspicion was incapable. Anyway, she didn't realize. Since Du spent all day around the horse stables and had never set foot on the racetrack before the match began, the possibility of Du being the culprit was very low. Although she knew this clearly, she couldn't help but be suspicious. But why did she tell Isaac to withdraw? As if she knew everything that was going to happen. Around them, the time was gradually turning to night. The wind blew stronger, whoosh, whoosh. At the magnificent and luxurious villa, she was now sitting and praying for Kai. Oh, Kai Dynamite, both sexy and cute. How is your wound? Have you called a doctor for treatment yet? My beautiful Kai, I'm begging you, don't get yourself wrapped up in everything alone. While praying, she imagined a romantic scene with a weak Prince Kai leaning on her. Whatever it is, I'm willing to share it with you. If you're tired, I'll lend you my shoulder. Lost in her thoughts, she paid no attention to the man opposite her, who was looking at her with complete confusion. Is this one going to pray like this the whole time before eating? The soup will get cold. She didn't pay much attention to him, just said what was on her mind. I've been swamped lately, so I'm taking this opportunity to accumulate it all at once. With that, she finished the bowl of soup in front of her in an instant. Slurp, slurp, while he just thought in confusion. What is it saying? While eating, she heard someone discussing the horse race from the other day. That horse racing festival, the rules changed so. It's much more interesting, isn't it? Her ears perked up to listen. The people at the next table started chatting. You didn't work and secretly went to watch the race? Of course. Why work your butt off on a day like that? Prince Kai is truly talented, isn't he? They began to recall Kai's dashing appearance, as expected of someone from the royal family. Just holding a spear exudes such an aura. She sat next to them, nodding continuously. After a while, they started to speak ill of the prince. But why did he throw the spear so quickly? Because of protecting that thing, he ended up failing. What a loss of face. Nowhere to hide. She was shocked to hear this. They laughed and gossiped without restraint. If it weren't for Benji, who knows what would have happened? That person was the one who ran with the shield to buy time. I think the climax of this festival was from that part. They continue to mock. Exactly. Did they open the match to play a game of loyalty to each other? Then they laughed together, haha. They began to change the topic of conversation to Benji. If the prince says to do it, you have to do it. How can you resist? Sir Benji is just a disposable card of the duchy. It's thanks to Prince Kai taking him in that it has to be this way. At this point, she couldn't take it anymore and shut up. The man opposite her also mocked the prince. This is what winning by bribery looks like. He'll be endlessly gossiped about for sure. The smile froze on his lips when he recognized the somewhat familiar voice. Hey, did you guys pay to rent this whole dining hall? Do you want to die or something being so loud? That loud voice startled him. Angered by her words, they angrily shouted, "What? Which dog?" before he could finish his sentence. She had slammed the whole bowl on his face. Slammed it. After the bowl was removed, he looked no different from a shabby drowned rat. The man then came forward to intervene. What are you doing? She said aggressively, I don't know what a polite warning is. Today you guys will surely die by my hand. She glared fiercely. He shouted angrily, who the hell are you? Are you crazy? She didn't back down either. What's the point of knowing for someone who's about to die in my hands? He aggressively grabbed her collar. Seeing that she wasn't scared, his blood boiled even more. This little brat, you don't know what fear is, huh? He raised his fist towards her, thud, but she was faster, slamming her head straight into him until he bled. Then the sounds of fighting rang out incessantly. Pop, pop. After that, there was someone scream, ah, ah. Everyone around watched in fear. Then there was the voice of an elderly person intervening. Stop it. You guys, instead of eating, you're making such a ruckus? The sound of something breaking came from somewhere. Crash. The sound was like someone approaching. Clop, clop. An excuse from that guy was heard. Rick, that little brat started it with me first. An elderly woman stepped forward and shouted, all of you, stop it. She wore a pair of glasses, her aura blazing with anger as she yelled, what kind of chaos are you causing? At this point, the two who had fought until their heads were bruised and bleeding looked towards her and stammered, Mrs. Tuly. Now she and Rick were standing outside talking. He said, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? She immediately replied, the bad news first, uncle. He announced, you are banned from the common room for the next 3 days. She wiped her wound and replied indifferently, I don't care about that. What about the other guys, uncle? Rick said calmly, they get 1 day. She said angrily, why am I the only one punished for 3 days? They laid their hands on me too. They just couldn't hit me. She said through gritted teeth, hey, what's the point of being so good at dodging? Remembering what happened earlier, she was the one who struck first. So Rick himself just sighed and said, well, everyone saw you slam the whole bowl of soup on Lorenzo's face. Her face darkened as she said, so that bastard's name is Lorenzo. I've got this name down. She even made a gesture of dragging her thumb across her neck. Slice. She suddenly asked again, so what's the good news, uncle? Only then did Rick remember and exclaim, that's right. Rick immediately told her the good news. His Highness Kai came looking for you. He said he has something to tell you. He told you to meet him behind the horse stables. After that sentence, the surrounding scenery turned a romantic shade of pink. She immediately ran off. Why are you only telling me something so important now? You're really something. Rick was startled and called after her. Hey, are you going to meet His Highness looking like that? She ran headlong in a flash, leaving only one sentence behind, I don't care. At this time, the sun was gradually setting under the lush green trees. The prince was standing there waiting for her. You're too late. As soon as she arrived, she couldn't stand steady, saying with difficulty, I'm sorry, I ran into a little problem. She said while panting. With difficulty, she said, but it's been a long time since I've seen your highness. I heard you have something to say to me, right? Not? He turned away before speaking. Benji's wound has recovered a lot. He'll be back to work soon. She immediately asked back, really? He stammered, you, go visit Benji. She called him confused Kai. She asked bluntly, did I do something to make you angry? He turned back to face her, not answering her question. He just asked back, you said you weren't a magician. Can you read people's minds too? She continued to explain and express herself. I don't know how to read minds or anything. It's just because I incredibly like and care about you. Morning, noon, afternoon, and night, I always think of you. When I get to see you, I stare at you so much I could burn a hole through your face. So how could I not know what you're thinking? He frowned uncomfortably and said, staring at others for a long time can become a habit. It's not good. She got angry. She was frustrated that he didn't understand her meaning. At this point, her face was flushed. Kai, can't you hear the words I'm saying to you with all my heart? I was afraid you wouldn't hear, so I screamed my head off. My confession was so long-winded too. He turned away to another place, avoiding her gaze. I think you've misunderstood something. You're just a person who works at the horse stables in my palace. You're not my friend either. She grabbed his shoulder and said tensely, I know, but did you hear what I said or not? His body suddenly trembled. His blood boiled as he yelled at her. Which words of yours? The words you said about me leaning on you when I'm tired, or that whenever I'm sick I should let you know? Did you think that when I heard those words, I would be so moved and then run like the wind to you? He couldn't keep his composure, becoming irritable. He continued to yell in her face, but did you think I would collapse and cry for being moved? She said, flustered, I didn't send that message to you for that purpose. She seemed to see something, her eyes slightly surprised. Startled, she saw a wound on his hand and immediately grabbed it. She asked anxiously, Kai, are you hurt your hand? He shouted angrily, I am a prince. And at the same time, he forcefully pushed her hand away. Smack. He said while acting cold towards her, even if I'm bruised from my calf to my thigh, in front of others, I can't let it show and still have to try to walk normally. He clenched his wound, hiding it. She didn't pay attention to his words. She said worriedly, you haven't let a doctor look at the wound. What if the muscle is damaged? What will you do? It's not too late now, so you. He didn't even wait for her to finish before cutting her off. He said decisively, I can't let others see me like that. Absolutely not. He showed a look of fear and panic when he thought of the outside gazes and the weight of his position, causing many people to watch and hate him. But the wound from that day was getting more and more. She suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. She gently called him, Kai, amidst the sunset scene with fluttering flower petals, making everything even more poetic and romantic. She smiled and held his hand tightly. Everyone has their weak moments. A prince is still a human being, so it's okay. She smiled gently, but her eyes carried a tinge of sadness. Although I can't bear the burden and pain of His Highness the Prince, I can still tell you one thing. It's okay. You know, Du gently comforted him. Kai, it's okay. Everything is okay. It will all be fine. Her words of comfort seemed to have an effect. His eyes welled up as if he wanted to cry. He tried to suppress his emotions. I'm a prince, so I can't show weakness. I can't just show it like this. I can't. He suddenly pulled his hand away from hers forcefully. Whoosh. He thought that a prince must always be like that. I should be like that. But he was also just an ordinary person, nothing more, nothing less. Now he was truly tired. He gently bent down and hugged her, lamenting, but at that time, I almost reached for your hand, being left alone in the arena. Everyone's eyes were on me. The deafening cheers seemed to surround me, making me feel incredibly lonely and lost. She smiled brightly and comforted him. I'm sorry, Kai. I wish I could have been by your side then. She patted his back comfortingly. Suddenly he wondered. Strange, his hand clutched the back of her shirt. He remembered the situation that had happened before when Benji was injured. She had come to his side and supported him. Benji was seriously injured and no one was with him, so it was right for her to go to him. When he saw that scene, he felt a bit jealous, but at that time, I secretly hoped she wouldn't run towards him. His hand tightened on the reins. He didn't understand why he had such a selfish thought at that time. Why did I have such a thought? She gently told him, if you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have gone. She used her hands to cup his handsome face. She cradled his face in her hands. Her own face was also red as she said affectionately, for me, as long as Kai is happy, that's enough. My goal in this life is just to see the bright smile on your lips. She gave a bright, cute smile. If possible, it would be good if you loved me too, but for now, I just want you to be happy first. She gently caressed his face and sweetly confessed to him, I love Kai so much. The surrounding scenery was perfect for this confession. The two looked at each other with deep affection, both blushing as they were so close to each other. Like that. Suddenly the romantic scene disappeared. He said, wait a minute. He used his hand to push her head away. She was also surprised and dumbfounded. He said uncomfortably. Why are you getting your face closer and closer? When did this posture appear? She wasn't ready to give up and explained, we've already hugged, so the next step is naturally a kiss. She clutched his face and pulled it close to hers. Amidst the twilight, the yellow evening sun shone on the nearby green trees, making the scene incredibly poetic and peaceful. The two of them stood under the trees chatting back and forth. He said one thing, she said another. Come on, stand still for a second. You were so obedient just now, and let me hug you, but now you're changing the subject. Why don't you have a shred of decency? You take any chance to hug someone, huh? I wanted to do even more, but I held back a lot. The evening sun had gradually turned orange-red, signaling the end of a day. He said shyly, because I was a bit high earlier, so forget everything I said just now, okay? She took his hand and pulled him along, refusing. How can I forget? I'll get every single word tattooed. To mark the first day, Kai opened up. He covered his blushing face, wanting to dig a hole and hide. He raised his voice, pleading, I'm begging you, please forget it. After walking for a while, he finally asked her, Hey, where are you dragging me to anyway? She smiled brightly and confidently replied, a place that will make you feel better. He asked her, a little worried, It's not some perverted place, is it? She turned back and scolded him uncomfortably. If you keep teasing me, I'll get my pervy side out, then you'll have to deal with it. She said casually without a hint of shyness. I really don't know if I'm getting your hopes up too much only to disappoint you. Sorry, but the place we're going to doesn't have a bed. Of course, you can take off your clothes if you want, but I'm very hygienic. Besides, this is our first time too. So he said shyly, Hey, what kind of person do you think I am? And why don't I feel any romance at all? She imagined romantic images often seen in movies. She answered bluntly, Romance? I only watch the 19+ romance genre. An image of her strongly chopping wood and cooking rice, while he stood by weakly, looking at her with expectant eyes. Why would a prince only bring rice to the horse stable guards? He asked her in astonishment, You're not even 19 years old yet. She replied helplessly, My soul's age surpassed at a long, long time ago. The world is too harsh. After walking for a while, she pointed forward and said excitedly to him, Tada, we're here. Before them was the entire city under the evening sunset. She joyfully gestured towards the city and said, The scenery is freaking awesome, isn't it? Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I always come here. I do. His eyes were astonished at the sparkling, dreamlike scenery now appearing right before him. His face was completely red, but he still tried to appear calm and appreciative. It's really beautiful. She said excitedly, Beautiful. Right, whenever you're frustrated, just come here and scream or curse or whatever you want. He was puzzled by what she just said, curse. She took a step forward, pointed at herself, and said confidently, That's right, let me demonstrate for you. She faced downwards and shouted, Hey, you bunch of scattered ants down there. Watch out or I'll pluck out your eyes and juggle them. Now, after shouting, she smiled carefree and looked at him. Well, now it's His Highness Kai's turn to try. It'll feel so satisfying. He was scared by her action. He said honestly, No, I'm too shy. She didn't give up and thought of another phrase for him. Was that too crude? If so, then nephew, everything will go my way. You should shout like that. He asked, puzzled, nephew. She used her hands to gently push him forward. He talked about his nephew. I have a cousin who got married in the Nai Duchy and just gave birth to a nephew. Two birds just flew by, squawk, squawk. She congratulated him, helpless at his bewilderment. Sincerely, truly congratulations. She put her hands on her hips and instructed him, but the meaning will be a little different. You should shout nephew loudly. The hidden meaning in your heart will be, I don't know my life. I'll take care of it myself. He also complied with her words and said in a small voice, Nephew. He was scared, so he only dared to whisper. She was by his side, constantly encouraging him. That's right, shout loud enough to reach the Nai Duchy is even better. He continued to follow her words, but now his voice was louder than before, nephew. She both praised and encouraged him more. Very good, please shout nephew. I wish you'd eat well and grow up fast. And in your heart, think, whoever dares to look down on me, I'll crush them immediately, okay? He tried his best to shout loudly. Finally, his voice echoed. He used all his strength to shout very loudly, Eat well and grow up fast, my nephew. She nodded in praise of him. So good. She excitedly asked how he felt. Kai, how do you feel? He stammered. I feel like I've just committed a great sin. She said innocently, rules are made to be broken. He covered his face and thought to himself, is this why mother told me to be careful when choosing friends? To play with? She immediately retorted, Hey, I didn't plan on being friends with your highness. Why do you say things that poke at people like that? He looked at her with a weary expression. He saw her disheveled clothes and asked, And what's with your clothes? They were like that before you came here. Only then did she realize that in her eagerness to see him, she hadn't noticed her dirty clothes. Ah, that's right. She smiled brightly and explained cheerfully, "It's okay. This isn't my blood." She gave a thumbs up to show she was really okay. He said helplessly, "That's not what I was asking." He scolded her angrily. "I told you not to do things that attract attention." She remained innocent at his angry words. "I've been working at the horse stable for a whole year. Compared to that time, I've been very well behaved. Haven't I?" He started to mock her flippant attitude. "You should at least lick your lips when you lie." Her eyes darted away. She started using a soft tone to win him over. "Yes, I honestly confess to my conscience that I haven't been very well behaved." Only then did he say seriously, I was just worried what happened." She was silent for a long time, still not knowing how to explain. After a while, she began to recount it happened during mealtime. Some guys were talking about the incident at the horse racing festival. That's right. She remembered their mocking laughter, scratching her head, somewhat evasively and stammering. They kept talking about it over and over. It was getting on my nerves, so I gave one of them a face full of soup. She pretended to evade with another reason. "Hey, today they had my favorite butter-roasted potatoes, but those guys ruined the taste." He trembled beside her. Suddenly he burst out laughing. He laughed out loud and said, "Those guys must have been bad-mouthing me, right?" He still couldn't help but cover his mouth, choking with laughter, then asked her after that, "How did you beat those guys up?" Her eyes sparkled at the sunny smile of his. She seemed to gain more strength, her mouth not stopping. "The one who got the soup, I gave him a punch to the chest, then a kick to the groin. And the one who grabbed my neck, I gave him a punch to the nose, then another to the chin. After that, Rick flew in to break it up. I didn't get hit at all." She didn't care about anything around her, just chattering on. At this moment, a person from afar ran over calling him, "Your Highness Kai, so you're here?" That guy ran thump towards him. He asked him, puzzled, "Is something wrong, pal?" He was surprised to see her there besides the prince. Why now? He began to explain the matter. Since it's almost time for dinner, I came to escort your highness. Today is the party to celebrate the winner of the horse racing festival, so the main character can't be absent." Only then did he realize how quickly time had passed. It's that late already. Before leaving, he gently patted her head. He smiled happily and said goodbye to her. "Well then, be careful on your way back." Pao also waved goodbye to her. She was dazed by his affectionate words. That sly thing. You were just flirting, right, Yahoo? No need to wash my hair today." She blushed deeply. Her heart pounded, forcing her to clutch her chest to stop it from beating too fast. When she calmed down, she thought back on what Pao had said. Wait, did Pao just say it was a party celebrating the winner of the horse race? She started to worry about him, even though it was a party a week after the festival ended. It was just an excuse. Today was the day the prince attended the royal family's banquet. She began to drift into thought and make plans. What happened around this time in the novel, I wonder. I have to write down the order of what will happen next. But it's been so long that I don't remember a single thing. She rested her chin on her hand, looking very thoughtful. But she still couldn't remember much, so she began to concentrate as much as possible to think. Rack your brain. Around this time in the novel, she began to imagine the scene of the festival that took place in the story, in the horse racing festival. The winter heron had severely harmed Isaac. At the party, a prince with blonde hair and a small build was smiling and offering wine to the people there. And that person was none other than Heron. She was startled when Heron appeared in her thoughts. Heron. She suddenly remembered something. Heron. She remembered the scene of him angrily grinding his teeth while looking at Isaac. He was furious because he saw that Isaac did not sincerely congratulate him on his victory. So, she covered her mouth to suppress her own panic. That's right, he used the excuse that Isaac didn't greet him before the meal. The image of him putting something in Isaac's wine glass was crystal clear. So he put something in Isaac's wine cup. After Isaac was drugged, he gradually became disoriented. He slapped his face to stay awake. Slap. And because he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings, he accidentally bumped into the maid. After drinking that cup of wine, Isaac lost his balance and bumped into the shoulder of a maid. After the collision, the sound of dishes clattered, clang. She fell to the ground with a thud. He bowed his head slightly. He reached out his hand to help her up. Worriedly, he said, are you okay? But his face was flushed and his breathing was rapid, pant. The maid trembled in fear. Then suddenly an arm blocked in front of him, preventing him. Heron stood proudly, blocking him. With a vile smile, he said, resorting to dirty tricks and laying a hand on a maid. Just because you're upset is not acceptable, he said in a sarcastic tone. Even if you were once a bum living in the slums, you're now a member of the royal family, aren't you? Then he smirked as his plan succeeded. successfully. She thought that the story wasn't too greatly affected. Luckily, only a small amount was used. So Isaac sobered up after a few hours, but some unpleasant rumors about Isaac spread widely. But it also left a whispering effect from the people at the party. It was a ridiculous revenge, just as Heron had thought. The gossiping didn't stop. Whisper, whisper. She thought of her standing from afar, having seen everything, and on top of that, it caused Eloa to misunderstand. Because of his hatred from the horse racing festival, he deliberately created these incidents. Although Heron couldn't win this horse racing festival, it was certain that he had developed a hatred for Isaac for embarrassing him in front of everyone. That's right, I'm sure this time he will pull some despicable, more cowardly trick. After thinking for a while, she got frustrated and tore her hair. I have to stop him by any means. Otherwise, my Lady Deloa will misunderstand. Isaac, she calmed down and tried to find a way. But how do I stop him? By now, Isaac has probably returned to his palace. Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea. A voice called from outside, calling the names of the two people working inside. Jean, Elena. The two asked in surprise. Jean, I heard you just had a big fight this afternoon, right? She approached enthusiastically. Ma, it's nothing. The sound of footsteps went thump, thump, thump. She made her request to the two confused people. I have a favor to ask of you two. Outside, it was completely dark. The sparkling stars had gradually appeared in the sky. The leaves swayed in the wind. The sound of a door creaking open made the person in the wine cellar jump and turn around. The person who entered was a maid with distinctive white hair. What is this? Who are you? She quickly stated her intention. Hello, I'm the maid who received orders to come here to prepare the special wine for tonight's dinner. She bowed her head respectfully. The person checking asked in surprise. So soon? That person found her a bit strange and asked, It's my first time seeing you. What's your name? The question made her jump slightly. She stammered for a moment before thinking of her name. She said a little shyly, It's Josephine. The maid who appeared with white hair was none other than Jo, and this was her plan, explaining the situation. Because she wanted to stop Heron's plot, she disguised herself to infiltrate. By day a true man, and a spectacular transformation. By night, a beautiful maid. She exhaled in amusement, thinking, although this body is originally female, the man opposite her was not so happy. He looked at her judgmentally. She said her name was Josephine. Thanks to the help of a person, her disguise became perfect, clothes borrowed from Jean. The person in the wine cellar, after thinking for a moment, asked her suspiciously, I heard Esquin is the one in charge of the wine. The sentence made her jump. She calmly replied, I was sent to fill in for today, not forgetting to give a cute wink. He was still a little suspicious and said, Is that so? Esquin was always a good fit for this job. She remembered her own special talent and found the words to convince him. She said confidently, Hey, I'm not bad at it either. The cocktails I make are to die for. The sound of mixing drinks echoed in her thoughts. He was still a bit wary of her, looking at her face. Somehow I suspect you'll mess things up. Having no other choice, he reluctantly went to the wine rack. She was screaming internally. I'm in a deadly hurry, and this guy talks so much. He brought out a large wine barrel and said, Here. The sound of the barrel being placed down made a noise. Thump. She looked at the huge barrel and couldn't help but feel scared. Don't tell me we have to use all this wine for tonight's dinner. He was helpless before her naivety. What are you thinking? It has to be fermented to become wine. Those are grapes, ma'am. Seeing her small frame, he made a suggestion. If you don't think you can handle it, I'll call Esquin to do it. She immediately objected. No need, I can do it. I'm used to doing heavy work anyway. At this time, at the party, beautiful dishes were laid out for the aristocrats present. The party was fully attended by members of the royal family and was decorated most luxuriously. Feeling a bit mentally tired after a long day, she spoke up, breaking the silence of the party. Greetings, everyone. This is a special wine to be served for dinner tonight. She thought about the plan she had made to help Isaac, afraid that Heron would tamper with the wine bottles, so she had secretly stolen them midway. But to carry out the plan, she had to carry the whole huge barrel of grapes. While working, she grumbled, why'd I have to do all this stuff? Although she had simplified the winemaking process, it still exhausted her. While pressing the grapes, she wondered, what the heck? And how did this task fall to me? She had to do the entire process by herself, manually, from pressing the grape juice until it became wine. But she also felt somewhat relieved because this way no one else could tamper with the wine. I guess I can rest assured now, the emperor said, annoyed. The wine is so late. She observed the expressions of those present, surprised by the somber atmosphere and their unhappy faces. What kind of family dinner is this? Everyone looks so bored with life. Suddenly, her eyes lit up when she saw something special. At the opposite table, he was smiling brightly and talking to someone. In her heart, she silently screamed his name, Kai. She admired his meticulously prepared appearance and captivating beauty, unable to stop exclaiming in her mind. Today you're the main character, so you seem to have paid a lot of attention to your clothes and hair. Your looks are truly driving my heart crazy. She stared at him until her eyes shone, her face flushed, and she was practically drooling. Having to be handsome all day like this must be tough. But whatever, please continue to be diligently handsome like this. Okay. He felt as if someone was staring intently at him and was startled. He immediately turned his head in the direction he felt the gaze from. She was also quite surprised when he turned towards her. Ah, he heard me. She looked at him and gave a mischievous wink. His face was stunned when he realized who was looking at him, completely shocked. The emperor waited for a while, but still no one poured him wine. He held his wine glass towards her and asked quizzically, "You there, maid? What are you standing there frozen for?" His expression wasn't very pleased. He repeated once more, "Hurry up and pour the wine." She finally came to her senses and said respectfully, "Ah, please forgive me, Your Majesty. This is my first time meeting so many members of the royal family." The wine was slowly poured into the glass. She was quite confident in her wine-pouring skills, constantly boasting to herself, "When it comes to pouring wine, I have talent to spare. Let me show you the wine-pouring kung fu that each manager at the restaurant I part-timed at forced me to practice for 4 days and 4 nights." The sound of wine being poured vigorously into the glass, glug. She imagined being praised when they saw her skills, a slightly exaggerated image. Looking at the wine glasses in their hands, everyone marveled. My, the deep purple wine shimmering in the glass is so appetizing to the eye. Some of the ladies there praised her. "You pour wine exceptionally well." She couldn't help but be startled. That scared me. And that person was Igrite, the second imperial concubine of the empire. She covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty, don't you agree?" That remark caused more eyes to turn toward her. She thought anxiously, her voice asking the emperor, please don't look at me." Almost all eyes at the party were focused on her. The emperor then spoke calmly. Indeed, they all fell silent upon hearing the emperor's reply. She thought with relief, what a relief. The emperor doesn't seem to be someone who pays much attention to these things. The imperial concubine's expression turned sullen. She felt somewhat reassured that she had done everything herself. Everyone's wine, including Kai's, was poured by her own hand. And she thought that Heron certainly had no opportunity to act, so there were no openings for Heron to put drugs in. She thought everything was arranged. Now for the final step, pour wine for Isaac, and then find a suitable moment to leave. But she didn't see his malicious smile, a smirk. After turning away for a moment, a strange feeling made her turn back and look up. A chill ran down her spine, making her shudder. Just then, Isaac suddenly called her, "Hey, maid," startling her out of the fear rising within her. He gave her a bright smile. "You haven't poured wine for me yet." She hesitated for a moment and accidentally saw something. Wait, that sparkling thing at the bottom of the glass. That is. She stood frozen to the spot, not moving. She thought to herself, could it be that he managed to put the drug in the glass? I'm doomed. Even though I took precautions, I didn't expect him to be so insidious. She was in a panic, not knowing how to handle the situation, caught in a dilemma. What should I do? Should I break the glass and spill the wine? No, I'll lose my head for ruining the party. At this point, he was also a bit confused and continued to call her, "Hey you." Seeing no response for so long, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Did something happen?" Her face clearly showed the word worry, which she couldn't hide. She stammered, trying to find a reason to answer him. It's nothing, Your Highness. It's just because you're too handsome." Isaac blushed slightly, smiled brightly, and thanked her. Thank you." At that moment, Kai, sitting next to them, heard those words and his face immediately darkened. The food he had just put in his mouth spewed out. He looked at her for a while and found her familiar. He said honestly, "By the way, you look quite a lot like a friend of mine." She found a vague excuse and said, "I hear people say that a lot." Ho ho ho. The sound of wine being poured steadily, glug glug. Her gaze became terrifying as she thought, but on second thought, as long as he doesn't hold a maid's hand while he's high, it should be fine. She stared at him so intensely that he felt a chill and broke into a cold sweat while drinking his wine. What the heck? A sudden cold draft blew past. She thought of a last resort for the worst-case scenario, Perhaps the best way now is to just lock him up in some warehouse and wait until he's docile before letting him out. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly called her from behind. Ah, hey, wine pouring maid, making her jump and turn around. The one who called her was the Emperor. He asked her with a probing attitude, "Did you watch the recent horse racing tournament?" Sienna and H&R were unconsciously startled by the question. Kai's gaze also became frighteningly somber. She thought for a moment and then said respectfully, "Yes, I watched it, Your Majesty." Despite Kai's cold attitude, he still smiled and continued to ask, "Did you find it interesting or boring? Or perhaps you found the end of the game too bland?" On the table, Kai's hand was trembling as if he was about to lose control. She remained very calm and replied, "I found it very interesting, Your Majesty." He smirked faintly and replied, "Is that so?" He made a proposal that made everyone stare in astonishment. "In that case, you shall receive a glass of wine from the winner. You won't get a chance like this in your entire life." She thought to herself, "Although I know that in the Colosseum, there's this strange way of mocking people." Beside him, the Emperor spoke up to remind him, "Your Majesty, you're taking the joke a bit too far." He gave a faint smile and replied, "You're right, I was just kidding." She thought, full of hatred, "This old man's jokes are truly cruel." His eyes immediately turned malicious as he said, "If not, how about this tricky proposal? You choose the person you want to receive wine from yourself." He still intended to make things difficult for her. Just in case the person you were cheering for didn't win, who do you want to receive a glass of wine from? She became very anxious because of the Emperor's unexpected proposal. She seemed to have made a choice without thinking. Of course, I want to scream Kai's name, but to save Isaac, I have to change my choice. This is the chance. She struggled with her inner conflict and said, "I." She made up her mind and said in one breath, "Wish to receive a glass of wine from Prince Isaac." As soon as her words ended, Kai's pupils widened in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe the person she chose was Isaac. H&R on this side was no less astonished by the choice. As for the chosen person, he was bewildered and didn't understand. "Huh? Me?" The Emperor looked thoughtful and then commented, "You must be the type who likes the hero type, right?" She couldn't help but think indignantly, do these people know about MBTI too? Classifying personality types and all. I'll pick the hero, the type B who wants to kill the Emperor. Her anger created a blazing fire. The Emperor paid no mind and continued to sip his wine. Gulp. While she was in a state of anger, someone suddenly called her Miss Annie. Isaac approached her and said shyly, "I didn't expect you to choose me. I haven't touched it, so you don't have to worry." She said softly, "Thank you, Your Highness." At this moment, Kai couldn't help but feel jealous, clenching his fists. She smiled brightly, took the wine glass, and said, "Your Highness, this is my first time drinking wine," not forgetting to glance mockingly at H&R. She gloated inwardly at his helpless indignation. "What can you do to me, you little imp? Tone down that attitude of yours." She smirked to provoke H&R and brought the wine glass to her lips. She downed it in one go, to Isaac's bewilderment. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She felt satisfied inside. "Have a lump of anger for dessert, sweetie." The corridor of the magnificent palace glowed splendidly before her eyes. She placed one hand against the wall. By now, her hand was drenched in sweat. Ugh, my head is starting to spin. Her breathing became more and more rapid, sweat pouring down more and more. Pant, 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 pant. She cursed inwardly. In the story, Isaac only took one sip, but I downed the whole glass like this. She looked for a way to retreat quickly. I have to slip away before anyone notices. At that moment, a guard with a cute appearance was ahead of her. Her flushed face and rapid breathing attracted him. Ha ha, ha ha. His eyes were mesmerized as he looked at her, speechless. "Oh." He cleared his throat, feigning a gentlemanly tone. "Ahem. Hey, little maid, are you okay? Let me give you a hand." He leaned against the wall slightly, trying to look cool. She snapped, "Get lost." His face froze. She even made a frightening sound. Grrrr. She yelled aggressively. I said, "Get lost." She tried to calm herself down and struggled to walk forward. "Get a grip, Kim Jing. You come from good family. You are the obedient daughter of Lee Yong-suk. Get your mind back to normal." The guard could only tremble with fear. She calmed herself by thinking about the beautiful appearance of the person she liked. That's right, think about Kai. She hummed a song in her heart to calm herself. My Kai is like a long river, a wide sea. My Kai is like a long river, a wide sea. At the party, Kai had been sitting motionless all this time, his fists clenched. He was so angry his face was beet red, and he was trembling with rage. She was confident that only he could hear her thoughts. Only Kai could hear the chanting echoing in his head. 18+ lust thoughts gradually appeared in her mind. I just want to hold Kai's hand, want to kiss Kai, want to caress Kai's face, and while I'm at it, grope other places too. His eyes are so beautiful. I really want to take them out and play marbles with them. I want to eat Kai up from head to toe. Ooh la 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 la. He even swept his bangs up today. My beloved sweet bang Kai. Those words made him embarrassed and his face hot. He cursed her silently. This crazy woman. Why is she suddenly acting so nuts today? Her thoughts became more and more daring. I like it so much, Kai. I want to carry you, sit you on my lap, and caress and pamper you all day long. Oh no, I want to beep and then beep with Kai. My beautiful and cool Kai must be beeped with and beeped from head to toe to be satisfied. He thought helplessly. Has she lost her mind? How dare she use such language in a comic for all ages? Isaac, beside him, asked worriedly, Kai, your highness, are you all right? He let out a breath. Seeing no reply from Kai, he continued to ask, your face is all red. Are you hurt anywhere? Finally, he said faintly, it's nothing, I'm fine. On the opposite side, the sound of a teacup being placed on the table. Clink, and then a voice called him, Prince Kai. She unpleasantly found fault with him. It seems you still can't accept that my son is a prince. Can you? He asked, confused, what are you talking about? She wouldn't let it go and continued to find reasons to put him down. I understand you might feel it's a bit sudden to have a younger brother appear out of nowhere. But can you just pretend you don't know? Even His Majesty has acknowledged the boy as his own flesh and blood. Isaac spoke up to defend him. Your imperial concubine, oh no, mother, it's not like that. It's because I haven't adapted to the palace rules yet. That's why. Kai said softly to Isaac, it's okay. From now on, you can call me brother. He was very surprised to hear Kai say that. Kai smiled brightly and said to him, I forgot that I didn't tell you beforehand. He showed great pride in praising Isaac. In this horse racing tournament, I witnessed your vitality. I will look forward to your growth even more in the future. Kai thought of Isaac's effort and extraordinary spirit at the horse racing tournament. That's right, in the recent horse racing tournament, Isaac was truly amazing. Perhaps he is the one who is suited for the position of prince. He smiled innocently and said, thank you, brother Kai. He felt that he was far inferior to Isaac because he was like a hero appearing in a time of chaos. And he thought that was the reason she didn't choose him. That must be why Joe accepted the glass of wine from Isaac. His heart suddenly ached with pain. While the two were talking intimately, someone was so angry they wanted to bite through a plate. HNG sat opposite, able only to grind his teeth in anger. The sky had turned late, the starlight brighter than ever in the silent night. He just opened the door to leave the party. Creak, then I will take my leave first. The door had just closed. Click. He immediately said to his servant, quick, let's go to the stables for a moment. He asked, a little worried, yes, your highness. You're going there at this hour? He ignored the man's words and strode forward. Your highness Kai. His steps grew faster. Thump. He rushed past the man without answering. His pace quickened more and more. Thump, thump. He walked with a fire of hatred in his heart. That damn crazy woman. He angrily thought of her thoughts. How could she chant such uneducated sentences so fluently for hours? My Kai, do you sometimes feel pain in your wing frame? If the wings are torn from the body, it will hurt my angel. What should I do? When he arrived, he held nothing back and forcefully opened the door. Slam. He roared, where is Dew? Today I must execute you. At that moment, she had already collapsed. He was terrified to see her collapsed right in front of the door of the room. He worriedly called her name, Dew. He immediately called out in alarm. What is it? What happened to you? Are you okay? And gently helped her up. She only let out a moan. Ugh. She started talking in her sleep. Mom, I want to eat bean sprout soup. He wondered, confused, what is this? He said gently, first, let me carry you to the bed. Then he gently lifted her into his arms and moved towards the bed. She exhaled heavily. He touched her forehead and I thought she passed out from drinking too much, but her body is burning up and she's panting too. Suddenly, he realized the reason for her condition. Was she poisoned by someone? She groggily opened her eyes, and she suddenly pulled him forcefully towards her. In a seductive voice, she called his name, Kai. Kai looked at the person hugging him. And Du looked at him, blushing. He propped himself up on his hands above her. Whoa, wait, what are you doing? Hey you, while she hugged him tightly. She said, you've never come all the way in here before. Is this a dream? Then she suddenly grabbed Kai and kissed him. Du, you probably don't remember, but last time the two of them just kissed. Du, blushing, let him go. She looked at him and said, it's just a dream, so it's probably okay, right? Boom. His face turned completely red as he looked at her. Kai tried to calm himself. Calm down, Kai's vision. The other person is just drunk and not in her right mind. Calm down. Do. Her face sparkling with joy, reached her hand forward and called. Ha, Kai. He closed his eyes, not daring to look at Do. He stood up and said, I'm going to call a doctor, so stay still. For goodness sake, please just stay here. Du's hand grabbed his collar. Don't call a doctor. Du pushed him down onto the bed and said, I'm just a lowly stable hand. How could I dare have a doctor come all the way here? What if someone sees and starts unpleasant rumors? What then? Her face was all red as she said, Thank you for worrying about me, but for a humble servant like me, there's no need to go to the trouble of calling a doctor. His face flushed when he heard Du's words. Micah, Garania Kai, my handsome face Kai. Lying beneath her, he trembled and said, Can you drop the Garania part? It sounds too awkward. She asked, Then shall I call you little kitten? He shouted in anger, I'm a grown man. What's with this kitten business? Huh. The voices of both of them echoed in the room. If you keep spouting such cringy lines, I'll shut your mouth. Then I wish you would use those lips to stop my mouth. Don't even dream of it. Du hugged him tightly, closed her eyes, and said, Anyway, to sum it up, I like you so much. My Kai appeared in my dream, and then he even kissed me. He remained silent and let her hug him without saying anything more. He lay beside her, placed his hand on her head, and asked, In your dream, what do I look like? Du replied, Exactly like in real life. Her face beaming with happiness, she continued, Unbelievably, outrageously handsome, makes a person's limbs go weak. Affectionate and friendly, and sexy too. She closed her eyes and leaned against him. Sometimes your face just blushes, making one's heart stop. So adorable. She lay beside him and fell asleep. Zzz. As for him, his eyes were wide with surprise. Kai was both petrified and faded. Crack. He shook her. You Do, are you asleep? Hey, Du. Her face was smiling as she slept soundly, not waking up no matter how much he called. Speechless. He got angry. Shake you. He tried his best. Shake. Calling her, Hey, you crazy woman, wake up. It was the same last time. What's with you causing trouble and then passing out to escape? She talked in her sleep. Mom, the alarm hasn't rung yet. It's not time for me to go to work. He shouted angrily. Stop sleepwalking. Du's face was sad as she called, Mom. She said, I want to go home. My life is like a pitiful gamble. At this moment, he just looked at her in silence. Suddenly, for a moment, Kai thought that if one day this girl was gone, his head would surely be extremely quiet and everything would go back to how it used to be. He thought about himself, lonely among people, a meaningless life passing by day, occasionally meeting the Empress to report on the situation, then maintaining relationships with aristocrats who were all for show. In truth, life wouldn't change that much. She blinked and looked at him. Ugh. But just the thought of a day without Du felt so dull. She looked at him crying and asked, Kai, are you crying? Kai put his hand on her shoulder and said, You said you like me a lot, that you'll always be by my side, although I'm very confident in my own endurance. But, he cried sadly now, if I don't have you, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. In the room, he asked, do you really want to go home? Are you really going home? Du caressed his face and replied cheerfully, Egu, my darling. Without me here, I wonder how much of a crybaby you'll be. He took her arm and then moved closer to Du's face. Promise me you'll always stay by my side. Tonight, the sky is clear, the wind is cool, and the moonlight in the sky is both beautiful and bright. She tightened her grip on his collar and said, Kai, how could I dare to leave you and go anywhere? So don't cry anymore. He looked at her affectionately, then closed his eyes tightly. You promised. Don't you forget it. The next morning, chirp, chirp. Du was surprised to see him. Kai, what are you doing here so early in the morning? And all dressed up with your hair done like this? Are you going to meet someone? He sparkled, blushing shyly, holding a rose in his hand, and said, I. Du's eyes both lit up and teared up as she looked at him, thinking to herself, My Kai is drop-dead gorgeous. I love him to death. I could die happy now. Sound of trumpets, everyone. He said angrily, Du, I'm standing right here. He asked worriedly, Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened last night? She was startled, turned her head away. Are you talking about the party last night? She had completely lost her memory. She put a hand to her head, sweating, and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Anyway, I quickly slipped back to my stables, and I've returned the clothes to Duyan. When I came back, I was too drunk, so I was a little dizzy, but no one found out. He stood dumbfounded as if struck by lightning, when he heard her speak. He stood petrified, the flower in his hand also gradually wilting. She looked at the flower in his hand and asked, did you pick a flower and bring it all the way here? Du looked cheerfully at the trembling him and asked, what's this? Are you trying to surprise me? She looked at him trembling and was surprised. The sound of their voices echoed through the forest. She asked, Kai, are you crying? He replied, no, I'm not crying at all. Don't ask again. You hear me? Benny, holding a book, looked outside and asked, Your Highness, have you come to visit me? Is Du with you too? Du smiled brightly, holding a bouquet of flowers, standing next to the annoyed Kai, and said, Tada, I even brought flowers. Aren't they pretty? Benny looked at Du worriedly. Du, picking flowers from the garden without permission is a capital offense, you know? She replied calmly, what's the big deal? The owner of the flower garden already gave permission. Kai looked at her. When did I give permission? You're the one who broke the flowers off on your own. He remembered the image of the broken, snapped flower stem and said, you said that if I didn't let you pick the flower, you would break me too. What else was I supposed to say? Benny's face darkened with anger as he looked at her. Joe, she laughed evasively. She ran off, gotta go. Let me go find a vase for the flowers. Ben and Kai watched her go with worried expressions. Kai stood with his arms crossed in front of Ben's bed and asked, by the way, are you not planning to return to the Duke's mansion? Ben replied, yes, Your Highness. He continued, ever since I became Your Highness's knight, I've been determined not to return to the mansion. A memory of him running out of the mansion appeared. His face was sad, and besides, no one there would welcome me back. Kai sat directly on the bed. I'm just asking as a precaution, in case something happens and I have to go clean up a body. Ben laughed. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. The doctor said my wound is recovering quite quickly. The two sat and talked. You're recovering as fast as a beast. That's good, though. I have to recover quickly so I can get back to work. Outside, a knight pointed at her and asked, Hey, what are you doing here? Back in the room, Kai bowed his head and said, You've never had a day off. Take this opportunity to rest and recuperate. Also, when you've fully recovered, let's have a match. Ben looked at him and asked, Did you just say a duel, Your Highness? A duel over what? An image of Joe holding flowers appeared. Kai closed his eyes and looked at Ben without answering. Kai stood up, turned his head sharply and said, I'm saying this as a friend rather than your superior. Therefore, I want to take this opportunity to give you a chance so you no longer have to suffer any grievances. He put both hands in his pockets, looked serious, and said, But of course, I will be the one to win. Ben looked at him. Then he smiled and asked, Does that mean Your Highness has decided to leave her behind and is ready to move on? Ben continued, It seems you don't feel so empty inside anymore, do you? He replied calmly, That's right, but he thought of Joe. His face was sweating and trembling with anger as he mumbled, leaving a pervert whose imagination runs wild all day. The moment I let her go, she runs around all over the place. On top of that, she's in disguise but isn't the least bit careful. How can she be a match for anyone else? Her personality is hot-tempered, ready to get physical at the drop of a hat. But it seems she only desires my face and body. Ben spoke up, Wait, Your Highness. As a friend, I advise you to think it over carefully, won't you? He looked at Ben and asked, What about you? Ben replied, She doesn't feel that way about me at all, so I'm simply content with my one-sided love. If Your Highness's heart is already set, then there's probably no need for a duel. Ben said gently. Ben remembered the past when he blushed while touching her hair, because Joe's happiness required His Highness Kai. Ben placed his hand on his chest and said in a warm voice, I don't have a single glimmer of hope, so I'll withdraw early. I think being friends with Joe is enough for me. Kai said, Benji about. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Joe slamming the door, bang. The two of them turned their heads to look at what's with all the nagging just to get a flower vase. Joe said angrily, holding the vase. Kai looked at her and asked, Where did you get this vase? Joe casually replied, This? From the hall. I asked to borrow the vase, but he kept questioning me about where the flowers came from. At that moment, outside, the knight was tied up and lying in a corner. Ugh. So I threw him into the storage room and locked the door. The two of them looked as if they had been struck by lightning. He looked at Ben and said, Take back what you just said right now. You see this and you can still support it, Benji. Ben, who was leaving, smiled, touched him, and said, Not at all, Your Highness. To be precise, as of 1 minute ago, I have decided. Firmly, Joe held the vase, angry. Thinking thinking of his words. This vase is a tribute from the Bintok nation. Return it to its original place immediately. She talked to herself. Why would such a precious item be left in the hall? What if someone stole it? Suddenly, a maid called her from behind. She turned her head to look. Hey, you there. The maid crossed her arms arrogantly. You're the handmaiden who served Kai wine last night, aren't you? Your name is Jose Finn, right? Joe was startled. Oomph. She broke into a sweat and explained, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just a stable guard. The maid didn't believe her. Who do you think you're fooling? Your voice is the same, and your eye color is identical too. The maid continued angrily. Do you have any idea how much Eskine and I have suffered because of you? Joe thought to herself, what can I do now? It's time to use my usual trump card to get through this. She smiled and said, I'm sorry, miss, but I'm a man. The maid was surprised. Man. Kai was approaching when he heard her say, Isn't it a bit awkward for a proper gentleman to be grabbed just because he was mistaken for a woman? If you put yourself in my shoes, you'd feel a little sad. The maid replied, That's strange. Even the voice is the same. Suddenly she asked, Hey miss, what's your name? The maid was startled. Why are you suddenly asking for my name? She took a rose from the vase. She moved her face closer to the maid and asked, Well, since fate brought us together, I just wanted to ask for your name to get acquainted. My name is Joe. What's yours? The maid blushed and stammered. Fiona. She said cheerfully, Wow, I know a princess named Fiona too. I do. The maid asked, flustered. A princess? She smiled and said, That's right, the princess from the fairy tale. Kai stood behind them. His face darkened and asked, What are you doing here? He dragged Joe away. She politely waved to the maid. I'm on duty now, so I have to go. See you, miss. That evening, night fell outside the mansion. Inside the mansion, clothes were thrown about. What? I know a princess named Fiona too. Shoes and jewelry were also scattered on the ground. A voice echoed. What's your name, miss? He said angrily. I thought we were on the same page last night, but today I see you wandering around flirting with girls. He remembered last night with Joe. It's so infuriating. He punched angrily, thump, 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 on the bed, an action that only appears when he's alone. I'm a little relieved that Benji has surrendered on his own, but that kid Theo still seems to be hanging around all day. He recalled Theodo's words, me? I'm going to the stables. You're busy again, right? Well, keep being busy then. She was the one who said she liked Mick from the beginning and kept hanging around me. So why am I being sidelined now? He lay on the bed, face flushed, hearing Joe's voice. Kai, just looking at you makes me smile so much my brain cells are cramping. Cramping. Joe's voice echoed in his ear again. Plus, you get a free cheekbone lifting service, but comes with crow's feet under the eyes. It's truly magical, Kai. My Kai can do such difficult things. He thrashed around on the bed. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything at all. She said to him from the other side, Kai, there's an assassin climbing the wall to sneak into your room right now. He shot up, Outside, there was a scream. Thud. He threw open the window and looked. Outside, a masked man was sneaking in. There, the masked man was rushing towards Joe with a knife. He looked outside, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A book and a pen appeared. Joe held the book and looked at Theodo. Theo, why do these things look so expensive? I don't need such fancy things. Joe was surprised. Theodo replied, Because this is the first time Joe has asked me for a favor. He blushed slightly, turned away, and said, So, I wanted to take the opportunity to give you something nice. Joe happily hugged him tightly. Egu, my little puppy, how can you be so adorable? He, being hugged tightly, said angrily, Joe, stop treating me like a child. Stop it. He pushed Joe away, then suddenly said, Looking at you, I just remembered. You were at the party yesterday, weren't you? She froze. Theodo recalled seeing her pouring wine yesterday. There was a servant pouring wine who looked exactly like you. Since Theo is a minor, another servant poured him juice separately. She broke into a cold sweat and, without looking at him, said, Really, Theo, I'm a boy. No matter how much I miss Kai, I wouldn't have the guts to disguise myself as a maid to sneak into the palace. He crossed his arms and looked at her. I never said whether that servant was a boy or a girl, did I? His words left her speechless. She couldn't answer, little Theo. He looked on in surprise. Joe suddenly lifted him up and ran. Want to play airplane? Fly high, fly far. What? He struggled and said, Joe, why are you suddenly playing these games? Have you lost your mind? On the desk, a hand was writing something. Phew, luckily I got through that smoothly. Joe rested her chin on her hand while writing and talked to herself. From now on, I have to be more careful around Theo. That kid is too sharp-eyed. She held the notebook up in front of her. I've probably written down enough ideas now. While thinking about something, she had asked Theo for some paper and a pen to organize the rules. She looked at the notebook she had just written in, resting her chin on her hand, thinking, it's written in Korean, so only I can read it, so there's no fear of it being exposed. Let's see, for now, I just need to keep a close watch on Princess Sienna and Empress Priscilla. The two women appeared. Sienna appeared with a wicked expression, playing with male dolls in her hands. It seems Sienna often kills the princes around her, as if assassination is her hobby. The doll named Agrister had its threads cut. Sienna was also the one who murdered the second Empress Agrister's son. The scene changes to people in black, grieving, and in the following year, the second Empress also lost her daughter. It seems Sienna was also responsible for this. These people in black carry a dark aura, but the person behind the deaths is none other than Kai's mother, Empress Priscilla. Joe said this family is truly messed up. Ha! My mother-in-law is an assassination expert. What a killer. Being her daughter-in-law will probably be tough. Then, a woman flew towards her from behind. Goddess whispered into her ear, an assassin is disguised as a guard and hiding in Kai's palace. When night falls, we must act. The soldiers are on guard here. He is waiting for the right moment to strike with his sword. She was startled and turned around to look. Who's there? There was no one behind her. It was empty. She thought about the situation just now. Someone had whispered to her. Was it the audiobook-like voice I heard of the horse race? The goddess whispered in her ear again. Sienna is cautiously waiting for the right opportunity. Joe, startled. She got goosebumps and waved her arms to shoot away. Hey, stop playing these ghostly games. She paused for a moment. Wait, someone is trying to assassinate Kai. So Kai is in danger. I have to stop it. She thought of the assassin who would be in his room and kill him while he slept. She thought to herself, if it's late at night, I still have time. The goddess was still in her room and hadn't left yet. The goddess rested her chin on her hand, smirked, smiled. Kai, wait for me. In my dictionary, the phrase beauty meets a tragic fate cannot exist. Outside the mansion, she hastily jumped onto the wall. She sat on the wall and breathed a sigh of relief. It's been a while since I've climbed a fence, not since my school skipping days. I do, she thought to herself. Normally at this point, a guard would suddenly appear. Suddenly, someone shone a lamp on the wall and saw her. Hey you, who are you? She was startled and thought to herself. She was startled. Huh, why is it so spot on? The guard was surprised. Oh, is that Zyam Za? Guard Bamuk. Bamuk asked her, you're not allowed to wander around at this hour. If someone else sees you, it'll be a big deal. She stammered, I dropped some things in His Highness Kai's palace this morning. Bamuk continued to question her. What kind of things that you have to look for them late at night like this? She thought to herself, how do I talk my way out of this now? Then she suddenly remembered the image of Bamuk proudly showing off. After this job is over, I will marry her. That's right. I think Bamuk mentioned last time that he was dating some girl. Bamuk was startled, looking at her sparkling, teary-eyed face as she clasped her hands together and said, that thing is a token of promise left by my first love, and that person told me never to forget it. Bamuk asked, first love. She began to act. Zyam Za's famous performance. She thought a tall girl with a horse face and the two of them being happy together. Yes, that person is my girlfriend waiting for me back home. Oh ho ho, ahaha. We swore an oath to each other. We're deeply in love. We even had a secret kiss in the warehouse. And we also did it. We love each other to the ends of the earth. So if I forgot that item, I'd be worse than dirt. She started riding the horse-faced girl on her back. Bamuk shed tears, covering his mouth with his hand, unable to contain his emotions. She used her own handkerchief to wipe away her crocodile tears. Sob, sob. I promised that after working and earning money in the palace, I would marry her. Sob, sob, sob. Bamuk completely believed her lies. Is that so? I sympathize with your sincere heart. I couldn't live without Florian now either. I can't. Bamuk gave her a thumbs up. All right, I'll let it slide this time. She was happy that she had succeeded and also gave a thumbs up. Awesome flick. Thank you, my brother. If I have a son in the future, I wish he would be like Bamuk. She jumped down. Thud, that's right, Bamuk. I have to go protect my love. At her side was a sword. Whoosh, whoosh. Get go, my valiant sword. She moved inside. Clank, clank. Suddenly, a man from below grabbed a piece of cloth and slid up, dangling. She quickly turned, hiding behind a tree. What? He's already climbing up? She clasped her hands together and thought, Kai, just looking at you makes me smile so much my brain cells are cramping. Plus, you get a free cheekbone lifting service. But it comes with crow's feet under the eyes. It's truly magical. My Kai can do such difficult things. Suddenly, she stepped on a dry branch next to her, making a sound. Crack. Please wake up, Kai. There's an assassin climbing the wall to sneak into your room right now. Crack! Her face was bewildered at this moment. The man turned his head and saw her. He quickly slid down. Thud. Wait, why did you come down here, Mr. Assassin? He held the knife hidden behind his back and approached her. Why is he coming this way? Oh my God, this wasn't in my plan. Of mine. He held the knife and looked at her. You saw everything, didn't you? He pointed the knife at her face. She held up her hand and quickly said, I didn't see anything. Hey, she shouted loudly, taking a dump in this corner. Her face turned red as she quickly explained, I have a terrible stomachache, and the staff restroom is miles away. And you're pulling a knife on me for that? What a cruel and vicious way to live. His face darkened as he held the knife and looked. What the heck? The face you make when you hear things you didn't need to hear. He waved his hand to shoo her away. All right, get lost. She was overjoyed and quickly bowed her head. Thank you, big brother. Suddenly, she grabbed the sword at her side. Sending you off, slash. She swung the sword. I have to usurp the main character's role. Thwack! A direct hit to his leg. Thump, thump, thump. Kai heard the noise outside and quickly threw open the door. He was sweating as he held the knife and said, Hey, you bastard. He pointed the knife at her and lunged. Kai shouted, Intruder! Immediately, someone behind Xiamza was shot. She was horrified. Seeing the group of people advancing with a clatter, she thought the guards. Perfect timing. Xiamza looked bewildered at the two large soldiers flanking her. She was suddenly pinned to the ground by them, screaming, Hey, what are you guys doing? One of the guards interrogated her. You're on the same side, right? Xiamza quickly explained, still screaming, Hey, didn't you guys see me stick a sickle into his thigh? My arm. You're gonna break my arm. She grimaced in pain, saying angrily, Go ask that guy. Seeing that, the guard holding the intruder widened his eyes. Looks like he's gone to meet his maker. Xiamza couldn't believe it, She immediately thought of the boy who was stabbed, but still smiled brightly. My Benji, he had a hole in his stomach like a donut and was still perfectly fine. This guy's as weak as a snail. Just then, Kai approached and gave an order. The one sitting up there, get out of the way. The other guys were startled. Your Highness Kai, do you know this person? Under the mystical moonlight, he continued, That's right, that person is... Before he could finish, Xiamza's face turned bright red, her eyes lustful and drooling. Oh my God. Look at Kai's chest muscles. How long do you have to work out for your chest to heave like that just by breathing? He could read her thoughts, turn his face away slightly. Pervert. The guards were furious, drawing their swords. Swoosh. So he's a pervert, right? This filthy scum. You snuck in here to peep on his Highness Kai, didn't you? Xiamza was on the verge of tears, quickly reaching out for help. Hey, wait, soldier, no, it's not like that. In her mind, she was thinking frantically, my little kitten Kai, how could you call me a pervert? Do you want to see me die? This made Kai blush with embarrassment, not daring to look back. Wait, a voice suddenly rang out. Bamuk ran over, panting. I'll explain everything. The guard was bewildered, Bamuk. He said emotionally, Joe, he came in here to preserve his love. Back in his hometown, Joe has a passionate love and has sworn an oath with a girl. Both the guards and Xiamza had dark, confused faces. Before they parted, that girlfriend gave Xiamza an object so that Xiamza would always remember and return to marry her. Bamuk was still very emotional, monologuing. Accidentally, he dropped that object in the prince's palace. So the poor boy came here crying to find it. Anyone who sees such a sincere heart would be moved and let it pass. He said he can't live without that girl, and he even remembers vividly their kiss in the stable. 2. Xiamza frowned, speechless, thinking, oh my God, Bamuk, thanks for speaking up for me. But will these old guys even get this romance movie genre? These old guys hadn't heard such an outstanding story in a long time. All the guards were covering their faces and crying. Xiamza was bewildered. They actually bought it. Bamuk became even more dramatic, crying his heart out. That's why I let him in to find his things. Bamuk, if I get punished for this, I will accept it all. Then he spread his arms to conclude his grand speech, because I want to fully support that noble love. The guards applauded enthusiastically. 2 of them even helped Xiamza up. One of them moved, wiped his nose, and patted her shoulder. That's right, every time I go to the stables, I see you working hard and honestly. You're not the type to rebel. She sighed inwardly. That's because I'm from Korea, a country with only Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no weekends in sight. Another person also said, so you have a longtime girlfriend. No wonder you understand women so well. Yumja found it even harder to speak. It's because I'm a genuine woman that I understand so well. Thoroughly. Suddenly someone spoke up. Hey, do you guys believe him? If they're so deeply in love, why would he need to come to the palace to earn money? It doesn't make any sense. The other 2 defended Yumja. angrily retorting, hey, don't you feel sorry for the kid? The other guy calmly explained, leaving his hometown to come here and cause trouble? Does that make sense? I can't buy it. Yumja thought to herself, damn it, I have to use my ultimate move. Then she also started acting, her eyes welling up with tears, choked up because working in the royal palace pays better. She kept sniffling, doing odd jobs back home is only enough to get by. Then she covered her mouth and turned away. Hick, let alone getting married. My parents back home even passed away from illness. They were seriously ill, but had no money to buy medicine. Hick, hick, the guards whispered among themselves, all turning to look at the one who had just spoken up. Yumja put her hands on the ground and cried her eyes out, oh, Mom, Dad, I'm such an unfilial child. Bamuk quickly waved his hands. No, this isn't your fault. Kai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Really? The two stopped crying and turned to look at him. Yumja was stunned. Huh, what's with that look? Kai's eyes were full of hurt. She thought to herself, if even Kai is being deceived, what am I supposed to do? She took out a handkerchief, pretending to wipe her tears while winking as a signal. Ting, ting. Wink, my sweet darling honey Kai. Everything I just said was a lie, okay? Ting, I only have you. Dioka, I can't live without you. Yumja said to herself, is he getting the signal? Don't misunderstand. There was a problem with the network connection. Kai still had a hurt expression on his face. No wonder. Yumja screamed in her heart. Hello? What do you mean no wonder? Kai turned away, heartbroken, and said, it sounds like a story the handmaidens often gossip about. So you have a girlfriend? She was so stunned her mouth fell open. He continued, Joe bids farewell and will bury this love in the golden stream. Kai's words turned her to stone. Bamuk had to pat her shoulder to comfort her. All right, we'll find that love treasure thing for you. You can go home. But Yumja was still petrified and slowly shattering. Another guard added, don't lose hope. You have to think about that girlfriend. Yumja screamed in agony in her heart. Oh, this is driving me crazy. I told you my love is only for you now. Who am I suffering like this for? Then she turned and walked away. Kai stared blankly at the sky. Kai walked alone through his memories. Everything started as a distant wave and gradually crashed down. Remembering when he first heard Joe's voice, unable to stomach the confessions, he had to write a letter begging you, remembering all the night skies. Yumja was furious, her anger flaring. Why is this story so full of monologues? Do you want to sideline the main character, or what? A red-haired girl appeared behind her. Now all of that has become meaningless. She already has a girl she's promised to. Yumja quickly turned around to explain. Hey, wait a minute, that's not true. Who are you? Seriously. A person completely covered from head to toe was standing there. Are you curious who I am? She looked up at the tall boy in front of her. You are. She remembered. You sat next to me during the competition. Wait, but when did you get here? The boy smirked. Swoosh. Suddenly his hair began to change color. Don't be so scared. A beautiful orange-haired girl appeared. This is truly interesting. A flash of light made Yumja cover her eyes. She squeezed her eyes shut. When she felt the light gradually fade, she opened her eyes. A voice rang out. I created this world. I am the one who created the world you experience every day. A large figure appeared behind Yumja. The wind of the continent, the trees, the flowers, the wars of men, every single one. The orange-haired girl from before easily held Yumja in the palm of her hand. Ouch! She fell and cried out in alarm. Hick! She looked up, rubbing the sore spot. Ouch, my butt. The voice continued, but who are you? Her eyes looked soberly at the other person. The girl smiled and said, I don't remember creating you. Mystical sparkling lights appeared. Yumja asked, you're the creator of this world? You woman with the brilliant red hair, with sharp eyes and a confident smile. The woman wore an elegant white dress, adorned with exquisite gold accessories, the goddess Tuga. Yumja responded enthusiastically, as if she had met her idol. So you're the author. Yumja became tiny, sitting curled up in the goddess's palm. The goddess suddenly fell silent, as if Yumja's words had vanished into thin air. She stood up and shouted, Author, can you hear me? The goddess replied, normally, people would call me a god right away. She chuckled and continued, I have lived through countless generations of ancient trees growing from new sprouts. Yet in all my life, this is the first time someone has called me an author. Everyone in this world calls me a god. Tuga. Yumja, with an admiring face, whined loudly. Author, I love your Kingmaker series. She raised both hands to show her determination, like a fan screaming. Author, you said you created this world, right? I have so much to say. The goddess, with her fiery red hair, had a somewhat doubtful and pensive expression, seemingly reacting to Yumja mentioning this name. Kingmaker. You know this name? Yumja raised her questions. If so, what was it before? Future. Suddenly, the ground cracked like shards of glass, but they had a profound depth. From the shards, the reflections of Isaac and Diola appeared. The goddess put Yumja down. Other shards also reflected the image of Theodore lying on white flowers, as if in an eternal sleep. Another shard clearly showed the image of Isaac and Diola in magnificent attire, only seen at lavish parties. He wore a crown that made the entire empire worship and respect him. The goddess had a confident, slightly mysterious expression with a faint smile on her lips, her hand raising the shard, as if controlling them to float in front of her. It's also like the future you often talk about with others. It's what must happen. Yumja shouted loudly. There's no way that's happening. Who is this for? The goddess suddenly flew into the air with her robes fluttering in the wind. Of course, nothing can escape the flow. At this point, the goddess moved close to Yumja's face with a warning, threatening tone. Therefore, do not change the flow of my future. Future, you are a child who knows nothing about this world. Yumja clenched her fists. I'm an outcast. You don't even know me. The goddess's attitude completely changed, surprised, and she asked again, what did you say? Yumja replied decisively, you said you never created me, so we're strangers. Her hands were still clenched tightly. She shouted with all her might, hey, you author, causing the goddess floating in the air to be startled. Hey, you dare to hey me? Recalling her memories, Yumja said, I am a reader who has read Kingmaker 3,048,108 times, so I have the right to speak. She shouted loudly. The ending of Kingmaker is so lame. The goddess seemed to freeze, stunned, but at the same time, her eyebrows furrowed, her anger clearly visible on her face. Let me teach you some manners. With that, the goddess raised her hand as if controlling a bolt of lightning, deliberately striking the spot where Yumja was standing, causing her to fall without any warning. Author, oh wait, goddess, please listen to me. She crawled up. There must be a reason why I reread this lame story 3,048,108 times, right? The more she spoke, the more she angered the goddess, causing the goddess to shout, what did you say? Yumja tried to cling to the cliff, her face embarrassed. The author's talent for character building is amazing, so I really like it. It seemed that sentence completely dispelled the anger. The atmosphere became calm. The goddess was surprised by the statement. Is that so? The goddess no longer had her threatening, grumpy demeanor from before. She rested her chin on her hand, embarrassed by the unexpected compliment. Yumja thought to herself, her tone is softened. My time has come. Seeing the opportunity approaching, she did not hesitate to seize it quickly. Yes, in Kingmaker, the female lead is Diola, albinus. An image of the character appeared on a phone screen with hashtags describing her. Seeing this, Yumja quickly added, that's right, Diola is decisive, quick-witted, intelligent, and ambitious. If anyone dares to mess with her, they will surely face revenge. A very strong person who is not easily swayed. She continued that a person with such a personality later also falls in love and has a romance that goes down in history. The character Isaac is also amazing. As she spoke, Isaac's incredibly handsome face appeared, a sword in his hand, dressed in royal attire. The surrounding roses seemed to only serve as a backdrop for his radiance, as if no flower could be as brilliant. Along with that were hashtags for the handsome young man. Big puppy, unrequited love, mature, both affectionate and sweet. A gentle personality but loves to joke, with a heart loyal only to Deo Loa. Not stopping there, Yumja described him through the talents of a genius in swordsmanship, horse riding, combat. There was nothing he had not learned. The goddess was a bit stunned. Yumja continued, he also has a pure aura with a hint of melancholy, an irresistible charm. The goddess wasn't stunned because she was speechless with anger, but because she was so moved, her eyes gradually glistened. I didn't think you would review the story in such detail. This is the first time I've heard it. The story is really good, isn't it? Right after using up all her vocabulary to describe the character Isaac, Yumja was sweating bullets. Of course, the author is truly a golden pen in the literary world. Even King Midas would just turn his head and cry in front of the author. You're absolutely the best." Those compliments made the goddess feel like she was floating on a cloud. She proudly tilted her face to the sky. "Wow, you're so good, sweetie." Those winged compliments brought her emotions to a peak, and she couldn't help but tear up. What else is there? What about the other characters? Yoonja needed to climb a cliff. She thought to herself, "Hey, you have to give me a hand first." Suddenly the goddess asked, "I thought you liked Kai, right?" Not just at the level of liking, but to the point of betting your life on him. That question made her fumbling action of climbing the cliff halt in surprise. The goddess continued, "What do you think of Kai in the novel? Try telling me." Yoonja silently recalled, "That's right, he is the bias of my life." Kai Z Vishen, the second male lead of Kingmaker, who was abandoned by his biological father, and his mother treated him like a stepchild, taking advantage of him by pushing him onto the battlefield. The image of the king standing in front of the window, under the crescent moon shining through the glass pane, Kai behind him with his robe fluttering. From the very beginning, he had no ambition for the throne at all. He just wanted His Majesty the Emperor to notice him, to be recognized as a son. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath rang out. Kai continued, "Your Majesty, why do you treat me like this? Why won't you look at me even once?" Even though he held a sharp sword to his father's neck, his tears kept flowing and flowing. The emperor still stood tall with a majestic posture, but completely turned his back to him. What a pointless question. "Wasn't it you?" He glanced at Kai, who has enjoyed everything from sitting in that position. Hearing the answer, Kai still couldn't hold back his tears, but not sobs, but bitter laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. A person like you does not deserve to be my father." Saying that, he turned the blade toward his own neck. That was Kai's last testament. He raised his hand holding the sword to his neck and ended his own life. This was Kai's end in Kingmaker. Thinking of this, Yoonja had climbed to a safe place, but she completely collapsed. The goddess immediately asked, What's wrong? Is the character, Kai, not attractive? Don't you like Kai a lot, sweetie?" "Oh no, reader." Yoonja replied, "Please just call me Yoonja for convenience." She continued, "Can't the future of the original work be changed? Is it because of the future that Kai has to do that? It's because the plot has to be that way." The goddess looked bewildered. Kai is needed to enhance the king's cruelty. At this moment, Yoonja was on her knees on the cliff, screaming. "How can you say that?" That moment startled the goddess unexpectedly. She continued to confront, who in this world is created just to suffer like that? Why let a person live such an unhappy life? I have to overturn a ridiculous future like that. As she spoke, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She continued, "According to you, Kai being hurt is like an obvious thing. How can you do that? Only recently have I seen him smile so brightly." The goddess lowered herself closer to Yoonja, asking about her. "Yoonja, are you crying?" After shouting out all her thoughts, she sat slumped on the ground, sniffling. She suddenly changed her posture, lying on her back, waving her arms and legs in the air to throw a tantrum at the goddess. While throwing a tantrum, she said, "I don't know, I'm going to die." The goddess was somewhat startled. Yoonja continued to speak. "My bias is too unhappy. His parents are cold. He's lonely on the battlefield. And then he commits suicide in front of the emperor. Is there any romance novel with such a tragic character? Kai, let me follow you down to the golden stream." She glanced at the goddess, who had a bewildered expression at the words that were uttered. In her heart, Yoonja thought, "I really don't want to do this cheesy act, but I have no choice. At this point, I have to pretend to be one of those annoying, tantrum-throwing customers to create an exception. That's how the customer service industry is." She imagined if there was a comment from a reader with a nickname, the button on Kai's shirt. That person would comment like this: "If Kai dies, I will go to the author's house, pull down my pants, and take a dump on their doorstep." Below that is the reply: "This person is crazy." This is an example. Yoonja thought and turned away, her back to the goddess. She wore a look of such boredom, as if she couldn't care less about anything else. "I'd rather just die. Just die already. It's not like I get to enjoy any wealth or prosperity. So what's the point of living, my dear? Is it just a life of cleaning horse manure?" Aigu, Mom and Dad, this unfilial child is going before her white-haired elders. So I'm being unfilial again, double unfilial. The goddess showed a dissatisfied expression, rubbing her forehead in thought. "Yoonja, no matter how much you cry, you can't just arbitrarily change the destined future. After all, you are just an impurity in this world." Suddenly, the goddess quickly covered her mouth, showing that the words "just now" were a complete slip of the tongue. Yoonja immediately sat up. "Wait a minute, impurity, is that supposed to be about me?" That's right, you were not supposed to exist in this world. But because of your last wish when you were alive in your previous life, you were able to pass through that gate and come here. Those bitter words made her remember her past of being hit by a truck, her hand still holding the phone, but the screen was cracked from left to right, saying that Young-ja was completely angry and just wanted to take an axe and smash through the wall, but the character she wanted to smash was not that wall. The goddess dodged to one side and could only scream. Ah, Young-ja said in a threatening tone. The fact that you can hear my voice is also part of your wish, but coming to this world, it got distorted. The goddess continued, but the background had completely changed, surrounded by rotating golden gears. What's more, to change the future so much, do you think there could be any change without pain? She immediately asked with a surprised expression, what is that connection? The goddess floated in the air, one hand on her chin, the other on her waist, with a worried look on her face. All worldviews have a binding connection. It has nothing to do with gods. Young-ja sat properly on the phone, listening attentively to every word she said. The goddess continued, every time the story is changed, the natural cycle of the world will also be affected. Once you interfere in this story, from emotions to relationships, everything will go off track. For the story to return to its course, other larger connections will intervene. It's like a natural disaster, so I have to intervene in time to prevent some of the pain. The goddess held out a bowl to catch the floating meteorites. Have you noticed that many things that were supposed to happen ended up being changed? Both the horse race last time and this assassination attempt. Young-ja looked at the goddess with a bored expression. Huh, the author changed the rules of the horse race. Why play so dirty? The goddess was completely angry. I can hear everything, you know? She continued in a stern voice. You still haven't grasped how scary the story's connection is, have you? Here, let's look back at the horse race day. Originally in the plot, Benji wasn't hurt at all, but in the end, he almost died. She continued, Kai thought he won gloriously, but now he's lost even more face. And because Kai became the winner, Sienna had him assassinated, right? If I hadn't given you a heads up, Kai would have been killed. In the future, every time you change the plot, more storms will come. At this point, Young-ja's face completely darkened, her eyes fully revealing her panic at the goddess's words. Can a stable guard like you handle it? No, you can't handle it. So before you regret it, you should stop changing the plot. As she spoke, the goddess's hand flew close to the girl, as if wanting to touch her face to soothe and comfort her. The goddess's two hands were completely placed on Young-ja's face, and besides, you didn't belong to this world from the beginning anyway. Saying that, the goddess pointed her index finger forward. Look over there. At this moment, Young-ja looked in the direction she was referring to. You have to go back to where you originally belonged. In the direction of the goddess's finger, the smoke continued to change to a scene of a family of 4 sitting in the living room. Young-ja silently remembered. The mother who nags all day about not eating instant noodles at night because you'll gain weight. You told your mother you would go on a trip abroad together, but never got to take her, right? The father who treated you to a barbecue meal on your first day of work. Please drink a little less. Remember to have regular health checkups properly. My older brother, well, let's just skip him. The image of her kicking her brother in the face. He couldn't let himself lose out and used his hand to block the kick. Let's not talk about him. Are they all still living well? She knelt on the ground and thought about those images. The goddess came to her side, placed a hand on her shoulder, her tone seemingly affectionate. I can return you to the other world if you want. So don't interfere so deeply in this world anymore. But then she whispered into Young-ja's ear, I'm telling you this, so you know before you get hurt and despair. Young-ja bowed her head low. Me, even though my mind is a bit foolish, I'm not weak-willed. My spirit is very strong. My whole family's like that too, so you don't need to worry. But as she said this, a blurry image of a young man appeared in her mind. I think if I'm without you, I won't be able to live. Kai isn't that strong. I have to make Kai happy. The goddess was stunned for a moment. Young-ja continued, I can't leave before then, and besides, I also promised Kai that I would definitely make him happy. Seeing this, the goddess said, your face looks like you're about to cry, yet you can still talk tough, huh? Her face was now teary with 2 drops of tears, her whole body trembling. She wiped her eyes with her hand. It's just that my emotional hormones are high in the early morning, so I'm this sensitive. In short, I'm not going anywhere until Kai's life is changed. No one can sway a stubborn person like me. The goddess replied, that's right, Kai has also changed a lot compared to before. It's hard to say this is the same person. As she spoke, she chuckled. Her hand rested on Young-ja's Ja's cheek. Ja, you have helped him change a lot. I know. From now on, I will watch over you. My world can't completely revolve around your wishes, but a little difference makes it more interesting. At this moment, the goddess placed her lips on her forehead, her hands holding both sides of her cheeks. Smooch, my new pet. Oh wait, it's Reader Ja. The goddess completely disappeared. The scenery changed, surrounded by green trees. The wind blew gustily in the air, making the leaves float in the space. Ja rubbed her forehead right where the goddess had placed her lips. Wait a minute, author. Why did you touch someone without asking for permission first? She looked left and right. That's right. I'm on my way back to the stables. She thought to herself, was it all a dream? The conversation I had with that goddess or author or whatever about the future, was it really just a dream? For now, I'll just head back. A few days later, a strange rumor appeared in the common room. The servants gathered around and asked, Ja, I heard you have a girlfriend waiting for you. Back home. No wonder you understand a woman's heart so well. You must be going through a lot. Here, eat all of this to have the strength to keep going. The food everyone gave her was piled higher than her. The bowl of rice had probably become a mountain of rice. Rick said while rubbing his eyes. She sat with him at the dining table. This guy, you have such sad news. Why didn't you share it with a close friend like me? Ja immediately replied, no, it's not like that. Rick continued, I thought you would be very sad to hear the news about Prince Kai, but luckily you already have a sweetheart. She tried to push the pile of food aside, but her action completely froze. What's wrong with Prince Kai? I heard the prince is getting engaged. Her jaw dropped, and the pile of food came crashing down. An image of Kai waving goodbye, a pink-haired woman in his arms. Kin va bye-bye. Ja completely collapsed. She held her head. She thought, wait a minute, you goddess. Why is this so different from what you promised? The servants kept gossiping that I was dating Theo, then that I was Rick's long-lost child. This rumor gradually died down, because we don't look alike at all. Compared to all this gossip, there has never been any rumor about Kai before. Meanwhile, while holding the pile of food she had just been given, she walked and thought, what kind of person is Kai's fiancé? Suddenly a voice said, the winner of this horse race will go. Hunting. I think they're going hunting in the Flavin territory. And I heard that Prince Kai's fiancé is also from the Flavin family. Ja heard all of those words. She hurriedly placed the mountain-high pile of food on the table and rushed over to the two maids' conversation, poking her nose in. Hello, GM, Elena. One maid screamed, oh my, you scare me to death. The other one stared at Ja with wide eyes. Is something wrong? You always eat with Rick. Ja immediately replied, well, I have to hang out with friends my age sometimes too. What were you two talking about? An image of a girl with the refined grace of a noble, one hand holding a fan against herself, looking very lovely, Isabella Flavin. Empress Priscilla is ambitious to win over the lady of the Flavin house. Recently, Empress Priscilla has been frequently interacting with Lady Flavin, so the rumor of an upcoming marriage alliance between the two families has spread all the way here. In addition, people also rumor that the lady of the Flavin house has a temper as fiery as a flame. Next to the girl is a servant, and at her feet is a blonde man hugging her thigh. The maid continued, the hunting grounds of the Flavin territory have a lot of deer and foxes. The girl opposite replied, that's really amazing. That's why it's so popular among the nobility. Ja gave a somewhat awkward smile, resting her chin on her hands to listen to the story. Is that so? She thought to herself, no wonder Empress Priscilla is so eager. But why have I never come across the name Isabella Flavin in the novel? But that makes sense. The novel was mainly about Isaac, not much about Kai. The black-haired maid continued to speak. I heard they will bring a large entourage. Is there a chance you'll have to go too? Ja was thinking when that voice startled her. The brown-haired maid said, I don't want that. I'd rather them stay and play with us. Ja suddenly smirked, her face a little sly. This is it. The scene changes to Isaac's palace. Big bro, take a look at me. Isaac seemed a bit bewildered by the image of a silver-haired young man, a cowboy-like scarf around his neck, his hair slicked back revealing his forehead. What do you think? What do I think about what? Do I look drop-dead gorgeous? Saying that, she placed a hand on a tree trunk, the other on her hip, a straw in her mouth, acting all handsome and suave. Isaac was flustered. Sorry, but for me, I don't feel anything at all. Ji-yoon just said, I wasn't asking you about that, so don't get your hopes up. Isaac replied, what hopes? Honestly, you look like an amnesiac version of Casanova. She continued, I saw my dad wear outfits like this when he went on dates with my mom. He snapped his fingers, a smile on his face. Looking closely, you look pretty sharp. But what date? Are you trying to pick up girls? She was startled by his question. While he kept rambling, Why did you swear you only had eyes for Kai? But now you're looking for a new chick. Looks like your devotion was just empty words. The height difference between her and Isaac made her have to fully stretch out her arms to cover his mouth. Sure, what if someone hears? He couldn't react in time and could only utter, Ji-Yoon-ja said, actually, I'm going to seduce Kai's fiancée. As soon as he heard the whole sentence, Isaac, who had been struggling to speak, was now stunned and just stood there frozen. This is truly a crazy stunt. Saying that, he pushed her hand away. Isaac couldn't turn a blind eye. Seeing his lack of support, Ji-Yoon-ja changed her posture 360 degrees from standing to lying down, waving her arms up and down, continuously spinning like the Earth's orbit. If that's the case, what am I supposed to do? This time the hunt is organized in the Flavin territory. The legendary floor-wiping move, continuously throwing a tantrum. That family's daughter is both rich and very hot. I don't stand a chance. Isaac immediately squatted down, his hands on his knees. Even so, you're not allowed to go on this hunt. Ji-Yoon-ja exclaimed in surprise, Brother Kai said that even if you begged to die, he wouldn't let you go, so don't worry. She continued to change her posture, kneeling on the ground to talk more easily. Did Kai really say that? She shot up. Isaac said, yeah, he said that, but he looked very gloomy. Did you two have a fight? She froze, suddenly remembering something. Or is it since that day I said it was 8 of clubs? Ji-Yoon also knows it's easy to misunderstand. So every night, I've been trying hard to send telepathic waves. Every night, she used a megaphone to broadcast to Kai. Kai, can you hear me? My hometown has evaporated, so there's no girlfriend either. In my heart now, I will only be a slave to you. Isaac worried as he saw her whole body trembling. June, so it must be that since that day, Kai hasn't come to the stables anymore. Or is it because he's so smitten with that other girl that he's forgotten all about me? As she thought, she hugged her knees and rolled back and forth. Isaac, I'm doomed. Kai is tired of me. What should I do? What's the meaning of life anymore? Boo-hoo. Isaac was fed up, sighing helplessly. He kicked her butt. Get up. Don't just lie there whining. If you want something, go and say it yourself. Her eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled. Cut to the scene, Prince Kai's palace. He was holding documents. No, Isaac had brought her and wished her well. Do a good job. She clenched her fists and said resolutely, Your Highness is going, so why can't I go with you? The needle must follow the thread, and GUM must follow Kai. Kai replied, You already have someone you've promised your future to. If you act like this, I'll feel very guilty towards that person. She stood there listening to him with a pouting face. She resolutely stood up and swept the pile of documents away. Wait a minute, Kai, why do you keep avoiding me? The documents flew away, revealing Kai's face, his cheeks flushed red. That image was like a lightning bolt to her little heart. What is this? Oh, I'm going crazy. Why is he so cute? The compliment slipped out. Kai sat on the chair, looking helpless, rubbing his forehead as he said, I thought you were already my person, but in reality, of course Yim belongs to you. I'm just waiting for you to belong to Yim. Suddenly he shouted, But you only like my face, right? Anyway, I'm not your only priority. Yimra was completely stunned at this moment. 1,001 question marks appeared in her head. Did some demon possess you and make you forget everything? What you're saying is hitting me like a ton of bricks. Kai, it seems you're misunderstanding. That whole thing was all made up. I really only have Kai. First, please calm down. She used all her strength to shout throughout the room, using all her body language to describe her words. At this moment, he sat huddled in a corner on the chair, looking extremely pitiful. From head to toe, you are adorable. Your appearance is even more outstanding than your personality. Although you're often shy, you are also very strong, pure-hearted, and resolute. Your chest is incredibly firm, although you never show fatigue in front of others. You're soft in front of Yim, so Yim really likes this point. Why are you suddenly treating Yim like this? Don't be so closed off anymore. As she spoke, she gave him a thumbs up as if giving him a million likes. Wow, I don't even know what I just spewed out. She smiled on the outside but cried on the inside. Kai looked bewildered. Then he sharply turned away, which made her so surprised that a big appeared on her face. The usual reaction is a scowl. Why aren't you scowling like usual today? He still didn't dare to look at her. He was shy. I don't know since when. I can't hear your voice anymore. She was completely stunned. My voice, you mean the telepathy? A voice as if whining. Kai, you're so dazzling. It's because you're so handsome and radiant. She thought, I'm so miserable that I don't have a camera to capture this moment. The thing that Kai always heard, even though I didn't mean to. Those golden eyes revealed all her tension. The drop of sweat on her cheek emphasized it even more. She pretended to rest her hand on her face. That's good then, right? I've finally regained some privacy. He sat on the chair, wearing a Norwegian blue shirt with a somewhat shy expression. I've always been grateful for your sincerity. The more he spoke, the redder his face became, not daring to look straight ahead. But anyway, now I understand everything about your situation. Saying that, he turned and bowed his head towards the table, his eyes still unable to look directly at her. That's why I can't hear your inner voice anymore. The atmosphere suddenly turned pink. White daisies bloomed. The camera angle was on the two of them. Everything was sparkling like a filter serving as a background for Kai's words. She turned sharply and shouted, "Hey, stop adding random effects. Why is Kai suddenly using a sparkling filter? Turn it off, please." She turned awkwardly to explain to him, her hands flailing. "Kai, please listen to me. I don't know why you can't hear my voice anymore. As for me, I've always liked." He bowed his head again, his body trembling. Ymra suddenly remembered the scene where she threw a tantrum when she met the goddess, her eyebrows furrowed. Could it be since I met that goddess sister? Kai also suddenly said, "Goddess sister, is that person your lover?" On the floor were the documents that she had swept away earlier. She shouted loudly, "There's no way that's true." The scene changes to a clear, sunny sky. "I believe your words that you will make me happy." She immediately shot up, her eyes shining brightly, her mouth excitedly saying, "That's right, you have to believe me." In contrast to her face was his dejected one, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He turned sharply to the right, looking into the distance. "Because you also know the future, I also find it trustworthy. If you didn't know, you wouldn't have been able to prevent the recent events." She clenched her fists. Her excited face replied, "Decisively, right?" "Unexpectedly," he said sorrowfully, tears now hanging in his eyes. He closed his eyes, his expression as if aggrieved. "So you were just pretending to be nice to me, to make me happy, right?" She stood in front of him, now frozen. The wide smile on her face had turned into a stiff one. A death symbol fell on her head. Thud! She angrily slammed her hand on the table. The sound startled Kai, who turned sharply to look at her. "I'm not so free as to leave a handsome man like this here and go on a date with someone else. How can you say something like that? Is there something between us? It doesn't matter if you can't hear my voice anymore." The more she spoke, the louder she shouted. Her body began to overflow with energy, ready for a fight, full of spirit. "Our hearts are already connected. Now all that's left is to give each other our bodies." Thump! He quickly covered her mouth with his hand. She was completely cut off. MMPH. He shot up, causing the chair to fall backward. He was afraid one hand wasn't enough to cover her mouth, so he used another hand to make sure she couldn't utter another word. "Dude, why don't you have any concept of chastity? Why do you keep shouting about these things?" MMPH, MMPH. He lowered his hand, shyly asking her, well, do you really like me?" At this moment, she completely affirmed, "Of course, I'm not lying one bit." Melodious music started playing from somewhere. Salala. He looked up at her. "If that's the case." He sat on the chair, his face seemingly pleading with her. "Will you break up with that girl now?" Ymra immediately replied, "Can I punch you just once?" She walked on the grass, thinking about how she had tried to coax Kai in every way, waving her arms and legs, using toys, acting like a fool to entice the sniffling baby Kai. "Baby Kai, look here," she thought. "I had to put on a show to coddle and pamper him for a while." At this moment, everything in the garden had various shades of green, but she alone was tattered and faded. She continued to think. "In general, the misunderstanding has been resolved, but I'm still not sure if I can go to Flavin." Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting Ymra's attention. "Over there." She saw Rick in front of her, pointing at her. Next to him were two figures cloaked from head to toe. "That's Du over there." The two of them approached her. "Are you the Du who works at the stables?" The height difference made her look up to answer with a surprised and wary expression. "Yes, but why?" Suddenly, the two men each lifted one of her arms, leaving her completely unable to react. Uttered "huh" from the garden, she was put onto a horse-drawn carriage, with two soldiers always sitting on either side of her. She sat there thinking to herself, "What the? Did Rick sell me?" Ymra couldn't help but wonder, so she blurted out a question to the blue-hair guy next to her. "Who are you guys and why are you taking me away?" He immediately replied, "Kid, how can you look at me and call me uncle like that?" As he spoke, he took his hand and pushed back the hood of his cloak. Although the commander is a bit old, calling him uncle is a bit harsh. "My name is Tom, and this is Commander Croc. We are Prince Kai's Rose Knights. Before her appeared a man with white hair and a long scar on his face, smiling faintly. Croc Evan. The blue-haired young man sitting next to her was Tom Ben. This is the prince's personal knightly order. Do you see the rose emblem on the sword sheath? The knightly order that escorts His Highness Kai? Ymra's eyes lit up, showing her admiration. Seeing this, Croc said, I knew you would react like this. There are many rumors about you. Do you know why the order is called the Rose Knights? She replied, my thoughts mainly revolve around appearances. Well, it's probably because Prince Kai is as beautiful as a rose. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this kid has a good eye. Croc made a deer-like hand sign while winking at her. Officially, the name is based on the rose garden in Prince Kai's palace. But if you look at our squad, you can see we're quite dashing, aren't we? Beside her sparkling eyes, she couldn't stop emitting rays of admiration. Ymra said, you all are truly people who do great things. Paying taxes to the country to recruit people like this is absolutely the right thing to do. What could be more important than this? Mr. Croc continued to laugh and replied, haha, truly a strange kid, just like the rumors. The conversation continued as the carriage moved on with a clatter. He crossed his arms and said, because His Highness ordered us to bring you along before we left, we had to grab you in a hurry. He said that if we let you come along, we could even keep you in the cargo hold, right? She couldn't stop her bright smile, raising her hand in compliance. Yes, of course, that's fine. Since you are the prince's personal guards, you must have been with him since he was a child, right? On the way, can you tell me all about Kai's Tripitaka Koreana? Tom, sitting beside her, was confused, huh? What kind of Tripitaka? Arriving at Flavin City, Ymra smiled contentedly, hugging a box of things. She thought, it's been a while since I've talked with like-minded friends. It was so much fun I lost track of time. The blue-haired Tom appeared from nowhere and patted her on the back. He said while laughing, wow, dude, you're as small as a bean, but you're pretty strong. She staggered back and forth. He continued, you eat well, and you're strong too. If you were a bit bigger, you could even become a knight. She immediately replied, I don't want to. If I become a knight, how can I marry His Highness Kai? Tom teased her. Haha, hey, no matter how much you like him, how can two men get married? This taunt hit a sore spot, making her jump. She thought to herself, why is there no one in this world who suspects I'm a girl? You people, wake up and use your eyes. I'm this beautiful and ladylike. As soon as she finished thinking, she said, that's true. Before she could finish her sentence, her nose protested. Achoo. Tom, beside her, noticed. He immediately asked, are you cold? She wiped her nose with her hand. Sniff. Ryom-ja immediately looked at him with a pleading expression, her eyes teary and sparkling from the sneeze, her arms wrapped around herself to show she was very cold. This place is a bit cold. Tom, can I borrow that cloak? It's because some uncle didn't give me time to pack my clothes. Tom, beside her, was a little moved by the sight. You're getting more and more audacious. Here, this sentence completely attracted the attention of Benji on the other side, who was talking with a knight. Tom wondered, why don't you just cut your hair short? Use that energy to nourish your body and get stronger. At this moment, Benji was approaching the two of them. She looked up and asked Tom why. I want to maintain my pretty boy cut style. Tom shyly raised his hand to scratch his face and looked away. It's nothing. I'm just afraid people will misunderstand. At this moment, Benji had come very close. He was surprised. Hello, Mr. Assistant. Benji stood stiffly in front of him, bowing his head in greeting. Benji ordered, you go. Tom immediately asked again, as if he didn't. Hear clearly, huh? I said go, so go. What are you standing there for? At this moment, Benji's face was completely terrifying, serious, his voice stern. Seeing this, Tom's face turned as green as his hair. I understand, sir. Seeing him, Ryom-ja asked, Benji, are you back to work? He glanced at her. Tom had already moved away. Suddenly, Benji snatched the cloak she had just begged for. What's this? Why did you suddenly take my cloak? Benji took off his own outer coat. He gently draped it over Ryom-ja. You snap out of it. As he draped it, he said, it's not like I'm giving up just because of those guys. At this moment, her round, metallic-colored eyes stared at him. What do you mean? Was this cloak originally Benji's? Benji sighed. Never mind. Let's not talk about it anymore. Du excitedly put on the coat she had just lightly pilfered from Benji's wardrobe, her eyes sparkling as if she had just come up with a super cosmic idea. She walked over with a wide grin, acting as if it were nothing, but with a voice as sweet as if she were about to borrow a few more items. Benji, since I'm already borrowing this coat from you, can I borrow some more things? Benji looked up with a normal expression. Du is up to her tricks again. What things? Du shrugged her shoulders lightly, her face feigning ultimate innocence and cuteness. but her eyes couldn't hide her cunning. She whispered into Benji's ear, "I just intend to win someone's favor a little." Before she could pull any more tricks, Benji gave her a knock on the head, causing her to cry out and hold her head. Do, feeling aggrieved about her swelling head, shouted indignantly, "Why did you hit my head?" Benji looked at her irritably, as if wanting to discipline a mischievous younger sibling. "But you said you liked His Highness Kai." Benji, as if his G-spot had been hit, became agitated. He painfully voiced Kai's feelings. "Do you know how much His Highness worries about you? What if you're exposed as a girl?" Du was not to be outdone, her hand pointing to the sky, as if she had just thought of a plan perfect to the millimeter. "You don't have to worry. This is part of my campaign to win over Kai." Benji looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning to stone for a few seconds, and then a single line repeated in his head. What does Benji understand? Win over His Highness Kai? An improper scene immediately appeared in Benji's mind. This is so embarrassing, I could die. While Benji was still in culture shock, Du had already grabbed his sleeve, her eyes lowered and sparkling. "In short, just lend them to me, a clean set, please." Benji reacted as if Du had just asked him to put his head in a noose. He sighed and glared. "If His Highness finds out I lent you things, he won't let it go." Du smiled mysteriously, as if getting caught would be more fun. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Is that so?" Seeing that all his efforts to stop her were futile, Benji gave in. He took out a handkerchief and said, as if offering a final strategy before surrendering, "Instead of clothes, His Highness would prefer something like this." Du was momentarily surprised, realizing she didn't need to ask for anything more. She looked at the soft, fragrant item in Benji's hand. Du was both happy and curious. A handkerchief. Scene changed to the next day, at the magnificent, sparkling palace full of birdsong. There, Kai was being helped into a new set of clothes by a servant, wearily looking at himself in a mirror. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Your Highness." This voice made Kai turn around to look. What trick is this Benji trying to pull now? "I promise. Today is very different from usual." Benji appeared like a prince with a mysterious gift, holding up the handkerchief to Kai. His voice was as gentle as a breeze, but full of hidden meaning. "Your Highness, here is the handkerchief." Kai was a little surprised. The young man blushed shyly as he took the handkerchief, then frowned at Benji. "You're giving this to me? What the hell is going on?" Behind them, the courtiers began to whisper as if they were watching a live drama unfold. Whisper, whisper. Kai tilted his head, his voice tinged with a teasing tone as if he was calling out a teenage love game. "Benji, are you trying to confess to me or something?" Needless to say how our innocent boy reacted. Benji frantically waved his hands as if denying responsibility. "What are you talking about?" After a moment, he had no choice but to continue. "It was Du who asked me to give it to your highness." Kai frowned at the handkerchief, his eyes showing an indescribable confusion. He signaled for a few maids nearby to leave, giving the two of them some private space. Kai took the handkerchief. That big, lovely, well-behaved heart was so skillfully made. His voice was full of curiosity. "Why give me a handkerchief?" Benji cleared his throat, trying to regain the composure of an unwilling messenger. He cheerfully sweetened the deal. Du is trying to find a way to win your highness's favor. Young ladies often give handkerchiefs to their loved ones to wish for their safe return, so Du drew on it. Kai unfolded the handkerchief, his expression shifting from serious to confused. "What? It's not embroidered, it's drawn?" Kai truly needs to be preserved immediately. The boy who hasn't known love for a dozen tangerine seasons spoke judgmentally. "What is this round, misshapen thing?" From behind, Benji stepped forward like an artist exhibiting a painting. "Ah, that's called a heart shape, sir." He immediately began to explain to his highness. With such a charming mouth, how could one not be convinced that IT means to love with all one's heart? Kai paused for a few seconds. His face changed from doubtful to giddy, as if under a love spell. He coughed a few times and hugged the handkerchief to his chest, feeling giddy. "Is that so? Loves me that much, and still isn't tired of it." Then Kai suddenly turned to look at Benji, his eyes full of suspicion. "And what gift did you receive?" Benji stammered, his mouth unable to think of a lie in time. "Yes." Kai's voice was stern, like an interrogation, his eyes scanning Benji like a laser. With Du's personality, how could she not have prepared a gift for you? "Spit it out. What did you get that you have to hide?" People in love are truly scary. Benji timidly took out a folded piece of paper, his voice as small as a student hiding a bad test score. "Ah, Yes, I also received a gift. Kai held out his hand, ordering curtly, hand it over. Like a thunderclap, his heart shattered when he saw the gift Benji presented. Benji timidly took it out. This is what Du calls a four-leaf clover. Benji still didn't know what was happening. He continued to show it off nonchalantly. It's a type of grass that symbolizes good luck. Du hopes that I won't get injured anymore. Don't say anymore, Benji. The more Kai listened, the more he trembled. Finally, Kai took the paper, looked at it closely, and then suddenly started shaking. Benji, now alarmed, asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" In that moment, Kai's eyes seemed to burn with emotion. He pointed to the trembling paper in his hand, this drawing. And then, a close-up showed Du's naive but heartfelt drawing. A four-leaf clover where each leaf was a misshapen heart, cute enough to make one faint. A fit of jealousy suddenly flared up. Kai clenched the small handkerchief. There are 4 hearts here. Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, as if about to burst into flames, his hand tightening on the handkerchief, as if he had just discovered a cosmic injustice, a flame of injustice igniting. Kai's face contorted, his eyes shimmering with indignant tears. "I only got 1, and you got 4. He turned to Benji. His gaze was full of hurt mixed with heartbreaking mathematical logic. "It means Du likes you 4 times more than me." Benji frantically waved his hands as if trying to extinguish the fire in Kai's heart. "No, that's not it. This is just to wish me safety and good health." But Kai wouldn't let it go. He started comparing like a student checking test scores, his indignation flaring into anger. For me, it's only love. But you get wishes for good health too. She should have drawn a 4-leaf clover for me too, but I only got 1 heart. Our Highness is so fragile and weak. Benji could only sigh internally. He laughed out loud at Kai's childishness, thinking to himself, "Your Highness, you've really changed a lot. You're the king of the passive jealousy club now." Scenes from across the ocean. Du appeared in the middle of the horse stable with a dead look in her eyes, holding a shovel as if she had just been sentenced to community service for the crime of uncontrollable promiscuity. She wearily swallowed. "Why did I have to leave the country only to have to clean up horse manure again first thing in the morning?" She let out a long sigh as if her soul was leaving her body. Looking around, she saw maids dressed in tiered, fluffy skirts, 3 levels prettier than her. Du tilted her head and clicked her tongue. The maids here are dressed so splendidly. I almost thought they were nobles. Du flipped through the map in her head, trying to remember the goal of this palace-crossing trip as she scrubbed the horses until there, but were sore. When will I get to meet Lady Flavin? Here. Just then, a familiar figure slowly approached without her noticing. Du was engrossed in her own song of curses, but before she could finish sighing, a voice as sharp and cold as the winter wind drifted over. "Why are you looking for me?" Du jumped and spun around. Standing before her was a girl with an overwhelming aura, her skirt fluttering in the sun like a conditioner commercial to the horsekeeper favored by His Highness Kai. "Aren't you?" It was Isabella Flavin. Du froze for 3 seconds. Here, her eyes shone brightly, as if she had just seen an idol emerge from an ad. Truly a peerless beauty. She almost dropped the bucket of water in her hands. Du's inner world at that moment was just a chaotic mess of dramatic love. "Mom, I don't know if you've prepared my death certificate yet. Before that, please change my name. Change it to Kim, obsessed with beauty, Mom." While lost in her daydream, Du was suddenly pulled back to reality by a gentle yet dangerous reminder. "Hey, be careful if you're going to get all wet." Then a clattering sound was heard, water splashed everywhere, and Du blushed. Isabella stepped closer, her eyes never leaving Du. She lightly ran her fan along Du's neck. Why? The distance between them was only about a handspan. Flavin smiled lightly. "You wanted to find me?" Du stammered like someone who had just woken from a dream after being noticed by their crush, Lady Flavin. Isabella raised an eyebrow. "Call me Isabella." Du nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. "Yes, it's because I heard that Lady Isabella is so magnificent, beautiful, and graceful that I wish to see you in person just once in my life." As soon as she finished speaking, she told herself, "Everyone probably knows that Du has a weakness for beauty." Isabella brought her face closer and closer to our Du, pausing for about 2 seconds. Isabella was so mischievous. She lightly slid her fan down the front of Du's chest. "This is not good." Du screamed. Isabella squinted at Du as if discovering a national secret. Poor Du immediately slumped down and shouted in fear, "My lady, we've only just met for less than a minute. Isn't this progress a bit too fast?" Du hurriedly backed away, pulling her shirt to cover herself. Isabella, somewhat amused, asked Du in return. Why is your chest bandaged like that? The bucket of water had splashed onto Du, the water soaking through her thin shirt. Isabella could clearly see the tightly wound bandages, her eyes narrowing. Again, she cheerfully sat down next to Du. Isabella leaned in, her gaze as cold and sharp as a razor blade. Bandaged so tightly, you must be seriously injured, right? Du nodded repeatedly, trying to maintain her act. I'm injured, very seriously injured. At that moment, Isabella suddenly grabbed Du, pulling her face closer. Yes, I'm so seriously injured that it left a hole. Scar. Our Du looks so ladylike. Isabella observed her closely as if inspecting goods, delightedly examining every aspect of Du's face. Looking closely at your face, there's not even a trace of a beard, huh? Isabella stared at Du, her gaze judgmental, as if analyzing a subject on a show. Who's the real gender? Then she suddenly tilted her head and exclaimed, your skin is beautiful too. Isabella suddenly turned into a witch. She stared at Du and immediately asked directly without beating around the bush that you're a girl, aren't you? Du almost choked on the spot, her mouth smiling, as if her brain had short-circuited. My lady, what are you talking about? Du laughed loudly, but her heart ached. Haha, one look at me, and you can see I'm a real man. Her voice trembled, and her face was paler than unsweetened fresh milk. Isabella raised an eyebrow, her hand on her chin, as if interrogating a death row inmate. She laughed with great amusement. If you're so seriously injured, then I'll call someone to treat you later. Du froze, her mind screaming in oh. But on the outside, she pretended to be calm. Before she could react, Isabella added gently like a death sentence. Never mind, how about I call them right now? Du's face turned literally pale. She panicked, quickly raising her hand as if to stop a team of emergency doctors from entering the stable. Du kowtowed before Isabella and confessed, wait, my lady, I have my own reasons for this. Then, in a moment of divine acting, Du bowed low, sniffling as if she had just been dumped in a Korean drama. Sniff, sniff, so I hope you can turn a blind eye just this once, please? The fake tears hadn't even had a chance to fall, but her pleading eyes were already sparkling like morning dew. Isabella looked at Du for a few seconds, then burst out laughing, her expression changing from stone cold to as gentle as the early spring sun. Du froze for a few seconds. Isabella didn't expect to be so attracted to Du. She unconsciously exclaimed, how cute. Du hadn't yet recovered her senses, her head still spinning like a top from the near-death situation, when a gust of wind blew as if to add to the drama, her hair fluttering. Du looked around blankly as if she had just escaped an illogical dream. What was that? Isabella stared at Du as if admiring a rare creature from a distant land, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a fan meeting their idol in real life. She used her hands to caress Du's face, which was as green as a banana leaf. Oh my, so cute. At first, I almost thought you were really a boy. Du was completely frozen, her body as stiff as a wax figure with unset glue, while Isabella was still busy admiring her as if she had discovered a treasure. She leaned in to look at every hair on Du's face. Now that I look closely, I can see some feminine features. Why do you insist on saying you're a man? Meanwhile, Du's heart was pounding, thumping like a war drum in her chest. She tried to keep a calm face, but her eyes were welling up with tears, just like a female lead forced to play a male student in a boarding school. Isabella leaned closer with an innocent, yet not so innocent look, and your eyes are even welling up with tears. You look so cute. At this moment, Du seemed to switch into a mode of summoning the story's author, looking up at the sky and sighing. Author, oh author, can you hear me? No, can you see this too? Du was being caressed to the point where her face was about to be deformed. A reality bomb exploded in Du's head. She widened her eyes and thought to herself, what is happening to your child? Why have you made your child stand as stiff as a board? Oh heavens. Old memories came flooding back like a northeast monsoon. Du remembered the times she had secretly complained. The author, while reading a book, said, back then, you said it was a shame the plot didn't have any characters with a one-sided crush. And then she slapped herself. What the? Du's heart was broken. I just said it was a shame. Why are you applying it to me now? The author, in her imagination, revealed with a sly voice. Well, this type of character is a perfect match for you. Du's jaw dropped, her eyes rolling back like a fish in shock. Suddenly, Isabella spoke up. Sweetie, you've created a new standard, the standard of visual shock and love confusion. Du screamed silently in her head, I'm going crazy. She blamed it on the karma her mother sowed. And no wonder I smelled a kindred spirit. I'm sure this is because of my mother's curse that I've ended up in this situation. Her mother's voice echoed in her brain. Just you try meeting someone with the exact same traits, then you'll see the light. Du held her forehead. Wait. So this is no longer about resolving Kai's engagement? Kai, I'm sorry. Looking at Isabella coddling her, do want to just roll over and faint. Isabella sat down, smiling gently like a young mother who had just adopted a child. Come live with me, okay? What's your name, little one? Du smiled like a deactivated robot. D-O. She looked so pitiful. Isabella burst into a crisp laugh. I in misfortune. There is bad luck because you almost became the fiancé of the person who has fallen for you. Already. Then she tilted her head and asked a question like a sneak attack. Jojo, what a strange name. Are you from another country? Du nodded vaguely to get it over with. Jojo, from the eastern continent? No wonder. You look like a little squirrel. She looked just like a child. Du imitated a squirrel sound, just hoping to escape as quickly as possible, but Isabella wouldn't let go. Then she gently declared as if naming a new pet. Little troublemaker, I'll call you Jojo. After hearing the next sentence, Du wanted to shut down the app immediately. She couldn't believe Isabella would ask her this. Your master is His Highness Kai, right? I must ask for you to stay with me. Isabella's eyes burned with determination, as if she had just decided to buy a favorite item during the last sale of the year. Du broke out in a cold sweat. She was cowering in Isabella's arms, telling herself that if this continues, the genre of the story will change. I have to get out of here quickly. Du slipped through a gap in the stable door, pretending to be busy. The lady is watching me. Then she came up with an excuse that sounded both naive and urgent. She collapsed to the ground, laughing shyly and frantically. Where did His Highness tell me to park the horse just now? I have to go, huh? After running 3 steps, she turned back to add for good measure, I'm on duty right now, so I'll see you another time, my lady. Isabella narrowed her eyes, puzzled by the overly modern concept. What is parking? Just then, Kai's guard passed by. Running back towards the horse area, Du was out of breath. She was running as if a ghost was chasing her, right when Benji saw her. He curiously blocked her path and asked loudly to D-O, what's wrong? Du was breathless. Each sound she made was no different from a horse's neigh. Benji ran over worriedly. Why are you running so hard you're sweating like this? Once again, Du panted, a strong gust of wind blowing in her face, nearly making her lose her balance. Mr. Benji, she said, holding her breath. Suppose someone with a personality exactly like yours confessed to you. What do you think you should do? This question seemed to be unveiling the secret of some joke, but who would have guessed? Benji looked at her for a long time as if he didn't understand, and finally spoke up. What do you mean? What should I do? He replied in a steady voice. Well, if your personalities have many similarities, wouldn't you be very compatible? Why? Did someone confess to you? He said, glancing at her. As if anticipating her confusion, Kai, eavesdropping, immediately moved to stand behind Benji to listen in. These two can't say anything without me knowing. Benji was momentarily startled. His Highness Kai, you're standing nearby. Your Highness, why did you get off your horse? Seeing Benji ask, his voice full of surprise and a hint of curiosity. His Highness Kai simply replied nonchalantly, because my shoelace came untied. He uttered, his expression as calm as ever. A whole dangerous battlefield, and the reason was just a shoelace. Du couldn't feel calm at all. This feeling of missed opportunity made Du suddenly grab Kai's hand, leaning close to him and whispering, His Highness Kai. Du did not hesitate to express her heart's desires to her lover. From this moment on, please cherish me more passionately. This couple is so happy. As soon as the request was uttered, Kai immediately realized that someone might have heard, and a wave of regret washed over him. D-O, what if someone heard that? But our Du didn't care. Du just shook her head slightly, her face serious. I'm being really serious if things stay like this, Before the words could finish at that moment, Du's voice rang out from behind the horsemaster, a scream echoing from a troubled heart. In turmoil, then she pretended to bow respectfully. Du was terrified when she saw Isabella's figure approaching. She was probably about to have a stroke. Kai politely bowed to greet his love rival. Greetings, Lady Flavin. This is the first time we've met. Since I arrived late last night, it was not convenient to come greet you. Isabella Flavin, with the grace of a noble lady, replied with a gentle smile. Prince Kai, you are too kind. You must be very tired after such a long journey. The words were like a perfect speech, making the atmosphere somewhat quiet. But after looking closely at the two of them, Kai couldn't help but whisper, to have two beauties standing before me like this is truly a rare opportunity. Du, beside him, was comforting herself. No, I have to take this opportunity. Isabella shook hands with Kai happily. It is an honor to welcome you to our residence. Of ours. Isabella immediately got straight to the point. If your highness allows, may I entertain your servant while you go hunting? What the hell is going on? Kai, seeing Du about to act, suddenly felt the whole world spin. Isabella took Du's arm, looking excitedly towards Kai, accompanying a distinguished guest like you must be. Very tiring. Du was crying without tears. She could only shoot a look at that foolish Prince Kai. Refuse, Kai. Please refuse. Unexpectedly, the harsh truth was that Kai, who didn't know how to appreciate words, happily agreed and even smiled brightly. I am extremely grateful for the lady's hospitality, but as a royal, I would be troubling the lady too much. Isabella laughed loudly and shook her head. I have already prepared escorts to accompany you on your hunt. Isabella's next words sounded like a threat to Kai. Surely you wouldn't disregard our family's sincerity, would you? I heard there was a reason you came all the way to Flavin to hunt. Kai clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and had no choice but to go along with Isabella's wishes. Since the lady has put it that way, I will accept without further ceremony. Benji, witnessing everything from behind, silently prayed. The crown prince is truly furious now. He must be filled with resentment. The exchange was a success. Isabella unceremoniously grabbed Du and left majestically. You're going hunting for about 2 days, right? I will entertain him very warmly. Isabella even winked at the other two. I wish you a safe journey. The wind blew strongly, the handkerchief fluttering in the air. Kai stood there as if mourning his love. Benji. Kai turned, his expression serious, making the whole atmosphere pause for a second. Yes, your highness. Benji replied, his face as stern as a tireless machine, but the next question from Kai startled him slightly. Did Lady Flavin just hold Du's hand? On the other side, Isabella excitedly ordered her servant. Asin, prepare the carriage for me. Only Du's soul had long been hanging on a treetop. Asin, not at all surprised by the command, immediately obeyed. Yes, my lady, that's the situation. Yes, that's right. Benji, at this point, could do nothing but continue the story. Kai gritted his teeth and spitefully asked his close subordinate, can we chain her up? But immediately, Benji retorted, Your Highness, Du is not a pet. After a few hours, the situation had changed. Du was now being hosted by Lady Isabella with attentive care. But Du still couldn't stop being flustered. My lady. Her voice echoed throughout the castle, but Isabella just laughed gently. Omo, just call me Isabella. The dresses hanging here are so sparkly, all luxury items of the rich, and precious designer jewelry sets. Of course, Duke couldn't just stop there. She said, with a little embarrassment, I can't be the young lady's maid. I already said I like His Highness Kai. Ignoring Du's justifications, Isabella just gently tried each dress on her. The girl didn't seem to mind this. Isabella gently waved her hand. Your feelings for each other haven't connected yet. Du just smiled awkwardly, looked around a bit, then sighed. No way, they're more than connected. They're super duper extremely connected, you know? Isabella was somewhat surprised, but also asked with curiosity. That perfect prince would love a boy? In the royal palace, everyone thinks you're a boy. Isabella looked at Du. Du frowned slightly, and she immediately retorted, but I'm actually a girl. Du couldn't contain the humor in the story, but didn't forget to put on a serious face. Anyway, to sum it up, I can't stay with Lady Isabella, and besides, I'm better suited to working in the stables than being a maid. After she finished speaking, she bowed her head gently. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Isabella couldn't hold back her laughter, then gently lifted Du's chin. My dear Du, why do you break my heart like this? She looked at Du with a gentle gaze, like an older sister comforting her younger sibling. It's been a long time since I've seen love be so difficult. Du could only shake her head. My life is the most difficult thing here. Truly, nothing is easy for this girl. I suddenly feel so guilty towards Kai. Du said, then looked down, feeling like she was caught in a trap she had set herself. If Kai heard these words from Du, his face would probably pout a ton. You're only realizing your mistake now? This is too much like how I used to treat Kai. So now I can't even get mad. It's truly karma. So, Shall we start by being friends? Isabella smiled again. She continued to pinch Dew's puffy cheek. Dew shyly mumbled, "Can we just stop at being friends?" Dew felt a little relieved, but Isabella didn't forget the sparkling part in her next sentence. "I'll have to think about that." Isabella pointed to the dress she was holding. "Friends have to go shopping together, right? To commemorate today, I'll give you a dress. So go ahead and choose one." Dew looked at the dress, feeling the pressure mount. I feel a bit pressured receiving things like this. What time is it now? Isabella didn't forget to flirt with a gentle line. "If we maintain a good friendship, maybe I won't make you be my lover anymore." Like a whirlwind, Dew spun around to look at Isabella with astonished eyes. "Wow, this blue dress is so beautiful, isn't it, my lady?" The sparkling blue dress hugged the body, every pattern on the dress exquisitely designed. With a snap of her fingers, Isabella quickly gave an order. "Perfect, madam. Please get Dew ready." Dew's eyes shone like two headlights, admiring each and every dress. Isabella glanced to the side, not forgetting to notice Asin. "Are you ready to assist?" The maid smiled gently and nodded. "Yes, my lady." "Asin, you help out too." Only now did she realize this was the classic makeover moment often seen in romantic movies. Isabella continued to give orders, her voice not arrogant but very gentle. This moment is only missing background music and a dramatic, slow-motion proposal. Dew looked around, trying to stay calm amidst the strange scene as two muscular maids pulled Dew into the changing room, much to Isabella's delight. "If Dew says anything nonsensical, just threaten her that she'll be locked in the same room with me tonight," Isabella said, her eyes serious but full of mischief. Dew, unable to help feeling a little tense, could only swallow hard. Pull, pull, pull. The whole process of pulling on the dress, along with the gentle threats, made the atmosphere feel thicker. "How strange. Why do I feel like I'm being dragged into a pig slaughterhouse?" Dew thought to herself, but didn't dare say it out loud. The door outside was immediately sealed. With a whoosh, the door opened, and before Dew was a room full of tools and an air of change. "There are people in the room," Isabella said softly, as if she were leading Dew into a completely different world. "First, we have to scrub off all the mud, then wipe your body with a perfume-soaked towel, and then put on the underwear." The rustling of fabric, the faint scent of perfume, made the atmosphere even more romantic and intense. Outside, Isabella calmly read a thrilling gay novel, The Clingy Top. Dew could only sigh internally, then said out loud, I could do these things myself." She felt like she was being drawn into a world that didn't belong to her. The door creaked open again, and Isabella held out something Joe couldn't believe. "What is this now?" The fragrant cup of coffee the maid brought. "A waist-cinching corset? This will help shape your body into that of a perfect lady." Isabella happily accepted it with a word of thanks, her eyes sparkling as if she were about to turn Joe into the princess of her dreams. Joe panicked. "I'm not wearing that." She almost couldn't believe this, but the two maids just smiled sweetly. "You look so cute. Now, please turn to the wall for a bit, Lady Jojo." "Hey, I told you my name isn't Jojo," she yelled, but only received silence from Isabella. A moment later, Isabella returned, looking at Joe with an attentive gaze. "My Lady Isabella, we have finished preparing her." The whole room was bright, the light shining on the perfect details of the new outfit. Joe was like a princess stepping out of a novel with a sparkling blue dress and a large bow in her silky hair. Her beauty made Isabella's eyes widen in surprise, causing her to drop her book. Good heavens! Isabella could only exclaim at the sudden change. "Bravo!" Isabella clapped, full of pride. "Joe is so charming. Just one look from her eyes could make a few people die of infatuation. Being hyped up so much by them, Joe could only force a smile. I don't want to play this kind of role." Isabella tilted her head, her eyes seemingly equipped with a TikTok beauty filter. "You have fair skin, so this dress suits you so well. It's so cute. A moment ago, you looked no different from a country bumpkin who just came to the city." Joe clutched her stomach, unable to breathe properly because wearing the corset made it impossible to breathe. Isabella added another critical hit. "Now, aren't you just like a prestigious lady? Just step into the party, and some young man will surely extend his hand to ask for a dance." She pushed a mirror into Joe's face. "Look at yourself. See how beautiful you are. You must be breathtakingly beautiful." The girl in the mirror was as beautiful as a goddess, causing Joe to almost freeze in shock. Is this me?" Isabella expressed her regret. "It's just like magic, isn't it? Jojo, if only you weren't His Highness Kai's person, it would have been so much better." Joe froze. "My lady, My name is not Jojo. Isabella pretended not to hear anything. She covered Joe's mouth with her hand. Sure, let's try on a few more outfits. Joe was then made to try on 7,749 different silver dresses. She held out a shimmering dark blue dress. This dress is so beautiful too. The sequins sparkle like a sky full of stars. Isabella continued to play the role of the nation stylist, her eyes showing a look of craving. This one is exactly the same color as my eyes. Jojo, oh my God, can I get out of this place in one piece? Save me. Joe cried without tears. I'm a person. The god replied, if you asked me that, I wouldn't know either. The doorbell rang repeatedly. After a dress-trying session like a Milan fashion show, Isabella nodded in satisfaction. Madam, please alter these dresses and bring them to me in 3 days. The madam bowed. Yes, my lady. You don't have to worry. He politely bowed and invited her. This way, my lady. Lady, my foot. Joe screamed internally. A moment ago, he had a face like a drowned corpse, and now he's so smooth-tongued. Before she could protest, Joe was pulled outside. She asked quietly, my lady, where's the young man who came with you earlier? Joe waved her hand. He went back on his own. Isabella turned back, landing another verbal punch. Don't go back to the stables looking like this. No one would recognize Jojo. Sitting opposite the elegant Isabella, Joe felt like a man in a red dress. She said weakly, but what if someone from my group comes looking for me? Isabella, still maintaining her powerful female lead aura, said as if telling a joke. Do you know what the specialty of my domain is? It's wine. Joe didn't seem very surprised. So what? Isabella bluntly continued without a pause. What I mean is, everyone is probably busy feasting and getting drunk by now. As if it were an important secret, Isabella smiled shyly, looking at the expression on Joe's face. Then Lady Flavin smirked besides. I was thinking that if I had a new friend, I would love to have a sleepover. The scene changes to Crown Prince Kai's hunt. A deer running through a small area is immediately struck by an arrow. Kai happily called out from a nearby bush, we've caught a deer, so let's head back, shall we? The guard Benji was somewhat surprised by his master's strange expression. In the past, you even caught red foxes and wolves. Kai said lightly, but the deer is bigger, isn't it? Kai immediately mounted his horse, indicating he was leaving. I'm feeling a bit tired. Let's hurry back to the residence. Benji, his worried guard, called out from behind. Your Highness, the sun is setting. It's dangerous to go down the mountain when it's dark. Let's wait until tomorrow. Kai narrowed his eyes. Joe is more dangerous. Despite Joe's stubbornness, Benji was still naive. How could Joe be in danger? No matter how bad the rumors about Lady Flavin are, it wouldn't be that bad. Kai slowly replied, no. What I mean is that Joe is the danger. She never waits around obediently. This reason was completely convincing. Kai scratched his head, thinking, I'm worried about what kind of disaster Joe might be causing. I wish she were right in front of me. Now, even if Joe calls out, I can't hear her voice in my head anymore, so I'm bound to be restless and worried. Benji, standing beside him, thought to himself, do you even understand what you just said? Your Highness, it seems you're very worried about your white cow. Another soldier also ran up worriedly and asked, Your Highness, are you planning to go down the mountain now? Kai nodded honestly. That's right, the whole group can't go together, so just Benji and I will go ahead. The soldier scratched his head curiously. What if His Majesty and Duke Flavin look for you? What's the reason you have to leave in such a hurry? Use the excuse that I've fallen ill. A high fever, so I can't hunt. That should work. The soldier sighed, turned to Benji, and said, You see, he must have forgotten something very important. Benji was also at a loss for words. He forgot a mad horse. No one understood what Benji was saying. A mad horse? She's not with Lady Flavin anymore, is she? She just arrived and is already flirting with people, acting like a wild beast. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a super giant bear appeared, roaring furiously. Kai froze for about 5 seconds, its shadow covering both him and his horse. And then just like that, it was pretty cool. The giant bear was killed on the spot with a single shot. The men looked happily at their achievement. Benji excitedly spoke up. Let's consider this a gift from me to Duke Flavin. Okay. Benji ran over. Your Highness, are you heading straight back to the stables? Your face and clothes are covered in blood. It looks a bit. He fumbled in his pocket for something. It's fine. I'll just use a handkerchief to wipe it. And the handkerchief seemed to be the heart-shaped one that Joe had given him. Kai silently turned to leave. Never mind. I'll go back and wash up properly first. I can't be seen in such a disheveled state. Benji bowed. I will inform Pao to prepare in advance. Do I like bears? Its deep golden eyes lunging at me were just like Joe's. Now I know what your highness is thinking. Benji chuckled at the prince's thought. After that, at the stables, Kai had changed into clean clothes. He stood in the empty space and wondered, did she go to the bathroom or something? I knew it. It's not easy for her to stay put. Not long after, he gave an order, Benji, go find Joe for me immediately. She's probably partying and drinking with the servants in some corner. Benji said, Your Highness, I've also been looking for Joe since this morning, but I haven't seen Joe anywhere. Kai was stunned to hear that. What? Immediately a notice was written up. Missing person. King Joe. Characteristics. Strong and likes beautiful people. Benji said, the knights who stayed at the palace said they didn't see Joe, not in the dining hall or the back garden either. Kai was stunned. Could she have been kidnapped? Benji retorted, Joe surely wouldn't just lie still and let herself be taken away like that. Kai thought for a moment, then replied, that's true. But still, try searching again. Someone must have noticed that Joe is my personal attendant. Benji was startled to hear that. Yes, I will search every nook and cranny again. However, by late afternoon, Benji still hadn't found any more clues. Kai angrily slammed his teacup down on the table. Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Joe go then. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Your Highness, it is I, Fellow. Kai said, come in. Fellow stepped inside and said, since you missed lunch, I have prepared a light soup for dinner. Also, have you been feeling unwell lately? I'm one of your attendants, so please feel free to speak your mind. Kai hesitated, the stables. Fellow asked, confused, the stables? If you're worried about the horses, they're resting now. Hearing that, Kai seemed to realize something and said, is that so? Fellow smiled brightly and replied, yes. He thought to himself, has Joe returned? But the man's next sentence startled Kai that I've told the servants to take care of the horses, so you don't need to worry too much. Kai immediately asked with suspicion, servants? Where did the person who usually takes care of the stables go? Where did he go? He cleared his throat and said, Your Highness, don't be so rigid. Joe is new to the city from the countryside. Let's just assume the kid went to explore the city for a bit. Kai had completely forgotten that, the servants have a day off today, don't they? Then he asked, so where did Joe go? Fellow replied, I'm not sure either, but they said they would wander around the city. They probably went to some pubs or the red light district. They're still young and like to have fun. Hearing red light district, Kai was struck by lightning and crushed the teacup. Fellow was startled. Your Highness, are you all right? Kai trembled. Fellow, go find people. Now, Fellow immediately became flustered. Yes, I will go find the best doctor in this village for you. For you. Kai's anger flared. Find the most beautiful people in this village for me. It doesn't matter if they are male or female, as long as they're stunningly beautiful. So beautiful that others drool when they see them. So beautiful that birds fall from the sky and fish flee. And a few hours later, a group of handsome men and beautiful women, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, dazzlingly beautiful, appeared. Kai immediately got down to business. He asked, in your lives, how many times have you been told you're beautiful? The blonde girl said, everyone I pass by says so. The blue-haired boy stopped talking. Since the day I was born, I've heard it so much I'm sick of it. The brown-haired girl said with some shyness, I already have a fiancé. Kai immediately pointed at the brown-haired girl and said, you. In his heart, Kai thought, this girl, this fragile and delicate style will be Joe's type. Kai, full of killing intent, held up a picture of Joe and asked, have you ever met a young, platinum blonde boy like this? About shoulder height to me, with big, round golden eyes that widen whenever he sees a beauty, so try to remember carefully. The brown-haired girl with tears in her eyes, and no, I swear this is the first time I've seen him. Kai immediately turned to the other two and asked, what about you two? No one has seen him anywhere, really? A beauty of your caliber, he wouldn't easily pass you by. Both of them trembled, no, we don't know. Benji, from behind, also witnessed this unsightly scene of Kai's. Kai continued to question the blue-haired one. Did anyone try to undress you today? The blue-haired one, on the verge of tears. I swear I have never lost my virginity. Ever. Then he turned to the blonde and asked, so did any guy touch your butt or ask to breed the next generation with you? The blonde broke out in a sweat that I'm not really a prude. But if I met a handsome guy who was on top, I would gladly consent. Hearing this, Kai immediately shut her up. Shush, quiet. Then he turned back to the brunette and said, so did you meet any guy who called you a bewildered fawn or a fairy descended from heaven? The girl shook her head. This is the first time I've heard such phrases. Kai, seething with murderous intent, shouted, "All of you get out." Hearing this, the group shed tears. He said, if Joe was wandering around the village, it's unlikely she would be so well behaved. She should have been arrested by the village guard for assault or debauchery by now. The two strange thoughts began to emerge. She must have been kidnapped. I think so too. Kai said, try to investigate if any carriages with unknown movements left the city, or if there are any suspicious individuals, or maybe she's been shackled in prison. You go and gather information here too. Benji replied, yes, your highness. That night, a rumor suddenly spread throughout the Flavan territory that a rare and hard-to-find perverted murderer was hiding somewhere. People also gathered in groups of 3 and 7 to gossip. Oh my god, have you heard the news? A murderer has appeared. What does he look like? I heard he's a young man with platinum-colored hair, spiky like a horse's mane. And I heard a rumor that he likes to tease beautiful women. So now every house closes its doors early and locks their children inside, not letting them out at all. The next day, the Emperor and Marquis Flavan returned from their hunting trip. The Emperor, while wiping his sword, said, is Kai sick? For whom did I have to come all this way just to be stood up like this? Anyway, it's been a long time since I've been able to hunt to my heart's content like this, so I'm in a really good mood. It would be great if the capital had a place like this. Send a message to Kai that no matter how sick he is, he must attend the Flavan family's banquet. The servant bowed. Yes, your majesty the Emperor. The next day at the banquet, Kai was on the balcony, sighing, this is no time for partying and eating like this. Where on earth are you hiding, Joe? At that moment, someone approached. Your Highness, Joe is here. I heard you were very ill during the meal. Kai turned his head to greet her. Lady Flavan, I apologize for not being there yesterday. Isabella pushed Joe forward and said, this is my dear best friend. Her name is Joe Hatroza. Seeing the person who appeared, Kai was stunned. Joe stammered, hello, my name is Joe Hatroz. Joe turned sharply to Isabella and asked, wait a minute, Isabella, what's my name again? Kai shouted angrily, you. Isabella covered her mouth and laughed. Your Highness, there are many eyes and ears here. Kai quickly cleared his throat and said, ahem, if Lady Hatroza is still a bit shy with her name, may I have the honor of calling you Lady Hatu? Is that okay? Hearing this, Isabella burst out laughing. Hee. Well, I've delivered the gift to you, so I'll take my leave now. You two talk to each other. Joe was now in the role of a shy beauty. Seeing her expression, Kai was also startled. The two were awkwardly silent for a moment. Kai finally started the conversation. Lady Hatu, where have you been these past few days? I couldn't figure it out. Do you know how worried I was? Joe grabbed Kai's sleeve and called, Your Highness. He asked with curiosity, what is it? Then she whispered, your formal address sounds so sexy. Try calling me my dear just once. Kai coughed in embarrassment. Ahem, you need to drop that habit. What's with all these fancy clothes? No matter how you dress, you still look like a flower-stealing rogue. Joe laughed, but other people would look at us and say we're a perfect couple. Ah, Your Highness the Prince, will you dance with me? As she spoke, she extended her hand towards Kai, causing him to be a little stunned. Kai looked at her hand. Then he let out a sharp breath. Lady Hatu, it is usually the man who asks for a dance. She replied, Lady Isabella told me I should ask first. Kai placed his hand on hers and said, Lady Flavan really likes to joke. Soon, the two were inside dancing. He asked, Lady Hatu, when did you learn to dance? She replied, Lady Isabella taught me day and night without letting me sleep, telling me I had to practice thoroughly for the banquet. When I didn't want to practice anymore, the lady would threaten me, saying she would never let me go home. Seriously, if she weren't a noble, I would have punched her in the face. Kai wondered, you've been with Lady Flavan this whole time? She replied, yes. Is there a problem? Were you looking for me? You missed me a lot, didn't you? Kai replied, yes, I did. I miss you a lot. Joe was a little surprised and stammered. Oh, really? Kai hugged her tightly, of course. Who else can I give this heart to besides you? Who else could it be? Hearing these words come from Kai's mouth, Joe was stunned, her eyes wide open. So wide they were like car headlights. And then suddenly tears started streaming down her face. Kai became flustered. Joe, why are you suddenly crying? Joe, while wiping away her tears, said, I don't know, my heart is suddenly beating so fast. SOS. If someone is that handsome, their personality should be bad. But how can his personality be perfect too? I can't take it. I'm so mad. I'm not letting go, you know. You have to be mine for this entire life. The goods have been opened, so no returns or exchanges, you hear? Hearing these words, Kai burst out laughing and turned his face away. Joe immediately said, what are you laughing at? Kai wiped away her tear and said, "It's nothing. I just laughed because you're too cute." After saying that, Kai placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, thinking to himself, what a person, like an untamed wild horse. Strong, crude, loves to joke, and acts like a pervert, pouncing on anyone she finds beautiful. Even so, you are my person and also the love that will never leave my side. Looking in her eyes, Kai said affectionately, "I like you, Joe." As soon as she heard it, Joe felt like she was about to cough up blood from her mouth and heart. She immediately recoiled and shouted, You must be an assassin disguised as Kai. Where did you hide, my darling?" Kai scratched his face and said, "I suppose so. It's probably because this is the first time I've said such things, so you're a bit shocked." Joe was truly in shock. She asked herself, why is my heart beating so fast all of a sudden? Is it in chaos because I'm too happy? Heart, please breathe. Heart, calm down. I'm so dizzy. Seeing her strange behavior, Kai called Joe. Suddenly, Joe swayed before his eyes. Then she collapsed to the ground. Kai panicked. "Joe, what's wrong with you? Wake up now. Why is this happening? Could she have been poisoned? Her body is cold, and there's no sign of breathing." People started to whisper, "Isn't that Prince Kai? I heard he had a cold and couldn't attend the banquet. When did he arrive? Which lady is that fainting?" Without saying much, Kai directly gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Joe quickly woke up, coughing. He immediately asked, "Hey, are you awake yet?" Observing Joe's face, he thought, her breathing is shallow, but her body temperature is too low. I must find a doctor quickly. At that moment, Isabella arrived. There's a guest room right ahead. Please take the young lady in there. Asin, call a doctor quickly. Asin replied, "Yes, my lady." Esteemed guests, please don't worry. Please enjoy the banquet. A while later, after bringing Joe into the medical room, Kai said angrily, "I heard you've been with Joe for the past few days. Did you drug Joe? Your answer will decide the fate of an entire family." Isabella replied, "As your highness can see, she was perfectly healthy when I brought her before you. Instead of interrogating me now, you should be concerned about the lady's safety first." At that moment, the doctor arrived. "Excuse me, Lady Isabella." Isabella asked, "What is it?" The doctor then whispered into her ear. Kai grew even angrier. "Speak up so I can hear." Isabella approached Joe's bed and said, "Your Highness, please step back a little. Let me check." He immediately intervened. He grabbed Isabella's hand. He glared, "Don't you dare touch Joe without my permission." Isabella sighed and said, "Your Highness, I have to take off Joe's clothes." He was surprised. What? The person with glasses next to him spoke up. "There is a possibility of poisoning, but based on the current symptoms of shallow breathing, cold sweat, and a pale face." Thinking about the recent situation where he squeezed Joe, and Joe, unable to bear it, trembled and coughed up blood, it's likely she fainted because she felt it was hard to breathe, so I think we should try removing the corset first. Joe was lying unconscious on the bed, her face pale. Isabella pushed his hand away. "Since we are both women, it would be less awkward for the lady if I do it." Isabella's face was frightening as she said, "You haven't married her yet, so don't stop me from helping my dear little lady get undressed." Joe, lying on the bed, opened her eyes. My head hurts so much." Kai turned his head away, blushing, not daring to look. Isabella called out worriedly, "Jojo, can you hear me?" Joe said, "Is that you, my lady? My head is splitting. What happened?" Isabella began to explain. "You just fainted, Jojo, so His Highness brought you into this room." Joe sat up. My body feels like it's falling apart." Joe looked at her body in shock. A teacup was brought over, covering her body to "Hey, my clothes? Who stripped me?" Asin stood to one side, making tea, indifferent to her surroundings. Joe looked and asked, "Was it His Highness, Kai?" He quickly spoke up to explain, "No, it wasn't me." Isabella covered her mouth and laughed when she heard her words. "Why didn't you wait until it was just the two of us to strip me? There's still so many people standing here. Why expose me for the whole world to see? I'm not into this kind of thing, you know." Kai said, "Lady Flavin was the one who took off your clothes." "You there?" Isabella spoke up. "Your Highness, could you please step outside for a moment?" He turned his head and said, "Why should I leave?" He blushed and turned his head away, not daring to look anymore. Isabella teased him with a laugh. "Omo, now you want to stand guard, even when someone is changing clothes? How sneaky of you." The maid brought a freshly brewed cup of tea to the man with glasses. The voice from inside could still be heard outside. "If your Highness is fine with it, I'm comfortable stripping down. But if you see my naked body, you'll have to show me yours too. I'm leaving right now, so you'd better watch your mouth. Joe, having finished changing, asked, I fainted. She continued, I think I remember now. Remember what? Kai and Isabella were surprised to hear her words. After hearing His Highness's confession, my heart suddenly started beating so fast, and then I started to feel like I couldn't breathe anymore. He blushed. Hey, Isabella cheerfully pinched her cheeks. My little cherry tomato fainted after hearing a confession. He looked at Isabella angrily. Why are you calling her a tomato, Lady Flavin? It doesn't sound pleasant at all. Isabella, not to be outdone, glanced at him. Omo, it's because JoJo is just so incredibly cute. What's wrong with calling her that? She continued, could it be that your highness is jealous, afraid I might steal Joe away? Joe looked at him and asked, your highness, what did you put on your lips? He raised a hand to his lips. Joe said, there's something red on your lips. It looks like a lipstick smudge. He froze, looking at the lipstick stain on his hand, and blushed. She said, while I was lying here passed out, did you just come back from kissing some other girl? He blushed and looked at her. It's not like that. Isabella blushed, turned her head, and snickered. With a rustle, she turned her head back to look. Look, Joe. Isabella held a mirror in front of her. Your lips are smudged too. The red lipstick color is exactly the same as His Highness's. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw that there was indeed a lipstick stain. Did you kiss me? Kiss? What kiss? I was just performing CPR. The two people outside calmly sat and drank their tea. He said with a blush, it was a critical situation earlier. She also blushed, I'm in a critical situation right now too, so let's do it again. She leaned close to Isabella and whispered, Lady Isabella, could you please step outside? Isabella also whispered, no way, I can't miss the good scene right in front of me. Come on, stop ganging up on me. He turned and walked outside. Isabella also stood up. Ahem, we should get back to the party. We should go together so people don't gossip. That's right, we've been gone for a while. She was surprised to hear Isabella say, Joe, you should get some rest. Oh, and also, standing next to him, Isabella pointed at her, and they said in unison, stay quietly in the room and don't go anywhere. She blankly thought of herself as a dog inside, listening to its owner's instructions. Stay home quietly and guard the house. Woof. Scene changed to the party. Isabella said, Your Highness, you should relax your face a bit. People looking at you might think you just came back from a fight. He brought a wine glass to his lips and spoke. Ahem, it's a good thing Lady had to as well. Again, Isabella held a fan to cover her mouth and said with a laugh, It's because my dear friend has a condition where she faints when she sees a handsome person. Your Highness Kai, you are truly full of affection. He blushed and choked at Isabella's words. You seem to have gotten close to Lady Hada very quickly, haven't you? Isabella laughed and said, Omo, Your Highness, you don't need to be so sarcastic. Being close to her is just being normal friends. Isabella thought about the times she and Joe lay in bed talking happily. The morning of a few days later, outside was a mansion. Chirp, chirp. Joe lay neatly in bed. She stared boredly at the ceiling, bored beyond belief. The first time I get a long vacation, and I'm tied to this bed. He pointed and reminded her, I'll have someone else take care of the stables, so just stay here quietly until we return to the capital. Isabella cheerfully brought a dress over and said, Joe, wear this dress today. His Highness Kai seems busy and hasn't bothered to visit. And waiting for Lady Isabella to arrive is also getting tiresome. She sat up and called, Ascenviente. Ascenviente replied, Yes, ma'am. She said, when it's just the two of us, you can address me casually. I'm just a stable hand. Ascenviente replied, but you are the lady's friend, so I cannot do that. She made a cute face at Ascenviente and called, Big Sis Ascen. Ascenviente said, please don't call me Big Sis. The two went back and forth. She said, can I go outside for just a little while? You cannot, Ascenviente. I haven't had a single sip of alcohol for 2 whole days. If you want to drink alcohol, I can bring it to you. I want to go outside and get some fresh air too. Then I will open the window for you. She thrashed on the bed, thump. Why? Why do you keep locking me in this room? Thump. Ascenviente calmly replied, these are the orders of Lady Flavin and His Highness Kai. They order me not to let you leave the room by even half a step. She turned her head and said, but I'm fine now, what's wrong? Isabella's wicked expression appeared in her mind. His Highness is worried you'll go out and faint again. And as for Lady Flavin, she just wants it that way. Ho, ho, ho. She looked at Ascenviente angrily and shouted, she just wants it that way? Do you understand what you're saying? You're locking me up for days for that reason. She put her hands on her head and thought to herself, hey, Ms. Author, if you can hear me, show yourself. What kind of weird character design is this? So unreasonable it's off the charts. Boom, the goddess appeared. Huh? That style is a hot trend these days. Startled and angry, she said, do you live in the 22nd century or something? In this day and age, who locks someone in a room and doesn't let them out like this? The goddess repeatedly hit her on the head with a book. Thwack, thwack. My dear, I've lived so long, I can't even say which century I'm from. She said, no wonder. You're so outdated. You should update yourself with some modern trends. Asinvienti called Joe. Yes. Asinvienti looked at her with disappointment. Even if you act crazy, you still won't be allowed to go out. She blushed and shut her mouth, not daring to speak. She pulled the blanket over herself and said, I'm very embarrassed right now. So could you please step out for a bit? Asinvienti replied, I cannot. The goddess stood to one side, covering her mouth and laughing. Ho, ho, ho. Under the blanket, she clasped her hands and prayed, Dear goddess, please tell me how to get away from Asin. If I do, Kai will be very worried. I'll deal with that later. Please just tell me Asin's weakness. She's so resolute. Asin is the type who will only budge if you're on the verge of death. Outside, Asinvienti sighed. She froze as an idea flashed in her mind. Unless I'm about to die. Asinvienti was startled by the sound of violent retching. Hugh. She put her hand to her mouth and said, did I really faint because of the corset? Erg. The goddess looked at her, thinking helplessly to herself, wow, this kid is really good at racking her brain to come up with these tricks. She continued to clutch her stomach, feigning pain. Agu. I hear a strange sound ringing in my ears. Confident in her strategy, she gave a thumbs up. I used to use this skill to skip self-study periods back in the day. The rest is omitted. Asinvienti worriedly opened the door and went out, saying, I will call a doctor, so please wait a moment. The door closed, and the room became quiet. Flap. Suddenly the window was thrown wide open. Clack. Boom. The goddess appeared. That style is a hot trend these days. Joe grabbed her cloak and happily rushed out the window. Now Joe is a free person. The goddess looked at her helplessly. Now Joe is a free person. This kid. She jumped into the bushes below. This is the second floor. Scene changed to outside. Joe put a hand on her head as she walked and talked to herself. Freedom also requires money to be true freedom. Damn it, I don't have a single coin on me. The goddess flew behind her and asked, how about going back? Joe replied without a worry, I'm just going to look around for exactly 1 hour, then I'll go back. Suddenly, a voice called her name. Look over there, Roarin. She and the goddess quickly looked over. A man pointed at her and shouted, you have silver hair. What is it? What's wrong with silver hair? She looked around in a panic as people near her began to move away. People started whispering. Suddenly, an arm pulled her. Whoosh. A man with a scar on his face, holding a large knife in one hand, lifted her up with the other and said, what the hell? It's a girl. Joe shouted angrily, it's a girl. Are you kidding me right now? Then she continued, pointing at the man from before, startling him. She said, hey, you come over here. After scaring me like that, why are you backing away? Hey, while in the other man's grasp, she thrashed about. And what's wrong with silver hair? Why are you picking a fight with someone who hasn't done anything? What's your problem? After a moment, I apologize. It was a misunderstanding, my lady. She turned her head and put a hand to her face. My lady? That sounds nice. Such able-bodied men. The two men from before were now standing and apologizing to her. Yes, she replied. Oh my, did I say something? Ho, ho, ho. I almost habitually said I was a boy. Get a grip, me. I'm a woman. I'm a normal, able-bodied girl. At this moment, she was on the street, crossing her arms and looking at the two of them. Anyway, let's just forget about that. Why did you grab me? And what's this about silver hair? The man with green hair said, this may be a rather rude question for a lady, but I don't suppose any of your relatives are a pervert or a murderer. Her face darkened with anger upon hearing the man's words. She flared up, her hands raised in an attack stance. Are you attacking me right now? They quickly shook their heads and explained, no, that's not what I meant. While thinking of her own violent image, she feigned surprise, ha 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 ha. Recently, there's been a silver-haired man who chases after any beautiful woman he sees. There are even rumors that he takes these girls to secluded places and commits terrible crimes. Goodness, really? She said aggressively. Guys like that should be physically castrated. The man with green hair asked, "But are you a resident here, my lady? Judging by your clothes, you seem to be a noble, but you're wandering around here without a maid?" She jumped. She put a hand to her mouth, feigning calmness, and said with a laugh, "I'm staying at the Flavin Mansion, but I got bored so I snuck out. This is my first time in this area, so I find everything fascinating." "Ho ho ho," the green-haired man replied. "I see." She and they talked for a while longer. "But let's not talk about me anymore. Let's talk about the silver-haired criminal. It's a bit much to talk about here. Would you like to go to the butcher shop where Roran works?" It was about 2 or 3 days ago, I think. I was suddenly taken to the Flavin Mansion. The Flavin Mansion? Scene changed to a butcher shop. Food is served on the table. Knights are patrolling the village. Then they took me there by carriage. There, I met Roran's sister and another person. They were all. She looked at the two of them and asked, "All beautiful, you say?" She entered a state of excitement, eating while asking. Guys like that should be physically castrated. My goodness, what happened next? The green-haired man recounted his experience of being interrogated. After entering the mansion, I was questioned and asked if I had ever seen a silver-haired man. It really scared me to death. Kai showed him her portrait and questioned him. That person kept grumbling and then asked if any guy had taken off his shirt or touched that boy's butt. He trembled in fear, hugging the woman next to him. Back to the present, she said angrily, "What a dirty trick. Why would someone just touch another person's butt? That pervert." The green-haired man, having procured a handkerchief from somewhere, wiped tears from his face, sniffle. "Yes, and what's more, he probably doesn't distinguish between men and women. Wow, as long as they're beautiful? How can that person even be human? Her ugly portrait appears. Beware of the pervert." She laughed freely. "Ha ha ha. I was suddenly misunderstood because of this silver hair. I'm not that kind of despicable person. I hear a loach is being swept away by the current. It seems only innocent people suffer, right?" The two men opposite her glanced at each other. "My lady, you should probably head back now. The sun is setting." She was surprised. "Yeah." Joe looked outside. The sky was getting dark. Thinking of Kai's angry face, she thought to herself, "Oh, it's true. I have to get back quickly before Kai finds out." "Caw-caw." The green-haired man stood up. "I'll escort you back, as an apology for what happened earlier." She replied, "If so, I'd love that." On the street outside, there wasn't a soul on the street. The sound of footsteps could be heard. "Step, this way is a shortcut." Clip-clop. She walked behind him, looking around and asking, "It's so dark, I can't see the road very well." He replied, "That's because it's a path only the locals know about." Thump. "You just need to go a little further, my lady." While walking, she bumped into someone. Huh, was Rusho always this tall? She looked at the two men in black clothes standing in front of her, blocking her path. She stood frozen with worry. There you see, this kid, he's so good at his job, and yet, one of the two men in black handed him a bag of money. "That's a noble lady. So we're good now, right? A noble lady? She must fetch a high price." She looked at them and thought to herself, could this be? He held the bag of money in his hand, bowed his head. "To you, I apologize, my lady." After saying that, he ran off. Whoosh. She watched him go and shouted, "Hey, get back here." The man in black touched her shoulder. "My lady, if you don't want to get hurt, just follow us quietly." She finished the rest of her skewer. Joe stabs the man's hand with the skewer. Thwack. The man standing next to him said, "This little brat, come here now, while we're still being nice." She held the skewer in her hand and said, "I'll say the same thing as before. Get lost." A man approached from behind her. A hand landed on her shoulder. She turned her head to look. "Oh, what is it? What took you so long?" This man's hand clenched tightly. She thought worriedly, "Another one? What do I do now? 3 of them in this small alley will be difficult even for me." The man in black said, "This kid's spirit is no joke. Tie her up and let's go." The man behind her began to draw his sword. A single thrust into his shoulder. She was surprised. Kai stood behind her, sword in hand, protecting her. "Don't you dare lay a hand on my little horse." The two men in black ran away in fear. Joe turned back to look at Kai. She thought to herself, what should I do? It wasn't enough that I snuck out. Now he's witnessed this scene too. He must be furious, right? He took off his cloak. That is, what happened was. Then he draped it over her. Let's go home, my little horse. She blankly imagined a horse neighing a few times. In a carriage on the street, Kai's voice spoke. "Oh, you can go out, but shouldn't you at least tell me where you're going? If you do that, what if you drop all your work and come out like this again? You're a prince." Kai sat inside with his arms crossed and said, "If you were well-behaved, this wouldn't have happened. You staying in one place is a great help to me." "Got it." She replied, "Wow, you sound just like my mom. Is this a kitchen? What help could I be by going out?" He sighed and turned his head. "Though I've never met your mother, I think I can understand her." She looked at him. "Oh, honestly," she thought to herself, "but I feel like I've forgotten something important." The memory of the green-haired man flooded back. He had bowed his head, "My lady." and took off running. She remembered and suddenly shot up from her seat. "Stop the carriage right now," he asked, startled. "What?" Whoosh. She opened the carriage window, looked outside angrily, and said, "We have to catch the guy who tried to sell me." Why did I even think of going back to the mansion so obediently? He pulled her back inside, shouting at the same time, "Get back in here right now." She let out a small yelp. Eek. He pushed her down onto the seat. "Oh, you think I would let you go somewhere you could get hurt? I'll handle it myself, so you go back." She replied, "A prince catching a commoner for revenge on behalf of a nameless young lady. Does that sound reasonable?" She continued angrily, "You don't have to endure the stares of others because of me. I can handle it myself." He moved his face close to hers and shouted low. His hand gripped her shoulder, trembling. "Just because? Did you just say just because? After all, what kind of person do you think I am? Huh?" He looked at her worriedly and said, "I just confessed my feelings to you not long ago. Why don't you ever think about accepting what I'm offering you?" She said worriedly, "Kai, that's not what I meant." He turned his face away. "Fine, whatever. We're going back to the Marquis's mansion." The night sky was full of stars. The moon was full today. It seemed like it would be a peaceful night. A carriage stopped in front of a mansion. Joe's voice rang out, "Kai, I'm sorry." He walked ahead and said, "If you don't know what you did wrong, don't apologize to me." She followed behind him, wanting to explain, "I'm sorry for sneaking out on my own, and for planning to go out for revenge too." The sound of the rustling wind was heard. She heard him say, "No, you don't know. You don't know a single thing." His face showed a hint of disappointment. "If you knew how much you mean to me, you wouldn't have been able to say those things, you know?" He felt that she was the most important person, the one who freed me from my cage, the one who saved me. The one who saved me when I was suffocating to the point of near death from this dark life was you. Her words just now had hurt him. But so what? Just because of me? Is that what you should be saying? He continued sadly, "Why don't you know that without you by my side, I would fall apart?" Suddenly, from behind, she wrapped her arms around him in a hug. She said, "Saying that means you're very sad, right? But Kai, the truth is that for a prince like you, status is also very important." She smiled happily, looking at him and continuing, "I just thought it would be better for me to handle it myself than for you to step in for me and be subjected to gossip. What if there are illicit rumors about you? If you can't trust me, then let Benji go with me." "Okay." He blushed, looking at her hugging him. He helplessly gave in to her. "I understand. Go with Benji tomorrow." She happily raised both hands. I understand. Sometimes you should also think about me, the person who likes you, you know? Ole ole. The next day, at the butcher shop, crash. "Hey, Roran." The butcher shop owner looked up, startled. Joe, burning with anger, kicked the door down and rushed in with a knife in her hand. Where did that scrawny guy go? Luckily, Benji was behind her to hold her back. Benji said, "We are from the Marquis Flavin's mansion. Where's the man named Rusho?" My lady is under investigation." Benji held a piece of paper in front of the man and continued, "Depending on your answer, you could also become an accomplice." The man looked away nervously and said, "I'm innocent. I heard some bad people have been bothering Rusho lately. I didn't know he had run away." She pointed at the man. "Then tell me where his house is." The man spoke up to explain. He probably did it because he had no money to pay for his brother's medicine. "My lady, could you forgive him with your generous heart?" Ugh, she got angry. "Forgive him? What forgiveness? If I forgive him out of pity, then what's the point of having laws?" She continuously kicked the man. "Hurry up and tell me if you don't want to end up in a cell for hiding a criminal." Benji from behind quickly stopped her. "Joe, no, my lady, please calm down." Scene changed to the street. Boom. She was seething with anger. What? Turn a blind eye for his little brother's sake? If that guy cuts off his own tongue, then I'll forgive him this one time. Benji raised a hand, wanting to say something. "Hey, Joe, I mean my lady." She snapped, turning sharply. "What is it?" "I mean what?" He thought. "How about putting that knife down before we talk? The way she looks right now, she's no different from a murderer." Her face was terrifying as she held the knife. "What do you mean, if you don't look closely?" Benji said, "A serial killer." That's great then, because I'm about to go kill that guy right now." Benji broke into a sweat, thinking, it's a good thing I came with her. A bloodbath was about to happen. Arriving at a house, she kicked the door in. Benji, behind her, tried to advise her, my lady, first, please calm down. If you break down someone's door," she growled, "the guy in this house tried to sell me. Is breaking a door really that big of a deal?" A young child inside sat up and asked, Who is it?" The child coughed and said, "My brother isn't home right now." She walked closer to the child, hands on her hips, and asked, "Hey, is your brother's name Rusho?" "Yes, but what's wrong?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Who's in my house this early in the morning?" He was startled to see her. Whoosh. He panicked and ran outside. Thump. She pointed forward and ordered Benji, catch that guy. Crash. Fruit spilled out. He sat on the grass, injured, crying and explaining, "I'm sorry, my lady. My little brother is very sick, so he's the only family I have left, so I can't lose him." Sniffle. She and Benji said, "In any case, there are things people can do and things they can't." This guy knew it was wrong, so why would he sell someone just to save his brother? This bastard. A voice came from inside. Brother. His brother, with a gaunt face, stood unsteadily, leaning against the door and asking, "Did you do something wrong again?" Cough, cough. He shouted, startling the child, "Go inside. I told you to go inside." Outside, he clasped his hands and begged her, "My lady, I was wrong. If you tell me to go to jail, I will so." His face bruised and tear-streaked. He looked at her. "Please, just tell my brother not know about this. My brother really doesn't know anything." Choking up, she gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy knows exactly what would have happened if I'd been sold to human traffickers. "Hey," she squatted down. "Trying to act all noble in front of your little brother? There's no reason to forgive someone like this." She said angrily, "You feel shame? You were going to sell someone else's life to save your brother's." At this moment, Benji was trying to remind Joe, his voice a mix of worry and caution to Jay, "Oh, my lady, his little brother is watching." Joe knelt down, her face full of contempt as she faced the man before her. With a forceful movement, she grabbed a handful of his hair, gripping it tightly, and yanked it back, forcing him to look up at her. Her voice was as cold and sharp as a blade cutting through the air. "If you couldn't do it, shouldn't you have been prepared to die?" She tightened her grip, as if to force him to listen to every word she said. "Don't you dare try to justify your criminal actions." Her anger had reached its peak. Suddenly, a young boy ran over from nowhere, his call echoing in the heavy atmosphere. "Brother!" He came to the side of the man she had just threatened, his voice trembling as he knelt beside his brother and pleaded with her, "Don't do this anymore. Please don't hit my brother." Joe paused, slowly standing up, her eyes still fixed on the man at her feet. Her voice was stern but restrained. "You should know that the only reason I'm letting this go is because of your brother. I'm just holding back the urge to pull out all your teeth and swallow them. You bastard." Here, the two brothers were hugging, tears streaming down their cheeks. "And you have to try to survive, you hear?" Joe stood there. "I said you must survive. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Walking on the street, Benji followed behind and asked her, "Joe, are you okay? I feel like I'm the villain. In the end, why did I have to be nice to that guy? If his little brother wasn't there, I would have killed him. Actually, he should be thanking me for not handing him over to the guards. Since Benji is a nobleman, he wouldn't know, but commoners live a harsh life. Where I used to live, you had to work your whole life just to get a house. But that was like plucking stars from the sky." At this, Benji was startled. In that village, children had to carry heavy loads. Women had to go to the market. Everyone lived the exact same way, but I have no intention of forgiving him. If he doesn't get his act together, he'll really rot in prison someday. Benji looked at her. He said, "Even though I'm a nobleman, I understand." Hearing this, she turned to look at him. "Yes, I mean about the life of hardship. Because I'm an illegitimate child." Joe looked at him, startled, but my earliest memory is sitting in front of very watery soup. Sometimes I also drank things like leaf water that smelled of vegetables. My mother raised me by sewing and washing dishes at a restaurant. And when I was 9, a man who claimed to be my father appeared. He said I was his child, and I knew at the moment I saw him, because my face was the spitting image of his. The man who called himself my father snatched me from my mother's arms and took me to the ducal mansion. At first, I really liked it. Although I miss my mother very much. Here there is food, and at night it is not cold at all. Because I resemble my father, my swordsmanship is also very good, to the point that I can keep up with my brothers. Except for the fact that whenever they talk about my mother, they all stare at me with a contemptuous look. That place was truly worth living in. One day, because I miss my mother so much, I snuck out. But my mother was no longer in the house where we lived together. When I turned 15, I learned that my mother had passed away. I heard that 2 years ago, she had rolled down the stairs and died. When I asked where she was buried, the servant frowned at me. Yes, the maid looked annoyed and turned away. Why do you need to know this? It was then that I realized that everyone thought I was a talented parasite. The illegitimate child talented enough to hide under the shadow of the Duke's name. From that day on, I no longer went out of the house. But don't you find it ridiculous? Perhaps I really didn't like that watery soup because I had absolutely no thought of leaving my home. She stood looking at him, listening intently to the words he was telling her. My father said that because I came from an obscure background, he thought thought I had no will, so he quickly abandoned his expectations of me, and that was also the first time I met His Highness Kai. At this point, he gave a warm smile as if Kai had brought light to his dark life. At that time, he was sitting under a tree. Kai, wearing a riding outfit, walked up and stood before him. What do you think about being my bodyguard? It just so happens that I am looking for talented people. Right now, he continued. At first, I didn't like the prince at all because it seemed like he was pitying me, so my mood wasn't good at all. But the next day, the prince came to find me again. Benji sat on a tree branch. On the ground below was Kai trying to persuade him. And the day after that, and so on. About a week passed. He said, let's have a sword fight. If I lost, he wouldn't come back to find me again. So of course, I lost and joined the Rose Knights immediately. After spending time with the people in the knightly order, I realized one thing. That all this time, I had been very lonely. It seems the prince had seen that. Ryumja placed her hand on his shoulder. She tried to comfort Benji. You've been through a lot, Benji. Benji smiled at the lovely comfort. I thank you for listening to my story. Ryumja thought to herself, Benji looks relieved after telling me everything. She continued that, oh, what happened between you and Kai after that? He immediately replied, in this atmosphere, you can still talk about the prince? You're really the same as ever, aren't you? Oh my god, she and Benji were walking back. Kai was suddenly standing in front of the gate. He crossed his arms, his whole body trembling. Yet he still tried to stand there waiting for something. Coco up, Kai. What's with that expression? Me. I didn't cause any trouble this time. At this moment, his face was completely dark, staring at her as he approached with clomping steps. Clomp. Suddenly, he hugged her tightly. She couldn't react in time, but was also truly happy with this action from Kai. Hey, he said, was it supposed to be like this? Benji couldn't hide his surprise, while Ryumja's jaw dropped. What? The more he spoke, the tighter he hugged her. Shyly, doubt if you like someone. Do you feel insecure and worried when they're not by your side? Knowing this, I shouldn't have listened to you and followed you. She froze, her eyes sparkling as she heard the words coming from Kai. Oh my, how can you be so adorable? It makes me not want to leave you alone for a second. The gate opened. Your Highness, where have you been since this morning? Just a moment ago, the two were blissfully enjoying the warm hug, but now they had to jump in surprise, their eyes looking towards the gate. The butler was so startled that his head went one way and his hair another, only able to exclaim, huh. His hands still didn't leave her body. He tried to explain, no, Bao, it's just that. At this moment, her face was frozen. Hairspray, Uncle Bao. Pause for about 2 seconds. Am I wearing a dress right now? As soon as she thought it, there was the sound of clomping footsteps approaching. She still thought that, I can't let myself be discovered. I have to cover my face first. The footsteps got closer and closer. Isabella shouted, look. Her face showed worry in this situation. Oh my, what should we do, Prince? Are you alright? Oh my goodness, for a pervert to appear in our domain like this? Sir Benji, please separate this stalker from His Highness. Benji whipped his head around to look at her. What? Ryumja already had a plan in her head. She hugged him tightly, surprising him with her reaction. She shouted, Prince, I love you to death. I'm crazy about you. Her face was full of awkwardness, but she had to do whatever it took to break this difficult situation. She shouted even louder, I can't let you go like this. I'd rather die. A chaotic scene. After hearing that the prince was coming here, I stayed up for 1 or 2 nights waiting for you. On one side, the butler was standing as if struck by lightning, not knowing what was happening. She hugged Kai tightly, rubbing against him, which made him shy. On the other side was Benji, raising his hand, frozen. She whispered to Benji. He was surprised. It's now Benji. Her hand still wouldn't let go of Kai. Benji couldn't think a script at all and stammered. He uttered a line so stiff it couldn't be more so. Right now, you could call him Ben Robot. This evil stalker let go of His Highness immediately. She looked at Benji with a dissatisfied expression. She thought to herself, you really shouldn't try acting anywhere. Isabella saved the chaotic situation. For now, please let Benji handle it and quickly return to the mansion safely. Saying that, she used her fan to tap his chest, thud thud. Ryumja released her hands from his body. The two were now completely separated. He still hadn't understood what had happened. No, wait. In the end, Benji had to use strong measures and carry Ryumja to another place. She tried to struggle and struggle to play her role to the fullest. Let me go. Your Highness Kai, I fell for you at first sight. Let go, you blockhead. The butler next to Kai said, this world truly has many strange people. Cut to the castle setting. Thanks to you, I had a lot of fun. Please come and play again. Ryumja was flustered and scratched her head. I'm just a stable keeper, so playing around freely is a bit. Isabella gave a friendly smile, her whole body emitting a pink aura. Is that so? Then I'll come here to play. What's the big deal? Hey, please don't. Ryumja looked at her with a helpless, speechless expression. She placed her hand on Ryumja's shoulder. Take care on your way. Lo. Suddenly Kai leaned in and kissed her cheek. Moi. Let's meet again. Ryumja hurriedly wiped the spot where she had just been kissed. Why do the girls here use their lips so carelessly? She said, I already have His Highness Kai. Isabella beside her gave a friendly smile. The sound of horses clopping echoed through the air. Anyway, I feel really sad to be leaving Flavin. So much has happened these past few days that it feels like a long time has passed. I've also disguised myself as a woman and also got a confession from Kai. She looked into the distance with a wistful expression. To think I was almost kidnapped. She grew somber. Had there been no serious incidents that happened to me during this time? I wonder if this happened because I interfered with the plot. Author.is this incident also the author's doing, because a supporting character keeps sticking their nose into the story. The goddess slid down and she lay on the roof of the carriage. No, how much I cherish you. I promised you that I would not touch you. Ryumja sat in the carriage, leaning out to talk to her more easily. So did this incident happen because I'm unlikable? When people are cornered, their faith can also be changed. Russo was originally a gentle boy. Ryumja's face changed to a look of discomfort. Ugh, don't talk about him anymore. She was scratching herself, making a rustling sound. Above her head was the image of the goddess flying around. But Ryumja, what are you doing? Ryumja replied, now I have to go back to Vithian, so I also have to check the things I need to do. Even when Tom dragged me here, I brought this with me. She thought, Kingmaker, it's mainly the story of Isaac and Diola, but checking the future is very important. Important, she thought. Isaac hasn't been learning foreign languages for long, but he already speaks daily in Eastern European, Terry-san, and Kremlin. The teachers all praise him as intelligent. Every time he speaks, the other teachers have to applaud. Hello, clap, clap, clap. As she read the novel, she seethed with anger. So they sent Isaac to teach Diola in advance? While my Kai is a genius who entered the academy at the age of 9 and graduated early at 12. The goddess flew to the right to observe her. Ryumja flipped the book. The real genius is clearly here. So where is everyone looking? As she spoke, she frowned, resolutely dissatisfied with this plot. The page had words written on it. River up, greetings here, hunting competition. Diola's mother passes away. But here the page had a mark from the hunting competition with an arrow pointing to the event of Diola's mother passing. Away. She suddenly remembered. Diola went to Anvini's after hearing about her mother's death. Isaac wrote a letter to Diola and said he would come to the capital after the funeral was over. At that time, Isaac said, Diola, leave the capital matters to me and stay with your family a little longer before coming back. But she took that paper and crumpled it. Diola ignored Isaac's letter and rushed back to the capital. While on her way to the capital, she was attacked by bandits, according to the Empress's plan, but luckily, she managed to save her life. Did that happen after returning from this hunt? She thought, if it's Diola's mother, she must still be alive now. The goddess leaned closer to read the novel she was holding. What is this? Are you watching that? The goddess said, there's only about a week left now. Ryumja continued to be lost in her thoughts. If I tell Diola in advance, can I protect her before she dies? Right? But if she asks why I know, what should I answer? She appeared like a magician, tipping his hat to the girl with shimmering hair. Hello, miss. I read in a book. Really, after I died and opened my eyes, I found myself in this book. Tada, she thought. Kai might not care, but Diola won't just let it go. At this moment, Diola's face glanced at her with a weary expression, just wanting to get away. The goddess continued, are you really going to tell Diola? Even if you do, the story won't change much. My girl, and even if you do tell her, I doubt Diola will immediately return home. Or not. You know very well how Diola feels about her parents. She closed the book. I don't expect the relationship between Diola and her parents to get any better. Having said that, she thought of her own family, a warm family of 4, everyone busy saying goodbye to each other to take care of their own lives. It's just that, no matter how hateful that family is, I want her to be able to say a proper goodbye. Ryumja said in a serious tone, because I couldn't do that. The goddess looked at her sorrowfully. Ryumja, are you crying? Do you need me to comfort you? Sitting in the carriage, she raised her hand to rub her eyes, surely wiping away tears as she remembered her family. But no, I don't need it. The sound of the carriage continued, clop, clop, arriving at Vishen Palace. She lifted a wooden crate down with a haggard face. So tired. She thought that for the past few days, she had been treated like a noble, and now going back to work was killing her. I thought the genre had become romance. So why has it gone back to being a life tragedy? She imagined the moment she and Isabella were playing around trying on dresses. You should wear this today. Ho ho, I don't like it. Back to the present. She had to carry 2 wooden crates bigger than her, causing her to stoop and tremble. Since you're strong, carry this one too. The crates were placed on the grass. She lay stretched out on them and yawned, extremely tired. Oh my, exercising so early in the morning is making me so sleepy. I need to rest a bit before moving on. The scene changes and she arrives at a garden full of blooming red roses. Ryumja sat on a long bench, relaxing. She thought, time really flies. After carrying those huge crates, her strength was also gradually depleted. Her eyes grew heavy, blinking as she prepared to fall asleep. But how am I supposed to find Diola? It's been a long time since I saw her, and she hasn't come to the stables either. A figure approached. The girl reached her hand towards Ryumja's face, who was sleeping and snoring on the bench. Ryumja was gradually startled awake by the action. So cold. The sound of the wind rustled in the space. The girl said, because you were sleeping in such a secluded place, I was afraid you had fainted. The face gradually became clear. It was the girl she had been trying every way to meet. Diola placed her hand on the back of her neck. Are you not feeling well? Rio, no. I was just so tired from work that I fell asleep for a bit. Ryumja replied in a voice, trying to stay natural. Diola looked at her, her gaze gentle, but hiding something indescribable. You've also gone quite far. You even went to Prince Isaac's palace. Seeing Diola after a long time, it seemed she felt tired of life. In the palace, although she was not officially engaged to Prince Isaac because she was the prince's guest, she continued to stay here. Although she was nominally there to support the emperor because she was not officially appointed, everyone secretly ignored Diola. Diola was not royalty, but had to endure it alone in this place. I wonder how tired she must have been. Ryumja asked, how is your life in the palace, my lady? Diola immediately wondered, why are you suddenly asking me about that? She turned to look at Ryumja with her large, emerald green eyes, because I can see the weariness written all over your face. What do you think about returning to your hometown and resting for a while? Because this palace is someone else's home. Diola was silent for a moment. Diola smiled. That's right, isn't it? Since I'm not royalty, this is indeed someone else's home. Ryumja immediately asked her, don't you want to go back home, my lady? I don't know either. Diola replied, her voice like the wind sweeping across a cold, desolate field. That place now, it seems there's no longer a place for me. Ryumja said, even so, that is still your family. My lady, by the time you feel regret, it will be too late. She still smiled. Oh my, you say it as if you've regretted something before. Ryumja stammered. No, what I mean is, who knows if the people in your family are waiting for Lady Diola? Diola placed her hand on her cheek and said gently, Rio, not all parents love their children. Loving them equally is even harder. I thought everything was mine, but in reality, I have nothing at all. If a younger brother is born, I will have to foolishly cling to a position that will be taken away. That's why I will make the emperor of this empire mine. After saying that, she stood up. Ryumja tried to avoid the topic. I don't know why you're telling me these things, my lady. Diola said, it's all the same. I mean, we are all sitting in someone else's house with the same feeling. Rio, I've told you my secret, so you have to tell me yours to be fair, don't you? You have a secret too. You said you lost your memory, so why are you bringing up your hometown? You advised me with eyes that longed for your family, and you're disguised as a boy, working in His Highness Kai's palace. If you have a secret, shouldn't you be more vicious? Ryumja was rooted to the spot, aghast. Is she possessed? Or is someone else wearing Diola's mask? She's clearly not the character who would show her worries and let others see her in a state of defeat. Lady Diola continued, although I don't know who sent you here, I know that the person you and I intend to make emperor are 2 completely different people. Did you send someone to assassinate my family? Ryumja jumped up and said loudly, what? That's not it. Is His Highness Kai trying to kill my family? Did he go there to give a warning? Diola's words continued to startle Ryumja. She immediately refuted. That's not it. Kai is not the kind of person who would do such things. I was just worried for you, Mai. Lady, hearing that, she smirked. Her left hand placed firmly on Ryumja's shoulder. You're the problem now. Rio, it's very peaceful now. Nothing is happening, but your friendliness, saying you're worried about me, will eventually put you in danger. You have to be careful with your every action when you're in someone else's house, right? Her hand clenched into a fist. Then what about your feelings, my lady, for pointing out every single one of my problems? I know you're a good person. Diola's smile gradually faded. You only met me for the first time a few months ago. What do you know about me? Ryumja replied. I have seen the future. I've also changed it a little, although nothing is certain. Diola frowned and said, You expect me to believe those baseless words? What is this secret you speak of? You can see the future? How much do you look down on me? Ryumja didn't want to let her go. She tried to grab Diola's elbow. No, that's not it, my lady. The sky had darkened outside the window, and in the silent space, his warm voice rang out, comforting her. Why are you crying like this? You're making me sad. Now I can't hear your voice, and I can't come to find you. Ryumja was wiping her nose with a handkerchief until it was all red. Seeing that she had calmed down, he asked gently, May I ask why you were crying? After a while, she replied sadly, I gave up everything in a place I can't return to and came here. Now I can't go back there either. Although I know I can't go back, there are days like this. Suddenly I feel sad and miss them. The happy memories she had with her family, her mother's nagging voice waking her up every morning. Wake up, Kim Ryumja. The call to her father as she rushed to get ready for work. Dad, wait for me to go with you. And his happy smile when he saw her being scolded by her mother. Really, this girl? Haha. The moonlight shone on the two of them, making the scene even more desolate. Her voice still held many regrets. Even if I regret it, nothing will change, but she was startled by a large hand placed on her shoulder. He gently pulled her into his arms, his eyes full of love, and said, Am I not enough? Is it not enough that I'm by your side like this? I will be by your side like this. Just as you said you would be by my side, I will do the same for you. Is that not okay? In her heart, she was screaming endlessly. Okay, of course it's okay. Your Highness, it's more than okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. I love my hubby Kai so much. His eyes became full of affection. Don't go, and don't regret being by my side. I can't let you go now, so don't regret it. After hearing those sweet words, she thought to herself, This is so heartwarming. I was right to decide to die. She silently scolded herself. Why was I crying just now? At this moment, outside, a shooting star flashed and shot across the dark sky. Time passed. A week later, at the dining area, a crowd gathered in front of her. They eagerly asked, Hey Joe, what did you end up saying to Rick? The crowd grew larger and larger. Joe was bewildered at this moment. Yes, they began to voice their questions. Rick and Miss Teely. Lately, the atmosphere between them has been. I thought Rick was destined to be a bachelor for life. They saw Rick saying sweet words to Mrs. Teely. You are even more beautiful than a flower, Miss Teely. She laughed happily in response. Oh my, Rick, the two of them look very affectionate with each other. While chewing on her bread, she thought irritably, why do these people always choose lunchtime to come and stir up trouble? They were excited to know the full story. What kind of medicine did you give Rick? Tell us too. She showed her annoyance and refused them. Ah, everyone, go somewhere else. Can't you see I'm eating? They continued to plead with her. Don't be so stingy. She angrily shouted, Ah, seriously, as if you guys would give me money for it. After that sentence, they immediately replied, Here, I'll give you 10 Terran. The sound of coins being placed on the table clinked. Immediately, her attitude changed 180 degrees as she said seriously, In love, the heart and sincerity are the most important things. Starting with which gentleman first, I will take personal questions, and the time for each person is about under 20 minutes. You are not allowed to ask conservative questions. She felt happy and full of life. The resentment from her past life quickly disappeared. After all, this place is my second life, and the people around who saw the scene also laughed ha 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 nonstop. Of course, I feel regret and longing, but I can't just hold on to those things and live. On Isaac's side, at this moment, he was standing with her when a servant ran in to report, Prince Isaac, there is news from the Anvinis Count's family. The maid handed him a piece of paper. He took it and began to read. As if reading something, he turned back in alarm and called out, Diola. She had regained her confidence. If I have decided to live like this, then I have no other choice but to survive because every moment is my choice. The image of Isaac and Diola appeared on a phone, and he could be seen anxiously saying, Your mother. Over here, Joe was happily tossing a coin and said, Oh, my income seems pretty good. Even if I get kicked out of the stables, there's no way I'll starve to death. Suddenly she saw something. There's someone waiting for her at her workplace. She exclaimed in surprise, Lady Diola. She seemed to sense Joe as well and turned back with a sharp, cold gaze towards Joe. She slowly walked towards her. she suddenly said in a clear voice. I don't regret it, because enduring here is the best thing I could do. She seriously replied to Diola, yes, I know. Seeing her strange and sudden attitude, she seemed to have realized the reason. It seemed she has heard the news of her mother's death. Already, she asked softly, was there another way? Joe also sympathized with her, but the situation made it so she couldn't do anything. Even though I feel sorry for her, I can't just casually comfort or hold her hand. Joe maintained her calm demeanor and respectfully answered Diola, no, you did your best. If someone is in danger, they should write a letter, your father is too cruel. Because Diola will win in Diola's way, Diola left and just said, all right. Suddenly Joe turned back and said a word of warning, my lady, when you return, please find a coachman yourself. She was curious and turned back to ask her, why? Joe was suddenly a loss for an answer and just stammered, well, the thing is, from what I've seen, the coachmen here are too lazy, haha. Diola was puzzled by Joe's enthusiasm. If you are one of His Highness Kai's people, then why are you helping me? You don't get any benefit from it. Joe scratched her head, her eyes avoiding hers, and said flustered, it's just, sometimes it's good to have friends. Diola's eyes showed a bit of surprise when she heard her reason. She bowed her head and said in a small voice, all right, thank you. Joe began to think endlessly about that lady. Although Diola's weak smile seen from behind seemed dangerous, she still returned with her head held high, as always. At this moment, the voice of the goddess echoed in her ear again. Just because one person like you sets foot in this world doesn't mean that everything will change. My dear girl, she turned back to question the goddess. Don't say things that discourage me like that. Didn't I change Kai last time? Goddess, when people pray or when they hope for happiness, don't they often say let it be as the goddess wills? You know that, right? The goddess calmly replied, I know. She said, is it true that all of this is according to your will, everyone's future in life as well? Joe clenched her fists and asked seriously, what I want to ask is my choice. Was everything already predetermined by the goddess? The goddess smiled faintly and said gently, for the most part, I know everything in advance, and people usually cannot escape from it. Even if something has already happened, it has already happened. Just like how even if Diola listens to you and changes the coachman, she will still be ambushed by the people Priscilla sent to attack her carriage. Joe was horrified by the information. What did you say? No way. Then what is Diola supposed to do? She'll be in danger. And then the goddess gave her another shocking piece of news. Even so, just like the future you already know, that child will survive and return. Because the coachman was changed, she will be rescued faster, but she will not escape the framework. She immediately asked back with a disbelieving face, you mean no matter how much I jump around, I'm still neatly in the palm of the goddess's hand? The goddess said softly, little one, don't listen to too much negativity. This world has its own balance and order, even if you're a variable in this world. The world cannot be changed by just one variable like that, because there is also a margin of error here. According to the goddess, a week later, Diola returned. Isaac's worried voice shouted her name, Diola. She looked at him with tired eyes and said, Your Highness Isaac. He quickly ran to Diola's bedside. He didn't let her finish her sentence before lunging forward to hug her tightly. He was so happy that tears streamed down his face nonstop. Thank goodness, truly thank goodness. He said joyfully, thank you for coming back alive. But her eyes remained cold and indifferent. Only then did she comfort him. Please calm down. Your Highness, I was simply grazed on the arm. That's all. She continued and called one of her servants in. Moreover, Separin, please bring it in. He was puzzled when he saw the small sword nestled in the box. She then slowly explained. This is the short sword that the assailant who attacked me dropped. If you look closely, you can see a pattern on it, right? She revealed the truth she had investigated. It was made by the Biolois family. That made him fearfully think of someone. He then said angrily, Consort Priscilla, finally. He angrily clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She gently advised him, Your Highness, there's nothing we can do right now. But he seemed to have lost his composure. Diola, you almost died, and you intend to just let go like this? She calmly said to him, So what do you intend to do? Are you going to take this dagger and say this is clear evidence and demand an interrogation? Will that person agree then? Is it only the emperor who cannot lose the name? Belois? The Privy Council is a given, and among the aristocracy, there isn't a single house that the Belois house hasn't touched. So the situation now is very dangerous, as we could become enemies. He still hadn't given up on avenging her, but we have Oban, and Khaled has also returned. But she still disagreed. Those two alone are not enough. That's still not enough. We can't even fill half of the council. She continued in a somber tone, because she knew that Consort Priscilla left this behind. This is clearly a warning to stop playing tricks and step aside. He sadly and disappointedly took the blame, telling her, "I'm sorry I don't have power, Diola." She didn't think so, and gently comforted him. "Perhaps you've forgotten, but the one who brought your highness back to the royal palace was me. So you don't need to apologize to me." Her eyes gazed into the distance, full of calculation, her voice cold. "Just watch the good show. I will make them regret it to their deaths, because this time they couldn't kill me." Seeing Diola appear without a single scar, she said in astonishment, "You don't have a scar?" She said indifferently, "What is it? I thought you already knew." She replied innocently, "I didn't send a spirit to follow you, lady, so of course I don't know how badly you were injured." She laughed softly and said to her, "You said you could see the future, so how could you not know this? Thanks to you changing the coachman, I was only injured this much." She still said, nonchalantly, if it was just the coachman, it probably wouldn't have been stopped. Hearing her, Diola just smiled gently, her eyes filled with amusement. She said to her sincerely, "Actually, I quite like you, do." She scratched her head shyly. She said naively, "That's lucky that you like me." She also asked back, puzzled, "How is that lucky?" She innocently said what she thought, "Because besides people who hate me, I haven't seen anyone who likes me." She dropped her serious, thoughtful expression and immediately burst out laughing. The smile still lingered on her beautiful face. "Actually, I suspected you. Until now, I still haven't found any nonsense about you being able to see the future." She thought about the time she followed her arrangement, but couldn't help but be on guard in the room. "I calculated all the scenarios when changing the coachman. I wondered if this was a trap you set. And how did you know from the beginning that my mother would pass away? When I faced the robber, I thought I had been tricked by you. But after changing the coachman, as you said, that person saved my life, so I changed my mind." She recalled, to the other's speechless astonishment. She gently touched her beautiful blonde hair. She smiled slightly, a little pleased, and said, "I'm still very confused. I don't know what to do with you anymore." She also didn't know what to say and just stammered. She remembered the story she had read before on her phone, and the person standing before her was Diola Anvinis, the female lead in the novel Kingmaker. There are also two other characters. The main character of this novel is Isaac, and the character I love is the side character Kai. But the one she admired the most was the beautiful girl Diola, but to me, she was the real main character and the one I admired. She thought for a moment, then said with determination, I just want to get closer to you, lady. That's all." She said with some suspicion that. She asked again, confused, "Do you mean you will definitely become my person?" She immediately waved her hands and said, "No, that's not it. That's not what I mean." She said innocently and promised her, "I can't betray His Highness Kai, but I will do my best to help you, so that you don't have to be discouraged living off someone else's house." She walked towards her step by step. To her surprise, Diola was in front of her. She said softly, "Du, there is no way for everyone to win together." She gently touched Du's face. She replied, confused, yes. She suddenly hugged Du tightly. She said in surprise, stammering, "Lady." She said a little sadly, "I'm sorry, we can't be friends with each other." The sky was now past midnight. The crescent moon had risen high, shining brightly. Now in front of her were 2 bowls of hot soup. A voice called her Du, but she didn't stir. That person called her again. "Are you listening to me?" Only then did she startle. She asked blankly, "I'm sorry, what were you saying?" The maid sitting opposite her said irritably, honestly. The two of them started talking about what they had just heard, telling her, "I heard Prince Isaac is planning to hold his birthday party at Bodiam Hall." She asked, confused, wing adium. Still not getting it. She asked again, "BR what?" They began to explain more clearly to her. Bodiam Hall. It's a place with a very large dome that is opened when the emperor ascends the throne or to welcome the empress. Then they turned to ask her, "Du, you know what a dome is, right?" She also answered enthusiastically, "Of course I know. I've been to the Ozam corner." Her answer made both of them wonder. The two continued to discuss Prince Isaac, and the emperor intends to hand over the tax treaty to Prince Isaac. So that's why those two have been seen together a lot lately. The two of them continued to whisper, "If things go on like this, won't a black-eyed emperor be born?" Their words made her realize something. Only then did she silently recall what Diola had told her. It turns out Diola can handle things well on her own without my worrying. Everyone at the dining table was constantly talking about Isaac, that prince with black hair. His Highness Isaac, truly worthy of being the main character. Hearing the constant chatter around her, she understood. Around the living quarters, people only talked about Isaac. She thought again of the one she loved. The problem lies with Kai. The main character's triumphant advance also means the side character will step back one by one to yield the spotlight to him. Regarding his recent actions, Kai seemed to have been constantly meeting with distant relatives and the Privy Council under the pretext of spiritual connection or managing something. She was silently angry and annoyed for him. Even though he has made such an effort, people only talk about Isaac. The world is truly too unfair. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone approaching her from behind. Then that person slapped her on the shoulder and said, "Oh, who is this? Isn't it Du?" That guy acted friendly, asking all sorts of questions. "Have you broken off with Rick lately? Why are you walking alone?" She looked at him threateningly. "Why are you being so nosy again? Do you want soup thrown in your face again?" The guy immediately replied, remembering the scene of getting a whole bowl of soup to the face. That was ages ago, wasn't it? This guy, he's the one from chapter 48. He ignored her uninterested expression. He said with a cheerful laugh, "Since we're already talking, let's have a drink and make up. Later this evening, we're having a get-together. I'll make a special exception for you to join." She refused immediately without a second thought. "Get lost. I'm busy." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed off. The guy just shouted from behind, Hey, wait." After a while of pleading and persuading, "I'll tell you something you'll like." She also agreed. "If this is one of your dirty tricks, you'll have me to answer to." He said seriously, "I know, this is really a story that only a few people know." But then he looked around as if wary of something. He lowered his voice to tell her a shocking secret about Heron. People say there's a possibility that Prince Heron is not His Majesty's biological son. After hearing the news, she opened her eyes wide in astonishment. What? After hearing that shocking news, she just said calmly, "Although this is big news, but do you know that when you tell that to me, a stable guard, that you know it's not big news anymore?" The guy immediately replied to her, "Well, that's true." So Queen Eiley sees her son not being appointed as the crown prince and still sits quietly? Although she was originally someone who sat quietly in her position without saying anything. She turned angrily to warn him, "Lorenzo, don't go around talking about this anymore. If anything happens, you'll be beheaded. For real." He answered calmly, "It's because it's you that I'm telling. I'm not some loose-lipped gossip, don't you worry." Because of his words, she suddenly thought, why didn't I think of that? The reason why the queen's illegitimate son, Prince Heron, has yet to become the crown prince. I thought the emperor didn't kill them because he was afraid Eiley's maternal relatives would become more powerful. But it's also very possible that Heron is not the emperor's biological son. Thinking back, not only within the royal family, but also among the commoners, there appeared many enemies. Does Diola know this truth? Is that why she told Isaac about the emperor's smallest habits beforehand, so they could have the same favorite foods or allergies? The emperor has lived apart from him for a decade, but if Isaac is his biological son and looks exactly like him, of course the emperor will start to pay attention. If so, then Kai's end is also approaching. From Kai's standpoint, Isaac is nothing but an obstacle, like a comet. Although he appeared late, he has received all the attention and will surely get the princely title. So it's natural to feel worried. Now, it's only a matter of time before Kai volunteers to join the war at the request for support from the Duchy of Lentimus. He can't participate in that battle. He will lose his arm and his soldiers will lose everything. Even Benji will die there. She sat under a canopy of trees, the bright moonlight shining down on her. She closed the book in her hands, snapped, then pondered deeply for a long time. Her heart ached thinking about his predetermined fate in the story. She began to call for help. Author, goddess, Samshin Halmoni, come out please. At that moment, the goddess appeared and said, Zyamja, I have to be here sometimes and not at other times, right? She crossed her arms and questioned the goddess. Don't say such mysterious things anymore. And isn't the plot of the story developing too quickly now? It seems like the war is about to happen. She objected. It's still a long way off. Still not reassured, she asked again, really? The goddess replied firmly, that's right, there are probably about 2 months left. She exclaimed in alarm, 2 months from now? In just that many days, this beautiful face has to go to the battlefield? Unbelievable. The goddess started counting on her fingers and then said, in about 2 more months, the war will break out. About 15 days after that, there will be a request for support sent to Binyeong. She still calmly told her it will take about another 15 days for Kai to prepare so. In total, it's about 3 months. But she was already starting to feel scared. She shouted, "Time is too short. What is my Kai doing right now?" After a question, the goddess immediately used magic to find Kai, and then she said, Kai is on his way to the Belwa's ducal mansion. He is in a large mansion and talking to the people there. Lady Flavin is also here, so they're probably formally greeting each other. She wondered about the name the goddess mentioned, Flavin. Is she Isabella's mother? She immediately answered her, that's right. And what they're discussing is the marriage alliance that has not yet taken place between the two families. It seems they're talking about something that couldn't be carried out before. If he marries Isabella, the daughter of a neutral faction's Flavin, it would be a good thing for Kai. But what to do? The goddess's vague words made her panic. Why, what's wrong? She saw an expression on Kai's face that she had never seen before. Kai's face looks very troubled. That child has never shown that expression as a duke. How tired must he be? She angrily raised her hand and shouted, Ack, that can't be right. How can you be so sure it's because he's tired? She said loudly toward the goddess, it could also be that he's thinking of me and feeling guilty, because he and I are making great progress right now. The goddess remained indifferent to her anger. The goddess slowly approached her. Her voice changed, her face becoming sinister. Kai is not that kind of person. She flinched at this sudden change. She answered, somewhat worried, yes. The goddess began to reveal his true personality and his predetermined fate. You say you will change Kai, but he is not a child who would delay the grand cause just because he is swayed by his emotions. Because Kai lives only to be able to sit on the imperial throne. She was worried by the goddess's words. The goddess's words were like a spell. No, like a curse. No matter how hard one tries to break free from it and run away, one cannot escape. Those shackles. Kai is a prince. Many things affect him, and the influencing party is Belwas. I can't just tell him to give up the efforts he has made his whole life to live happily with me. The sparkling starry sky was very romantic. Only now did she get to meet Kai. She asked him worriedly, Kai, are you just getting back now? He said, a little tired. I just got back. Although it's a bit late, I haven't been able to see you for a while. Seeing his somewhat unwell complexion, she joked while showing concern. Oh my, so you came here to see me? But I don't know if it's because you're tired, but your complexion looks a bit bad. He startled, scratching his head shyly and said, does my face look that bad? She gently lifted his face with her hand, thinking of her proposal scene with him. Since you can't become emperor anyway, let's walk on a flower path together. If I propose like that, would Kai really give up everything and run away with me? She said with a slightly sad voice. For the past few weeks, you've been going out to work and just burying your head in your studies in the palace. You can rest a little. But she also knew he was not one to give up easily. No, that's not possible. Kai is not the type to give up his assigned work or the responsibilities he bears. He took her hand affectionately, his face a little sad, and said, I can't do that. Lately, it's even more so. Everyone is moving forward, but I'm the only one standing still. And her method was just that. It couldn't change much. Because the person I'm trying to change is Kai, not the people around him. So what must be done for Kai to live? He shyly avoided her gaze and said, does my complexion look that bad? He even rubbed his face while she was surprised by his question. Yes. He found a reason to reassure her. It's probably because it's dark. I was also in the carriage for a long time, and I haven't had a proper dinner yet. She got angry and asked again when she heard he hadn't eaten. Oh, you haven't eaten? He was surprised by her overreaction. Her attitude now was the indignation of a Korean. She worriedly said loudly to him, that's why your face is so gaunt. Come here, let me see. Who dares to treat such a handsome person so carelessly? I'm someone who considers looking at your face more important than my salary, she said while caressing and kneading his face. He asked blankly, am I handsome? She suddenly shouted, while caressing his face, of course you're handsome. Why are you suddenly so shy? He blushed furiously at her compliment. You said earlier that my complexion looked bad, so I thought you would be disappointed in me. His shy eyes didn't dare to look straight ahead. Her mouth watered seeing the handsome face shining before her. She thought to herself, what am I going to do with this charm? He began to confide in her about his day. Today I went to the Belwa's ducal mansion and met Marquis Flavin. She casually replied and asked back, oh, is that so? It surely wasn't a coincidence. She talked about Lady Isabella and subtly mentioned marriage, right? He was a little surprised by her words. How did you know that? She just put her hands behind her head and replied calmly, if you're going to pretend, you have to do it properly. Is there anyone in the royal palace who isn't that perceptive? He looked at her a little sadly, his eyes gazing into the distance. She tried to remain calm and said, "It seems Consort Priscilla has also become close with Lady Flavin recently." She spoke for a moment, then stopped. Moreover, her sudden hesitation made him ask, "Moreover?" She then said seriously, "Belwaz needs Flavin." He gave a bitter smile and said, "You say the exact same things as my mother." She continued indifferently, "That's an undeniable truth, because politics is no different from a land-grabbing game. Who can get more powerful families in the Privy Council on their side? Something like that." He crossed his arms and seriously agreed. "That's right, it is like a land-grabbing game." He suddenly said, "And I'm like the horse in that game." That sentence caught her attention. She immediately moved close to him and whispered. She started saying improper things. "I'm really good at taking care of horses. Do you want to go there for a bit? I'll help you warm up the blankets right away." He immediately blushed and shouted at her, "How can you be so shameless?" She went back down and shouted back, "You looked so down, so I was just joking with you." He sulked and wanted to leave. "I'm leaving." The sleeping horses also thought helplessly, "Just let us sleep. Do they think they're the only ones who use this stable?" She immediately pulled his hand back and asked, "Where are you going? To my room?" He was beet red and flatly refused. "No, I'm going back to my room. Don't you dare follow me." She stood with her hands on her hips, watching him run off in a huff. Honestly, changing the subject too. She pondered his refusal. Could it be that he left because it didn't warm the blankets for him? Suddenly, the goddess's voice sounded from behind. How could that be the reason? Rimja? She jumped, startled because the goddess had appeared behind her at some point. "Huh, you scared me. Please respect my privacy." The goddess said, looking hurt, "But I have no one to talk to but you." She turned her face away irritably and said, "Even if you speak so pitifully, it won't have any effect. A moment ago you told me to give up on Kai." The goddess asked cheerfully, "Ho ho, are you still mad at me?" The goddess showed her amusement and said with satisfaction, "Even if I say that, Rimja still won't listen. I really like you so much. I wonder who created you to be able to create a child like this?" She turned to look at her and answered confidently, "It was Mr. Kim Byung-ho and Lee Yong-suk." She even gave a thumbs up to show how great her parents were. The goddess said calmly, "That's not what I meant." She seriously asked the goddess, "Goddess, if you like me that much, then please help me with this. In the future, I'll help you always be happy and never feel bored." The goddess didn't agree right away, but asked her back, "What do you expect from me? This little girl?" She immediately made her request. "Please tell me in detail about the battle that Kai will participate in. It's not detailed in the book." The goddess's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden question. The goddess flew down lower, asking puzzledly, "The battlefield?" Rimja put her hands on her hips and replied, "Kai wants to become the emperor. So the one who is about to become the empress, must help him." She puffed out her chest and said confidently, "How can this Kim Rimja sit still?" Hearing that, the goddess put her hand on her chin and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Of course I can't do things that break the balance." Rimja immediately replied, "I already know everything, and I am an existence that breaks the law of balance. I am the trace of an attack on the balance." The goddess replied, "That's why." Rimja replied blankly, "Yes." The goddess smiled gently and said, "That's why it's even more impossible. Your existence alone has already changed the balance. So how can a goddess with a voice like me follow your lead, right? You promised not to interfere with the story's worldview, and now you're telling me to tell you the future. That's just too unreasonable." Rimja also felt that made sense and was momentarily speechless. Then she said, "Goddess, wouldn't it be nice if human life were as simple as a horse's? Life now is not clear at all, and sometimes unreasonable things happen." The goddess replied, "If you were to go to the battlefield to fight, I'm sure your mouth wouldn't." "Stop talking." Waiting only for that, she immediately said seriously, "So, are you okay with me, your favorite person, going to the battlefield and dying there?" The goddess placed a hand on her chest and said gently, "I would probably feel heartbroken, and you would also feel heartbroken just as I feel heartbroken about everything that happens." Ryum, yasait. "Oh, so for now, you'll just watch. That's what you mean, right?" The goddess gave a wry smile. "Because I am the guardian of balance, so I cannot do foolish things. So you plan to watch all this interesting stuff and then not help me, right?" Rimja turned her face away, looking sulky. "You just plan to take the best bites and then leave, right?" The goddess called out helplessly, "Little one." Rimja immediately ran off, saying loudly, "Don't call me little one anymore. My only mother is Lee Iang-suk." Then she went into the house and slammed the door. The goddess, "Called, are you mad at me? But I have my own position too." Rimja shouted again, "Iagel TV. The goddess's face immediately went blank, thinking, is that kid going through puberty? Age on TV, I don't even know what that is. As for Rimja, as soon as she entered the house, she kicked off her shoes, silently fuming. What's the big deal about telling me a little about that war? That's my livelihood. The goddess is too rigid. Just then, the goddess appeared again and whispered in her ear, little one, this isn't something that will end just because you help, especially when it comes to wars. Rimja angrily covered her ears, shouting, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything at all. The goddess continued, if you save one person's life, you don't know what the consequences will be later. Let's just say the armies of Lentimus and Kai won and return alive. Then what about the soldiers of Rotina? Is it okay if the people there die? Hearing that, Rimja immediately shot up, shouting, why do I need to know that? The Rotina side started this invasion, so why should I worry about them? Then she scoffed, compared to my loved ones and acquaintances dying in droves, is it of course better for strangers to die? Then she turned away. Human life is of course precious, but I just need the people around me to live happily. The goddess replied, even if you become a nameless side character, you wouldn't care? A side character like that wants to save Kai? Then she leaned in close to her and asked, are you confident that you won't regret the words you just said? Rimja immediately pushed the goddess away with force, shouting again, I don't know anymore. I'm really not going to answer now, so don't talk to me anymore. Rimja lay face down on the mattress, thinking, what's wrong with killing all of Rotina's army? What is it that I need to know? I'm not such a humanitarian that I have to feel sad about the death of someone in a foreign country. I don't know. In the few days I struggled with the goddess, Isaac went to the Hukumin territory alone. Although they have now lost some of their power, Hukumin is still a family with a certain position in the Privy Council. Because Hukumin could not meet the quantity of fruit needed for the tax increase due to a prolonged drought, 6 months ago, they filed for bankruptcy and closed all gates leading to the territory. As a result, the merchant guilds that source goods from Hukumin were all turned into frozen shops. So they reported this inconvenience to the imperial nation. Finally, to find out about Hukumin's situation, the emperor sent Isaac there. As soon as he arrived, Isaac was faced with a strange scene. It was the sight of the people of Hukumin living a more stable life than he had thought. He had thought that being isolated for half a year would mean half the population would starve to death or die from disease. But the people here looked nothing like that. Their country looked incredibly developed. Everyone was smiling happily, and a citizen who saw him immediately asked, "You're not from around here, are you?" Then they pulled him into a tavern and began to tell him. The Marquis now is the younger brother of the previous Marquis. During the previous Marquis's rule, due to a drought, he was unable to pay taxes on time. So the emperor killed all of the previous Marquis's sons. Isaac asked again in astonishment, "The emperor killed all of his sons?" The man replied, "Yes." At that time, the Marquis explained to the emperor the situation of being unable to pay taxes, so he asked him to let it go. But the emperor said not to use that as an excuse to evade his duty and killed the sons. Instead of the Marquis, Isaac looked sad, bowed his head and said, "I knew nothing about that." The man continued, half a year after that happened, the Marquis died and his younger brother was his successor. The current Marquis spoke at length about the situation at that time and decided that it would be better to declare bankruptcy and close all the gates. That man was none other than the Marquis of Hukumin, the younger brother of the previous Marquis. Isaac now went to see him, and as soon as he saw him, he bowed his head and said in a sincere voice, "I apologize." The man asked in surprise, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Isaac replied, "Please forgive me for not seeing the root of Hukumin's problem and only trying to uncover the truth of the bankruptcy. From what I have learned, the bankruptcy is real, and in that situation, it is very difficult to adjust future tax levels. But we cannot feed the settlers with only the food in the warehouse, because the warehouse and the emperor's patience will soon run out." He who lifted his teacup took a sip, then grimaced and said, "If you only came here to say those words, then you should get up and leave, Your Highness, because my body is not feeling well." But Isaac replied with a sentence that startled the Marquis. "If you want that terrible illness of yours to get better soon, you must investigate the land again." He asked blankly, "Yes, sir." Isaac also picked up his teacup and replied, "You must re-examine the state of the land that changes according to the climate. It would be better if you change the agriculture or tax goods to suit the condition of the land. And don't throw away fruits that are not good or not sweet anymore." In his mind, Diola's reminder appeared. "Listen carefully, Isaac." She adjusted his clothes while saying, because I am injured, I cannot go there with you. So you have to do this negotiation alone. When you sit in front of the other person, sit up straight as if you were skewered from head to bottom and then pulled up. Marquis Hugh then turned his head away, thought for a moment, and said, I have also thought about investigating the land, but I cannot investigate it again without permission from the royal palace. Isaac put down his teacup and replied, Isn't that why I came here? Isaac did exactly as Diola had told him. The royals do not peek at the other person, so you should look straight ahead and listen to what they say. He spoke seriously to the Marquis. Look at me, my lord Marquis. Do I have red hair or red eyes? My half-brothers are in the cold ground, just like your nephews. I will definitely save Hukuman. You must trust me. After the land investigation, Isaac signed a new agreement with Hukuman, and just like that, Hukuman sided with Isaac. The two immediately began to cooperate. The emperor appreciated Isaac's contribution and decided to organize his birthday celebration in a grand manner. At the same time, in the royal palace, Ryumja was standing with her arms crossed, thinking to herself, I knew it too. Even though I'm a child so obsessed with Kai that I've watched the scene of his appearance more than 100 times, I still reviewed the whole thing 4 to 5 more times. Well, let's just think that Isaac alone negotiated with Hukuman very well. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared, resting on her head. It turned out to be Isaac. He patted her head, smiled, and said, It's only been a short while since we last met, but you've become more manly. Hearing that, Ryumja immediately pursed her lips, feeling extremely annoyed inside. But even so, I still feel annoyed. Ryumja's 2453rd cell sat solemnly and began to open a press conference. She said, Everyone, Isaac has signed an agreement with Hukuman. Only Kai is sitting on pins and needles. The other cells also took turns speaking. Kai also worked hard to interact closely with everyone. Is our Kai out of luck? Why isn't anything getting resolved at all? Hey, the Bellois family isn't a bad family either. The presiding cell immediately replied, That's right, there are also many close families on Kai's side. Even if Benji has a bad relationship with his family, Duke Fisher is on the side of Bellois. At the same time, using chalk to write the following words on the board, friendly forces on Kai's side. Duke Fisher, the Benji house. Only Count Dayton and Marquis Tekker. A cell acting smart, pushed up its glasses slightly and grimaced, saying, No matter how you think about it, there's no reason for failure. Why do we keep falling behind Isaac, who has no standing on the outside at all? Another cell jumped up, raised its hand to speak. Me, it seems I know. All of this is thanks to Diola, who turned Isaac into a smart genius, and then trained him in swordsmanship and magic to prepare to turn him from a prince into a king. Ryumja snorted, telling herself, as expected, Lady Diola is not someone who is satisfied with being the head of a family. It would be great if the emperor understood her heart. But then she pointed towards the door, shouting, Drag that crazy cell out immediately. 2 other cells immediately complied. The cell shouted, Wait, what cell here doesn't like beautiful people? Another cell raised its hand, saying, How about we just run away with Kai in the middle of the night? Now that we know how we feel about each other, it's better to just run away to a deserted island like in those morning dramas you often see. Her imagination showed Empress Priscilla throwing tea in her face, saying, You must break up with my son. Then it showed a tender moment between her and Kai, the cells chiming in, Your Highness only needs me. Then we will live a simple life at home, having a son and a daughter. Oh, that's great. That's great. But one cell looks sad. But if we do that, will Kai really be happy? He's a person who has lived his whole life to become emperor. The smart cell pushed up its glasses again, saying with a grave expression, If so, let's think about it this way. I happen to find someone who is my type on social media, but that person dreams of becoming an idol. This person has lived only by striving day and night with the dream of becoming an idol. The other cells immediately gasped in amazement. Wow. But one day, that person's account suddenly disappeared without a word. On the phone displayed the cold words, Account does not exist. Please try searching for another name. This startled the cells. The other cell continued after looking into it. It turned out that after being stuck in the basement of the entertainment company, that person couldn't debut and had to take the level 9 civil service exam at the age of 29. Imagine going to the ward office to get a new ID card and meeting that person there. Kai has now become Consultant Kim Kai, and this is a seriously specific example. The cells who heard this immediately fell into chaos, screaming loudly, Ah, what a waste, ah. But very quickly, they began to encourage each other. Everyone, pull yourselves together. We will make Kai debut as the most prominent prince. That's right, because that is a face that the world needs to know. They put their heads together, shouting loudly, let's go, let's go, let's go, we can do it. Kim Ji-unja, we have a mission to let the whole world know that face. Let's go. Just then, Isaac approached, asking curiously, what are you thinking about so hard that you're ignoring the person standing in front of you? Ji-unja froze, then shouted, ah, you scared me. The Kai-obsessed cells also crawled back into their shelters, saying, we're diving out. Isaac stood up straight, asking Ji-unja, you're not working and just standing here, spacing out? Have you fed the horses yet? Ji-unja crossed her arms, stood up straight, and asked back, are you my boss? Why are you nagging like this? She waved her hand, saying, you don't need to worry because I'm busy enough in this lowly stable. What brings you to me, your highness, the great Lord Isaac, who has become so cool after returning from Hukuman? Isaac frowned slightly, but still smiled and said, that sarcastic tone of yours is really annoying. What's with the great lord stuff? Ji-unja then turned away, saying, if you have nothing to say, I'll go feed the little ones. Please excuse me. Isaac said again, I brought wine. Just hearing that, Ji-unja immediately spun around, placed one hand on his shoulder, pointed a finger inside the house, and said, brother, let's go inside first. The two of them talked while drinking wine. Isaac spoke first. Good wine like this can't be given for free. You said, brother, thank you so much. Let's see if you're going to give it. Just give it. So selfish. Isaac laughed. Come on. I prefer it when you speak informally with me anyway, because it's just the two of us now. So you say, brother, thank you so much. I love you. Let's see. Ji-unja glared at him. Oh my, showing off over just one bottle of wine. I know, brother, thank you. Isaac poured the wine, asking Joe, who is the person you like most in this world? She answered without thinking, Kai. Ah, no, I asked the wrong question. Among your brothers, who do you like the most? But Ji-unja was still firm. Among my brothers? Then it's Kai. So, among the people with black hair, who treats you the best? Lee Eong-suk. Isaac asked, confused, who is that? She replied, my mother. Isaac got annoyed. He grabbed her face tightly, growling, can you please answer correctly just once before I take the wine back? She struggled to reply, I know, it means I know. Isaac asked again, among the black-haired princes, who treats you the best? She immediately replied, Isaac. Who brought you wine to drink? Isaac. The two of them spoke, clinking their glasses happily. While drinking, Ji-unja thought, but I feel so conflicted. If I'm on Kai's side, I should immediately stay away from Isaac, but I've become too close to him. This brother's a bit strange, but we get along so well. Ah, just now in my heart, I also called him brother. This is a big deal. As she thought, she shook her head vigorously. If this keeps up, we'll probably end up using the bathroom together in the future. At that moment, Isaac started asking her, should I confess to Diola on my birthday this time? I might succeed. Suddenly, from behind, someone was reaching out a hand towards her. It turned out to be the goddess. She began to whisper in her ear that Prince Isaac will faint after drinking poison wine that someone gave him at his birthday party. Hearing that, Ji-unja's face immediately turned deathly pale with fear. Isaac immediately noticed. He asked worriedly, why did your face suddenly turn so pale? You're breaking out in a cold sweat. Are you okay? Looking at the person sitting in front of her, Ji-unja silently wondered, what is this nonsense again? She replied unnaturally, ah, I probably have indigestion. Behind her, the goddess was still whispering in her ear, I'm telling the truth. Isaac is in danger. Will you help him? I will tell you which glass of wine it is, and when he will drink it. The only one who can stop this is you. I will help you with the rest, because Isaac is the main character. Ji-unja came to her senses. Main character. No matter what, the main character is the one who survives and leads the story to a happy ending. So what about Kai? The reason the goddess didn't tell me the details of the battle wasn't because she was afraid of upsetting the balance. Was it really because Kai is just a supporting character that she did that? Seeing Ji-unja's body start to tremble uncontrollably, Isaac froze for a moment before calling out worriedly, Joe, this time your face is too red. Should I call the royal physician for you? In fact, Ji-unja was angry, so angry that her face turned red. She thought to herself, you're a truly heartless goddess. The goddess replied, I know why you feel sad, but Joe, in this world, there are things that must happen in a balanced way. She answered Isaac, what does a stable keeper need a royal physician for? I'm fine. I just suddenly remembered something that made me feel annoyed. Isaac asked in surprise, you have things like that too? The two of them started to get each other drunk again. Hey, wine is a drink made for times like this. Drink up, drink up. Okay, you drink too. Drink up. The goddess said again, Joe, aren't you worried? There's only 1 week left now. Let me tell you in more detail. Ji-unja pretended not to hear, continuing to talk to Isaac. Next time when you fight with spirit, don't exploit your opponent's weakness in such a despicable way. That's not something a person in a high position would do. Seeing her ignore her, the goddess lamented, "Oh my, Junja." The two clinked glasses again. Isaac asked, "Why are you suddenly saying such things?" She replied, "That's just how it is. Cheers." Cheers. Then she raised her glass and chugged it down. The goddess still tried to call her. "Hello, Joe, daughter of Mrs. Lee Yong-suk. My reader, little one." Jiunja thought to herself, the goddess's voice? I'm not listening. I can't hear anything at all. It's not my business anyway. And the main character won't die, because he's the goddess's precious son. She let out a refreshing sigh. Ah, it's been a while since I drank, so the wine tastes bitter. Life is much sweeter. Isaac heard that and laughed. You talk like an old man. Late into the night, the two were still slurring their words. Jiunja asked sadly, "Is only the main character precious in this world? Can we go back? You can't do such biased things anymore in the future. Even God in heaven loves everyone. So why is it only like that for that person? Why is it like that? All of us? Aren't we all the main characters of our own lives? What movie has the main character die early?" Isaac, who was also completely drunk by now, also shouted in agreement. Where did that come from? Junja called out again, "Brother, the wine is gone. Go to the convenience store and buy more. For cans for 10,000 won, you know?" Isaac asked blankly, "What did you say?" Suddenly the goddess realized something, her face showing clear worry. She called out urgently, "Jiunja, Kai is coming here. Wake up quickly. You can't let Kai see you in this state, Jiunja." But Jiunja was already snoring loudly. She called out helplessly, "Jiunja, Joe just fell fast asleep." And at that moment, the footsteps were extremely close. Soon it was the next morning. She groggily opened her eyes, hiccuped Doug. Jiunja sat up, rubbing her head and muttering to herself, "Oh my, after getting drunk, Mom. Can I have some water, please?" "Ah, that's right, my mom isn't here. I've lived here for a year now, and still." But when she looked around, she suddenly froze. Is that so? Jiunja was dazed, utterly confused because she was sitting in a jail cell. The spacious room with a high ceiling, exquisite decoration, large windows with long black curtains created a royal feel. Isaac lay on the bed with white sheets. His left hand covered his eyes from the bright morning light, his eyes half open. His other hand hugged the pillow under his head, his clothes disheveled. He sat up, looking around in shock, hugging the pillow tightly. What is this? Where am I? The creak of a door opening caught his attention. You're awake, Your Highness Isaac? He looked blankly and asked the person who had just entered. You are? The uncle with the bristly beard bowed respectfully to him. I am Pao, who serves as Highness Kai. So this is Brother Kai's palace? He looked around frantically, completely not understanding why he was here. This is strange. I was clearly in the stables just now. Kai's butler continued for him. That's right. Yesterday, His Highness Kai carried you here from the stables. He was imagining last night. At that time, Kai was wearing a brown suit, standing in front of the stable door, pushing it open gently. The creak echoed through the quiet space. On the table was a bottle of wine. Thinking about that, he shivered with worry and pressed Pao. Brother Kai? He nodded silently. Rewind to before that. The butler ran frantically, shouting, Your Highness. Kai was carrying Isaac on his shoulder. The butler continued, You said you were going for a walk, so why did you bring Prince Isaac back? Kai's face was dark with anger. I couldn't possibly carry that drunk horse back here. Perhaps thanks to the effect of the alcohol, the drunkenness made him sleep soundly on his shoulder without knowing where he was being carried. He tried to help Kai. Hey, I'll help him in. The more he was mentioned, the more his body sagged. Drool dripped down, soaking a patch on Kai's clothes. He was angry and at the same time answered the butler fine. The butler's two hands supported Isaac. He was like an outcast, not properly escorted but tossed to one side. He shoved Isaac over to him, then continued to point forward with his index finger, but his body was burning with anger. Let him rest in the palace's guest room, and Gur, when he wakes up, tell him to come to my room. Yes. Pao took Isaac, completely terrified by his command. Thinking about it, he described that moment. He had a very scary expression. I'll leave the more detailed description to the readers. Imagination. Isaac's face was now purple, drained of all blood. His whole body felt cold as he hugged the pillow he had been sleeping with. Thinking about it made his skin crawl. The butler continued. That's what he said. Kai's bright, radiant face smiled to welcome the new day. He was wearing a Norwegian blue suit, sitting on an exquisitely carved chair. Come in. Isaac, did you sleep well? Smiling. On the round table, 2 cups of tea, 2 chairs, 2 people sitting. One side was bright, smiling like a flower. The other didn't dare to look directly at the person opposite him, cowering, his body trembling. Isaac spoke up to apologize. Brother, I troubled you a lot last night. Kai, sitting opposite him, asked a second question. Do you remember what happened? Isaac lifted his teacup to calm himself and answer the question that I only remember the part where Joe invited me to drink wine. On the table, Junja was lying face down. On the floor was Isaac hugging a wine bottle like his favorite pillow, 2 wine bottles lying scattered nearby. The messy scene from last night replayed in his mind. Kai continued, what about the fact that you lost your dignity as a royal and slept in the middle of the stables? Isaac reacted to those words, causing the teacup in his hand to splash, his face resolute in repentance. I'm sorry. To try to defend himself, Isaac kept rambling. I won't make the excuse that I haven't adapted to the palace yet. It's just that I saw Joe and was reminded of my younger sibling back home, so. Rambling. Kai's eyes showed he was still maintaining his smile, because we were quite close to each other. But hearing that, his smile gradually faded, like 2 pythons baring their fangs, ready to fight. He asked again, emphasizing to confirm if this was really the case. Close? As he spoke, his anger flared up. Isaac thought to himself, he has a very scary expression. As he thought, he couldn't stop his body from trembling, causing the teacup in his hand to keep splashing, making clinking sounds. I'll leave the more detailed description to the reader's imagination. Isaac's body had been trembling continuously from the beginning. He turned his face away, not daring to look directly at Kai. I'm so sorry for the past while. Joe, I'm sorry for not believing you when you said you were cooperating with Brother Kai. Opposite him, Kai made sounds like a beast that could fly over and bite him in half. Gore, he thought silently, but his face was covered in sweat, showing the mental pressure from the other side. I'm sorry for teasing you that you were lying about being good at dating. I didn't say anything about boys dating each other, so please save me. Joe, as he thought, he remembered Diola. If I told Diola that I spent the whole night drinking with someone, she would probably hate it. Even so, he probably won't kill me, right? The handsome face with emerald green eyes glanced over. Don't you dare imagine such things. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening. Kai looked towards the source of the sound. The person outside continued, Your Highness Kai. Only then did Isaac dare to look at him. Butler Pao entered, bowed as a servant, and reported, I have searched the stables as you commanded. He continued, according to what the Empress said, it went to the bathroom and has mild dehydration symptoms. It seems that last night Joe did not take proper care of it, so I don't know how he will be punished. He suddenly thought of the scene of 1 adult and 2 children criticizing and crying. I told you to manage the children properly. Brother, no. He broke out in a sweat, his face shocked. What? Memories of his family from his youth surfaced. Kai, sitting on the chair, continued, No, I didn't mean to say go look at the stables. Suddenly, Isaac stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Brother. He seriously took full responsibility. I will take responsibility for the negligence in managing the stables. Please punish me. Those words made Kai, who was sitting on the chair, startle and open his eyes wide. He raised his finger to stroke his chin lightly, as if he was calculating something in his mind. Interesting. You say you will take responsibility? Butler Pao waved his hands innocently. Whoa, but there's no case where the servant makes a mistake, but the one who takes responsibility is the prince, right? Shaking his head, Kai was silent. He continued, Of course Joe is a child who loves everyone and is honest, but when he makes a mistake, he must be punished properly. His Highness Kai's meaning is the same, right? He looked at Pao silently with a speechless expression. Pao, why did you suddenly step up like that? Scene change. The candles were lit brightly, hanging in a circle. Below was a stone floor. Jiunja gripped the iron bars of the prison with a dissatisfied expression. I didn't expect this, so you all locked me in prison for that? Benji stood outside the iron door. He was wearing a suit to show his professionalism. He answered her, yes, for the crime of blasphemy against the royal family and negligence at work. Inside, she shouted angrily, blasphemy against the royal family. When did I ever blaspheme against the royal family? I have given so much love and affection. For Kai, Benji reminded her, helping her recall the previous night. You let a royal sleep on the ground. In Isaac's hand, he was hugging a wine bottle, sleeping and drooling. On top of that, in the morning, 2 horses had diarrhea. If a horse could speak human language, the first thing it would say is my stomach hurts. He asked her back, if the horse that the royal family raises is in a bad condition, who will be responsible? At this point, she completely understood but seemed a little embarrassed. She replied, the servant is responsible. She continued to argue with him, but sometimes both humans and horses can get diarrhea. Although I was wrong to let a royal lie on the ground, but just for that you lock me in prison? Benji informed her, this morning His Highness Isaac said it was all his fault, so he would take the punishment for you. Who deserves to be punished? She replied with a calm face, oh, that brother Kai has a lot of chivalry. Huh? Benji recounted the whole incident that happened in the morning. But the problem is that he said those words in front of Pao, so you couldn't avoid the punishment because a royal can't be punished. On one side was the stern prince begging to accept the blame. It's me. On the other side was Kai frowning at his words, trying to force out a confession. Ji-Yunja shouted, oh, why is he so tactless? Doesn't he know how to read the situation? Saying that, he turned to leave, pointing at her, as if reminding and ordering at the same time. Anyway, everyone is busy preparing for Prince Isaac's birthday party now, so you just stay quietly in this place for the next week. I'm begging you. Inside the iron door imprisoning her youth, Ryumja with a dissatisfied face watched his back as he left. When Benji left, she flopped down and sighed with a grumpy face, thinking to herself, I don't know what kind of fantasy romance this is that likes to put the female lead in prison so much. But if it's after another week, then Isaac will... The image of the wine glass reflected Isaac lying collapsed on the floor, covered in strawberry syrup. She lay on her side, picking her ear and telling herself, I don't know, the main character will probably figure out how to survive on his own. No, the voice suddenly came out with extreme volume. The figure of the goddess flashed and gradually appeared. The sudden appearance made her eardrums feel like they were about to burst. Ryumja shouted, hey, if you suddenly shout like that, what am I supposed to do? The goddess tried to get her to save the situation. Ryumja, it can't go on like this. I will help you get out of this dungeon. Ryumja lay stretched out on the ground, scratching her thigh with one hand, her face indifferent to the upcoming event. She replied, helping Isaac has nothing to do with me. I just want to protect my prince. Scratch. The goddess floated in the air, looking at her. The goddess replied, right now, Kai is also... was already happy. Hearing this, Ryumja flinched. Compared to the initial story, she was so angry that she changed her posture, sitting up to confront the goddess. Just because he was happy, it's okay for him to die? What you're saying makes no sense at all. The goddess hugged herself, her tone a little sad. Little one, it's not because of Kai that I didn't tell you what the future holds. If the future changes, I can't guarantee your life either. Ryumja froze, her face in disbelief as she looked at her. Yes, she asked, what do you mean by that? The goddess flew in front of her and pointed at Ryumja's chest. As I've said before, you are a product of an imbalance, and you will be the one to change the future. You're talking to Yisak and confessing to Kai didn't have a major impact on the storyline, so it was fine, but war is a different matter. If you change the war, then according to that inertia, the reactions will surely turn back on you. The goddess's face wrinkled, emphasizing that those actions, those events, would be impossible to foresee or to ensure that everything would progress as one wishes. The moment it is judged that it would be better for you to disappear from this world, the goddess continued, all the coincidences around you will kill you. An expression of extreme worry. The corners of her mouth stiffened as she imagined the scene of one day meeting the Grim Reaper. I'm going to die. Me? The goddess continued, because without you, everything would return to its rightful place. The deeper you go into the heart of this story, the closer you will pull your destiny to death. Why? Because if you live, you will obstruct the story. The goddess pressed lightly on her chest, as if pointing out that she was the cause of everything. Ryumja gently rubbed her chest, sitting on the cold ground. She replied to the goddess, meaning that if I keep getting involved in this, my chances of dying will increase. The goddess replied, that's right. She began to connect the dots. Now I know the reason Kai started to not hear my voice. I saved Theo through telepathy, and I saved Kai from the assassin, so I can't bend the rules anymore. A clanging sound like a warning bell. She thought further, if I think about it like that, everything fits. Fate had already warned me before that I have to live obediently now. The goddess tried to persuade her, don't go against fate, just live as a supporting character. That's the way you can survive. Ryumja interrupted. Fate. That name, Fate, is so arrogant. Her face carried a sharp, somewhat mysterious, and slightly frightening look. Ryumja sat on the steps of the prison, surrounded by cold walls, her hands clasped as if to reassure herself. Opposite her, the goddess floated in the air. The goddess said, I told you I was afraid you would be in danger. Why don't you understand my heart? She replied, no, I understand. After all, the main character will live because he is the main character, and when the time comes, the supporting character will die. That's what you mean, isn't it? Her smile was nonchalant, her hands unconsciously clasped, fingers tightening nodding slightly. If that's the case, then a supporting character like me shouldn't help Yisak even more. He's the main character, so he'll surely figure out how to survive on his own. How can a supporting character interfere? Her voice sounded gentle, but within it was an imperceptible bitterness. The goddess continued speaking to Rim-Ja. As you know, according to the original, nothing was supposed to happen to Yisak on his birthday. When the flow was changed, he had to drink that poison. The goddess showed clear worry, staring at the person in front of her. That was also something I couldn't have predicted. In contrast, she remained calm, but with a hard-to-read, thoughtful expression. That's right, in the novel, nothing major happened on Yisak's birthday. To what extent did Sir Leon Oban, the eldest son of Count Oban, show interest in D.A. Loa and become Yisak's rival? But what does it matter now? I'm just a supporting character. Thump! She put her hand to her head, her face feigning heartbreak with an expressive, open mouth. My heart hurts too. What should I do about Yisak now? Rim-Ja lay stretched out on the stone floor, picking her nose with one hand, her expression completely contradicting her words, as if mocking the goddess. Drinking poison like that must be very painful. You have to survive. Then she pointed at the goddess, who was looking at her with a pensive expression, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. The goddess just needs to step in and help directly. He's the main character you cherish, isn't he? The goddess looked at her and replied, only you can hear my voice. Although I am the creator of this world, I am just an observer, so I cannot interfere directly with this world. Rim-Ja, like a Hollywood actor, put on a terrified expression, her other hand covering her face as if heartbroken by the situation. Wow, how could a lowly supporting character like me dare to save the main character? I heard I'll die if I touch fate at all. Rim-Ja is scared to death. The goddess stood stiffly behind her, radiating waves of heat as if ready to roast everything with the fire of her anger. She shouted with a very annoyed face, if Yisak disappears, the balance of this world will be completely messed up, to a degree that can't even be compared to the war. That child is that important. As if she had achieved her goal, Rim-Ja lay on her side, her eyes glancing towards the goddess. Then you have to tell me how to save Kai. You said Yisak is more important than the war. At this moment, Rim-Ja sat up. Just tell me get to the time when the war happens. If you do that, I will save Yisak. The goddess relaxed, her hands dropping. Rim-Ja continued, you just need to think of it as us helping each other once. The goddess replied with a puzzled look, I've warned you so much, but you're still not afraid of death? I can't guarantee how long Kai will live after surviving the war, or if he will be happy. Her face was now completely cold, her eyes resolute as she spoke. No matter who it is, no one can guarantee what the future will be like. We'll just worry about it when the time comes. That's all. Rim-Ja continued. That's why I said I'll do it. Are you going to tell me or not? At this, the goddess raised her hand to her lips as if holding back her words. Rim-Ja put both hands behind her head, her face bored. She seemed to have switched to a state of not caring about life. The goddess opposite observed and listened to her words. If you don't answer immediately, I'll stay in here until I die. My hair is already silver anyway, so until I can't even go to the bathroom anymore. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, cutting off their conversation. Both fell silent. Kai, in a dark purple suit, ran over, his face dotted with sweat. It seemed he had tried to run as fast as he could, his panting echoing throughout the prison. He shouted, you crazy girl, what on earth happened? Inside, Rim-Ja clung to the sturdy iron bars of the prison. Yes, well, it's just that, but when did you get here? He ran to the outside of the door, the two face to face, but he seemed angry. I just arrived. She thought to herself, that was close. He didn't hear my conversation with Samson. As soon as they met, he placed his hand on his forehead to wipe away the sweat. Seriously, can you even imagine what kind of situation I was in last night? She pouted her cute, cheesy lips towards him. Her voice sounded like she was sulking. Of course, I wouldn't dare to imagine the mood of someone who locked his lover in prison. He angrily gripped the iron bars with both hands. Can you even imagine what kind of situation I was in last night? The brother you know is Yisak? It's Prince Yisak. Every time he sees me, he's reminded of his younger brother. So he asked me to be his little brother. In his fit of anger, he continued to lovingly scold her. You should have refused. What are you doing like this? It was lucky that I discovered it yesterday. Just imagine if it was someone else. He imagined in that room, Yisak and her hugging on the wide bed, but a drunk Yisak was leaning his head on Rim-Ja's shoulder. Even for just one day, I want to be the bed in your room. Oh me baby. Thinking of that, his eloquence erupted. At that point, both you and Yisak would have been done for. She also replied with a somewhat annoyed expression. I clearly told that guy to go home after he finished drinking all the alcohol. Yisak was sleeping while hugging the wine bottle, even drooling. He was the one who got drunk on his own and slept on the floor. So why are you scolding me? Kai shouted in her face, stop calling him that guy. She was not one to back down either. Well, I can't exactly call him my dear brother. The argument between the two grew more intense. Hey, what? Ryumja's voice softened from before. Explain to me, isn't it basically because the horses had diarrhea that I got locked in prison? Of course, I would leave my lover to do those things. But who in this world locks their lover in prison? He cut her off, putting the diarrhea aside. That horse was a gift my mother bought for me. An image of a young Kai with his black horse, standing before his mother. His eyes showed gratitude for the gift his mother had given him. Unable to hide the happiness, a smile bloomed on his lips. That was the same black horse that reared up in a panic in front of Ryumja. He continued, I couldn't turn a blind eye to the lack of management, and I couldn't fire you either, so I decided to lock you up here to end the matter. Hearing his words, her expression changed slightly. She pouted. I pointed at her, so please just stay put for a week. Hearing the order, she could only hug the prison bars and sigh. I understand. He continued, meals will be brought at every mealtime, and I've also told the guards to only watch the entrance to avoid disturbing you, so just stay here quietly. Ryumja replied, I know. He took a few steps, but turned back, uneasy, to remind her, don't say things like until I can't go to the bathroom anymore like you did earlier, okay? Got it? I know. Reaching the door, just a few centimeters from leaving the prison, he still couldn't feel at ease. Oh, and no digging your way out. I said I know. I'll be good and stay here and not do anything. A short time passed. The blazing torch crackled, its light reflecting on the stone floor. Suddenly, click, the door opened, the echoing sound of the heavy iron door waking her up. She sat up abruptly, asking the newcomers, what is it? Is it mealtime already? But they were just focused on their work, cleaning the stone walls, one sweeping the floor. She was puzzled by their strange actions. Sweep. Two other servants carried in a round wooden table together. She pointed and asked, what is this? Benji replied. His Highness said it was a good opportunity since the prison needed repairs. She was stunned and continued. Who said that? His Highness Kai. Suddenly, from a cold, simple prison, it became a luxuriously designed place with a classic aristocratic style. She sat hunched in a chair. Beside her was a servant. When you're done eating, don't clear it, just leave it there. I'll clear it when I bring the next course. The two seemed awkward with each other, so it was quite difficult to act. Yo! A piercing scream called her name. The boy ran over with a tearful face. I told you to drink in moderation. What are we going to do if you drink so much you end up in prison? He stood in front of her, wiping his tears. I knew you were a hero, but I never expected you to be locked up in prison. Boo-hoo. She tried to comfort the boy. Your Highness, please calm down. I only need to stay here for a week, and then I'll be released. At the same time, she thought to herself, it's a good thing he doesn't know this is the second time. People continued to carry things into her prison cell, but this time it was a long, jade-green sofa carried by two men in suits. She asked, what are those things in the back? The chair sparkled with shimmering lights. One of the two men replied. His Highness Theo said he was afraid you would be uncomfortable in prison, so he told us to bring it in. The next day, Isaac appeared, calling out, Yo! Standing in front of her cell, he wiped his tears, sobbed, I'm sorry. Because of me, you're locked up in such a shabby and old prison like this. She thought to herself, shabby? Where? He continued, because this is the basement, you must be very cold, right? These are slippers and a robe I received when I was in Oban. Also, I brought fruits and snacks. Behind him were two servants carrying two baskets of food. Because you have to be warm, here's a new blanket too. I noticed it smells in here, so I brought some fragrance. You must be bored, right? I brought books too. A few days later, the walls were covered with the heads of animals like deer and bears. On the table was a glass of red wine, with a plate of fruit ready for nibbling. Ryumja sat on the chair, enjoying life to the fullest. As she sipped her wine, she thought, I want to cause trouble one more time and get a life sentence. Out of nowhere, the goddess flew up behind her, startling her. The goddess shouted, you can't. You scared me. The goddess continued, Ryumja, you have to get out now. She pushed her glasses up on her head to see the goddess better, her legs still crossed. Why should I? I'm eating and sleeping very comfortably. There's no reason for me to go out. The goddess reminded her. Tomorrow is Isaac's birthday party. Ryumja, now feigning insanity, spoke while picking her nose. Pick, so what? Ooh, this booger is huge. The goddess cried out, pleading earnestly, Rimja, my little one, my only reader. She held up her hand, rejecting all the goddess's words. No, sorry, but I'm a non-believer. Besides, there's something called inertia in this world, right? So it'll probably work out somehow. The goddess's face completely changed, her eyes fierce as she stared at her, eyebrows furrowed. Crackle. She emitted a murderous aura, letting out a growl. Gur 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 gur. Rimja crossed her arms with a calm, confident expression as if nothing had happened, but in reality, fear had risen within her. I'm actually really scared. Neither of them said anything. The goddess moved closer to her face, the murderous aura getting closer and closer, making her unable to stop her body from starting to tremble, tremble, tremble. Because I'm so scared that all my internal organs are trembling, I can't leave this place. She thought to herself, if you're that angry and still leave me alone, it means you have no other plan besides me. The goddess let out a long breath, as if to regain her composure. She thought further, I, Kim Rimja, am not some great person to just back out of here. The goddess continued, I've lost. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before her. From within the light, a faint piece of paper emerged. She took the paper. Although the paper was slightly old, the words were still clear. Contract. You, the creator of this world, hereinafter referred to as Party A, and you, hereinafter referred to as T, have decided to sign a contract to change the fate of a character. Rimja held the paper in her hand, staring at it. This is Hangul. Beside her, the goddess struck a professional pose like a merchant, pointed, and replied, I wrote it in your language, so read it carefully and then sign it. The contract clearly stated, you, the creator of this world, hereinafter referred to as Party A, and Kim Rimja, an uninvited guest of this world, hereinafter referred to as Party B, sign a contract regarding the change of a character's fate as follows. Article 1, Clause 1, Party B can only directly change the fate of two characters, Isaac and Kai. At this point, she had placed the two characters on a scale as if the benefits for both sides had become equal. Rimja angrily pointed at the contract and shouted, wait a minute, why is Isaac listed before Kai? Whether by age or by the order of the empresses, it shouldn't be like this. I know, I'll write Kai's name first. The paper flashed with the two words Kai, Isaac. Article 1, Clause 1, Party B can only directly change the fate of two characters, Kai and Isaac. Rimja, holding the paper, looked at the goddess and continued, if it's just those two, does that mean I absolutely cannot change anyone else? If the fate of Kai, who has command authority in the war, is changed, then the fate of the Binyang army will also change, right? Her question surprised the goddess, who burst out laughing. Ho ho ho, Rimja is smarter than she looks, isn't she? That's a good point. The goddess explained, the only things that can be changed are the subject and the direct hands you use to change their fate. The rest that follows is a residual phenomenon, so you don't need to pay attention to it. She raised her hand to her face, looking intently at the contract, thinking as she spoke, so that's why the word directly is in there. The contract included the following clauses. Article 1, Clause 2. In the event that something happens contrary to the predetermined fate and endangers Isaac's life, Party A may request Party B's assistance. Mission, save Isaac. Article 1, Clause 3. Party B must judge whether Isaac's life is in danger and must do their utmost to save Isaac's life. Rimja continued, but what if I can't save him? When Rimja said this, it seemed the situation was completely outside the goddess's calculations. She asked in surprise, what? Rimja replied, well, there's always a what if. Under the candlelight of the prison, the two continued to negotiate the contract to ensure mutual benefits. That's why I wrote in Clause 2 that if Isaac's life is in danger, I will tell you. If you know the future in advance, how could things possibly go off track? Are you saying that right now, you, the goddess, the creator of this world, also can't see what the future holds, which is why you're arguing with me over a contract like this? Did you foresee this scene in the future? As she spoke, she picked her nose. The words she had just uttered were like daggers hitting the goddess's sore spot, causing her to freeze on the spot. Stab, stab. The goddess clenched her hands into fists, angry. I don't know why a child like you ended up in my world. Rimja raised her hands helplessly with a smug look and said, Kai says that often too. He says he doesn't know why he likes someone like me. The goddess continued, her hand on her chin as if pondering something. Even if you make an effort, something unfortunate could still happen to Isaac, because we can't possibly avoid all misfortune. She replied, "That's not my fault, so you should be lenient." The goddess continued, "In that case, I'll have to inject some misfortune into Kai's future." Riam-Ja was startled at the mention of hardship being poured onto the one she loves. She yelled, "You're so selfish. If not, I'll give you a love rival." She thought of Isabella, with her elegant, noble, and sensual dark purple hair. Right now, the only person who could be considered a rival to me is Lady Isabella. Both their families are eager for them to marry. The goddess continued, "That child isn't very interested in marriage, so let's skip that. Then what about the Fisher family?" Thinking of this, she imagined Benji holding Kai's wrist, both their faces blushing, one shy, one intense. Riam-Ja shouted again, "Yes, Benji likes Kai. Moreover, is a male-male relationship acceptable in this country?" Henry, when everyone heard me say I liked Kai, they were all very open-minded. The goddess floated in midair, trying to explain their feelings. "No, what I mean is that there's also a young lady in the Fisher family." Reading the contract regulations further, it was finally added, Article 1, Clause 3, if party B can judge that Isaac's life is in danger, they must do their utmost to save Isaac's life. However, if due to force majeure, the misfortune to Isaac's life cannot be prevented, Party A may obstruct the relationship between Party B and Kai. Her hand clenched the contract, her body trembling and sweating. So selfish. The goddess, as if teasing the audience in front of the screen. Article 1, Clause 4, Party A will inform Party B of the detailed developments of the Lenamos War in which Kai will participate. Reading this far, the goddess snatched the contract from her hand. "I have to fix this." "Why? I like this part a lot." Riam-Ja held on tightly to the contract, the goddess not giving up either, grabbing it with one hand. The goddess replied, "The word detailed sounds too abstract. I can't possibly tell you every single moment of that war." Riam-Ja retorted, "Why not? You can do that. If you do that, it would be great. Fate is like a spinning wheel of thread that has already been planned. We can't change the color or thickness of the thread in the middle. If I tell you in specific detail, then by inertia, you will die early. What if you die in that battle? What about Kai? What will happen to the rest of the war? I have to adjust everything appropriately so that you can withstand the fluctuations that happen to you." Hearing this, Riam-Ja froze, thinking about her words. Those could be things that could happen that are completely impossible to calculate and ensure. With that, the goddess snatched the paper from her hand. "I have to adjust everything appropriately so that you can withstand the fluctuations that happen to you. I will make it so that Kai is not shocked and does not blame himself." Snatch. Riam-Ja said, "I've already died once anyway, but this is Kai's first life." At this moment, her eyes were eager, determined to save the situation, to save the one she loved, unconsciously placing her hand on her chest. "It's not that I don't feel fear of death. It's just that, just as I had the chance to live again, I hope Kai can have a chance like that too." Those were the words from her heart. The goddess was stunned, amazed. The goddess was completely convinced. "Then I will tell you the number of battles and how to win." Riam-Ja sat on the chair, her face stunned, not believing her ears as she asked, "Oh, really? You'll tell me everything?" The goddess raised a finger to her forehead. "Instead, I will only tell you once, just once before you depart." She shouted in surprise, "Yes, what do you mean once? My memory is terrible." The goddess held the paper parallel to her face, her expression serious as she explained, "After the war ends and you return, many things will surely have changed. After that skein of thread is tangled, I can't guarantee the future that follows. You might not be a supporting character anymore. At that point, I really can't know if you will truly become the main character." Riam-Ja thought to herself, after hearing the goddess's words, "I feel that everything depends on the outcome of that war. If he loses the war, he will simply be Prince Kai, a supporting character in Kingmaker. But if he wins and becomes a hero of that war, the story might change. Who knows? He might become the main character." Just thinking about it made her eyes light up, excited and thrilled to know that her treasure had a chance to become someone special in the story and no longer a trivial supporting character with a chance of an early exit. "Fine, let's sign the contract right away. Just a fingerprint is enough, right?" The goddess instructed, "A fingerprint and a signature will do." Riam-Ja held out her hand towards the goddess, a happy smile on her face. "Then please give me the pen quickly. What name do I write when I sign?" "Kim Riam-Ja. Do I sign with my real name?" The goddess looked at her in surprise, tightly gripping Riam-Ja's wrist. How can that be? Not understanding what was happening in front of her, she struggled and shouted, "What's wrong? What's suddenly wrong with you?" The goddess continued, the spinning wheel of your thread has already finished spinning. Now, there is not a single thread left. She pulled her hand back, turning her face away to avoid the goddess's gaze, because Kim Rimja is already dead. Pop, oh my god, seriously. Now, I am Rimja, so do I have to sign with the name Rimja? I can write it in Hangul, right? This contract is written in Hangul anyway. Unconsciously, her body trembled, her face covered in sweat. Tremble. In this situation, the goddess understood the internal struggle she was going through. She comforted her, little one, don't tremble like that. She placed her hand on Rimja's as if to transfer warmth to her. Although I don't know if it will be of any help, the gods will always protect you. When it comes to Kai, you run to him like a headlight in your eyes, so I'm sure you'll do well this time too. Rimja was choked up, unable to contain the emotions in her heart, which pushed their way out, condensing into tears. Her hand gripped the quill pen tightly. Yes, and so, after confirming the final clause, I put the pen to paper. This contract is effective until Kai participates in the Lenamos War. Party A will not convey any information about the future to Party B after the war ends. In Party A must not get involved in any future choices made by Party B. If any matter arises thereafter, Party A and Party B shall not blame each other. As usual, a servant brought her meal. Dinner has arrived. The air was quiet when there was no reply from her. On the bed was a large lump. Is she asleep? Rimja had already used her wall-crawling lizard kung fu technique. Her body radiated a murderous aura. She swooped down and struck his head with her elbow. Whack! A healthy, able-bodied young man staggered from the unexpected blow. Note, absolutely do not imitate this. If you do, you will really go to jail. The goddess broke out in a cold sweat at the horrifying scene. The servant was now unconscious, lying on the floor. Rimja carefully took off his clothes. It's okay, he's not dead yet. The goddess said, my child, forgive me for being selfish in order to maintain this world. Jiumja listened to her as she put on the coat she had just rightfully obtained through an ambush. Tomorrow, Isaac will faint after drinking the glass of grape wine that Yainian gives him at the party. I can't see exactly who it is, so I'm counting on you, my little one. This isn't the last time I have to save Isaac, is it? You won't suddenly show up again in the future, right? The iron gate of the prison was open wide. You're the first person to treat me as if I were an uninvited guest. Usually, everyone bows their head when they see me. Jiumja dashed off, but didn't forget to answer the goddess. I know. Even if you appear in the future, I'll pretend not to know you. All right, thank you. And don't say such deadly words anymore, my precious little one. As she ran, she thought, I don't intend to seek death either. I'm even worried about whether I'll have to run errands for God for the rest of my life or not. If this is the end and we don't see each other again, that would be a relief. The main character? Our Kai can do that. Isaac, I was going to save him anyway. Over the past period, I've grown closer to him, so how could I abandon him when I know he's going to die? She finally reached the palace corridor, but in front of her were guards standing strict watch. She was forced to hide herself in a corner of the wall. There's so many guards because of the party, damn it. A hand reached out and gently touched her shoulder. Boo, hee. Isabella suddenly appeared from behind. She spoke, astonished at Ryumja's appearance. Oh my, I heard that my lovely friend was in prison, so I came looking for you. Are you out here to greet me now? Lady Isabella looked at Ryumja with curious eyes. Her voice was gentle as she asked, this isn't yours, is it? It looks a bit big. Ryumja, flustered, quickly replied, I borrow my master's clothes for a bit. Isabella tilted her head, asking again with a sharp expression, so, is your original master in the place where you were supposed to be? Ryumja paused for a moment, then answered worriedly, feeling guilty. Ugh, she answered Isabella in a worried tone. You catch on quick, don't you? Isabella laughed confidently. Ho, of course. One must be this sharp to aim for the position of the eldest daughter, right? Nearby, a group of guards were chatting with each other, their voices lively. Chatter. Did you see the nobles come down earlier? What's on the menu for lunch today? The noise echoed throughout the corridor. Ryumja turned her head, startled upon seeing the guards. She quickly grabbed Isabella's hand, her voice pleading, My lady, please help me, we're friends. Isabella's hand was suddenly grabbed, her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed. The words echoed in her head, we're friends. Isabella thought to herself, so cute. Then she smiled and replied, just tell me, we're friends. At Isaac's birthday party, Lady Isabella gently waved a maid over and said, Kaladin, get me some water. The maid quickly stepped forward and replied respectfully, Yes, my lady. No one knew that to help Ryumja successfully get inside, she had transformed into Kaladin. That's right, I am Kaladin. Because my yellow hair was too conspicuous, I had dyed it and even put on glasses. Moreover, there really is a maid named Kaladin, so I won't be suspected by anyone. Even so, I was still afraid of being discovered, so I learned about being a maid from Asin. Asin, with a serious expression, instructed Ryumja, "You must focus all your strength in your lower abdomen as if you were exerting force there." Ryumja was balancing a book on her head to practice her balance, carrying a bucket of water in her hand, sweating from the tension of Asin's instructions. Asin frowned and continued, "Noble maids do not breathe so crudely." Ryumja thought to herself in exhaustion, "I'm pointlessly learning to act like a lady." In a hidden corner of the party, Ryumja whispered to Isabella, "Hey, my lady, should we slowly go find Prince Isaac?" The lady gently nodded and whispered back, "Yes." Suddenly, Asin approached and called out, "Kaladin." Ryumja heard and turned her head. Asin gave Ryumja a stern look, her voice firm as she reminded her, "Stand properly. Stand with your back straight, as if a thread connects you from your thigh to your neck. I told you to relax your knees." Ryumja, pale with fear, quickly replied, I know. In her heart, Ryumja felt utterly helpless. No way. Who can fix their posture in just one day? Ryumja, trembling, tried to maintain the proper posture according to Asin's strict teaching, taking stiff steps. She walked while her eyes darted around. She couldn't help but think anxiously. But where did the black-haired guy go? That irresponsible main character who carelessly says, "I'll take responsibility for it." While she was busy searching from a distance, Ryumja heard the voice of a noble girl ring out, "Happy birthday, Prince Isaac. This is the first time I've been to such a cool party." Isaac replied with a radiant smile, "Thank you." Ryumja stood nearby, observing the entire conversation, thinking to herself, "Oh my, since it's his own birthday, he's really dressed up. He looks cute when he's so neat." Suddenly, Kai's voice was heard after firm footsteps. He said, "Happy birthday, Isaac." Then his expression suddenly changed, darkened, and he continued, "I want to talk to you privately for a moment. Is that all right?" Seeing that familiar figure, Ryumja jumped, stepping back in alarm. Whoosh! Her mind was in chaos. Why didn't I think of that? If this is Isaac's birthday party, then of course Kai would be here, wouldn't he? Then she quickly slipped out of the crowd. Tried to avoid Kai's gaze, she thought. Besides, why does he look so tense? He's not someone who can't control his facial expressions. She secretly glanced towards them and saw Kai's face darken as he gripped Isaac's shoulder tightly. Ryumja grew even more worried. Oh no, did he find out I escaped from prison? Kai kept whispering something to Isaac, and Isaac's face grew paler by the moment, his expression completely dazed. Isaac, his face pale, hurriedly explained, I know absolutely nothing about this, brother. I didn't go to Joe's place yesterday either." Ryumja watched from a distance, full of doubt. What's wrong with him? Unless Kai said he was going to kill Isaac, what else could make him have that expression? Just then, a call rang out from the middle of the party hall. "Lady Anvini's, why aren't you wearing the necklace I gave you?" Diola turned back, gently shaking her head in reply. "I'm not Prince Isaac, but simply a lady of a count's family, so I cannot possibly wear an obsidian stone around my neck." He then replied gently, "It was my lack of consideration." Then he continued, his eyes as if probing her, "But how long do you plan to stay at the royal palace?" He, the one who had just been conversing with Lady Diola, was none other than the eldest son of the Oban Count family, Leo Oban. Before Diola could respond, he continued on and on. "You must come visit my domain too, right? Oh, right. Are you really not going to tell me how to get close to Prince Isaac?" Talking about this and that blah blah. His voice rang out, unintentionally reaching the ears of Isaac standing far away. Isaac froze, turning his head to look in that direction. Oh, this part is still the same as in the original work. It's clearly around this time that Isaac will ask Diola to dance. As expected, Isaac called out, "Lady Anvini's." His gaze was gentle, full of sincerity and warmth as he said, "If you're all right with it, could you be my partner for this first dance?" Diola looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Then she smiled faintly. "Of course." Thump! In that moment, the son of Count Oban stood frozen, as if struck in the heart. He clenched his fists, his face darkened, clearly showing his displeasure. The people around whispered amongst themselves. He turned away all the noble ladies and is having the first dance with Lady Anvini's? Is he really thinking about engagement? With a lady from a family in the outskirts. It seems he's been charmed, hasn't he? In the face of the whispers rising from all sides, Isaac took Diola's hand and confidently led her towards the party hall. Ryumja stood to one side, observing and thinking to herself. It seems they couldn't have predicted that Isaac would choose Diola. Although it's not my business, I feel so refreshed that my nostrils are flaring. Hee hee hee. But while she was reveling in the joy gleaned from others' affairs, a shiver ran down her spine. Kai had been standing behind her for who knows how long, his face grim, his eyes looking like they wanted to burn someone as he called her Joe. She jumped in fright and screamed. She thought in a panic. What the hell? I've clearly disguised myself. It's okay. I'm now perfectly disguised as a maid. With so many people watching, Kai wouldn't dare do anything to me. Trying to regain her composure, she took a deep breath, then turned and bowed low, feigning innocence as if she knew nothing. Your Highness, have I committed a capital crime? I was lost in thought. I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, he lightly patted her shoulder. Pat. A light touch, yet heavy as lead. His voice deepened, sounding like a threat. It's nothing, so you don't need to feel tense. Immediately after, he leaned close to her ear, his face dark, his eyes as cold as if he wanted to kill her. Follow me outside right now. Faced with Kai's fiery anger, her heart sank to her stomach. It's all over. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sound of shoes echoed. It was Lady Isabella, approaching with a composed expression. Ryumja screamed internally. What excuse am I supposed to use this time? If I get dragged outside, I won't be able to save Isaac. At that moment, Isabella managed to step between them. Her voice was gentle, yet full of authority. Hello, Your Highness Prince Kai. We met in the Flavan territory just a few days ago, and here we are meeting again today. The people around who heard their conversation let out surprised gasps. Flavan. The chatter grew louder. Flavan has always been neutral, so why have they appeared at a royal palace party like this? Noisy. I heard that Blois and Flavan have a close relationship. So it's true? With all eyes on him, he hesitantly replied, I feel the same way. Isabella glanced quickly at Ryumja, silently winking. Joe, just leave this to me and go quickly. Seizing the opportunity like a flash of light in the dark night, Ryumja nodded gratefully. Thank you so much, Isabella. Then she dashed away from there, seeing Kai's stiff, angry face staring after her. Isabella quickly linked her arm with his, preventing him from giving chase. She then smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened. Oh ho, should we have a dance? Unable to escape the lady's arm, Kai could only stand still, his face dark. He asked Isabella in a serious tone, Is this also your play this time? Isabella tilted her head, feigning innocence. What did I do? Isn't everything I do always like a work of art? At the same time, in the hall, a server was pushing a wine cart in. Ryumja immediately ran to stop him and asked, Hey, is this the wine used to serve the nobles? The server was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Yes, but is something wrong? Ryumja, quick as a flash, snatched the handle of the server's wine cart. Let me do it. Let's switch shifts. The server cried out in shock. In the party hall, a maid gently approached Isaac, bowed respectfully, and said, Prince, you must be tired from standing for so long. Please drink this. Isaac gave a gentle smile, without a hint of suspicion, and took the glass of wine from the maid's hand. I was just feeling thirsty. Thank you. Whoosh! Ryumja rushed over from a distance, cutting in just as Isaac was about to bring the glass to his lips. Wait, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're talking, but it seems there's something on the prince's glass. If you don't mind, I'll switch it for another one for you. Ryumja tried to stay calm, thinking, now I just need to switch this glass naturally, in a respectful way. Isaac was a little surprised, turned to look at her, and frowned slightly. My glass? She nodded in response, yes. Isaac looked suspiciously at the wine glass, trying to see if there was anything unusual. Ryumja stood next to him, watching the scene, secretly fuming that, oh my god, you're about to die, so stop doing such pointless things and just obediently switch to another glass. The prince, after looking for a while, nodded and said, I don't see anything, but if you say so, it must be true. Thank you. With that, he gently placed the wine glass on the cart. Ryumja quickly replied, a slight smile of relief on her face. It is a great honor for me, Your Highness. She bent down to get another glass when a voice said, Wait. That voice, sharp as a knife's edge, belonged to the eldest son of Duke Oban. He stepped closer, his cold eyes glancing at the maid. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I don't see anything in it either, so why must the glass be changed? Not stopping there, Duke Oban's son turned to Isaac, his voice low and steady, but full of insinuation. Your Highness, it's possible this glass contains poison. Ryumja heard this and was astonished. She repeated as if not believing her ears. Pardon me, Immediately, he took the wine glass from her hand decisively, his eyes never leaving her face. He issued a challenging statement. Here, you drink it for me. Ryumja froze, her eyes fixed on the wine glass in his hand, her heart filled with apprehension. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken in an instant. Isaac, noticing the tension, spoke up, breaking the oppressive silence. Lordo, surely this maid wouldn't do such a thing. However, Lordo was not swayed. He maintained his suspicious look, his eyes still locked on Ryumja, his voice rising. This was logical, but not without arrogance. Because with so many people gathered here, who knows if she would try to do such a thing? Then turning to Ryumja, he ordered, still in a gentle but pressuring tone, "It won't do any harm, so please try drinking this." Backed into a corner, she tried to remain calm, but her voice still trembled. I simply wanted the prince's birthday to go well. Mistaking a smudge and speaking carelessly was my fault. I've been wronged. Lordo still wouldn't let go. He held the wine glass out in front of Ryumja. That's why I'm telling you to drink it. Ryumja stared at the wine glass, her hand trembling slightly, her eyes involuntarily darting around. This is bad. People are gradually gathering this way. The crowd, seeing what was happening, came over to watch and chattered noisily. Ryumja thought, it's not good if too much attention is drawn here. Not letting herself be pushed further, she immediately turned around, facing Isaac. May I drink the wine that has been prepared for the guests? But no, before all eyes, Isaac gave a slight nod of agreement. Ryumja bit her lip, took a deep breath. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You jerk. Then she took the wine glass, her hand still trembling slightly. All right. In her heart, she reassured herself. What's this much wine? Am I prime? I chugged a whole barrel. Then she drank it down, gulp, gulp, one glass after another without hesitation. She thought to herself, anyway, there's no poison in this glass, so it's a godsend. Isaac stood beside her, completely surprised. He stared wide-eyed at the maid who was downing glass after glass of wine as if it were plain water. An indescribable feeling suddenly arose in his heart. What is this feeling of déjà vu? Ryumja continued to drink, gulp, gulp, her eyes full of determination. Lordo and the surrounding guests also changed their expressions at Ryumja's decisiveness, surprise clearly visible on every face. The entire room stared wide-eyed at her superhuman tolerance for alcohol and her aura, which was not at all like a maid's. Ryumja downed all the wine on the cart in one go, and with the last glass, she lifted it and then clink, set it down very gently. She stood up straight, her face not red at all, her legs not trembling, her eyes confident. The aura around her seemed to sparkle. Ryumja lightly covered her mouth, flashing a charming smile, and said, "This should be enough to prove my innocence, right?" Lord O stood as if rooted to the spot, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. He stared at her in silence. Even Isaac was no better. He was stunned, his mouth open, and could only stammer out a single word. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then Lorda let out a sigh and slowly replied, I didn't mean for you to drink all that wine. It seems your pride is too high." Hearing this, Isaac laughed awkwardly, waving his hand. Then he said, "Since it was Lord O's fault for suspecting her, you shouldn't talk to her like that." With that, Isaac turned to the maid who was still standing there, his expression still surprised. "You may go now." Ryumja bowed her head slightly and replied yes. Squeak! She gently pushed the wine cart and turned away. On her way out of the party hall, she let out a sigh of relief. That was lucky. He didn't tell me to drink Isaac's poison wine. Great, this way I can save Isaac. Without hesitating for another second, she quickened her pace and then ran from the party, the sound of her hurried footsteps echoing in the royal corridor. I've also dealt with the wine tray. Now it's time to go back to being a man. A servant walking past in the corridor suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked toward the nearby bush in the dense foliage. A wine cart was lying there strangely. He scratched his head and wondered, why is this here? Meanwhile, as Ryumja was hastily leaving the party, running like an arrow, thud, she slammed into someone. Ouch, she cried out. The forceful collision caused her glasses to fall off. The person she bumped into was a guard who saw the glasses fall. He quickly picked them up and handed them to her, asking with a worried voice, "Are you okay? Here are your glasses." Ryumja looked up, a royal guard. She lightly covered her mouth, flashing a charming smile, as if she were an innocent maid who knew nothing. Ho ho, thank you. That smile was like a spring sunbeam shining into the soldier's heart. He froze for a moment, his heart pounding, thump, thump. Then, as if mesmerized, he awkwardly put the glasses back on for her, stammering as he did so, "Should I take you to the break room, cute glasses-wearing maid?" Instantly, Ryumja stiffened, the corner of her mouth twitched, and her eyes flashed with annoyance. She clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in her mind. Listen to the way he talks, yuck. As the soldier leaned in close to help Ryumja with her glasses, he suddenly froze, staring at her hair. "Huh, what's this? It's black water," he asked, puzzled. Ryumja jumped, her eyes frozen. Isabella's words before the disguise flashing in her mind. "I've applied a layer of black watercolor to your hair, so you mustn't sweat because it will easily run." A shiver ran down Ryumja's spine. "This is bad. I must have run too hard," and the color has started to run. The soldier looked at her worriedly, his eyes bewildered. "Surely, it's not. You're not sick, are you?" Ryumja quickly waved her hands, trying to hide her panic. "No, it's because I have a personal matter that I..." But at this point, the sweat on her forehead was flowing non-stop from running too fast. Ryumja was sweating so much that the paint was streaking down her face. Ryumja was utterly flustered, her mind blank, not knowing how to justify it. "I have no other choice. I have to do it my usual way." Without thinking much, she knelt down, her face contorted as if about to cry, her voice trembling. "Sob. There's something with my body, sob. Sir Knight, please, save me." The soldier trembled like a leaf, his voice stammering in fear. "Are you possessed by a ghost?" R.A. just swayed her head, laughing eerily, hee, and then shouted, "A demon!" Whoosh. The guard hastily ran for his life without looking back. R.A. hadn't stopped yet. She continued to bend her body as if boneless, flipping her head upside down towards the ground. Her voice was deep and eerie. "That's right, this girl's body is now mine. I am R.A. It's a ghost." A terrified scream echoed through the corridor as the guard cried out and fled as if chased by a ghost. R.A. smiled triumphantly. Huh. Lucky I watch a lot of horror movies." Suddenly, a gentle light appeared. Swoosh! The goddess appeared before her and said to R.A., "You've worked hard. R.A., I already know who that person is." R.A. turned her neck to look at the goddess, asking in surprise, "That fast? Who is it?" Slap! An image flashed in the goddess's mind. The scene of an angry lady slapping a maidservant across the face. The goddess answered R.A., "It's Sienna." R.A. jumped up, hands on her hips, frowning. Is she afraid no one will recognize her as the villainess from the original story that she's working so hard? The goddess shook her head, warning R.A., "But you should be careful. They made such a fuss because they suspected the wine you brought was the poisoned one. What would have happened if you had drunk the poisoned wine? I really don't know what to do with you." R.A. didn't pay much attention, turned to wave her hand, "But I kept my promise anyway. Now it's your turn to save Kai's life." Just then, the guard from before had called another knight over. The stern knight raised his iron sword high in front of him, shouting loudly, begone, you ghost. The goddess Toga is with us." The guard hid behind him, trembling. Ra's eyes widened as she looked at the knight, stammering Tom. The goddess blushed upon hearing the knight call her name, exclaiming softly, "Oh my, that's my name." The knight named Tom heard this and began to tremble uncontrollably. It's calling my name H. Or does it know my name? Or I didn't think they would be so terrified and thought, wow. The goddess said calmly, "Scare them like you did before and chase them away." R.A. grimaced and asked, "No way, your sister is a god. So why are you telling me, a demon, to do this and that?" The goddess then told her about the knight's background. He has an older sister and 2 younger brothers. Both soldiers were trembling like leaves. The first one was almost in tears while Tom tried to stay calm, muttering, "Teach, there are no such things as ghosts in this world. There aren't." Hearing this, R.A. seized the opportunity, her eyes gleaming, her expression dazed, her face still smudged. She gave a distorted smile and said to Tom, "You have a sister and younger brothers, don't you?" Tom felt a chill run down his spine. The goddess whispered in Ra's ear, "His younger brothers' names are Indo and Layson." R.A. continued to act deeply with a dazed look, her face streaked with running paint. She gave a ghostly smile and continued, "Your brothers' names are Indo and Layson. Hurry and go protect your prince, little knight of the Rose Order." Crack! The imaginary sound of Tom's spine shattering. He turned pale and fled with the guard from before. Just as R.A. was getting into her role, the goddess urged her, You must flee quickly. There are people running this way." Ra's fun was cut short. She stopped and grumbled, "Hey, I was having fun." Over here, the soldier was supporting Tom. The knight who had now fainted from fear, he yelled out, thud. R.A. also started to flee, cursing as she ran, "Oh God, this damn watercolor." Just then, from behind, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm. She spun around, startled. The fairy panicked and screamed loudly. "Ah, you scared me. There's a fainted knight here. Someone please help us." Several soldiers came running, while Asin covered Ra's mouth, hiding in a spot out of sight. As soon as the soldiers left, Asin also let go of her hand, and R.A. immediately asked, "How did you know I was here?" Asin replied, "I saw this place was in chaos, so I figured you must be here. It's amazing you haven't been caught in this state." Then she turned away, saying, "Follow me." R.A. could only laugh awkwardly, scratching her head. In Asin's room, she said to R.A., "I'm only helping you because you're the lady's friend, but I don't understand what you're doing at all." R.A., while carefully adjusting her clothes, turned back to ask Asin, "Me?" She gave a wry smile, thinking that in others' eyes, she was indeed strange. Then she turned back to Asin and said, "I have no ill intentions." She replied, "Your intentions don't matter." She looked at R.A. with cold eyes, exuding an intimidating aura. "But if you harm even a single fingernail of my lady, I will not let you off." R.A. couldn't help but tremble with fear, crying silently to herself. "So scary." She added, "I've said it before, I don't understand why the lady would befriend me and ignore a perfect maid like you, Asin." She replied coldly, "You don't need to flatter me, so just go." R.A. continued, "Although I didn't feel that way at first, now I sincerely like both the lady and you, Asin. I will try my best to absolutely not bother you two." Hearing this, Asin was stunned, feeling a bit surprised. After speaking, R.A. immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Asin. "Then I'll be going. Thank you for your help today." The door was quickly opened, then immediately closed, to the bewilderment of R.A. But then another problem arose. "But where do I go now?" Thinking, R.A. paced back and forth in the corridor. "Should I go back to the prison? If I go back there myself, will they be lenient with me?" But that thought was quickly dismissed. No, he looked seriously angry earlier. I should probably assess the situation before going back. Or should I hide in the horse stable? That's a good idea. Then I'll say Rick told me to go hide. With that thought, she immediately ran off, not knowing that Benji had appeared behind her for some time. He reached out and grabbed Ra's shoulder, making her jump, calling "Do." R.A. was startled and screamed loudly, "Ah, you scared me." Benji said, "I finally found you." Do was surprised. "Oh, what the heck is that, Benji?" Benji frowned. "His Highness has ordered that if you are found, you are to be tied up tightly in your room. Let's go." Du was worried. "Tied up tightly in my room? He's not the type to have that kind of hobby, is he?" Benji flicked her on the head. "What are you thinking?" In just a moment, Du's hands were tied. Benji walked ahead and said, "What on earth are you planning to do, behaving like this? What was your reason for escaping prison and wandering around the palace?" She replied, "I have my own reasons for all of this." "Oh right, how's Kai now?" Benji said, a look I've never seen before. Thinking of Kai's blank expression, Du cheerfully spoke up. "The look of having lost something precious?" Benji said calmly, "The look of a hunter." Du panicked. "What do you mean, a hunter? That's a completely different category. He already confessed that he likes me." Instead of an earnest, dazed, desperate look from losing someone he cherishes, it's a hunter's? "You must have seen it wrong, right?" Benji replied, "No, Du, try to think about it normally. His Highness and you have feelings for each other, right? It's because you clearly have feelings for each other that he can't be at ease. He doesn't know where you go, and you keep causing trouble, making him worry every time. What's more, you flirt with everyone, regardless of whether they're men or women. If you were him, would you feel secure?" Du pouted. "It's not my fault. What can I do if I'm this charming?" Benji said, "Who could put up with you, besides His Highness?" Joe gave a double thumbs up and said, "Of course, I'm his destiny. The red thread of fate that Granny Sam Sin tied for us is made of armor." Just then, a voice rang out. "Granny Sam Sin? Are you involved with that person too?" Seeing Kai arrive, she forced a smile. "You're here? Your Highness." "Ha." Benji also spoke up. "You're a little late, aren't you?" Kai said, "Ha. Thanks to someone, I had to dance with Lady Flavin. My mother will surely be very happy. I have something to talk to Joe about, so you can go ahead." Benji bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Joe immediately grabbed Benji. "What's wrong? If you're going to scold me together with Benji." Benji was like, "What the hell?" Kai was burning with anger. "Benji, I told you to leave." Benji left, leaving behind his last words. "Fight on bravely." With that, Benji also turned and left. After Benji was gone, Kai asked, "Tell me the truth. Are your feelings for me real?" "You said You came to make me happy. You said you would make me happy. Can't you just look at me now? Why do I always have to see you with other people? Last time it was Benji. This time it's Isaac, and even servants and knights whose names I don't know. Even when you're right next to me, poof, you disappear and appear next to someone else. You tried to explain. Kai, they're all just my friends. I really only have you, Kai. He said, then give me some certainty. Don't let me keep doubting your feelings like this. Please, just give me a little bit of certainty. I don't even know if I'm your first. Why were you with Isaac today? Do you have to keep being an errand girl for some god? Or something? You said you would make me happy. Can't you just make me happy alone? Du was too stunned to speak, wondering to herself. Why is he suddenly like this? Is he planning to kill someone, or what? It's a good thing my hands are tied. Kai continued, sometimes I feel like you only like my appearance. Du blurted out guiltily. You scared me. I thought you could read my mind. Kai's heart shattered. So, it was true. Du started sweating. I was so startled I accidentally said what I was thinking. Kai said, my appearance, fine. Du asked, confused. What? Kai took her hand. If that's all it is, I can give you everything. Just tell me what you truly want, and I'll do it all for you. Here, take my appearance. Hearing this, Du was practically petrified. Really? Has this day finally come? Kai, acting incredibly wrong, said, this face is yours from now on, so you have to take responsibility for it. Jeomja immediately nodded her head repeatedly, blushing as she replied. If you disappear, I'll cry. I'll cry my eyes out. If you want to see me cry, I'll cry in front of you. Jeomja laughed like a fool. But it wouldn't be so bad if you cried. After she said that, the two of them immediately fell silent. Then Kai spoke again. If you want to see me cry, I'll cry in front of you. If you're not here, you won't be able to see me cry, right? Jeomja nodded her head repeatedly again. That's right, that's right. Kai, you learn so fast, don't you? Kai was still worried and added, I'll cry and laugh in front of you, so don't be ambiguous with other people anymore. You can even call me Canaria. Jeomja's jaw dropped, unable to believe what she was hearing was real. Jeomja's inner self screamed wildly. He's crazy. He's really crazy. He said I can even call him Canaria. Isn't Kai 100 times better than the romantic novel's main character, Isaac, that the goddess is still looking for? Today is the 130th anniversary of me falling head over heels for Kai. Meanwhile, Kai asked resentfully, why were you standing next to Isaac today? Wasn't there a reason you escaped from prison to attend the party? Becoming brothers with Isaac. Was it because you like Isaac? Jeomja quickly grabbed Kai's hand and said, I swear to the heavens, I'll even bet the goddess of speed that I have no such thoughts about Isaac. Kai reminded her, you shouldn't swear to the goddess of speed so casually, should you? Jeomja replied, it's fine. If I mention the goddess of speed now, and she doesn't answer like this, she's probably gone off drinking. Somewhere. Kai asked again, you talk to the goddess of speed? She immediately replied, I told you before that I'm a god's errand girl. It's something she told me to do, like she's my superior. Hearing that, Kai couldn't help but be startled. Jeomja sighed and continued, what power do I have? If my superior tells me to do something, I have to do it. Besides, I really don't have any feelings for Isaac at all. Kai suddenly grabbed her chin, then gave her a peck on the lips, causing Jeomja to freeze in astonishment. Kai asked again, how long do you have to keep doing this? Can't you just look at me? You were supposed to make me happy, and I've already given you my face. Jeomja was ecstatic to the point of foolishness. She panted, thinking, what's this? Is the progress going to speed up today? Platform, be careful. Something's going to happen today. With that thought, she cupped Kai's face and said, don't you worry, I'll quit the company. As she puckered her lips to kiss him again, she thought, is this face mine? I have to work hard, smile now. Kai pushed Jeomja's head away, saying, then before you quit your job, don't touch me. She asked blankly, yes? No way? The mood was so good. Why are you suddenly? Kai turned away and said, go back to the stables now. Jeomja froze for a moment before shouting, that makes no sense. No way. There's still so many things we haven't done. But Kai had already left, leaving her with a desolate wind. She screamed, how can you give something and then take it back? After that, Kai came to see me every day, but as soon as she saw him from afar, Jeomja trotted over, shouting loudly, Kai! Then she satisfyingly hugged him tightly. But it was just an afterimage. Kai wouldn't let me touch even his fingernail. He asked sternly, have you quit your job yet? She answered honestly, not yet. Hearing that, Kai immediately turned away. Is that so? Then go somewhere else. Jeomja yelled in frustration, you're so selfish and petty. As he spoke, he used his hands to block Jeomja's attacks. I don't like it. Don't you dare kiss me, and don't you dare hold my hand. Seeing Kai had turned to leave, Jeomja yelled, hey! Kai added, no talking informally like that, either. Jeomja, angry, exclaimed, Kai! Kai said again, no cursing either. Jeomja angrily chopped a piece of wood with a loud thud, thinking to herself, what does he want me to do? If he wasn't going to the battlefield, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. It's because he's going to the battlefield that I'm doing this. Theodore, sitting beside her, watched and asked curiously, Dude, what's wrong with your expression lately? Did someone die? Jeomja raised the axe and replied, Not yet, but if things keep going like this, someone probably will. Theodore was bewildered. You're kidding, right? Right after that, Jeomja chopped wood with another loud thud. The chop created a gust of wind that made Theodore's hair flutter. Jeomja's anger flared. She growled, I'm someone who can live just fine without laws. You know. Then she called again. Theo. She held the cat, kissing it repeatedly while saying, Let's say you have something incredibly precious. The boy replied, Yes. But even if that thing is right in front of you, you can't touch it. How would you feel then? The cat, as if on cue, cooperated by disdainfully moving away from her. Theo understood immediately. He rested his chin on his hand, furrowed his brow, and asked, Are you dating Kai again? But he won't let you touch him? That question made Jeomja jump. She exclaimed, What? How did you know that? Theo sighed. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't be this angry. Jeomja's anger flared up again. She clenched her fists and replied, That's right, even you know that. So why doesn't your brother know anything? I don't know why he's so suspicious. If Kai suddenly disappears, just know that I did it. Theo said gently, Please try to understand him. Lately, because of his mother, he hasn't been able to be at peace. Jeomja asked blankly, Why? Theo rested his chin on his hand and said dejectedly, It's probably because of Prince Isaac. Originally, they only needed to keep an eye on Prince Heron's side, but now it seems some people have started to lean towards Prince Isaac. Hearing that, Jeomja couldn't help but worry. Is Kai okay? The queen must be very anxious because that's the kind of person she is, always worrying about unnecessary things. What about Kai? Is he still as worried as before? Theo was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a while, he said, I don't know. He looks the same as always. Every time I try to see him, I hear he's studying something. Jeomja was a little surprised. Is that so? In the original story, because Kai felt threatened by Isaac's appearance, he asked the commander-in-chief for military support for Lenamos. The emperor replied that if the royal family participated in the war, there might be many requests from Lenamos later on. He said it so casually and allowed Kai to join the battle. Queen Priscilla agreed with both hands without a second thought. She worried silently. It was only a few more weeks until the time the goddess told me about. But this goddess, why hasn't she said anything lately? She needs to quickly tell me the details of the war and in the contract. Rick was about to eat some bread when he remembered something. He asked, All right, which palace are you going to? Jeomja replied, startled, What? He replied, I can take care of the garden, but don't you have a horse? Are you really quitting? This is a good opportunity for you to go back to your hometown to visit the girlfriend who's waiting for you. Jeomja was extremely confused, furrowing her brow and asking, What are you talking about all of a sudden? Why would I quit my job? He also furrowed his brow. What? You don't know? I see His Highness Kai come here every day, so I thought he had already told you. His Highness Kai will be going to war soon, as the commander-in-chief of the Duchy of Lenamos. The news hit Jeomja like a bolt of lightning. The half-eaten potato in her hand fell with a thud. The sound of horse hooves clopped. Suddenly a hand appeared out of nowhere and threw a stone. Thwack! The stone unexpectedly hit Kai right on the head. People from all directions began to get chaotic. They shouted, Save my son, you failure. That's right. What crime did the children who were forced to go commit? What a waste of tax money, our tax money. How does this failure have the audacity to return? Faced with these words, Kai could only bow his head and endure, letting the stones tear at his head. The crowd continued to throw stones at him, screaming, How are my children supposed to live without a father? Kai walked a little further, then looked up blankly. Looking at the glaring sun, he was dazed for a moment before speaking. Ah, it's so bright. His sleeve fluttered, and it was clear what had happened to Kai. Back in the present, Rick told Jeomja His Highness Kai will be going to war soon, as the commander-in-chief of the Duchy of Lenamos. Jeomja froze instantly, the potato in her hand falling onto the table with a thud. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Rick asked again, You didn't know? I guess he wouldn't need to tell the stable keeper about these things. After a moment, she asked, When is he leaving for war? Rick was startled about that. Tomorrow. Hearing that, she exclaimed, Oh my God. That afternoon, Jeomja rushed back to the small house next to the stables after finishing her work. She threw the door wide open and asked loudly, Answer me, Kai's going to the battlefield tomorrow. But only an echo answered back in the room. Answer me, Kai's going to the battlefield tomorrow. Then it returned to a strange silence. Jeomja's face paled as she thought, Don't tell me. She took the goods and ran? Immediately, she screamed, "You got what you wanted, and now you're running away? You signed a contract with me." Then she started rummaging around, yelling, the contract was here too. After a while, the room was completely turned upside down. Clothes, dishes, bottles, and cans were all thrown on the floor. Jeomja lay there helplessly, covering her face and saying, "It's not here. The contract, it was clearly here, and now it's gone." She gritted her teeth in anger, and she called me her only reader? Just then, a knock came at the door, knock knock. Kai opened the door, walked in, and asked her, "Yo, why did you skip work today?" Jeomja came out, surprised, calling Kai. Her face was flushed, her eyes filled with worry. Then she turned away with a tragic expression. She said, "I think I've been scammed." Kai didn't understand and asked, "What?" She said sadly, "My superior took my salary and ran away." Kai glanced around the room and asked, "Huh? A goddess scammed you? For real?" Jeom just said, "Don't mention the goddess in front of me anymore. She's a scammer of the rarest kind." Tears welled up in Jeomja's eyes. She sobbed, I can't hear her voice anymore, and she won't answer me now." Kai said nothing, just quietly pulled her into a hug. He said gently, "What a relief that you quit your job." Jeomja froze, completely shocked by what was happening. Then, a wave of resentment washed over her. She couldn't help but cry out loud, "Hoo-hoo." After she finished crying, the two of them went into the room and sat on the bed. Kai said, "Actually, today I was thinking, what would I do if you didn't quit your job?" Jeomja acted sulky, huffing. "Why?" "Because today is your last day in the capital." That sentence startled Kai. He gave a wry smile, glanced away, and sighed. "Huh, you must have heard the news about me going to war." Jeomja pinched him and said loudly, "Kai is mine. Why are you leaving without my permission? I absolutely cannot let my person go into a dangerous place." Kai comforted her, "It's okay. The Lenamo's army is very large. Besides, who knows, I might become a hero of the war. An opportunity like this isn't easy to come by." That sentence sent a shiver down Jeomja's spine. She asked, "An opportunity? That's a gamble with someone's life? And you call an opportunity? Just because this is related to the succession, everyone just joins in? Because it's an opportunity." Kai, who was used to doing everything alone, could finally look back. There, Jeomja was yelling at him. What kind of stupid decision is that? Back to the present, Kai suddenly clenched his fists. Then he asked her in a tragic tone, "Then, what should I do? Besides this, is there any other way for me to live peacefully in the palace?" "Yo, you said you know the future. Tell me." "Those people will never let me go unless I die or become emperor, because those people are crazy about making me emperor." Then he covered his face and continued, "I'm sorry that the only thing I can give you right now is my appearance. What I have besides my appearance is nothing." Before he could finish, Jeomja reached out and took his aggrieved face in her hands, then gave him a peck. She asked gently, "Is it really mine? If so, then give me your appearance right now. Don't worry about the prince or Belois." Kai was incredibly moved by her words. Jeomja smiled and continued, "Let's not think about complicated things and just play our game of love." The two of them quickly moved closer. Kai quickly moved in, kissing Jeomja's lips urgently. Jeomja didn't resist, wrapping her arms around his neck to enjoy the moment fully. The next morning, the sun began to rise over Jeomja's stables, accompanied by the chirping of birds. Chip chip. Kai was also awake by now, quickly getting dressed. Suddenly, a small noise caught his attention. Jeomja sat up, rubbing her eyes and asking, "Where are you going?" Kai replied cheerfully, "It's time for me to go." He also told Ryumja, "You should sleep a little more." But Ryumja still tried to drag her stiff body up, not forgetting to complain a little. "No, I have to get up too. Ow, my back. I should have packed my bags and gone to sleep yesterday, right? I didn't pack anything at all." Kai didn't understand, furrowing his brow and asking, "Why are you packing your bags?" Ryumja, putting on her coat, replied, "Yes, I can't let Kai go to the battlefield alone." Kai looked at her, speechless with helplessness. "Why are you following me to a place like that? I'm not a child." Ryumja placed a hand on her chin and said confidently, "Last night, I checked and confirmed that you are not a child or a canary." Kai's face turned red with embarrassment, and he shouted, "Don't joke around." Ryumja shouted back, "Hey, I'm not joking." Kai couldn't argue with her, finally resorting to a gentle tone to persuade her. In any case, don't follow me. That's not a place you should go." Ryumja immediately replied, "I don't want to. I'm going with you." Kai frowned, repeating seriously, "You can't. That's an order." But Ryumja, of course, didn't listen, even putting on a mocking face and mimicking him. "That's an order." But suddenly, Kai called out loudly, "Ryumja," while gripping her shoulders tightly. Kai said in an earnest tone, "Please, just this once, trust me. I don't want you to be in danger. I really can't live without you now. I'm asking you, please stay here and wait for me to come back. No matter what happens, I will definitely return. Do you understand? Contrary to Kai's expectations, Ryumja replied bluntly, I don't want to. Kai's cheerful mood instantly shattered. He turned away, saying angrily, fine, do as you please. Ryumja immediately saluted, replying yes. Immediately, the two of them fell into silence. Kai turned back, glaring at her. I clearly told you not to follow me. Ryumja said, I also clearly said that I would follow you. Then she asked a question that made Kai frown. Aren't you leaving? Not only did Kai not leave, he even stepped towards her. Ryumja glared and asked, what is it? What's the matter now? Kai didn't answer, just gave her a peck. I love you. Then he turned away again, saying, well then, I'm leaving. Ryumja was frozen by his action. Her face flushed red, and she cursed inwardly, oh my, that insolent guy. He's making my heart flutter to death. That afternoon, Ryumja dropped her heavy backpack on the table. As she rummaged through it, she thought, it's okay. Without the goddess, I'll save him on my own. Then she wondered, the notebook and pen Theo gave me, this should be enough, right? I have to get going. Ryumja put on her backpack and was about to leave when there was a knock on the door. Ryumja went to open it and saw two soldiers standing there. She asked blankly, who is it? The soldier held out a summons in front of her and said, Ryumja, you're under arrest for damaging palace property. The scene quickly shifted to inside the prison. She looked at a bug crawling on the floor and laughed. Ha ha ha, I've been thrown in jail twice in my life, or is it 3 times? She trembled with anger, pressing her face against the prison bars and growling, should I write a full-on prison diary this time? Just then, someone came and unlocked Ryumja's cell. As soon as she saw him, she called out, hey, mister. He knew what she was going to ask without her saying it, and said, His Highness Kai told me not to talk. To you. She replied blankly, no, I just need to know how many days I'm locked up for. He glanced away. There's no end in sight. 10 days. Hearing that number, Ryumja immediately grabbed the bars and screamed, 10 days? The man added, and after that, you have to work in the palace dining hall for a month. His Highness was very angry. Ryumja laughed helplessly, thinking, oh my, did he plan all this? Her anger flared violently. That careful, cunning, and handsome Kai, I won't let him get away with this. Does he think this will stop me from following him? Besides, how could he throw his lover in jail after such a passionate night? Suddenly a voice called out, Ryumja, Ryumja. Then, raising its tone, Ryumja, she whipped around, shouting with an angry face, what? Why are you calling me? But after seeing who it was, her jaw dropped in astonishment. She exclaimed, Goddess. The goddess quickly put a finger to her lips. Sensha, the goddess said, I'm in my physical form right now, so it would be troublesome if others saw me. Ryumja said, you scare me. Are you really the goddess? She replied, of course I am. Do I look like a ghost to you? The goddess sighed. It's been years since I've appeared in my true form, but the location is a prison? I'm speechless. Meanwhile, Ryumja was trembling with anger. She used all her strength to shake the goddess, asking furiously, why are you only showing up now? The war started much faster than we expected. This is completely different from what you promised. The goddess replied helplessly, it's hard to believe, but I've tried to talk to you many times. Ryumja asked blankly, what? The goddess said, it's true. I kept whispering in your ear. She called, Ryumja, but you didn't hear me. Another time, she called while dancing and twirling, Ryumja, I'm over here, but you didn't answer me. Then when Kai and Ryumja were kissing, the goddess's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, exclaiming, oh my, you too. Ryumja immediately raised her hand to stop her, her face instantly darkening. Wait. Pause for about 2 seconds. When was this? How many times did you whisper in my ear? The goddess looked away shyly. Ryumja, I didn't see anything at all. The soldiers guarding outside heard her muttering to herself and asked each other, why is he so loud? Don't go near him. He made me faint last time. Inside, Ryumja was screaming, I didn't ask if you saw anything. So why did you already say you saw nothing? So you saw everything. Seeing the R-rated scene, the goddess had screamed in despair, stop. At that moment, by the city walls, soldiers were busily preparing their gear to go out to the battlefield. Kai was in his office looking down, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. He turned and said, come in. Benji immediately entered and bowed to him. Then Benji looked up and said, Your Highness, we have finished all preparations for battle. Kai immediately took out a vial and placed it on the table, saying, let's go. Benji asked worriedly, I beg your pardon for saying this, but is it all right to say goodbye to Ryumja like this? He left, leaving the small vial on his desk, and replied, yes, it's fine. Back inside the dungeon, Ryumja's scream rang out again. Even if you're a god, you have to protect other people's privacy, right? The goddess quickly explained, "It seems you're misunderstanding something, but I am a god, Ryumja." She looked sincere, confidently patting her chest and saying, "I have no interest in such things now. Besides, I thought it was taking too long, so I went out and watched other people." Ryumja's face turned completely red, and she said angrily, "But you still saw everything." The goddess broke out in a sweat, quickly glancing elsewhere. "Sorry, but I really didn't mean to look at you. In any case, now is not the time to talk about this. Kai has already departed." Hearing that, Ryumja exclaimed with a worried expression, "What did you say?" She paced back and forth, pulling at her hair and saying, "No, this can't be. I have to get out of here quickly, and then I can go. I also need to hear about the war before that. I'm going crazy, really." The goddess then grabbed her shoulders, saying, "Calm down, Ryumja. I will tell you the details of the war." After the goddess finished speaking, Ryumja also took out her things, replying, "Of course, first I will write it down, and then I will leave this place, no matter what it takes." The goddess said cautiously, "I will only say this once as promised, so you must listen carefully. I will explain starting from the first battle, the Battle of Lwyn Valley." After reaching the border, Vittel discovered the enemy lying in ambush in Lwyn Valley. As soon as the goddess's voice rang out, the ink marks in the book began to spread. Seeing this, Ryumja was extremely surprised. She quickly raised her hand, shouting, wait a minute, how can this be?" The astonished goddess asked, "What is it? You said you didn't have time." Ryumja replied, "I can't think of a single word." The goddess, stunned, asked again, "What?" Ryumja clutched her head, her face showing clear confusion. "I suddenly can't think of a single character, whether it's Hangul or the letters here, no. To be more precise, I feel like I can't write at all." The goddess suddenly frowned, saying, "As expected, just as I predicted." Ryumja flinched, asking in surprise, "Yes? The fact that the battle is happening sooner, or that I couldn't speak with you, it's all because of inertia." R.A. was extremely stunned, but it quickly turned into anger. "Can you please stop talking about that damned inertia?" The goddess crossed her arms and asked back, "If not that, what other reason is there for my influence not to get through?" R.A. asked again, "Wasn't it enough that this thing called inertia tried to kill me, and now it's obstructing everything to prevent me from changing the future so that Kai returns victorious?" The goddess suddenly reached out, took Ra's face in her hands, and said, "R.A., calm down and sort out the facts. There isn't much time. Can you understand what I'm saying?" She calmed down and replied, "Yes, so far I can still understand." The goddess's face became extremely serious. She emphasized, "Listen carefully. Even if it is inertia, it cannot obstruct your will. You must now memorize all the details of the battle that I am telling you." R.A. frowned, shouting, "Are you telling me to memorize the entire contents of a war that lasts for 2 years? I've told you before, but my head isn't that great." The goddess leaned in closer, speaking louder, "You can do it. R.A., you can definitely do it. You have to go save Kai." R.A. flinched, then replied, "Fine, I'll try everything." A moment later, Ra's coughing sound attracted the attention of a nearby guard. "Cough, cough." He walked up to Ra's cell and asked, "What is it? Did something happen?" R.A., with one hand on her stomach and the other on her neck, said with difficulty, "Gasp, my stomach hurts so much." At the same time, a strange black liquid was trickling from her mouth. Seeing this, the guard's eyes widened, his mouth agape in alarm. He hurriedly opened the cell door, asking urgently, Are you okay?" He rushed to sit beside R.A., asking worriedly, "What did you eat to be vomiting black blood like this?" Suddenly, a thud was heard, accompanied by a gasp that caught the attention of another guard nearby. With a whoosh, R.A. had escaped from the cell. That guard was still in a daze, wondering, what was that? What was that sound? At that moment, R.A. lunged forward, raising her fist straight at him. At that moment, I thought of Uncle Kansu. While the other person was still dazed, a soft ah escaped in his mind. Then a thud sounded, and he collapsed, only having time to think, I've been tricked. The scene quickly shifts to Prince Isaac's palace. At this moment, he was leaning against the wall without saying anything, seemingly lost in thought. Recalling a few days ago, he had asked Kai, "Brother Kai, is it true that you are about to depart for battle? It's true that the Duchy of Lentimus has requested reinforcements, but why do you have to go? And in such a hurry too?" Kai also turned back, asking in surprise. Isaac, he turned around completely, saying, "Sometimes I can't guess your intentions when you occasionally ask me questions as if you know nothing at all." That sentence made Isaac jump. Kai continued to question in a sorrowful tone. "Do you think this was decided according to my will? You've lived in the royal palace for a while, so you should know better." Faced with those words, Isaac couldn't reply, nor could he ask further, only able to press his lips together and stand silently in one spot. Kai turned to leave, continuing, "If I go to battle and achieve merit, the one in danger will be you, Isaac. This is not the time for you to worry about others." Isaac asked again, but if you go to battle like this, what will Joe do?" Kai frowned. "There's no other way. I must secure a firm position in the royal palace so that Joe and I can meet safely." Isaac stood with his arms crossed, frowning as he thought to himself, "Brother Kai, I had no idea he thought that way." Recalling earlier, Diola had told him, "His Highness is clearly watching us. The nobles in the royal palace are leaning towards our side, so he must be using the military support as an excuse to gather the nobles from other regions. Don't pay attention to useless matters, Isaac. The royal palace is a battlefield in itself." He raised a hand to rub his forehead, thinking, what Diola said is also right. Brother Kai is trying his best to maintain his position. His own. Then he clutched his head again. "But if I do that, how can I face Joe?" A whooshing sound was heard, and somehow R.A. had climbed onto the palace balcony. R.A. suddenly spat something out, startling Isaac, who quickly turned to look. Wiping her mouth with her sleeve, she grimaced and said, "This ink, it's a pain to wash off." Isaac asked in astonishment, "Joe, why are you here?" Seeing Isaac standing there, R.A. exclaimed happily, "Ah, brother, can I ask you for a favor?" She said with an urgent expression, "Lend me a horse." R.A., all grimy, climbed over the wall. "Lend me a horse." Isaac wondered, "Where are you planning to go?" She jumped down from the windowsill and replied, "Something came up, so I have to leave in a hurry." Isaac's face grew worried. He asked, "You're going after Brother Kai, aren't you?" She answered with her hands on her hips. "You know that already, so why ask?" Isaac shouted, "Don't go. You don't have to follow him." R.A. crossed her arms and replied calmly, "Why does everyone keep telling me not to go? I'm not going there to die." He clapped her on the shoulder. "Joe, I'm not kidding." An image of soldiers holding flags appeared. "Even if you know how to fight a little, how can you fight against trained soldiers?" Isaac tried to explain to her. Ra's face was full of determination. "I have to go. Only then can Kai survive." He frowned immediately. "What are you talking about? They don't need a stable hand there. If I don't lend you one, how do you plan to get there?" R.A. replied heroically, "I'll chase after any passing carriage and climb on. If there are no carriages, I'll just steal a horse." Isaac's face darkened. "Joe, the battlefield is not a playground. What are you really doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, R.A. cut him off. "Isaac," her face became extremely cold. "Right now, what I hope for is the survival and happiness of the person I love. Give me the horse, or get out of the way." Something suddenly flashed in Isaac's mind. The crow. The crow. An image returned to Isaac's memory. He remembered rummaging through trash in the past, the rustling sound echoing in the space. Because the black-haired kid rummaging through the trash looked like a black crow, people gave him that nickname to tease him. And Isaac felt very proud of that nickname. A crow perched on a pile of trash, and he was joyfully holding up a book, because it was necessary to be able to teach the street children who were called trash. An image of him teaching the children. But in the original story, the scene where he tells this truth to Diola is hundreds of pages later. Isaac was stunned. "How do you know?" R.A. thought to herself, "You're not originally from Anvines, so there's no way I could know." She lightly punched him in the stomach and said, "I'll explain later." Then she smiled confidently. "So please trust me, Prince Isaac." Isaac fell silent. Finally, he gave in. "Wait at the main gate." "What did you name it?" R.A. asked, looking at the horse, "Crow." Isaac replied. She wondered, "It's not black." Isaac smiled and explained, "I brought back the horse that Count Oban abandoned, so its name is Crow, because it's just like me." She was startled. "This is a valuable horse, isn't it? Is it okay for you to lend me this one? I might not be able to return it." He handed her a cloak to reassure her. "It's fine, and it gets cold at night, so take this with you." Then he handed over a sword. "And this, I hope you won't have to use it." R.A. wondered, "What's this?" "It looks very expensive." The sword looked small, adorned with sparkling blue stones. Ryumra held out the sword, looking at the sparkling gems that lit up her eyes. She exclaimed, "Oh my God, how much would an obsidian stone this big cost? If I lose it, will I go to jail?" Isaac closed his eyes and said calmly, "I don't know how you know about the nickname. Crow, but I trust you, he reminded her with a worried face. Come back safely, you, Brother Kai, and everyone else. She spurred the horse on, responding enthusiastically. Since I've received a precious horse, I have to come back alive. Crow me, and Kai too will all return safely. The horse's hooves clopped, and Ryumra seemed to glow. She smiled brightly and replied, Next time we meet, you'd better be nervous, because we will return from that war as heroes. Heroes, she told herself. That's right. What is there to be afraid of? I'm going to save Kai, not to kill him. Besides, I've heard the entire course of the war directly from the goddess. Ryumra mumbled the strategy to herself. Let's see. The first raid at Quellan Valley win. The second battle on the Tabadan River win. The third battle, a defeat because of poisoned arrows in Rotai Fortress. Secure victory with the Dawn raid. And the fourth battle. At this point, her train of thought was cut off. What was it? Where did the fourth battle take place? The scene shifts to an image of her and the goddess discussing. The goddess pointed on the map for her. Amandine Plains lose. You have to focus, Sar. Her face was stern. Everyone is tired from the cold and hunger, so they stopped fighting. The soldiers' morale is dropping. Ryumra grunted, rubbing her dizzy head and replying, I know. The fourth battle, Armanon Plains lose. I guess I'll have to learn it this way. And the fifth battle, Ryumra wondered, Can you really remember all of this? The author replied, roughly at the level of looking at the map and memorizing it. Then she gently caressed Ryumra's face. How fortunate. In the future, a stronger wheel of fate will obstruct you. This might be the last time I get to see you. A rustling sound was heard. She gradually faded. Even though we've argued, I still love you very much, my little one, my reader, my Ryumra, my Ryumra. Ryumra spurred her horse forward, clippity-clop. The author's voice echoed in her ear. I bless your future in the name of Twaga. Good luck, R. Night fell. Two people were sitting and grilling meat, eating deliciously, much. Someone asked, These are issued supplies. Can we just eat them as we please? The other two looked over, chewing their meat noisily. Hearing that, the other two laughed without a care and replied, Anyway, we're just rearguard soldiers, so don't worry. And said, I heard you haven't had lunch and had to come down here. Sit down and have a bite. The crackling, sizzling sound of fat mingled with the conversation. In a war like this, who has the leisure to eat properly? You should sit down and eat a little too. One person laughed and said, You don't really look like a soldier. Why did you come all the way here? The person who had objected earlier replied, My family is in debt, but they said they would provide us with financial support, so I came here. The other two teased, You're so filial, aren't you? Is money more important than your life? He quickly explained, I wasn't thinking about death. I heard that if you're active on the battlefield, they will grant you a title. I heard a rumor that although Lentimus is still a small kingdom, if it joins hands with the royal family, its power will become much stronger. Isn't that why the Grand Prince decided to take command? The blue-haired guy crossed his arms and replied, Well, compared to His Highness the Prince's will, it seems our wise crown princess forced him to go. The one chewing meat turned his head. Wait a minute. He associated it with a ring on someone's finger and said, Come to think of it, the crown princess's family is Belos, right? Someone else answered, Oh, that's right, isn't it? In that case, that old man has a chance to go to the battlefield this time. Huh. Suddenly, another voice was heard. Who are you guys talking about? Russell. The three of them all looked in the direction of the sound. Russell. Whoosh. Ryumra appeared, leaning against a tree trunk. She was panting heavily, her face fearsome. This is His Highness Kai's army, right? As soon as they saw Ryumra, the whole group was so shocked their jaws dropped. Hillet asked in astonishment, R. Hearing her name, Ryumra also turned around, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, Hillet. Hillet asked, What are you doing here? But Ryumra's gaze was not on him, but on the supply wagon. She immediately asked, Hillet, did you get your hands on the supplies this time? Hearing that, Hillet couldn't help but flinch. He quickly said, This time? What are you talking about? Watch your words. Ryumra said again, Weren't you demoted at the barracks because you couldn't fix that habit? Snap out of it. Then she switched to shouting loudly, Wow, what is this? Isn't this the duck meat for the knights to eat so they can swing their swords with vigor? Oh my, how many ducks is this? These people really eat a lot, don't they? Hillet rushed over to cover Ryumra's mouth, saying, Hey R, you know I'm getting married next month. Please keep this a secret for me. Ryumra couldn't say anything more, only able to make some sounds. MMPH. Hillet asked again, But you, what's a stable hand doing here? Another soldier heard this and also frowned, asking, a stable hand? I thought you were a supervising officer. Ryumra replied, I am on my way to His Highness Kai's location to carry out a task given to me by His Highness Isaac. As she spoke, she drew a sparkling sword from its sheath. She held up the sword named BGM, the Gorilla King, and said proudly, Look at this. This is the sword with black obsidian engraving that His Highness Isaac bestowed upon me. She laughed heartily and continued proudly, I am on my way to deliver His Highness's precious words. Oh my, what is this situation? I happen to run into these honest soldiers secretly taking supplies out of this crate. My spirit to report this is burning brightly. That sentence immediately made Hillet break out in a cold sweat. Hillet quickly asked, What do you want, R? Ryumra smiled smugly and replied, I like how quickly you catch on. Hurry up and open the carriage. Let me lie down in there and go. A while later, Ryumra reached Tom's location. As soon as he saw her, he asked in surprise, why are you here? Ryumra walked closer, smiling and waving her hand in greeting. Hello, Tom. Of course I'm here to manage the horses. Tom was speechless. He asked again, Manage the horses? Why would you have to do that? Hearing that, Ryumra immediately struck a pose and said in a long spiel, Everyone must be very tired from having to go into battle. Compared to letting everyone manage on their own, I thought it would be better to let a specialist like me do it, so I voluntarily enlisted. Tom scratched his head, saying in an unnatural tone, Voluntarily enlisted? Oh, that's amazing. The more manpower the better, so we welcome you. But do you know how to use a sword? As soon as she heard that, Ryumra's eyes immediately sparkled. She clasped her hands together and said, Speaking of which, Tom, please teach me swordsmanship. After hearing that, Tom was instantly speechless, not knowing what to say. Then he turned away, laughed, and replied, Ha ha ha, I don't want to. Ryumra lunged and hugged Tom tightly, pleading, why not? Please teach me. Tom replied, The war is right in front of us. If I teach you, when will it ever be finished? Ryumra switched to hugging his leg, dragging along as she shouted, I'll take care of troublesome things like setting up tents and managing the horses. Please teach me. Tom, while dragging a dead weight, asked irritably, Are you still not letting go? Ryumra continued, Tom, you're the one who planted the idea in my head that being a knight would be great, so you have to take responsibility. This detail appeared in episode 60. Tom was speechless, wondering to himself, did I say that? After thinking, he turned back to Ryumra and said, I'm very strict. Are you sure you can keep up? Hearing that, Ryumra immediately beamed, replying, Yes, definitely. 1 hour later, Ryumra had turned into a person with a tired body and disheveled clothes, lying flat on the sandy ground. She thought to herself, Tom is much stricter at teaching swordsmanship than I thought. Tom, while swinging his sword, yelled, You're not using your hands at all. Then came the push-ups, and as he watched her, he shouted, Breathing, you're messing it all up. If you swung a sword like your personality, 100 people would probably die. Ryumra was so angry she gritted her teeth. Once I get used to swordsmanship, you'd better know that I'll cut your throat. Tom said again, Next time, bring a wooden sword. This sword is both expensive and not suitable for your level. Ryumra angrily gripped the sword, asking in a low voice, What? I don't have a wooden sword. Tom pointed to the side, saying, Go ask for one at the armory. Next to the barracks, there's a place with a flag hanging. That's the armory. So if you go there and ask, they'll give you one. Also, just so you know, the tent with the flag is where His Highness Kai is staying. Speaking of which, do you want to go see His Highness Kai or not? Hearing that, Ryumra suddenly jumped. She shouted, No, I'm not going. Tom was also startled by her unexpectedly loud voice. He asked blankly, What's wrong? She imagined Kai's fierce expression and fiery anger. He would growl at her. What do you think this is that you dare to come? Ryumra said, Because I came here behind His Highness Kai's back. He will find out I've come to a place from which I can't return to the royal palace. The more Tom listened, the more bewildered he became. He asked again, Is that so? So is it true that you voluntarily enlisted? Ryumra could only give a wry smile. Well, the voluntary enlistment thing was just a boast, but isn't sincerity the most important thing? At the end of the session, Tom said, Anyway, that's all for today. You can clean up. Ryumra immediately raised her hand in a salute, replying, Yes, sir. Tom also smiled and waved goodbye to her. As soon as Tom left, Ryumra suddenly turned back, looking behind her with a very strange gaze. She looked towards the command tents, wondering, Kai, is he over there? Then she laughed foolishly, thinking, it's okay to go see his face for a little bit, right? This is a romance story, so it can't be missing the male lead. It's absolutely not for personal greed. The scene quickly shifts to the command tent. Ryumra tiptoed over, lifted the flap to look inside, and wondered, is no one here? She tilted her head and peered for a while, thinking again, it's too dark, I can't see anything. Suddenly, with a whoosh, someone had appeared behind her without her knowing. That person asked in a voice colder than ice, what are you doing? Hearing that, Ryumra immediately turned to look. Contrary to our expectations, that person laughed and asked, I haven't seen you before. Which unit are you from that you dare to peek into the quarters of the commander? Ryumra immediately turned around completely, scratching her head and replying, hello, sir. I'm Ryumra, a new volunteer who just enlisted today. I was on my way to get a wooden sword for swordsmanship practice. I accidentally came to the commander's quarters, mistaking it for the armory. I'm sorry. So it's this way. My apologies for the rudeness. As she spoke, she started walking in another direction, but the person suddenly grabbed her by the collar, lifted her up, and said, wait. Ryumra, lifted up unexpectedly, let out a frightened scream. The man said, the ornament hanging on the sword at your hip, it looks too rare for someone like you to be wearing. Where did you get it? Did you steal it? Ryumra turned her head back and shouted, what do you mean, steal? Prince Isaac personally bestowed it upon me. He raised an eyebrow slightly, asking, Isaac, the prince with black hair? If you were able to receive that sword, it means you're close to him. Are you now holding a sword received from the second prince and entering the quarters of the grand prince? Ryumra jumped, secretly worrying, no, why did the story become so extreme? Like this. She immediately waved her hands frantically, shouting, the only prince I respect most in this world is His Highness Kai. I really just finished swordsmanship practice a moment ago. You can ask Tom. Hearing that, the person became a little curious. He bent down and asked, swordsmanship, you say? Then he immediately dragged her in another direction, saying, great, I was just feeling a bit stiff. Follow me. Very quickly, they moved to a secluded place. The person stood up straight and yanked off his cloak with one hand. He put one hand on his hip, then told Ryumra, come at me. You can use your sword. Looking at his excited face, Ryumra wondered, what's wrong with this old man? Ryumra's face went blank as she thought, who is this old man anyway? It seems he's not an ordinary knight. He's using his bare hands and telling me to use a sword to fight him? Is he looking down on me? Seeing her still hesitating, he asked, why haven't you jumped in yet? What are you doing? Ryumra suddenly threw the sword behind her. She cracked her knuckles and said with a smile, no thanks, the sword is heavy, so I'll use my bare hands too. Seeing that, the other person burst out laughing. Oh my, you look as frail as a blade of grass, but you're quite brave. All right, give it a try. Hearing that, Ryumra immediately moved at lightning speed. In no time, she appeared in front of the man with a thunderous fist. But the man remained very calm, not even flinching in the slightest. But the sounds of thuds and bangs just kept echoing. It didn't stop until it was dark. Ryumra's whole body was exhausted. She lay flat on the grass, wondering, what was that? My whole body hurts as if I was beaten up. I was beaten up. Is there any old man who is that agile? At this moment, the old man was also deep in thought. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. Hey, get up. He raised an eyebrow, sat down, and asked her, this one, what is a girl like you doing here? That sentence made Ryumra jump. She said, you know what, old man, they say that fighting like this once will lead to a friendship that lasts 1,000 years. He immediately replied, your words are worse than your fists. Ryumra said again, hey, old man, please keep my secret. He immediately jabbed her with his elbow, grimacing as he said, you say such nonsense, and then ask me for a favor. You think I'll listen to you? Ryumra reached out to block his hand, frowning as she said, old man, I have something important to do. He pushed her hand away and asked again, let go. Why did you disguise yourself as a man and come here? Are you really a spy? What kind of spy is as diligent as me, even changing their gender? What else could it be? Ryumra immediately raised her hand, pointed at herself, and replied, for love, of course. That statement made him extremely astonished, but then his attitude immediately changed. He gagged and said, that's crazy. Who is the person you love? It can't be Tom, can it? Ryumra was annoyed to hear that and said, I have extremely high standards, you know. He asked again, it's surely not Prince Kai, is it? Ryumra became much more confident. She asked back, and why not? Why do you think the prince comes to the stables every day? He asked in astonishment. No way. Wait a minute. That stable hand is a girl. Ryumra was also bewildered. "Hey, old man, do you know who I am?" Hearing that, he didn't answer, just silently observed her. He suddenly clutched his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, is that so?" Seeing this, Ryumra froze, wondering, is this old man senile? He said again, "Ah, my mood is ruined. Go home and sleep." Ryumra immediately shouted, "Ah, wait." She jumped up and said loudly, "Old man, you must keep it a secret." He picked up his cloak and started to walk away, replying, "I won't tell, so don't worry. And don't call me old man anymore." He turned back, smiled, and said, "Call me Snow." The next day, she went to practice sword with Tom again. She thought to herself, luckily, that old man Snow kept my secret. After that day, he kept appearing in front of me. As soon as he saw him, Tom immediately bowed. "Greetings, Sir Snow." He raised his hand to dismiss the formality, replying, He would watch the training session between me and Tom and chime in with a few words of instruction. Snow pointed out Ryumra's mistakes, saying, hey, holding the sword like that is not right. Sometimes he would even run up and hug her tightly, and Ryumra had to exclaim, old man, I mean Snow, stop." He replied, "This old man doesn't know when to stop." I gradually got used to my body aching from wrestling with him. But the way Tom and the other knights used honorifics to speak to him, it seemed his rank was very high, but other than his name, I didn't learn anything else about this old man. Tom waved his hands and said, "Mr. Snow said you were too interesting, so he told us absolutely not to tell you." That afternoon, after training, Snow asked Rimza, "But does His Highness Kai know that you are a girl?" Wiping her face, she replied, "Of course he knows. Our story is very deep, so please don't ask." Hearing that, Snow exclaimed, "Oh my, is it true that the prince has feelings for the stable keeper? This time you will surely die on the battlefield. That is the path many people are helping you walk." That statement made Rimza extremely angry. She turned back, gave a benevolent smile. "Please die alone, old man. By face value, if you died today, it wouldn't be a loss, would it?" Snow once again grabbed her tightly, growling, "I told you to call me Mr. Snow." This girl, just like that, every day passes without anything special. Just as she finished that thought, that day while she was changing, Tom opened the tent flap and called out, "Yo." She quickly threw on her coat and screamed, "Ah, you scared me." Tom replied shyly, "Ah, sorry about that. His Highness is walking around the camp looking for someone right now. Anyway, it looks like he's looking for you. His expression is really ferocious. Did you do something wrong?" Rimza immediately froze. "Can't hide the truth forever, can I?" Immediately, Rimza dashed past Tom. Then, while running heavily, she thought, "No, if I get discovered, I'll have to go back right away. At least, I have to be discovered after Lentimus arrives. Then he won't be able to send me away." While running, she suddenly bumped into Snow. She screamed, Snow asked, "What is it? Where are you running to?" As soon as she saw him, Rimza called out, "Old man." She said hurriedly, "I don't have time to chat with you right now, so please get out of the way." "There you go again. I told you to call me Snow." And at that moment, a murderous-looking Kai was approaching from behind. He called out, "Yo." Rimza immediately jumped in fright. Kai glared at her, asking in a low voice, "Explain why you are here." Rimza's voice started to falter, "Why you are Kai, your highness." Then she switched to acute demeanor, winking at him. "Today you look so cool, your highness Prince Kai." Kai said seriously, "Stop joking around." Rimza immediately flinched. I understand." As for Snow, he was extremely surprised by what he was seeing. Kai then shouted angrily, "Go home right now." And so, the two of them argued noisily back and forth. "I can't go back." "Do you dare to disobey my order?" This attracted a crowd of onlookers. Snow suddenly grabbed Rimza's shoulder and said, "I apologize for interrupting you, but if this kid goes back, it will be very difficult for me, your highness, because this kid is my disciple." Rimza immediately froze. "What? This is the first I'm hearing of it." Kai shot him a glare and called out Snow. Snow held Rimza tightly again, smiled, and said, "I see that this kid has a lot of potential and is also very tenacious, so I will take this kid with me. So please be generous and let it go." Kai replied, "That could lead to unnecessary casualties, so it's not allowed." Snow said again, "The new commander is already worried about the deaths of soldiers in the army. This kind of meaningless worry is not good." Hearing that, Kai's hand suddenly clenched into a fist. He said, "Is it wrong for me to worry about the lives of my people?" Rimza tried to turn her head to look at Snow, thinking to herself, who is this old man to dare argue with the prince like that? Is he the prince's grandfather or something? Snow suddenly reached out and pinched Rimza's ear, making her scream loudly. Then he turned back to Kai with a smile and said, "Look, this kid's voice is loud and his limbs are nimble too. It's clear to see that this kid is not one to be killed, so I will teach him." Kai shouted angrily, "Even if Snow says so, I still won't allow it." But Snow did not get angry. He smiled and called out, "Your Highness, I do not obey your Highness's words like other generals. I only offer advice to your Highness." Kai couldn't help but be startled when he heard that. Then his face darkened, and he frowned in annoyance. Seeing this, Rimza quickly struggled and said, Kai, old man Snow, let go and let's talk, old man." Snow pulled her away again, saying, "Oh my, you're quite bold, aren't you? Let's go, you kid." Rimza tried to crane her neck to look, thinking to herself, "Kai, it seems like he's really angry. I wonder if he'll really be deceived later on." But contrary to her worries, by the time they crossed the national border, she still hadn't met Kai even once. No, she couldn't meet him. Rimza was carrying things on the road when a soldier called out, "Yo, His Highness the Prince is looking for you." She turned around and asked in surprise, right now? I understand. I'll go right away." But at that moment, another hand appeared above her head. It grabbed her shirt and pulled her away. Rimza was startled and screamed, "Ah!" Snow dragged Rimza away, shouting at the same time, "Where are you trying to run off to, you? It's time for martial arts training now." The soldier froze for a moment, not knowing how to handle this situation. The soldier froze for a moment, then called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Rimza was completely helpless, thinking to herself, "Whenever there's an order from Kai, that old man appears like a ghost and takes me away, so I can't get close to Kai's camp. I have to move all day and learn swordsmanship and martial arts from Snow and Tom." At the end of the day, Rimza dragged her exhausted body onto her horse, Crow, and told it, "Crow, it must be nice being a horse. You eat when someone feeds you, you relieve yourself whenever you need to, and you sleep whenever you want. If I were to be a horse in my next life, no, I should be a rock." Just then, Benji appeared. He said, "If you ride a horse like that and fall off, it'll be a big deal." As soon as she saw him, Rimza exclaimed, "Benji." He replied, "Long time no see, yo." Benji walked closer to Rimza and asked, "I heard you become Snow's disciple?" "His Highness told me so." Rimza replied irritably, "Don't even mention it. He's a crazy old man. When did I ever say I would become his disciple? Thanks to that, I wasn't sent away, but I've been training to fight for 2 weeks now. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore." Benji hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're not an official knight, so shouldn't you feel honored to learn something from Snow?" Rimza asked back, "Is that old man really that great?" Tom said so too. Benji cleared his throat again, speaking unnaturally. "More importantly, I came here to give you this." As he spoke, he held out a small bundle to her. It turned out to be a handkerchief, on which was written, meaning, "Sneak to my tent early this morning." Rimza's face immediately went blank. She looked at Benji with a strange expression. Are we in the kind of relationship where we exchange secret letters? Benji's face immediately turned bright red, and he quickly denied it. "No, it's not. It's not for me. That is from your Canaria." Hearing that, Rimza's heart immediately started pounding. She snatched the handkerchief. Benji was already used to this scene, so he was no longer surprised. He said you should sneak past Snow to get there. Early that morning, Rimza gently lifted the tent flap, slipped inside, and said softly, "Pardon my intrusion." Kai was still working at his desk. Hearing her voice, he said, "Come in." Facing him, Rimza could only give a weak laugh. "It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it?" Kai, on the other hand, let out a helpless sigh. He turned and said to Rimza, "I told you not to follow me. Do you not take my words seriously at all?" Rimza also sighed, these words again. She glanced away, pouted, and continued, "The other morning, you told me don't leave me so many times. I'm simply keeping my word." Kai's face immediately turned bright red, and he shouted, "I'm not talking about that right now." Rimza said, "Kai, you must have guessed that I would follow you anyway." Kai snorted lightly, turned away, and said, "It's true that I guessed it. Because I predicted it, I took strong measures. How did you manage to escape from the dungeon?" "I had arranged for more guards." The author is forced to blur the devastated scene in the dungeon. Rimza then went, pretending to think about something very serious. Those guys. Then she gave a thumbs up, confidently showing off her personality. "I pretended to be sick, so those guys rushed in to check on me, and then I knocked them out. The guard at the entrance were also quickly knocked out by me, and then I escaped." Hearing this, Kai was extremely helpless and could only let out a sigh. Then he tried to calm himself, took her hand, and while pulling her closer, said, I know, so come here. And so, Kai placed Rimza on his lap, leaving her utterly astonished. Rimza gave a triumphant smile and asked, even though you told me to go back, you still missed me, didn't you? Kai's face turned red again as he stammered, of course. Rimza started to ramble. What's wrong with your face? Anyone would think you've lost 10 matches. If you're dissatisfied, go scold Old Man Snow for me. Suddenly, Kai's hand touched Rimza's spine. She jumped and cried out. Rimza rubbed her aching back, crying out, ouch. Seeing this, Kai asked worriedly, are you in pain? Rimza sighed, recalling Snow's terrible training sessions, and replied, my back is bruised from training. Kai was startled and asked what. Kai glared at her and said, let me see. Rimza flinched and quickly said, no, I don't want it, it's too embarrassing. Then Kai started shouting, you're only getting embarrassed now. Rimza shouted back, there are people outside, lots of people. Kai suddenly turned away, putting her down at the same time, and said, get down. Rimza immediately understood what Kai was thinking and hissed. She grimaced and said, you were the one who told me to sit. But at that moment, Kai was taking off his shirt. Rimza had just spoken when Kai forcefully threw his shirt to the ground, stunning her. Kai blushed, shyly covering his body with his hands, and said, fine, then I'll take mine off first. I'll show you everything, so you show me where you're hurt. Immediately, Rimza's spirit flew to Cloud 9, and she shrieked with excitement. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss the latest story episodes. We wish you relaxing and happy moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.